A bizarre twist of fate transported the modern young man, Xiao Bieli, to the Great Qin Dynasty. On the brink of death from severe injuries caused by a family conspiracy, he unexpectedly gained a mysterious system that rewarded experience points for defeating enemies. In the year 1473 of the Great Qin Dynasty, within a dilapidated mountain shrine in Lechuan County, Linshui Prefecture of Manzhou, Xiao Bieli struggled to sit up. Moments ago, he had been enjoying himself at a modern club, but now memories of this body's previous owner flooded his mind. The third young master of the Xiao family in Linan Prefecture, who was betrothed to Lin Qingyuan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. However, their contact ceased after Lin Qingyuan joined the Zhongwen sword sect. Just yesterday, Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the sect, visited, and Zhao's uncle, Xiao Fusheng, tried to kill him. Were it not for his father defending him with his life, Xiao Bieli would already be dead. The deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest continued to bleed, leaving Xiao Bieli increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out: the enemy slaying experience system activated. It not only healed his injuries, but also rewarded him with a beginner's gift pack. In an instant, martial arts techniques such as the Yi Jin Jie and Blazing Gale Blade technique flooded his mind. With just 5 mastery of the Yi Jin Jing, he instantly reached the peak of the 9th stage. Xiao Bieli lightly swung his blade, and the nearby altar shattered on impact. Such was the power of a martial artist of his caliber. The system displayed that he had 1,000 experience points available. Xiao Bieli immediately began enhancing his martial arts mastery. When he tried to improve the Yi Jin Jing, the progress was minimal. He then allocated 500 points to the Blazing Gale Blade technique, raising its mastery by 25 points. After weighing his options, he invested the remaining experience points into the blade technique, bringing its mastery level to 50. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the shrine. A group of burly men armed with swords and knives entered in single file. The leader's face lit up with joy the instant he saw Xiao Bieli. Wang Hu. Xiao Bieli looked at the middle-aged man leading the group and couldn't help but sigh softly. This Wang Hu had been highly valued under his father's command, already a skilled fighter of notable rank, holding a significant position in the Xiao family. As for the group of Xiao family servants behind him, none of them had achieved such standing. "Young master, you'd better come with me. Don't make this difficult for me," Wang Hu said, fixing his gaze on Xiao Bieli, his eyes devoid of the respect they once held. "Boss Wang, why waste words on him?" one of the servants shouted. "Exactly. The family head said bringing back a corpse works just as well," another chimed in. The Xiao family servants stared greedily at Xiao Bieli, their minds calculating the reward of 100 taels of silver. Bringing back Xiao Bieli's body alone would earn each of them a few taels, far more than their meager monthly wage of less than 1 tael. Wang Hu noticed the blade in Xiao Bieli's hand and sneered dismissively. "Young master, with your skills, you'd best not embarrass yourself. You know my strength." The servants, armed with wooden sticks, advanced with malicious grins. Just then, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. Swish! The heads of the 2 servants at the front flew skyward, blood spraying everywhere, staining the surrounding men red. A notification appeared before Xiao Bieli's eyes, visible only to him. Experience 10. Experience 10. Before anyone could react, 2 more flashes of light followed. Thud. 2 more servants collapsed to the ground, their necks cleanly severed. Experience 10. Experience 10. The thrill of the kill sent Xiao Bieli's blood boiling with excitement. Wasn't this the carefree life of a wandering swordsman he had always dreamed of? The 100-forged blade in his hand danced like the wind as he executed his gale blade technique with fluid precision, every strike drawing blood. In just a few breaths, 6 lifeless bodies lay on the ground, while a few injured ones wailed in agony. Wang Hu seized the opportunity, letting out a thunderous roar as he swung his broadsword like a mountain-splitting axe toward Xiao Bieli's back. Clang! Xiao Bieli, as if he had eyes on his back, blocked the attack with precision. With a swift counterstrike, slash! Wang Hu's right hand, along with his broadsword, fell to the ground. The remaining men stood frozen in shock. Wang Hu, a skilled fighter of notable rank, couldn't even withstand a single move. "Run!" someone shouted, and the 5 surviving servants bolted toward the gate of the mountain god temple. Xiao Bieli kicked up a fallen broadsword from the ground. Whoosh! The blade flew through the air, pinning 3 fleeing servants to the courtyard wall. Experience 10. Experience 10. The last 2 servants collapsed to the ground, trembling and repeatedly kowtowing. "Spare us, young master. We were just following orders. Please, let us go like the wind." Wang Hu clutched his bleeding right arm, his face filled with terror as he stared at Xiao Bieli. "You've been hiding your true strength all along." Reaching the peak of the 9th grade at just 17 and mastering blade techniques to this level, his voice trembled with confusion as a chill ran through his heart. With such talent, you'd easily qualify to join a prestigious sect. Why keep it a secret? Make it quick. Xiao Bieli's long blade flashed, and Wang Hu's lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a thud. A system notification appeared. Experience 100. 7th grade Iron Shirt 1. A martial arts drop? Not bad. And a 9th grade fighter gives 100 experience points. 2 servants dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Xiao Bieli landed lightly beside them and said coldly, "In your next life, try being decent people." The gleam of his 100 refined blade flashed, and 2 heads flew into the air. Experience 10. Experience 10. Not daring to linger in the mountain god temple, Xiao Bieli quickly scavenged a few taels of silver and some provisions from the bodies before hastily leaving. Before long, a group of people arrived at the temple. Chen Zhong, the steward of the Xiao family, inspected the scene and murmured, "Apart from Wang Hu, most of them were killed in a single strike. Such precise blade work, could it be that Xiao Bieli had help?" Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Yuan sword sect, stepped forward. After closely examining the corpses, he said coldly, "The tracks here were deliberately obscured. It's impossible to determine how many people were involved, but they've been dead for less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. They can't have gotten far. Bring all the hunting dogs to track them." Xiao Bieli is someone the young master personally ordered to be killed. If he escapes, you know the consequences. Yes, of course. Chen Zhong nodded repeatedly. Despite being at the peak of the 9th grade, he could only cower in submission before Lin Hai. Deep within the falling sunset mountains, Xiao Bieli leaned against a stream, catching his breath as he swallowed some dry rations with the sweet, cool water from the mountain spring. After over an hour of fleeing, even with his 9th grade martial artist physique, he was beginning to feel the strain. Suddenly, several barks echoed through the forest. 2 fierce hunting dogs lunged at him. With a swift flash of his blade, their heads fell cleanly to the ground. Ordinary hunters wouldn't venture into the mountains at dusk. It must be pursuers. Without wasting time to deal with the scene, he immediately fled deeper into the forest. Moments later, Lin Hai arrived at the stream with several Xiao family servants in tow. "Young Master Lin, the dogs' bodies are still warm. They must be close by," one servant said, touching the lifeless hunting dogs. "After them," Lin Hai commanded coldly. Under the faint light of the sparse moon and stars, Xiao Bieli leaned against a large tree, panting heavily as he silently activated the newly acquired iron shirt technique. Heat surged through his body, and his once pale skin turned a dark, leathery hue, resembling oxhide. At this moment, his system panel displayed. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial arts, Yijin Jing 5100, Iron Shirt 5100, Gale Blade Technique 30100, Azure Wave Palm 10100, Black Tiger Fist 20100. Experience, 210. Staring at the faint glimmers of torchlight at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Bieli pondered. "This group is relentless, tailing me like a pack of hounds for miles. If I get surrounded, there's no guarantee I'll make it out alive. With the iron shirt, I might at least survive a critical moment." With that thought, he resolved to use all his experience points to upgrade the iron shirt. Boom! A surge of warmth erupted from Xiao Bieli's body, spreading swiftly through his limbs and every corner of his being. Along with it came the accumulated training experience of over a decade in iron shirt, directly flowing into his body. As the warmth subsided, Xiao Bieli assessed his current state. Cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial arts, Yijin Jing 5100, Iron Shirt 15100, Gale Blade Technique 50100, Azure Wave Palm 10100, Black Tiger Fist 20100. Experience, 10 points. He murmured to himself, Iron Shirt and Gale Blade Technique are on the same level, both requiring 100 experience points to increase their proficiency by 5. From the foot of the mountain, a line of torches approached like a dragon of fire. Xiao Bieli's brow furrowed deeply as he decisively turned and disappeared into the depths of the mountain forest. He had killed too many today. If other experts from the Xiao family arrived, especially his 7th grade master uncle, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance with his current strength. 3 days of relentless pursuit and escape weighed heavily on Xiao Bieli. Although he had already slain several pursuers, including 2 skilled members of the Xiao family who had achieved entry-level cultivation, the tracker's expertise far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, the high proficiency of the Gale Blade technique, combined with the protective effects of Iron Shirt, allowed him to withstand the blades and swords of those who hadn't achieved entry-level cultivation, leaving only faint marks on his body. After days of intense combat, his experience points had climbed to 340. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli made a decision to allocate all of it to enhance Iron Shirt. Use all experience points to upgrade Iron Shirt. Another surge of warmth coursed through his body, bringing an invigorating sensation. Iron Shirt advanced to 30,100, leaving him with 40 experience points remaining. A day later, deep within the Sunset Mountain, Xiao Bieli stood amidst a dozen lifeless bodies, his 100 refined blade chipped in several places, his clothes tattered and torn. "Young master, spare us. We were forced into this." The pleas of the last two pursuers were abruptly cut short, followed by the thud of their bodies hitting the ground. Expressionless, Xiao Bieli wiped his blade clean with the clothing of the fallen. At this point, his experience points had reached 550. Without hesitation, he spoke again. "Use all experience points to upgrade Iron Shirt." As his words fell, an intense heat surged through his body, and a vast amount of Iron Shirt training experience flooded his mind. A few breaths later, the upgrade was complete. Host: Xiao Bieli. Age: 17. Cultivation: 9th grade peak. Xiao Bieli silently assessed his martial arts skills. Yi Jin Jing 5100, Gale Blade Technique 50100, Iron Cloth 55100, Azure Wave Palm 10100, Black Tiger Fist 20100. He glanced around, taking a deep breath, realizing he was surrounded by layers of enemies. As time went on, more skilled fighters joined the encirclement. Once Xiao Fuxing arrived, breaking through would become even more difficult. "I must act now," Xiao Bieli resolved, identifying a direction for a breakthrough and preparing to fight with his life on the line. Meanwhile, Lin Hai and his group were tracking Xiao Bieli's trail. With a furrowed brow, Lin Hai noticed the traces were becoming increasingly faint. "We've been chasing all night, and the trail is getting harder to follow. At this rate, we'll lose him," he said coldly, turning to the guards beside him. "There's only one set of tracks. Are you sure Xiao Bieli is just a talentless nobody?" One of the guards quickly responded. Xiao Bieli was indeed unranked when he was in Linen Prefecture. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a shrill scream echoed from afar, followed by the crisp clash of weapons. "It's coming from Steward Qin's direction," one of the guards exclaimed, recognizing the source of the sound. Without hesitation, Lin Hai activated his Lightfoot technique and sped toward the noise, leaving the guards far behind with a few swift leaps. When Lin Hai arrived at the scene, the sight before him was shocking. Chen Zhong, a peak 9th rank fighter, was locked in a fierce battle with Xiao Bieli. However, Chen Zhong was already drenched in blood, with several deep wounds staining half his body crimson. "Young Master Lin, help me!" Chen Zhong cried out, struggling to fend off Xiao Bieli's blade while pleading for assistance. "So, you've been hiding your true strength all along." Lin Hai drew his sword with a sneer. "At such a young age, you've reached the peak of the 9th rank and have such mastery in blade techniques. I can't let you live." As an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, Lin Hai immediately unleashed a series of intricate sword moves, his blade flashing like lightning as it targeted multiple vital points on Xiao Bieli. "Good timing. So it's you, you dog, who wants to kill me." Xiao Bieli's eyes gleamed with ferocity. If not for this man, he wouldn't be in such a mess. Since escape seemed impossible today, he decided to risk it all. Channeling his full strength, he executed the Gale Blade technique, engaging in an intense battle with Lin Hai. The clanging of weapons rang out incessantly. Lin Hai was taken aback as Xiao Bieli neutralized all his sword moves. Recovering quickly, Lin Hai adjusted his stance and lunged forward with a precise thrust. Xiao Bieli parried with his blade, and at the same time, his left fist shot toward Lin Hai's face. The two clashed in close quarters, exchanging blows with fists and palms, and were forced back several steps. Xiao Bieli sneered. An outer disciple is still just an outer disciple. Although Lin Hai, being an 8th rank fighter, had slightly stronger internal energy, Xiao Bieli found him manageable. "Everyone attack!" Lin Hai roared in anger, his face dark with fury. Over a dozen guards and wandering fighters responded to the command, charging at Xiao Bieli together. Xiao Bieli's blade moved like a raging storm, and with a single slash, two bodies fell lifeless to the ground. Xiao Bieli's blade whirled again, sending blood splattering in all directions. Among the group of guards, aside from one or two who matched Wang Hu in skill, the rest were no match for him. "Young Master Lin," someone in the crowd called out to Lin Hai in desperation, their eyes filled with fear. They dared not flee, yet they were powerless to resist. Just as Xiao Bieli's slash began to show signs of fatigue, Lin Hai finally made his move. His sword, as cunning as a venomous snake, struck directly at Xiao Bieli's unprotected back. "You bastard!" Xiao Bieli's expression changed, realizing he had no time to evade. Without hesitation, he decapitated the last remaining 9th grade martial artist in front of him and swiftly turned to confront Lin Hai. In an instant, his skin turned a dark, metallic blue-black, and his muscles seemed as if forged from iron. Raising his 100-forged blade, he unleashed a devastating strike. Lin Hai's lips curled into a sneer. His sword tip had already touched Xiao Bieli's chest, but just as it was about to pierce through, a metallic clang rang out. The expected fatal thrust was blocked. In the next moment, Xiao Bieli's blade energy swept downward, cleaving Lin Hai in half. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the remaining Xiao family guards could no longer contain their terror. Dropping their weapons, they fled in panic. Xiao Bieli snorted coldly and leapt after them. In an instant, 2 heads fell to the ground. All that remained was Chen Zhong, kneeling and begging for mercy. Third young master, it was the family head who ordered me to do this. You know, I watched you grow up. Take it up with hell. Xiao Bieli swung his blade without hesitation, and Chen Zhong's head, still filled with regret, tumbled into the underbrush. Xiao Bieli pulled the long sword from his chest, applied some wound medicine to staunch the bleeding, and muttered, I underestimated the iron skin technique. He examined the shallow wound, less than half an inch deep, and pondered. Originally, he had chosen to enhance the iron skin technique because it was cost-effective and ideal for group battles. He hadn't expected that with just over 50 proficiency, it could block a lethal strike from an 8th-grade martial artist. The vast seas await the leaping fish. Songyuan's sword sect, Xiao family wait for me. With that, Xiao Bieli turned and disappeared into the dense forest. Damn it! Damn it! How could Lin Xiaoxia be dead? Xiao Fuxing stared at the shattered corpse on the ground, his eyes wide with rage and disbelief. He had stayed behind at the Xiao estate to handle follow-up matters, confident that with Lin Hai's strength, eliminating his nephew would be an effortless task. Yet the gruesome scene before him had completely upended his plans. One of the Xiao family guards who had participated in the mountain search spoke up timidly. Master, it was Xiao Bieli who killed Lin Xiaoxia. Before the guard could finish his sentence, Xiao Fuxing's face darkened. In a flash, he moved forward, and with a sickening crack, the guard's neck was snapped. Damn it! Xiao Fuxing gritted his teeth. Take Lin Xiaoxia's body down the mountain. He'll personally pay a visit to the Changha gang. He turned to another man and commanded, Lu Qi, continue the search with your men. If you find any trace of Xiao Bieli, light the signal fire. He'll come over as soon as I return from the Changha gang. Lin Hai was not only an outer disciple of the Songyuan sword sect, but also the cherished grandson of Lin Tiantong, the great elder of the Changha gang. Although Xiao Fuxing wasn't afraid of the Changha gang, he had no desire to provoke Lin Tiantong unnecessarily, especially given the Three Rivers Alliance backing the gang. This matter required a proper explanation to Elder Lin. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forests of Luoxiao Mountain, a system interface appeared before Xiao Bieli. Host, Xiao Bieli. Age, 17. Cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial arts. Yi Jin Jing 5100. Gale Blade Technique 50100. Iron Shirt 55100. Blue Wave Palm 10100. Black Tiger Fist 20100. Experience 1540. Truly, blessings can come in disguise. This is what I call striking it rich. Xiao Bieli murmured to himself. Killing Lin Hai had earned him 500 experience points, and combined with the points gained from defeating the Xiao family's hired martial artists and minions, his experience had skyrocketed. He quickly ruled out upgrading Blue Wave Palm and Black Tiger Fist. The martial arts provided by the system held a higher priority unless it was a peerless technique of this world. It wasn't worth wasting his hard-earned experience points. Claim gold silk armor. With a thought, a sleeveless golden undergarment appeared in his hands. The system displayed its attributes. Gold silk armor, 6th grade. It was impervious to weapons below 6th grade, and could absorb 30 of internal force attacks. Originally, Xiao Bieli had considered upgrading Iron Shirt to its maximum level, as its 55 proficiency had saved him from Lin Hai's fatal strike. But with the gold silk armor as added protection, he could prioritize enhancing other martial arts. After a moment of deliberation, Xiao Bieli silently commanded, consume 1,000 experience points to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing 6100. Boom. A surge of warmth erupted in his dantian, quickly coursing through his limbs and body. In an instant, the first meridian of the 12 standard meridians was opened, pushing his cultivation directly into the early 8th grade. Shortly after, the second and third meridians were also unlocked, and finally, the warm current returned to his dantian. Hiss! Xiao Bieli couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The number 1,000 experience points flashed through Xiao Bieli's mind. He could clearly feel the proficiency of Yi Jin Jing increase by 1, while 3 meridians within his body were successfully opened. As a martial artist at the 8th rank, he deeply understood the importance of unblocking the 12 primary meridians. Each additional one opened allowed his body to hold more internal energy. 3 meridians only cost 1% of proficiency. Xiao Bieli calculated in his mind. If I do this 3 more times, I can reach the peak of the 8th rank. In other words, I just need to eliminate 6 more 8th rank martial artists. This realization filled him with secret joy. The path to leveling up didn't seem as difficult as he initially thought. Looking at the remaining 540 experience points, Xiao Bieli made a swift decision. Use it all to improve the Gale Blade technique. With the protection of the golden silk armor, he figured upgrading iron cloth could wait a little longer. Suddenly, a surge of experience in practicing the Gale Blade technique flooded his mind. His hands grew hot, and thick calluses appeared on his palms, as if he had undergone years of rigorous training. The system panel updated instantly. Host: Xiao Bieli. Level: Early 8th rank. Martial Arts: Yijin Jing. 6100. Gale Blade Technique: 75100. Iron Cloth: 55100. Azure Wave Palm: 10100. Black Tiger Fist: 20100. Experience points: 40. The Gale Blade Technique's proficiency leapt by 25 points. Xiao Bieli unsheathed his heavily notched 100-forge blade. With a flash of the blade, 3 or 4 small trees, each as thick as a fist, were cleanly cut and fell to the ground in neat sections. With a sharp clang, he sheathed the blade and let out a long breath. No wonder Tian Buoguang could dominate the martial world with just this blade technique and his lightfoot skills. At my current level, combined with 75 proficiency in the Gale Blade technique, I could take Lin Hai's life in 3 moves. This realization solidified his resolve even further. I need to master all these martial arts to their fullest potential. However, the reality of his situation quickly sobered him. He had just killed an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, and it was clear Lin Hai had been sent by someone. This was no place to linger. Xiao Bieli quickly collected his spoils and hurried off in the direction away from Sanshui County. Scene transitions to Daduku in Linshui County. Linshui County lies south of Luoxiao Mountain, separated by the mountain range from Lechuan County, where the Xiao family resides. Between the two counties, there is only an official road or the perilous option of crossing the mountain, teeming with venomous snakes and fierce beasts. By evening, the usually bustling Daduku ferry point was left with only a single lonely boat. The passengers on the boat grew impatient and began urging, "Boatman, it's almost dark. How we set sail?" "Yeah, it takes a day and a half to get to Dongjiang County." The boatman sighed. "There are too few passengers. I'm afraid this trip will be a loss." Just then, 7 or 8 more travelers arrived, somewhat easing his concerns. As the boatman finished loading the cargo and prepared to set off, a deep voice rang out, "Boatman, hold on, take me along." Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a disheveled man with unkempt hair and tattered clothes appearing on the dock. He carried a large bag in one hand and a long blade strapped to his back. With a light leap, Xiao Bieli landed gracefully on the deck and casually tossed a tael of silver to the boatman. "This boat's heading to Dongjiang County, right?" "Perfect, that's where I'm headed to." "What impressive skills." An exclamation of awe swept across the boat. Xiao Bieli's earlier display of martial arts had completely changed the minds of those who were planning to throw the beggar off the vessel. Everyone present was well versed in the unwritten rules of the martial world when traveling. Showing kindness to others often meant safeguarding oneself. Offending someone powerful could easily lead to unforeseen and deadly consequences. All right, young hero, please come aboard." The boat captain, his face beaming with a broad smile, accepted the silver coins. "Set sail, let's go." The boatmen responded in unison and began rowing with all their strength, steering the boat away from the dock and letting it drift gently down the river. The setting sun over the long river. Xiao Bieli stood alone on the deck, gazing at the western sky painted crimson by the sunset. He murmured softly to himself, calculating his next steps. As long as he could leave Sanshui County and keep a low profile, the Xiao family would find it hard to track him down. Just then, a commotion broke out on the deck. Several passengers were eagerly gathered around a robust man dressed in short clothes, engaging him in conversation. The man's temples were prominently raised, and his piercing eyes radiated energy. Was unmistakably a skilled martial artist. "Have you heard? Something big happened in Lechuan County 2 days ago." The man, addressed as Old Lu, hadn't even finished his sentence before the crowd began pressing him for details. "What happened? Old Lu, don't keep us in suspense." Yes. Out with it, Old Lu. If it's good news, I'll share a bowl of my Huadiao wine with you." Old Lu smirked and retorted. "Who doesn't know that Nyo Sanpeio's wine is watered down? I wouldn't drink it even if you begged me. Anyway, let me tell you, yesterday, Xiao Bieli of the Xiao family in Lechuan County was killed." "What?" The crowd gasped in shock. Xiao Bieli was a 7th rank martial artist, and the Xiao family's eldest master is at the peak of 7th rank. Even the Changha gang in Lechuan County wouldn't dare touch him, would they? Old Lu shook his head and replied. The one who killed Xiao Bieli was none other than his own son, Xiao Bieli. Word has it that Xiao Bieli harbored vile intentions toward the eldest master's wife and was caught in the act by Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli intended to take him to the family head for punishment, but Xiao Bieli, knowing he was doomed, struck first and killed his father on the way. Now, both the Xiao family and the Changha gang are searching for him in Luoxiao Mountain. "Beast," someone spat. "He dared to kill his own father, let alone covet his sister-in-law." But why is the Changha gang involved in this matter? That, I don't know, old Lu admitted. He paused before continuing. Come to think of it, these past few days have been full of trouble. Just a few days ago, the entire family of Wang Das Hanren was wiped out by the Changha gang, leaving only the young master Wang to escape. And now, this bloody incident with Xiao Bieli has been added to the mix. The Changha gang must be overwhelmed with all that's going on. Recently, there have been fewer travelers taking the waterways due to the conflict between the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked docks, came a murmur from the deck. Some merchants don't even dare to come to Sanshui County anymore. Xiao Bieli leaned quietly against the ship's railing, his expression unreadable as he listened to the chatter. He was well aware that the sudden death of his father, the second most prominent figure in the Xiao family, would demand an explanation. Xiao Fuxing would never admit to killing his own younger brother, leaving Xiao Bieli to take the blame. What shocked him even more was that Xiao Fuxing went so far as to tarnish the reputation of his eldest son's wife. In this era, such rumors were enough to destroy a woman's life. He furrowed his brows, pondering. Why was Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Tsangwen sword sect, not mentioned in these rumors? And how exactly did the Changha gang become involved in this matter? Although the Changha gang's influence far surpassed that of the Xiao family, its leader, the seven-fingered eagle son Changha, was a formidable 6th-grade master with significant sway across Sanshui County. Their backing by the Sanjiang Alliance made them the dominant force in the region, even commanding respect from the county magistrate. I killed someone from the Tsangwen sword sect, and yet I'm worried about the Changha gang? Xiao Bieli shook his head with a wry smile. The sword sect itself has people who want me dead. What does a mere Changha gang amount to? He clenched his fists tightly. With the system panel now in his possession, as long as he survived, he vowed to one day make his enemies pay. Inside the cabin, a group of people was engaged in a hushed conversation. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe. Wang Tianfu. Though slightly overweight, his sharp demeanor was evident. At that moment, he was peering out the window, his gaze fixed on Xiao Bieli standing in a corner of the deck. Have you figured out that young man's identity? Could he be from the Changha gang? Wang Tianfu asked the burly man beside him, Deng Yong. Deng Yong shook his head. I know all of the Changha gang's top 9th-grade fighters, and he's definitely not one of them. He then added in a low voice, we've already sent our men in 3 separate groups by land to divert the Changha gang's attention. They all believe we're heading to Luoxia Mountain. Even if someone gets caught, the gang will focus their search there. Once we cross Sanshui County's borders and are met by the 12 linked docks, there's nothing the Changha gang can do to us. Damn the Changha gang. Wang Tianfu slammed his hand on the table. If it weren't for their relentless pressure, trying to swallow up my family, my father would never have been forced into collaborating with the 12 linked docks. Ah. Deng Yong sighed, trying to console him. We should be grateful just to be alive. There's no use dwelling on it. Even if we make it to the 12 linked docks, they won't risk provoking the Changha gang over the Wang family's personal grudge. Besides, with the Sanjiang Alliance backing them, even if the 12 linked docks went all out, they still might not be able to shake them. The sun had yet to set, but a faint mist was already rising over the river. Xiao Bieli's ears pricked up as he heard the sound of oars slicing through the water, growing louder and closer. He placed his 100-forged blade beside him, his right hand resting on the hilt. With a sigh, he muttered, beyond the green hills lies the guest's path. Ahead, the boat sails through emerald waters. I hope they're not coming for me. Suddenly, someone shouted, a fast boat is approaching. Wait, there's a larger ship following. It's flying the Changha gang's flag. Whistles echoed all around as several small boats emerged from the mist, their decks crowded with members of the Changha gang, each wearing a cold, mocking smile. 100 meters away, a massive ship cut through the waves, surging upstream. The boatmen and crew had already huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. At this moment, the people from the cabin hurriedly stumbled onto the deck, their faces pale, some barely able to stand without support. Xiao Bieli scanned their faces and quickly pieced things together. The Changha gang's target was clearly this group, not him. Wang Tianfu, you really made me work to find you. An old man with a scarred face sneered from the bow of the boat. Did you really think such a crude disguise could fool me? You must be underestimating me. The old man was none other than the infamous soul-reaping hand, Qin Yuan. A pair of gleaming steel hooks hung at his waist, and as he spoke, the scar on his face twisted with his grin, making him look even more menacing. You sent your men in 3 directions during the day and spread the rumor that you'd escape via Luoxia Mountain. Lucky for me, I kept my wits about me. That soul-reaping hand, Qin Yuan. Deng Yong's face turned pale as he quickly stepped in front of Wang Tianfu to shield him. Young master, he's a peak 8th grade expert. I don't think I can hold him off. When we fight, seize the chance to jump into the river and escape. That's your only hope. Wang Tianfu's face turned ashen at those words. He knew all too well of Qin Yuan's vicious reputation. This peak 8th grade expert was not only ruthless but also enjoyed tormenting his victims. Falling into his hands meant even a complete corpse would be a luxury. With a leap, Qin Yuan landed on the boat, his sharp gaze darting between Wang Tianfu and Deng Yong. He sneered, "Deng Yong, you think someone as useless as you can stop me? Don't worry, none of you are leaving here alive today. Run, young master." Deng Yong roared, drawing his long blade. His strikes were fierce, the sound of the blade slicing through the air like an angry howl. Clang! The clash of metal rang out as Deng Yong's blade was intercepted by one of Qian Yuan's iron hooks. "Your master died by my hand just 2 days ago. Now, I'll send you to reunite with him." Chen Yuan grinned wickedly, using one hook to lock Deng Yong's blade while the other aimed straight for his waist. Deng Yong staggered back, summoning all his strength to defend himself, but within just a few moves, he was clearly outmatched. "Go, young master!" Deng Yong shouted again, blood seeping from a fresh wound on his waist where the iron hook had struck. Xiao Bieli observed the fight silently, shaking his head. Though both were 8th-grade fighters, Chen Yuan's internal strength was superior, and his techniques far more refined. Deng Yong likely wouldn't last more than a few dozen moves. Meanwhile, Wang Tianfu and his men were locked in battle with the Long River Gang members who had stormed the boat. Aside from Wang Tianfu, who was an 8th-grade fighter, only 2 of his attendants had any significant skill, and they were no match for the gang's ferocious onslaught. As they were forced back, Wang Tianfu's eyes darted around in desperation. The large boat was surrounded by more than a dozen small boats filled with enemies, making escape by water seem impossible. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Xiao Bieli, who was sitting calmly at the edge of the deck. Wang Tianfu's eyes lit up. Earlier, he and Deng Yong had suspected that this disheveled young man was no ordinary figure. Now, he decided to take a gamble. Forcing his opponent back with a slash, he rushed toward Xiao Bieli. "Young hero, save me. These 2,000 silver notes will be yours." Before he could finish, he pulled out an ornate wooden box and tossed it to Xiao Bieli. Seeing the young man catch the box, Wang Tianfu's face lit up with hope only for his smile to freeze in place. Clang! The sound of a blade being drawn filled the air. Xiao Bieli's finely forged sword gleamed coldly. Slash! With a single strike, Wang Tianfu's head flew into the air, blood spraying in an arc. In his final moments, his eyes were wide with disbelief. Xiao Bieli silently recited the technique, and immediately, a surge of heat coursed through his hands. Countless experiences of mastering the Gale Blade technique flooded his mind, and he could distinctly feel the calluses on his palms growing thicker in an instant. The system panel updated promptly. Host: Xiao Bieli. Realm: early stage of 8th grade. Martial arts: Yijin Jing. 6100. Gale Blade technique. Mastery: subtle mastery of moves. Iron Cloth: 55100. Azure Wave Palm: 10100. Black Tiger Fist: 20100. Experience points: 40. Upon seeing the words, subtle mastery of moves, Xiao Bieli frowned slightly. Yet, he could already feel that the 100-forged blade in his hand seemed to become an extension of his body, wielding it with effortless precision. Meanwhile, everyone aboard the ship was still in shock from the earlier scene. Xiao Bieli's sudden strike had taken Wang Tianfu's life with a single blow. Even the 8th-grade expert of the Changha gang, who was engaged in combat with Wang Tianfu, failed to react in time. The others were utterly stunned. Although they had long noticed that this raggedly dressed young man possessed extraordinary skills, to see him slay an 8th-grade expert in one stroke was truly terrifying. You're courting death." Deng Yong roared in fury. Ignoring the injuries he sustained while fighting Chen Yuan, he leaped onto the deck and charged at Xiao Bieli. Standing nearby, Chen Yuan, known as the soul-reaping hand, did not intervene but instead observed Xiao Bieli with a thoughtful expression. At that moment, one of the 8th-grade experts from the Changha gang quickly approached Chen Yuan and whispered a few words in his ear. Chen Yuan's expression changed drastically. Deng Yong, fueled by anger, swung his blade with immense force toward Xiao Bieli's face. All internal strength but no skill in blade techniques. Xiao Bieli remained unfazed, and as the fierce wind rushed toward him, he drew his blade again. This strike was even faster than the one that killed Wang Tianfu. Slash! Blood spurted from Deng Yong's neck, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. Experience 500. Xiao Bieli sheathed his blade and turned to Chen Yuan with a faint smile. "Since you've recognized me, aren't you planning to act?" Although he had been dealing with Deng Yong just moments ago, Xiao Bieli had been paying close attention to the movements on Chen Yuan's side. While he hadn't caught their conversation, Chen Yuan's reaction made it clear that they had identified his identity. Seeing Chen Yuan remain silent, Xiao Bieli continued, "I don't understand. The Changha gang has no special ties with the Xiao family, so why meddle in this matter?" "Humph." Chen Yuan snorted coldly and waved his hand. "Xiao Bieli, you killed your father and dishonored your sister-in-law. The Changha gang will rid the world of this evil." kill him, and take him back to the Xiao family for judgment. Xiao Bieli. The people aboard the ship were stunned. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the story of Wang Tianfu and Xiao Bieli, but now, not only had Wang Tianfu met his tragic end, but he had also died at Xiao Bieli's hands. As Chen Yuan's words fell, 3 8th-grade experts of the Changha gang attacked simultaneously. Their short blades danced in unison, their coordinated strikes forming an unrelenting barrage aimed at Xiao Bieli. Kill my father and dishonor my sister-in-law? Xiao Bieli's eyes flared with a mix of grief and rage, his voice trembling with barely contained fury. Is it that bastard Xiao Fuxing who spread such lies? He wants to curry favor with the disciples of the Yuan sword sect and tried to kill me. If my father hadn't risked his life to protect me, I'd already be dead by his hands. Today, they'll start by collecting some interest from you. Xiao Fuxing, prepare your neck for me. The crowd on the boat was stunned by his words. Xiao Bieli's version of the events forced them to reconsider the truth. After all, Lin Qingyuan was indeed a true disciple of the Yuan sword sect, and she did have a marriage agreement with Xiao Bieli. This version of the story seemed far more plausible than the rumors of him killing his father and dishonoring his sister-in-law. No wonder the Changha gang sided with the Xiao family. Amid the glimmer of blades, Xiao Bieli was already clashing with 3 8th-rank experts from the Changha gang. The relentless clang of metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. Despite their seamless coordination, the trio couldn't overpower the young man in such a short time. Nearby, soul-hooking hand, Chen Yuan gripped his iron hooks tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the fight. After 43 moves, Chen Yuan finally saw an opening and lunged forward. His twin hooks struck out, one aiming for Xiao Bieli's chest, the other for his abdomen. Old Lu sighed heavily. From his experience, this young genius, who had already reached the 8th rank at such a young age, seemed unlikely to escape Chen Yuan's despicable ambush. But Xiao Bieli's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, he pushed off the deck, meeting the oncoming attacks head-on with a ferocious slash. The strike was swift and merciless, leaving no room for hesitation. The clash of weapons rang out, and the 3 skilled fighters from the Changha gang collapsed to the ground, defeated. Xiao Bieli and Chen Yuan brushed past each other, swapping positions. A single drop of blood fell onto the deck. You were wearing high-grade inner armor. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with resentment as his body went limp and he crumpled to the ground. Experience points 500. Experience points 500. Tian Zone 1. The silence was deafening. Drip, drip. The only sound was the crisp noise of fresh blood falling from the 100 refinement blade. The tip of Xiao Bieli's sword was still dripping, and on the deck lay the lifeless bodies of Chen Yuan and 3 8th-rank fighters of the Changha gang. Old Lu's eyes were wide with disbelief as he took in the scene. He had been to Lechuan County before and knew that Xiao Bieli was merely 17 years old. A 17-year-old 8th-rank fighter was an extraordinary talent even in the entire Sanshui prefecture. But why had there been no rumors about him until now? Run! Get out of here! Someone shouted, breaking the spell. The remaining members of the Changha gang snapped back to reality and scrambled to jump into the river. Xiao Bieli flicked his wrist, and the 100 refinement blade shot through the air, precisely piercing 2 9th-rank fighters just as they were about to leap off the boat. A system prompt followed. Experience 100. Experience 100. He turned swiftly, kicked up a steel blade from the deck, and nailed 2 more gang members who had already reached the edge of the boat. Experience 100. Experience 100. The rest of the gang members had already plunged into the river, while those on the distant boats quickly rowed away, understanding the gravity of the situation. Xiao Bieli did not give chase. Instead, he began searching the bodies of Chen Yuan and the others. This is all they had? He chuckled, shaking his head, pocketing a few dozen taels of silver and the wooden box Wang Tianfu had given him earlier. Turning to the trembling boat captain, Xiao Bieli calmly asked, "May I borrow some clothes?" "Yes, of course." The captain hurriedly brought over a clean set of coarse cloth garments, his voice shaking. "It's just simple clothing. I hope it won't offend you, young master." "Thank you." Xiao Bieli casually tossed a silver ingot as payment, then leaped effortlessly onto a small boat left behind by the Changha gang. With a gentle push, the boat shot forward like an arrow, vanishing into the distance. It wasn't until Xiao Bieli's figure disappeared across the river that the people on the larger boat dared to stand and whisper among themselves. Was that really Xiao Bieli? It must have been. There's no way the Changha gang would mistake their target. This could spell disaster for the Xiao family in Lechuan County. Their murmurs grew louder, and the more they discussed, the more convinced they became of Xiao Bieli's words. Could it really be that Xiao Fuxing killed his own brother? A deep sense of emotion surfaced on old Lu's face. Regardless of whether Xiao Bieli's words were true, after this incident, the head of the Xiao family was bound to lose sleep over it. A 17-year-old youth who had already reached the 8th rank, whether or not he ever made it onto the prestigious Dragon and Tiger rankings would, as long as he grew up safely, at least become a 6th-rank expert in the future. To put things into perspective, the entire Lechuan County only had 2 6th-rank experts in total. Xiao Bieli glanced at the information displayed before him. Rank: 8th rank early stage. Martial arts: Yijin Jing, 6100. Gale blade technique: mastered. Iron cloth: 55100. Ripple palm: 10100. Black tiger fist: 20100. Techniques: micro-level mastery. Experience points: 2940. Items: cloud ladder technique, pending collection. Disguise mask, pending collection. I can't decide whether to thank Wang Tianfu for earning me all these experience points or blame him for exposing my identity, Xiao Bieli murmured softly. Including the 500 points he gained from defeating Wang Tianfu, he had earned over 3,000 points in total this time, along with the lightness skill cloud ladder technique. Claim cloud ladder technique? At his command, a flood of insights and training techniques for the cloud ladder technique surged into his mind. Even with only 5% proficiency, he could clearly feel his body becoming significantly lighter. Use 2,000 experience points to upgrade Yijin Jing, Xiao Bieli declared without hesitation. While blade techniques and hard-body martial arts were important, improving his rank was the priority. If he could cultivate Yijin Jing to perfection, he could at least reach the 3rd rank. At that point, even with just the Gale Blade technique, he would be invincible not only in Sanshui County but throughout the entire Manzhou region. A surge of pure inner energy flowed from his dantian, circulating through his limbs and unlocking one meridian after another. Xiao Bieli could distinctly feel his internal energy growing stronger. At the same time, a tingling sensation spread through his body, and a layer of oily, black substance seeped from his skin, evidence of the Yijin Jing refining his body. However, this reaction was noticeably milder compared to when he first started practicing it at 5% proficiency. Updated information. Rank: 8th rank late stage. Martial arts remain unchanged. New addition: Cloud Ladder Technique 5100. Pending collection: Disguise Mask. Remaining experience points: 940. Use all 940 experience points to upgrade Iron Cloth. Xiao Bieli decided decisively. When the Gale Blade technique reached mastery, it unlocked the micro-level mastery enhancement, significantly improving his blade speed and control. He was eager to see if maxing out Iron Cloth would also bring any surprises. As the command was executed, a torrent of Iron Cloth training experience rushed into his mind like a tidal wave. His skin burned with heat, and the muscles within him writhed and shifted continuously. Accompanied by the faint sound of bones grinding, Xiao Bieli could clearly feel his body undergoing an astonishing transformation. His muscles grew firmer, his bones stretched, and his height, originally 173 centimeters, increased by a remarkable 5 or 6 centimeters, pushing close to 180. The clothes he wore, already marked with sword and blade cuts, now clearly no longer fit him. Even those who knew him best might have to take a second look to recognize him. With the Iron Cloth technique reaching perfection, the system panel now displayed the label Bronze Skin. Xiao Bieli noticed that while Bronze Skin was listed, Iron Bones was not. He shook his head slightly but quickly let it go. Enhancements brought by the maxed-out Iron Cloth technique had already far exceeded his expectations. With the perfected Iron Cloth technique combined with the protection of the Golden Silk soft armor, even a 7th-rank master would find it challenging to take my life, Xiao Bieli calculated inwardly. And now, even my uncle probably wouldn't recognize me. With this thought, he spoke softly, "Claim the disguise mask." As soon as the words left his mouth, a finely crafted mask appeared in his hand. It seemed tailor-made for him, fitting his skin seamlessly without the slightest discomfort. Even the subtlest changes in his expressions were perfectly mirrored. In an instant, Xiao Bieli transformed from a handsome youth into a dashing young man in his early 20s, exuding the aura of a wandering swordsman. This mask is simply flawless. Xiao Bieli couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh, his heart surging with excitement. From being hunted down the moment he arrived in this world to becoming a capable fighter in the late 8th rank within just a few days, he finally felt he had gained a measure of strength to protect himself in this land. With a light step onto a small boat, Xiao Bieli channeled his inner energy, propelling the vessel swiftly across the waves. Before long, he disappeared into the horizon where the water met the sky. The next day, Xiao Fuxing followed a young man carrying a long sword into the headquarters of the Changha gang. The young man, around 24 or 25 years old, was named Lu Jun. Although his cultivation was only at the mid-7th grade, his status as an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect was enough to compel Sun Changha, a 6th-grade expert and the leader of the Changha gang, to personally greet him at the entrance. Inside the Changha gang's assembly hall, Lu Jun stared coldly at Sun Changha and demanded, "Are you saying that Xiao Bieli has escaped to Dongjiang County and is now untraceable?" Beads of sweat formed on Sun Changha's forehead as he hastily explained, "Yesterday, when my men were searching for Wang Tianfu in Yuanjiang, they happened to encounter Xiao Bieli. I dispatched 4 8th grade experts, including Chen Yuan, who was at the peak of the 8th grade, to capture him. Yet, all of them fell at that boy's hands. According to the surviving members, Xiao Bieli's blade technique is astonishingly fast, and he was wearing a high-grade inner armor that even Chen Yuan's hook couldn't pierce. As he spoke, Sun Changha turned to Xiao Fuxing with a mocking tone. Xiao Bieli, at just 17 years old, has already reached the 8th grade and seems to have achieved mastery in his blade technique. Master Xiao, were you deliberately hiding such a prodigy from us? Xiao Fuxing's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, I personally killed my second brother. Xiao Bieli's talent is indeed beyond expectation, but it must be that he and his father had long been prepared. Huh? Sun Changha sneered. Who knows if this is all just an elaborate act by you brothers? Don't expect the responsibility for letting Xiao Bieli escape to fall on the Changha gang. It was clearly your gang's incompetence that let him get away. As the two argued heatedly, Lu Jun interrupted with a sharp command. Enough. Xiao Bieli is someone senior brothers will wants dead. If we mess this up, none of us will escape punishment. Since he has fled to Dongjiang County, we will pursue him there. Sun Changha hesitated, his face troubled. Dongjiang County is the territory of the 12 linked strongholds. My Sanjiang alliance has a tense relationship with them, and going there rashly might provoke conflict. At that moment, Lin Tiantong, the elder of the Changha gang, entered the assembly hall and bowed to Lu Ju. I have some connections with the third master of Baun Manor in Dongjiang County. Xiao Bieli killed my grandson, so I must go personally. Lu Ju nodded in agreement. I've already sent a letter to senior brother Zhua. The 12 linked strongholds wouldn't dare disrespect the Zhongwen sword sect. Sun Changha, select a few capable men. Elder Lin and I will set out immediately. Meanwhile, in the small town of Xiahe, 70 miles outside of Cang County in Dongjiang, the conflicts between the 12 linked strongholds and the Sanjiang alliance had greatly reduced the flow of merchants and travelers. The town's only inn, the East Arrival Inn, which also served as a tavern, had seen a sharp decline in business and was now almost deserted. It was lunchtime, yet the inn's main hall was unusually quiet, with only 4 tables sparsely occupied. At the center, 2 tables of armed travelers were engaged in lively discussions, while the other 2 tables of guests deliberately kept their distance, huddled in the corners. The scorching sun blazed overhead, and the deafening buzz of cicadas filled the air. Xiao Yu, the inn's errand boy, stood by the doorway, gazing at the deserted street with a sigh. At this rate, the stingy innkeeper would probably send him packing soon. Just then, the sound of approaching hooves broke the monotony. A young man with a long blade strapped to his waist dismounted his horse with practiced ease. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, sir. Are you here for a meal or a room? We still have a few upper rooms available, and just this morning, the hunter delivered some fresh wild boar meat. Xiao Yu said eagerly as he took the reins from the young man. A pound of wild boar meat, 2 small dishes, and a pot of wine. The young man replied curtly. And make sure the horse gets some feed. With that, he strode into the inn and seated himself not far from the group of armed travelers. The travelers eyed the long blade at his waist with a flash of wariness, but upon noticing his youthful face, their expressions relaxed slightly. The young man soon began eating and drinking heartily, paying no attention to the gazes of others. Just as he was finishing his meal, a commotion arose outside. Damn this cursed heat. It's too hot even for traveling. With the 12 linked fort and the 3 rivers alliance at each other's throats, now's the perfect time for us to make a name for ourselves. Exactly. Do you think the 3 of us, the Wu Mountain Trio, could secure a position as elders if we side with the 12 linked fort? 3 men, around 30 years old and armed with weapons, entered the inn. Upon seeing the group of travelers at the center, they hesitated slightly and lowered their voices, opting for a seat at the edge of the hall. Waiter, bring us food and wine. Right away. As Xiao Yu finished serving their food and wine and was about to leave, the lone young man suddenly called out, Waiter. Setting down his cup, he smiled and asked, Do you know someone in town named Han Long? Han Long? Xiao Yu frowned and thought for a moment. I know most of the people in town, but I've never heard of that name. You might want to ask the innkeeper who knows more people than I do. Before Xiao Yu could finish speaking, the leader of the Wu Mountain Trio interjected. Are you talking about that Han Long who killed 13 members of the Qin family a while back? That guy's worse than a beast. Chen Mingyuan treated him like an old friend and kindly took him in, but he repaid the kindness by pretending to be drunk and harassing the women of the Qin family. When Chen Mingyuan caught him in the act, he poisoned all 13 members of the household and fled with their money. If we ever run into that Han Long, we'll make sure he pays dearly for his crimes. His 2 companions immediately chimed in, their faces filled with righteous indignation. Such a despicable person. If we ever run into him, we'll make sure he pays for his deeds. The young man waved his arm with great bravado. Big brother, your swift blade is renowned throughout Dongjiang County. that Han Long would probably be scared out of his wits just hearing the name of the three heroes of Wushan. At that moment, the leader of the Wushan trio noticed the atmosphere in the hall had abruptly turned cold. The once lively crowd of wandering martial artists, who had been drinking and making merry, now had their hands resting on their weapons. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and the two large bowls of wine he had just downed seemed to lose their effect instantly. "What business do you have with Han Long?" A middle-aged man with a ruddy, purplish face stood up in the center of the hall, gripping his weapon as he advanced toward the young man. The other martial artists around him drew their weapons as well, their gazes icy. The young man remained unfazed. He drained the last drop of wine from his jug and replied calmly, "Naturally, I'm here to take his head in exchange for silver." The crowd of martial artists burst into laughter, mocking him. A boy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet dares to play the role of a hired blade? Only the middle-aged man with the ruddy face remained grim, asking coldly, "How did you learn of my whereabouts?" At these words, the second and third members of the Wushan trio nearly fell out of their chairs. The man before them was Han Long, the very individual they had just been speaking of, a man notorious for having killed even a peak 8th grade master like Chen Mingyuan. Their eyes instinctively turned to the young man, who still appeared composed. "I bought the information from Zhongshan Pavilion," the young man replied earnestly. The entire hall was stunned. Zhongshan Pavilion, one of the 6 great organizations in the martial world, specialized in selling intelligence. They maintained a neutral stance, refraining from involvement in the affairs of the 9 major sects, the 6 clans, or the 8 demonic factions, and were held in high regard. However, everyone knew their information came at an exorbitant price. "How much silver did you spend for the information?" Han Long asked coldly. 220 taels, the young man replied. "And how much is the bounty for killing me?" Han Long pressed. 80 taels, the young man answered. Han Long burst into laughter, his eyes filled with disdain. "This deal was destined to be a loss for you from the start." The young man nodded in agreement. "If we're talking strictly about money, then yes, it's a loss. But I'm not like most people. I enjoy killing. Yet I don't want to become a public enemy in the martial world by killing indiscriminately. So, I only target those who deserve to die. Besides, if you happen to have anything valuable on you, combined with the bounty for your head, I might even make a small profit." This declaration left the entire hall in shock. The crowd couldn't help but feel pity for the young man, believing he had come to challenge Han Long out of a sense of justice. They too had once held such youthful ideals, but the harsh realities of life had long since worn them away. "Too bad for you," Han Long sneered. "Not only will you lose the 220 taels you spent on that information, but you'll also lose your life here today. Break his limbs and hang him on the main road as a warning to all those so-called righteous heroes." As Han Long's words echoed through the hall, clang, 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 several cold, gleaming blades were unsheathed simultaneously, aiming directly at the young man's limbs. Following Han Laoda's command, the enforcers clearly intended to cripple him first, then hang him on the main road as a warning. The second and third of the Wushan 3 heroes turned their heads away instinctively, unable to bear the bloody scene about to unfold. But just as they thought the outcome was sealed, a startled cry from their leader made them whip their heads back around. What they saw left them speechless. The young man stood unscathed in the center of the hall, while 5 lifeless bodies lay sprawled around him. Before anyone could process what had happened, the young man's blade flashed again. Its speed was almost imperceptible, sweeping toward the remaining foes like a torrential storm. With 2 muffled sounds, the last 2 of Han Long's men collapsed, fatal wounds blooming on their chests and throats. In a moment of desperation, Han Long let out a thunderous roar. "Ha!" His treasured heaven-splitting blade came crashing down toward the young man's face with the force of a breaking storm. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, striking back just as his opponent's strength seemed to wane. Clang, clang, clang. Blades clashed, sparks flying in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Suddenly, Han Long coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining half his body crimson. Upon closer inspection, his body was riddled with over 10 knife wounds, and blood was gushing from a deep cut on his neck. "Spare me." The heaven-splitting blade fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Han Long futilely clutched at his neck, but the blood continued to pour through his fingers. At last, he collapsed heavily onto the floor, his lifeblood pooling beneath him, dyeing the ground a deep scarlet. A system notification followed. Experience 500. 5 tigers severing blade 1. Xiao Bieli ignored the blood-soaked floor and began searching Han Long's corpse. He found a pouch containing several dozen taels of silver and a few blood-stained banknotes worth 100 taels each. He sighed, uncertain if any bank would still accept such notes. Finally, he placed a few silver ingots on the table and called out to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, time to settle the bill." Outside the inn, the second of the Wushan three heroes struggled to his feet, trembling slightly. Swallowing hard, he asked, "Big brother, who was that?" Han Long couldn't even last 20 moves against him. The leader of the Wushan three heroes stood with his right hand trembling, unable to speak for a moment. The fight they had just witnessed was truly terrifying. In his eyes, Han Long's martial arts were at least 10 times stronger than his own, yet he was defeated so effortlessly by that young swordsman. "Should we still head to the 12-link dock?" the third brother asked in a hushed voice. "Maybe we should just forget about it." Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli galloped swiftly along the official road leading to Tsang County, clutching a head wrapped in Han Long's clothes. Little did he know that his earlier display of skill had already deterred the Wushan three heroes from pursuing their ambitions at the 12-linked dock. System panel. Host: Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, late stage of the 8th grade. Martial arts. Yi Jin Jing 8100. Gale blade technique perfected. Iron shirt technique perfected. Azure wave palm 10100. Black tiger fist 20100. Cloud stepping technique 5100. Micro level mastery of moves. Pending rewards. Copper skin Vajra grip. 5 tigers severing gateblade. Experience points 5120. Looking at the experience points displayed on the system panel, Xiao Bieli smiled with satisfaction. Recently, the 12-linked dock had been at odds with the Three Rivers Alliance. If not for the mediation of the Zhenwu Hall, top-tier experts from both sides might have already been drawn into the conflict. However, Xiao Bieli had no intention of getting involved. While the 12-linked dock was strong, it paled in comparison to the Yuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects. If his identity were exposed, there was a significant risk of being captured and handed over to the sect. In the 1473rd year of the Great Qin Dynasty, the founding emperor, with the unparalleled prowess of a land immortal beyond the first grade, unified the realm. The 9 sects and 6 clans all submitted to his rule. Subsequently, the Zhenwu Hall was established to oversee the martial world. At its peak, even the 9 sects and 6 clans dared not challenge its authority. Although the Zhenwu Hall had not entirely declined in the present day, its influence was no longer as formidable as it once was. The Zhenwu Hall in the 6 counties of Dongjiang Prefecture frequently issued bounty missions, partly due to a shortage of manpower and partly because fugitives were difficult to track. After lying low for 10 days upon arriving in Dongjiang Prefecture, Xiao Bieli copied down the wanted list from the Zhenwu Hall. He had already collected rewards 3 times, and if he delivered Han Long's head this time, he would earn another 80 taels of silver. Each time, he used silver obtained from Wang Tianfu to buy information on fugitives from Jiangshan Pavilion, only targeting those near Dongjiang Prefecture City whom he was confident he could handle. This time, he had traveled 70 miles to kill Han Long, but the rewards were substantial. His experience points surpassed 5,000, and he gained 2 new martial arts techniques. Xiao Bieli dismounted from his horse and found a shaded spot near the small river to rest. Closing his eyes, he focused his mind and silently recited the mental techniques for the 5 tigers, gate-crashing saber, and the mighty Vajra finger. In an instant, the cultivation methods and related experiences of these 2 martial arts surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Moments later, he opened his eyes with a thoughtful expression. So, the 5 tigers gate-crashing saber is actually a superior martial art, ranking even higher than the Gale saber technique. No wonder the Qin family stronghold managed to establish themselves in the martial world with just an incomplete version of this technique. Although his proficiency was only at 5%, he had already gained some insights. For now, however, his mastery of the Gale saber technique at its peak level was sufficient, so there was no immediate need to enhance the 5 tigers gate-crashing saber. As for the mighty Vajra finger, its sheer power was undeniable. Considering that his current weapon was merely an ordinary 100-forged longsword, which could break when facing a skilled opponent, it might be worth improving. But the most urgent priority is still advancing my cultivation level. Xiao Bieli immediately decided to consume 3,000 experience points to enhance the Yi Jin Jing. A warm current surged from his dantian, quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. In the blink of an eye, the final 3 meridians of the 12 regular meridians were cleared, and the immense internal energy continued to circulate through his channels. Suddenly, the Chong meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians was opened, and Xiao Bieli instantly stepped into the early stage of the 7th rank. The internal energy then surged toward the Dai meridian, but unfortunately, it couldn't break through, and the energy within his dantian gradually settled. He checked the information on his status panel. Host: Xiao Bieli. Level: early stage of 7th rank. Martial arts: Yi Jin Jing 11100, Gale saber technique perfected, Iron shirt perfected, 5 tigers gate-crashing saber 5100, mighty Vajra finger 5100, cloud stepping technique 5100, subtle combat techniques, copper skin. Experience points 2,120. After reaching the 7th rank, even 2% proficiency doesn't suffice to advance a minor level. Xiao Bieli frowned, deep in thought. It seems that pushing the Dai Meridian to the limit of the early 7th rank will require at least 1% more of proficiency. The 7th rank was different from the 8th rank. While clearing the 12 regular meridians at the 8th rank took time, only the first meridian posed any real risk, and the rest followed naturally. However, clearing the 8 extraordinary meridians at the 7th rank was fraught with hidden dangers. At best, the energy flow could stagnate. At worst, the meridians could be damaged, permanently halting progress. To reach the midstage of the 7th rank, one would need to successively clear the Chong Meridian, Dai Meridian, and Yang Linking Meridian. Immediately, Xiao Bieli consumed another 1,000 experience points to increase his Yi Jin Jing proficiency to 12,100, leaving him with 1,120 experience points. Once again, a surge of pure internal energy arose in his dantian, and within a few breaths, the Dai Meridian was cleared. Now, only the Yang Linking Meridian stood between him and the midstage of the 7th rank. Phew! Xiao Bieli let out a long breath, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. The results of 7 days of hard work had finally paid off, had successfully broken through to the 7th tier. Glancing at the system panel that displayed the remaining 1,120 experience points, Xiao Bieli pondered for a moment before making up his mind. Use all the points to enhance Tianzong. While I now have a decent balance of offense and defense, my abilities in chasing or escaping still need improvement. Otherwise, if I encounter a true master, I won't be able to fight or flee. That would be a real problem. With the decision made, he immediately felt a heat surge through his legs as a flood of knowledge about Tianzong training poured into his mind, as though he had undergone years of rigorous practice in an instant. Moments later, the proficiency level of Tianzong rose directly to 60,100. This rapid progress took Xiao Bieli by surprise. It seems only internal cultivation requires massive amounts of experience, while other martial arts demand far less. As the Yi Jin Jing advanced once again, a strong foul odor emanated from his body, signaling another minor stage of marrow cleansing. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli jumped into a nearby river to wash off the grime. Only after cleaning himself thoroughly did he remount his horse and head towards the Zhenwu Hall in Dongjiang County. Upon reaching the entrance of Zhenwu Hall, Xiao Bieli dismounted with practiced ease, carrying a bundle wrapped in cloth that contained Han Long's head as he strode inside. Ah, young Hero Shen is here again. One of the hall's officers greeted him with a teasing smile, recognizing Xiao Bieli in his disguised appearance. Your speed in capturing wanted criminals is faster than that of veteran constables. Dongjiang County rarely had many fugitives on the wanted list, and it was usually 10 days or more before anyone came to claim a bounty. Yet, this young man had visited 4 times in just 7 days, each time bringing in the head of a wanted criminal. It was impossible not to take notice. Xiao Bieli placed the bundle on the counter. This is Han Long's head. Ever since arriving in Dongjiang County, he had been operating under the name Xin Lang. It was a name inspired by a character from the wuxia novels of Jin Yong, Gu Long, Huang Yi, and Liang Yuxing that he had loved in his previous life. Compared to Li Xuanhuan, the marksman with unfailing accuracy, or Xiao Feng, the master of the dragon-subduing palm, he admired most the character Xin Lang, a man who accomplished great deeds but quietly faded into the background, as depicted by Gu Long. It really is Han Long's head. Inside the Zhenwu Hall, several skilled martial artists gathered around, scrutinizing the freshly severed head in Xiao Bieli's hand. Han Long had committed numerous atrocities in Song County, attracting many martial experts who sought to bring him down. Yet, no one had expected that he would ultimately meet his end at Xiao Bieli's hands. I've brought the head. Where's the reward? Xiao Bieli asked with a calm tone, a faint smile on his face. Young Master Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll fetch it right away. Shortly after, 80 taels of silver were handed over to Xiao Bieli. He weighed them in his hand, then turned and left Zhenwu Hall. Here, all that mattered was remembering the wanted targets and bringing back the person or their head for the reward. There was no need to formally accept a mission. It was the height of summer, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Located in the southern region of the Great Qin Empire, the city of Dongjiang County, though renowned, had sparse foot traffic on its streets at this time. Xiao Bieli made his way with ease to Baixiang Tower, a century-old establishment well known in Dongjiang County. Even before stepping inside, the lively chatter from within reached his ears. Ah, young master, you're here. Please come in. The waiter greeted him enthusiastically. This particular guest had been visiting frequently in recent days, always ordering the pricey signature dish, Baixiang chicken, which left a lasting impression on the staff. The usual, 1 serving of Baixiang chicken, a pound of beef, 2 side dishes, and a pot of wine, Xiao Bieli said as he chose a seat by the window on the 2nd floor. Outside, the Yuan River flowed serenely, occasionally dotted with small boats gliding by, creating a picturesque scene. Around him were other patrons, many carrying weapons, travelers of the martial world, and wealthy merchants engaged in lively conversations. When the wine arrived, Xiao Bieli drained his cup in one go. Though it couldn't compare to the strong spirits of his previous life, it was still rich and flavorful, at least not the type diluted to cut costs. Have you heard? Yesterday, Chu Bufan, the third elder of the 12 linked strongholds, clashed with Hongguang, the left protector of the Three Rivers Alliance, on the Yuan River. Hongguang even came out on the losing side. Really? Hongguang is a 5th grade expert. So what if he's 5th grade? Our Dongjiang County isn't lacking in skilled fighters. The diners on the second floor were abuzz with discussion, their conversations revolving around the ongoing rivalry between the 12 linked strongholds and the Three Rivers Alliance. These two powerful factions had deep roots in the Man province, their 20-year feud intensifying in recent times. Although even 5th grade experts had become involved, both sides seemed to exercise restraint, as no reports of severe injuries had surfaced so far. In truth, the 12 linked forts and the Three Rivers Alliance have been at odds for so many years that they've developed an unspoken understanding. It's unlikely that a 5th grade expert would risk their life over this. Inside the tavern, a drunken patron suddenly stood up, swaying his wine cup as he loudly proclaimed, "I heard that over at Baun Manor, they're looking for a young man from Linshui County. Anyone who provides information will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, and if you capture him, you'll get 2,000 taels. They say the guy is only at the 8th grade level. If I find him, my life will be set." Xiao Bieli lowered his head, sipping his wine, but his ears twitched ever so slightly. A young man from Linshui County? That was undoubtedly referring to him. As expected, the Changha gang and the Xiao family hadn't given up on pursuing him. 2,000 taels of silver. They were truly sparing no expense. He recalled his days as the second young master of the Xiao family, when his monthly allowance was merely 20 taels, an amount sufficient to support a modest family of 5 for an entire year. Even the wooden chest he had obtained from Wang Tianfu contained only around 2,000 taels in silver notes and a little over 100 taels in loose silver. The drunkard's words sparked a flurry of discussion. Who is this person? Just for providing information, you get 200 taels. Could someone have offended young Master Bai? Who in Dongjiang County would dare cross young Master Bai? They said it's someone from Linshui County, didn't they? Could it be someone the Three Rivers Alliance is after, using Baun Manor's help? Xiao Bieli analyzed quietly. The Three Rivers Alliance had weak roots in Dongjiang County and had recently clashed with the 12 linked forts. If they sent people to search the area recklessly, they would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from the 12 linked forts. Therefore, they must have enlisted Baun Manor to act on their behalf. He carefully observed the drunk man and noticed the clarity in his eye. She was clearly pretending to be drunk. Xiao Bieli had been keeping a low profile these days, only recently starting to take on bounties to improve his strength. With his current appearance and physique drastically different from before, even his uncle from the Xiao family wouldn't recognize him, let alone the people from Baun Manor. It seemed they were trying to flush him out. Still, that Lin Hai truly lived up to his reputation as a disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect had even managed to alarm Baun Manor. Over the past few days, Xiao Bieli had come to understand that the martial underworld in Dongjiang County was far stronger than that of Linshui County. The Three Rivers Alliance, the strongest faction in Linshui, consisted of only 7 or 8 groups, while Dongjiang County had 3 factions comparable to the Three Rivers Alliance: the 12 linked forts, Baun Manor, and the Daoist Sect, with the 12 linked forts being the most powerful. Just then, another voice rang out, "Stop guessing. Baun Manor is searching for someone from a minor family in Linshui County. This person killed his father and dishonored his sister-in-law, horrendous crimes, and fled to our Dongjiang County. I happen to have a portrait from Baun Manor." As he spoke, the man pulled out a portrait from his robe and held it high above his head. Xiao Bieli glanced at it and saw that it depicted his former appearance with about 70% accuracy. Below the portrait was a detailed description. Xiao Bieli, 16 years old, late or peak 8th grade cultivation, skilled in blade techniques, suspected to possess a high-grade inner armor for protection. An uproar of curses erupted from the second floor. 16 years old and already 8th grade, too bad he's a monster. With such talent, he could have been a core disciple of a major faction. A traitor like that, no matter how gifted, no one would dare take him in. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Compared to the online trolls of his previous life, these insults were laughably tame. Though he had the protection of a human skin mask and the size-altering effects of iron shirt, a sense of urgency still welled up within him. The martial strength of this world far surpassed the wuxia tales of Jin Yong, Gu Long, or Liang Yushinjit was more on par with the worlds of Huang Yi or Feng Yun. Who knew if there were any extraordinary tracking techniques out there? He needed to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. After finishing his meal, Xiao Bieli returned to the inn and sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate the Yi Jin Jing. Despite having the system panel at his disposal, he knew that mastery came through diligence, and neglect led to ruin. Success was born of effort, and complacency led to failure. Hard work and consistent practice were the only sure paths forward. Baun Manor, as the top power in Dongjiang County, is located halfway up by Yuan Mountain, 30 miles outside Dongjiang County City. Towering peaks pierce the clouds, shrouded in mist, with a paved bluestone road winding upward through tall, verdant pines and cypresses, leading directly to the manor's gate. At this moment, in an elegant room deep within Baun Manor, Lu Jun was seated across from Zhou Chang, the third master of the manor. Zhou Chang appeared to be in his 40s, exuding a refined and scholarly demeanor. Lin Tiantong, the elder of the Changha gang, sat quietly in a lower seat. Several portraits were spread out on the desk, each accompanied by detailed descriptions. Lu Jun carefully examined them one by one. Among them was a portrait of Shun Lang, with a note beneath it. Shun Lang, origins unknown, skilled in blade techniques, completed 4 bounty missions for Zhenwu Hall within 7 days. Young Master Lu, Zhou Chang began. These are the 8 young blade masters of the 8th rank who have recently appeared in Dongjiang County. There are 9 in total, but none of them is the Xiao Bieli you are seeking. It seems likely that he has already fled Dongjiang County. If he's hiding in some remote mountains or forests, even with the combined efforts of the Daoist Sect and the 12 linked forts, finding him would be nearly impossible. If not for Lu Jun's status as an inner disciple of the Yuan sword sect, Zhou Chang would have given up long ago. An 8th-ranked expert determined to hide was indeed like a needle in a haystack. Lu Jun furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, I understand that finding Xiao Bieli in Dongjiang County is difficult, but this matter concerns senior brother Zhua. He paused briefly before continuing. I have already sent someone back to the Lu family in Qingzhou to retrieve the tracking goo worm. As long as he is still within Dongjiang County's borders, we will find him. If he has already left, there will be no need to trouble you further, Third Master. Consider this matter as the Lu family owing you a favor. Regret filled Lu Jun's heart at this moment. If he had gone directly to the Xiao family instead of the Sanjiang alliance, Xiao Bieli would never have escaped, and Senior Brothers' mission would have been completed. Tracking goo? The term caught Zhou Chang's attention. As a unique creation of the Goo God sect, this 5th-ranked goo worm, though not of high rank, was extremely difficult to refine and far more valuable than ordinary 4th-ranked goo worms. The Goo God sect had long been secluded in the miasma-filled 10,000 mountains, rarely interacting with the outside world. How could the Lu family possess such a thing? What intrigued Zhou Chang even more was the mention of senior brother Zhua. As far as he knew, there was only one core disciple of the Yuan sword sect with the surname Zhua Qingyun, the Four-Direction Sword, ranked 7th on the Dragon Tiger list. A prodigy of the Dragon Tiger list, such a figure had the potential to break through to the 4th-rank Grandmaster realm in the future. To put it into perspective, no one in Dongjiang County had made it onto the Dragon Tiger list in the past 100 years, and across the entire Manzhou region, there were only 4 elusive 4th-rank Grandmasters. At this thought, Zhou Chang's face showed a slight smile. Without further hesitation, he asked, What does young hero Lu want me to do? Lu Jun maintained a calm expression and spoke in an even tone. I need to create some commotion so that senior brother Zhua knows I'm making efforts to resolve the situation. These people have recently appeared in Dongjiang County. I would trouble the 3rd Manor Master to bring them all back. Once I confirm that none of them are Xiao Bieli in disguise, they will naturally be released. Zhou Chang frowned slightly and lowered his voice. There's no need to capture so many people. Even if Xiao Bieli is indeed in disguise, we only need to bring back the 5 whose height, build, and age match. Lu Jun's gaze lingered on Zhou Chang's face for a moment before he gave a slight nod. Then let's go with the 3rd Manor Master's suggestion. However, remember to make it loud and noticeable. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to senior brother Zhua. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli was practicing the Yijin Jing technique. Suddenly, a rhythmic knock sounded at the door. He stood up and opened it, seeing a familiar face Zhu Shou, a skilled fighter from the Zhenwu Hall. The two had crossed paths a few times while taking on bounty missions at the hall. Zhu Shou cupped his fists in greeting. Young hero Shun, sorry to disturb you. Xiao Bieli invited him into the room and closed the door before directly asking, What brings you here, senior? I have a matter I'd like to ask for your help with, Zhu Shou said straightforwardly. Have you heard of the Tianlang stronghold? Xiao Bieli was slightly surprised. The name was indeed well known. The stronghold was located in the mountains 100 miles outside Dongjiang County. Its leader, three-headed wolf Hu Xiong, was a 6th-grade martial artist. While his reputation was significant, the stronghold was infamous for its countless misdeeds. Over the years, despite their notoriety, the Tianlang stronghold had never been eradicated clearly. They had powerful backing. Did the Tianlang stronghold rob something from Zhenwu Hall? Xiao Bieli asked, probing. Zhu Shou shook his head and explained that this time, the stronghold had raided goods belonging to the Ma family and killed their eldest son, Ma Yuan, during the conflict. The Ma family had offered silver to ransom the goods, but their proposal was rejected. Knowing the Ma family patriarch, Ma Mingfeng, personally, Zhu Shou sought reliable assistance. The Tianlang stronghold has a 6th-grade martial artist. I might not be able to handle that, Xiao Bieli replied frankly. Zhu Shou quickly clarified. You won't need to face Hu Xiong. Ma Mingfeng himself is at the peak of the 7th grade and has already enlisted a renowned expert from Dongjiang County. We just need to deal with the others. Ma Mingfeng is willing to pay 500 taels of silver for a reliable 7th grade fighter. Considering your strength in taking down the likes of Han Long and others, this price is very reasonable. When would we act? Xiao Bieli asked. It was indeed a good opportunity. Not only was the reward generous, but it was also a chance to further his martial cultivation. Besides, with Xinwu Hall as backing, even if the stronghold supporter sought revenge, there would be someone to shield him. Tonight, Zhu Shou replied. I've already gathered 7 people. You're the last one. If you're not interested, please keep this confidential. I'll go. Xiao Bieli agreed decisively. I just happen to be out of silver. Zhu Shou's face showed a faintly amused smile. He knew that this young man, who never lost out when taking on bounties at Xinwu Hall, would spend his earnings at Jiangshan Pavilion to buy intelligence. Truly a unique individual. Since that's the case, young hero Shen, why don't you come with me? Zhu Shou suggested. We agreed to meet at the Mountain God Temple outside the city at the end of the hour. The timing should be just right. He took out 2 silver notes from his pocket. Here's an advance of 200 taels. Once we return from Tianlang's stronghold, I'll give you the remaining 300. Xiao Bieli accepted the silver notes, carefully put them away, and quickly packed his belongings. Slinging his long blade onto his back, he left the inn with Zhu Shou. The two mounted their horses and galloped at full speed, reaching the Mountain God Temple in the time it took to burn 1 stick of incense. Pushing open the temple doors, they found the place already crowded with people. These were all Jianghu wanderers, each armed with weapons. At the sound of the door opening, they instinctively reached for their weapons, their eyes sharp with vigilance. But upon recognizing Zhu Shou and the young man he brought along, their tension eased slightly. The group cast curious glances at Xiao Bieli. Although they were puzzled as to why Zhu Shou brought along such a young companion, no one said a word. For these bounty hunters who made their living on risky ventures, as long as they didn't have to face the leader of Tianlang stronghold, the infamous 3-headed wolf Hu Xiong, directly, they were willing to proceed. If things turned sour, they could always retreat early. On the other hand, if they managed to breach the stronghold's treasure vault, there might be some unexpected rewards in store. Xiao Bieli surveyed the scene. Though he had only recently arrived in Dongjiang County and was unfamiliar with the local figures of the Jianghu, he could tell that the number of 7th-rank experts gathered here was rare, even for a place like Lechuan County. Young hero Shan, I hadn't heard of you before in Dongjiang County. You're not a local, are you? Zhu Shou asked suddenly. I'm from Yunzhou, Xiao Bieli replied with a nod. Yunzhou, huh? Zhu Shou trailed off. Born and raised in Dongjiang County, he had never set foot outside of Manzhou in his 40 years and knew next to nothing about Yunzhou. Just as the atmosphere grew a bit tense, the Ma family arrived in a timely manner. One by one, they entered the temple. Xiao Bieli's gaze swept over the group before finally settling on the family head, Ma Rufeng, and the elderly man beside him. The old man was clad in a black combat outfit, his arms long and sinewy, with hands that were a dark, weathered brown. It was clear that his martial prowess was concentrated in those lethal claws. His temples were high and prominent, and his every movement exuded an aura of power and authority. Without speaking a word, his presence alone revealed him to be a 6th-rank expert who had opened his Ren and Du meridians, his inner strength refined into true qi. It's Master Zhang, the primordial hands. Master Zhang. Senior Zhang. The gathered crowd immediately recognized the black-clad elder as none other than the renowned Zhang Zhong, known for his primordial hands. Zhang Zhong merely gave a slight nod, remaining silent. Ma Rufeng glanced around the people gathered in the Mountain God Temple, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Thank you all for coming to lend your strength. Once the task is completed, in addition to the promised silver, there will be a special gift as well. At these words, a flicker of anticipation crossed the eyes of many present. As a renowned medicinal merchant in Dongjiang County, the Ma family's gift was likely to be a rare elixir, an invaluable opportunity for martial artists. In that case, Master Ma, let's set off immediately, someone eagerly exclaimed. With Senior Zhang here to take care of Hu Xiong, what is the mere Skywolf stronghold to us? At this moment, a middle-aged man carrying a sword turned to Zhu Shou, his expression tinged with doubt. Zhu Shou, there are a few individuals from Skywolf stronghold on your Xinwu Hall's bounty list. The reward money. Zhu Shou waved his hand dismissively and interrupted. No problem. This time, I invited everyone here on behalf of Brother Ma. As long as the heads are brought back to Xinwu Hall, the bounty will still be paid. Xiao Bieli noticed that the one asking the question was a swordsman in his early 30s, with a taciturn demeanor. At that moment, Ma Rufeng's tone turned stern as he reminded everyone, let me make it clear up front. If you take the Ma family's money but don't put in the effort, don't expect any more silver afterward. Now, let's set off. Well-reached Sky Wolf stronghold by midnight for a covert operation. The group rode swiftly for 2 hours and finally neared the stronghold. After dismounting, they moved stealthily along a mountain path and soon spotted the fortress hidden within the range of towering peaks. The night was dark and the wind was cold. Sky Wolf's stronghold stood tall and imposing. Its Tunter-high stone walls loomed like a black barrier in the night, and the iron-studded gate exuded an air of menace. Dim lanterns swayed in the wind, while the guards on night watch gripped their weapons tightly, patrolling with vigilance. In the shadows, more bandits lay in wait, like predators ready to pounce. Before Marufeng could issue an order, 2 hired blades quietly broke away from the group, joining Xiao Bieli as they crept toward the hidden bandits. There was only the faint sound of a few soft thuds, and the concealed bandits fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to make a sound. Experience 10. Notifications flashed repeatedly. Once the guards at the stronghold gate were all eliminated, Marufeng clasped his hands toward Zhang Zhong and said, "Senior Zhang, Hu Xiong is yours to handle." Zhang Zhong nodded calmly. "Don't worry. Hu Xiong is nothing worth mentioning." With that, he strode toward the stronghold. Suddenly, dozens of arrows whistled through the air. Zhang Zhong let out a cold snort, spread his fingers, and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The air seemed to explode, shattering all the arrows mid-flight. Intruders in the stronghold. The outer sentries have been taken out. Report to the chief immediately. Alarmed cries erupted within the stronghold, and in an instant, the previously dark mountain fortress was ablaze with light. Xiao Bieli gazed at Zhang Zhong's back, a trace of solemnity flickering in his eyes. True Qi Project Iona skill only a 6th grade master possesses. Truly remarkable. As torches lit up one by one throughout the mountain stronghold, fierce bandits swarmed from all directions, charging straight toward the entrance. Several figures darted swiftly across the rooftops, clearly individuals of exceptional skill. "Charge in," Marufeng decisively commanded. He had originally planned to weaken the forces of the Tianlang stronghold in secret before launching a full-scale assault to ensure Hu Xiong had no chance of escape. However, since their presence was already exposed, a direct attack was now the only option. Zhang Zhong's gaze was sharp as a blade. He let out a thunderous shout, "I'll take on Hu Xiong." Before his words had fully settled, he was already racing toward the 3-headed wolf Hu Xiong, who was charging out from deep within the stronghold. Within moments, the two sides clashed. Hu Xiong sneered wickedly, "So it's you, old Zhang Zhong. Who gave you the nerve to storm my Tianlang stronghold? Tianlang stronghold has committed countless atrocities and killed my nephew from the Ma family. Today will be the day your stronghold meets its end." Zhang Zhong roared in fury as he engaged Hu Xiong in a fierce battle, the sounds of their strikes echoing without pause. By this time, over 100 bandits had surrounded them. Scanning the group, they quickly identified Xiao Bieli as the youngest and seemingly the easiest target. Without hesitation, a dozen of them charged toward him. "Bring it on." Xiao Bieli chuckled and shook his head, eager to test his skills in real combat. He activated his technique, the mighty Vajra finger, which had only 5 proficiency but unleashed a sharp and powerful force. With a loud clang, the bandits' weapons were sent flying by his finger's strike. With the added defense of his perfected iron cloth technique, even with his low proficiency in the mighty Vajra finger, the power was still terrifying. Ordinary bandits found themselves injured with a single strike. Their bones fractured and tendons snapped. In the blink of an eye, only 3 bandits remained, retreating in terror. "Damn it, he's a master." Old Fong couldn't even withstand one of his strikes, and he's at 8th rank. Could this guy be at 7th rank? We picked the wrong target. Useless trash. A cold voice rang out as a middle-aged man dressed in shabby scholar's robes pushed through the crowd. In his hand, he held a severed head, the head of the skilled fighter they had encountered earlier at the mountain temple. "Fifth master. 5th master. This kid is no joke. Be careful," the bandits urgently warned. The 5th master shot a frosty glare at Xiao Bieli. "I don't care how skilled he is. Anyone daring to invade my Tianlang stronghold today will die. That's only if you have what it takes." Xiao Bieli retorted dismissively. As soon as the words left his mouth, both men moved simultaneously. Xiao Bieli thrust out a finger, sending energy rippling through the air, while the 5th master leaped forward, countering with a finger strike of his own. Bang! The forces collided, causing the air to tremble. Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding bandits, the 5th master staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground before he managed to steady himself. Xiao Bieli, on the other hand, remained completely unmoved. What incredible finger strength! The 5th chief's face turned pale, shock evident in his heart. As someone who had just effortlessly killed a 7th grade master, he was caught off guard by this young man's unexpected move. This was completely beyond his expectations. Xiao Bieli said nothing, drawing the long blade from his waist without hesitation. Although the fifth chief's cultivation level was indeed higher, the superior quality of Zhao's Yijin true energy, combined with the fortification of his max-level iron cloth technique, allowed him to overpower his opponent with the precision of his great Vajra finger technique. The blade flashed, swift as a lightning strike. The two were already locked in close combat, and it took less than half a breath for the blade to go from being unsheathed to slashing down. The fifth chief had no way to dodge, and was forced to meet the attack heat with his finger strength. He struck out 9 times in rapid succession, his finger shadows overlapping, each strike powerful enough to leave deep pits in the stone beneath them. But it was all in vain. Just as the 9th finger strike landed, Xiao Bieli's blade accelerated even further. Splurt! Blood sprayed through the air, and 2 severed fingers flew skyward. The fifth chief's scream was cut short as blood gushed from his neck, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Experience 1000. The system notification appeared, though unfortunately, no martial arts techniques dropped. You dare kill the fifth chief? The surrounding bandits shouted in disbelief. Although the outcome of the battle with the first chief was still uncertain, the ruthlessness of this young man left them all shaken. Idiots, I came here to take you all down. Xiao Bieli launched himself into the air with a ladder cloud leap, swooping down on the group of bandits like a great bird. The experience points kept piling up, 10, 100, 500, until the last 8th grade master fell. The remaining bandits scattered in all directions. Xiao Bieli retrieved the swift wind finger manual dropped by the 5th chief, his gaze shifting toward the depths of the mountain stronghold. There, he caught sight of 2 knife-wielding figures sneaking further into the compound. He did not recklessly pursue them. Instead, he found a concealed spot and silently chanted, "Consume 3,000 experience points to upgrade Yijin Jing." A surge of pure true energy coursed through his body, instantly connecting his yang linking and yin linking meridians. His cultivation level advanced directly to the mid-stage of the 7th grade. 7th grade mid-stage. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, feeling the shift in the flow of true energy within him. The more refined energy coursing through his body brought a satisfied nod. Without the assistance of the system panel, relying solely on arduous cultivation, who knows how many years it would have taken to reach this level. Damn it! Those thieves are heading toward the chief's quarters. Stop them! Suddenly, urgent shouts echoed from deep within the mountain stronghold, followed by the sounds of intense fighting. Max out, cloud ladder technique? Xiao Bieli murmured. At the moment, Hu Xiong was entangled with Zhang Zhong, and with both being 6th grade experts, the outcome was uncertain. The current experience points weren't enough to break through to the next minor stage, but perfecting the cloud ladder technique would at least give him a better chance of escaping if Hu Xiong returned. In an instant, a surge of experience related to the cloud ladder technique flooded his mind, and his feet burned with energy. The system panel updated immediately. Martial arts, Yijin Jing 15100, Gale Blade technique perfected, Iron Shirt perfected, Cloud Ladder technique perfected, 5 Tigers Gate Crashing Blade 5100, Great Strength Vajra Finger 5100. Traits, subtle moves, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 330. This venture not only advanced him by a minor stage, but also perfected the Cloud Ladder technique a significant gain. More crucially, with Hu Xiong currently occupied, it was the perfect opportunity to search for treasures in the Heavenly Wolf stronghold. If the situation turned unfavorable, his perfected Cloud Ladder technique would ensure his escape. As the sounds of fighting in the distance began to fade, Xiao Bieli moved stealthily toward the depths of the stronghold. However, after only a few steps, a sudden flash of cold steel sliced through the air from around a corner, aiming directly for his lower body. Xiao Bieli remained unfazed. His long blade flashed out of its sheath, striking back with precision. Clang! The 2 blades collided, sparks scattering in all directions. The assailant gasped softly. It was the same black-clad man who had inquired about the bounty at the Mountain God Temple earlier. He had been waiting here in ambush, confident in his strike, only to have it effortlessly deflected. It's you? Why are you attacking me? Xiao Bieli frowned. Kid, you've got some skill. I underestimated you, the middle-aged man in black said as he retreated cautiously, his eyes full of vigilance. You've been spending lavishly in Dongjiang County, buying information from Jiangshan Pavilion, and taking on bounty tasks. Capturing you would be far more profitable than what the Ma family is offering. Realizing the man planned to flee after his failed ambush, Xiao Bieli sneered. Think you can just leave? The lesson of not flaunting wealth had come too late, had clearly become a target for his money. It wasn't surprising. Mercenaries and assassins lived on the edge, and expecting them to have a moral code was laughable. With a sudden stomp, Xiao Bieli launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging straight at the black-clad man. You're also a 7th grade martial artist. I advise you to show some restraint, or else. Before the man in black could finish his warning, a dazzling flash of blade light overwhelmed him. With a furious roar, his aura surged as he pushed his inner energy to its peak. His long blade, infused with fierce energy, slashed through the air like a torrential downpour, creating an impenetrable defense. Clang, clang, clang. The blades collided multiple times in a split second. A tremendous force traveled up the blade, causing the man in black to feel sharp pain in his right hand gripping the weapon. Sensing danger, he quickly retreated. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shun Lang's long blade slicing toward him at a bizarre angle. In desperation, he halted and raised his blade horizontally to block. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the man in black's long blade shattered. Spare! The plea for mercy never left his lips before his head was sent flying into the air. EXP 1000. Xiao Bieli swiftly searched the corpse, finding 300 taels and silver notes and some loose silver coins. Without hesitation, he advanced deeper into the Wolf Fong stronghold. The deeper he went, the eerier the silence became. There were fewer corpses, and even the sounds of combat had nearly vanished. As he pressed forward, a sudden series of shouts broke the quiet. Damn it! It's a trap. There are experts still in the Wolf Fong stronghold. It's Hu Juexian from the Sanjiang Alliance run. Xiao Bieli recognized one of the voices. It was Zhu Shou. As a 7th grade martial artist at the peak of his level, Zhu Shou's strength was formidable. The panic in his voice immediately put Xiao Bieli on alert. Just how powerful was Hu Juexian from the Sanjiang Alliance? Could he be a 6th grade master? After weighing his options, Xiao Bieli decided to retreat. He had already gained a lot from this mission, and the remaining tasks could be completed later by accepting bounties from the Jinwu Hall. Once he advanced to the 6th grade, he could return to Lechuan County to settle the score with Xiao Fuxing and the Changha gang. He channeled his inner energy and used the cloud ladder technique to sprint downhill at full speed. However, after running just over 100 meters, the sound of something cutting through the air reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw a man in his late 30s wielding a long sword, striking with a single, devastating slash. The brilliant sword light, carrying a biting chill, tore through the air and sent roof tiles flying into the sky. The shattered pieces became deadly projectiles, scattering toward the fleeing crowd. This was a clear sign of externalized inner energia hallmark of a 6th grade master. Screams of agony erupted. 3 7th grade martial artists managed to shatter some of the flying fragments, but they were still struck by pieces imbued with innate energy, coughing up blood as they fell heavily to the ground. Even Ma Rufeng, the head of the Ma family, along with 2 other 7th grade experts, suffered injuries, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Scatter. If we stay together, we'll all die. Zhu Shou shouted. The group immediately split up, each fleeing in a different direction, desperate for a chance to survive. Hu Juexian watched as 6 or 7 figures fled in all directions. Turning to the Sanjiang Alliance fighters behind him, he barked, "What are you standing around for? Go after them. They're all injured and won't get far. Bring them back. Every last one of them." Hu Juexian's face darkened as he strode swiftly in the direction where Zhang Zhong and Hu Xiong were locked in combat. His mind was preoccupied with the plans of the Sanjiang Alliance. To expand their influence into Dongjiang County, they had secretly taken control of the Tianlang stronghold 6 months ago, instructing it to feign allegiance to the 12 linked fortresses while waiting for the right moment to launch a coordinated attack from within and without. Today, he had come to deliver the alliance leader's orders to the 3-headed wolf, Hu Xiong. However, the Ma family had unexpectedly brought Zhang Zhong, the master of the primordial hand, into the fray at this critical juncture. What angered him even more was that Hu Xiong couldn't even handle Zhang Zhong alone, forcing him to clean up the mess. If he failed to eliminate these people, the Tianlang stronghold, a crucial pawn, would lose its value entirely. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng had already fled into the mountains, disappearing into the dense forest almost simultaneously. In this unfamiliar terrain, even Xiao Bieli lost his sense of direction as they rushed forward. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from behind. It was Qiu Kuei, the 2nd in command of Tianlang stronghold, and Yu Wenba, the 3rd in command, hot on their heels. Qiu Kuei's martial skills are on par with mine. Ma Rufeng gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled for breath. He turned to Xiao Bieli and said, "Young hero, we must join forces if we want any chance of survival." Earlier, Ma had sustained internal injuries from being struck by debris, and now, forcing himself to summon energy to flee, he was nearing his limit. He placed his last hope on this young man whom Zhu Shou had invited. Seeing Xiao Bieli remain silent, focused solely on running, a glint of malice flashed in Ma Rufeng's eyes. Suddenly, he struck, his sword emitting a cold gleam as it thrust straight at Xiao Bieli's chest. Injured and aware that he couldn't fend off the pursuers, Ma Rufeng aimed to leave the young man behind to stall Qiu Kuei. With Yu Wenba still in pursuit, he believed he could escape. As for avenging his son's death, it was no longer his priority. He was still in his prime, and he could always father another child. Caught off guard, Xiao Bieli didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he drew his blade and met the lethal strike head. Ma Rufeng was stunned. His attack had been intended as a feint to force the young man back, but now he had no choice but to increase his power from 50 to 80%. In the blink of an eye, Yuan seized the opportunity. His muscular arm swung decisively, releasing dozens of concealed weapons that whistled through the air, cutting off their escape routes. At the same time, Xiao stomped heavily on the ground, leaving deep imprints as he hurled his chained spear toward Xiao Bieli's back. Though the two pursuers had seen through Ma Rufeng's intentions, they were equally baffled by the young man's seemingly reckless and futile response. Clang! Ma Rufeng's long sword struck Xiao Bieli, but instead of the expected spray of blood and torn flesh, a crisp metallic ring echoed through the air. Before Ma could process what had happened, his head was already soaring skyward, his eyes frozen in an expression of disbelief. An exceptional inner armor? Xiao Kui retracted his chained spear, which had just struck Xiao Bieli, his eyes gleaming with greed. Such a defensive treasure was worth far more than any ordinary weapon, at least 1,000 taels of gold. For outlaws like them, a top-tier inner armor was nothing short of an extra life. Second brother, stop wasting time. Take him down now, or we're all in for trouble. Yuan barked, gripping his heavy iron staff with disdain. In his mind, no matter how strong the armor was, it could only defend against blades. One strike from his staff would surely leave the opponent's organs in disarray. I want that armor. I'll give you 3,000 taels afterward, Xiao Kui said coldly. Fine, it's yours. Before the words fully left their mouths, they had already launched their attack. Yuanba's iron staff, weighing over 100 pounds, roared through the air, infused with internal energy, aimed straight at Xiao Bieli's head. At the same time, Xiao Kui's chain spear transformed into a straight lance, sending out 19 flashes of cold light that sealed off all of Xiao Bieli's vital points. You think him an easy target? Xiao Bieli sneered, activating his perfected iron cloth technique. His figure seemed to grow slightly taller, his skin taking on a tough, dark bronze hue, like hardened leather. The chain spear struck his body, producing only a series of metallic clinks, leaving him completely unharmed. Xiao Kui's expression twisted in shock. A master of external training? In that instant, Yuanba's staff descended. Xiao Bieli unsheathed his blade, unleashing his perfected gale blade technique. The dazzling white blade light moved faster than the staff, slicing through it in a single strike. In the blink of an eye, his second slash followed, severing Yuanba's hands cleanly before his head flew into the air. Xiao Kui realized too late that he needed to retreat. Xiao Bieli's blade stormed toward him like a relentless tempest. Sparks flew as the two exchanged dozens of blows. Xiao Bieli had already seen through Xiao Kui's spear techniques and knew the chain spear couldn't penetrate his iron cloth defense. Seizing the moment when Xiao Kui's spear movement faltered, Xiao Bieli struck. A flash of blade light cut through the air, and another head soared upward, accompanied by a crimson-sleeved blade that fell into Xiao Bieli's hand. It all happened so swiftly, as if in the blink of an eye. Xiao Bieli sorted through the spoils of battle and, without lingering, swiftly made his way down the mountain without looking back. An incense stick's time later, Hu Juexian arrived at the scene of the incident, accompanied by Hu Xiong, the three-headed wolf, and 3 7th-grade experts. Hu Xiong was carrying a severely mutilated Zhang Zhong, whose limbs had been cut off. Zhang Zhong was already unconscious. Zhou Song, the 4th leader of Tianlang stronghold, quickly stepped forward to examine the wounds on the 3 corpses. Judging by the blade marks, the assailant's swordsmanship was exceptionally skilled. Ma Rufeng was killed with a single strike, the 3rd leader with only 2 or 3 strikes, while the 2nd leader bore more numerous injuries. Zhou Song drew in a sharp breath. Both Yuanba and Xiao Kui were formidable among 7th-grade martial artists, yet they had been killed while pursuing Ma Rufeng. Who could this mysterious assailant possibly be? Hu Juexian frowned deeply and asked in a low voice, how many managed to escape this time? Hu Xiong replied, according to the prisoners we captured, there were 25 people in total, 7 of whom were brought by Zhu Shou from Jinwu Hall, including Ma Rufeng, who died here, for managed to escape. He angrily kicked Ma Rufeng's head. Tianlang stronghold is a lost cause. If not for Hu Juexian's timely arrival, even I might not have made it out of here alive. Hu Juexian turned his calm gaze to Hu Xiong. What's done is done. Come with me to Linshui County. Since you've chosen to join the Sanjiang Alliance, the alliance leader will not treat you unfairly. Hu Xiong nodded silently. Given the current situation, he had no other choice. Staying in Dongjiang County would only lead to death. However, with Tianlang stronghold suffering such heavy losses, 3 of the 5 leaders dead there, standing within the Sanjiang Alliance would undoubtedly diminish. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli had already reached the edge of the official road. Mounting a horse he had prepared in advance, he rode swiftly for dozens of miles before finally feeling a bit more at ease. Despite his mastery of iron shirt and wearing a superior-grade inner armor for protection, he had no intention of confronting 6th-grade experts hidden for the time being. Fortunately, this trip had been quite rewarding. Xiao Bieli glanced at his system panel. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation. Mid-7th grade. Martial arts. Yi Jin Jing 15100. Gale blade technique perfected. Iron shirt perfected. Cloud stepping technique perfected. 5 tigers severing gate blade 5100. Mighty Vajra finger 5100. Subtle mastery of movements. Copper skin. Light as a swallow. Experience points. 3330. Red sleeve blade. Ready to claim. Dusk Rain and the red sleeve blade. I never expected to gain such a treasure from killing a peak 7th grade expert. Xiao Bieli mused to himself. Having been in this world for quite some time, he was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. Most people in the martial world wielded ordinary weapons, but only those legendary weapons capable of cutting through metal and jade were deemed worthy of prestigious names, akin to the renown of their wielders in the Jianghu. In the martial world, weapons renowned across an entire region are referred to as famed weapons. However, there are exceptions sometimes. An ordinary weapon can gain fame solely due to the extraordinary skill of its wielder. The red sleeve blade, once the personal weapon of Su Mengzhen, the former leader of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower in his past life, was of a quality far superior to any famed weapon within the Dongjiang region. Xiao Bieli unhesitatingly uttered the word extract. Instantly, a moderately short blade appeared in his hand. The blade's body gleamed with an eerie crimson hue, while its edge was as transparent as crystal. As his fingertip lightly touched the blade, a bone-chilling cold surged into his palm. Swish! With a flash of the blade, Xiao Bieli gently jabbed at a tree trunk as thick as a person's thigh. The tree collapsed instantly, its cross-section smooth as a mirror. What a blade! Xiao Bieli thought to himself. If he had obtained the red sleeve blade earlier, dealing with Qiu Kuei would have been far less troublesome. Just a single strike would have severed his chain spear, leaving Qiu Kuei weaponless and with no chance of escape. He then used 3,000 experience points to enhance the Yi Jin Jing technique. The proficiency of Yi Jin Jing increased to 18,100, and a surge of pure inner energy coursed through his body, rushing toward the Yin Xiao Meridian. In an instant, the Yin Xiao Meridian was unblocked, and he successfully advanced to the late stage of the 7th rank. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Bieli felt the increase in his true energy, which had grown by 30%. The journey to the Heavenly Wolf stronghold had been highly rewarding. Not only had he advanced 2 minor levels, but he had also perfected the Tiyun Zong technique. However, the gap to the 6th rank remained significant. Deciding to use his remaining experience points, he focused on enhancing the Great Strength Vajra finger technique. Considering that the Baun Manor was currently searching for skilled blade users, mastering an additional technique would always be advantageous. With his current true energy paired with the power of his maxed out iron cloth technique, the Great Strength Vajra finger would be sufficient to handle any 7th rank expert. Yet, after investing 300 experience points, the Great Strength Vajra finger's proficiency only increased by 3 points, reaching 8,100. This surprised him. Previous techniques like Gale Saber Art had gained 5 points of proficiency per 100 experience points. Could it be that the Great Strength Vajra finger was of a higher grade? By now, the sky was beginning to brighten. Xiao Bieli mounted his horse and galloped toward Dongjiang City's walls. As the city came into view, the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly echoed from behind. Turning back, he saw Zhu Shou and another swordsman approaching in disarray. The swordsman was covered in blood on one side of his body, his arm hanging limply, clearly broken. Zhu Shou was in slightly better condition, but looked deathly pale. Seeing Xiao Bieli unharmed, Zhu Shou's face was filled with shock. Young Master Shen, you're all right? If he hadn't witnessed Shen Lang take down the 5th leader of the Heavenly Wolf stronghold himself, he might have suspected the man of being connected to the Sanjiang alliance. Xiao Bieli explained, luckily, I was only on the outskirts. When I heard Senior Zhu's warning, I withdrew immediately and avoided pursuit. What about you and the others? Zhu Shou's face darkened, and he sighed. The Heavenly Wolf stronghold has colluded with the Sanjiang alliance. I'm afraid the others are in grave danger. I don't know what became of Senior Zhang Zhong. We only managed to escape because Hu Ju went to assist Hu Xiong. Otherwise, facing 2 6th rank experts, Senior Zhang Zhong likely wouldn't have. It's my fault that you all got involved this time. In the future, if there's any worthwhile bounty from the Jinwu Hall, I'll inform you both right away, Zhu Shou said with a guilty expression, clasping his hands toward Xiao Bieli and another swordsman. This isn't your fault, Brother Zhu. No one could have expected that Tianlang stronghold was colluding with the Sanjiang alliance, the swordsman replied, waving his hand dismissively. Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement. The 12 linked forts are the dominant power in Dongjiang County. Once news of Tianlang stronghold's collusion with the Sanjiang alliance spreads, Hu Xiong won't even be able to stay in Dongjiang County, let alone come to the city to trouble us. After returning to the city, the severely injured Zhu Shou went straight back to Jinwu Hall to recover. As a representative of the imperial forces, Jinwu Hall was the safest place in the entire Dongjiang County city. Even the 12 linked forts wouldn't dare act recklessly there. Though Xiao Bieli wasn't injured, he still took 2 days to rest. He had rented a small, secluded courtyard for just 20 taels of silver per year. On the third day, he headed to Baixianglu for a meal. As soon as he stepped through the door, a familiar waiter greeted him warmly. Young Master Shin? The usual? Xiao Bieli nodded in acknowledgement and headed straight to the second floor. It was noon, and almost every seat upstairs was taken. He found an empty spot and sat down. Shortly after, the waiter brought over a pot of fine Huadiao wine. Pouring himself a cup, he drank it down in one gulp. Though it couldn't compare to the distilled spirits of his previous life, the rich grain aroma paired with the spicy kick, combined with the lively chatter of the martial guests, had its own unique charm. Taverns were always hubs for information. While most of the chatter was trivial gossip, occasionally, useful tidbits could be overheard. Did you hear? The 12 linked forts sent people to Tianlang stronghold, but the place was completely deserted. Tianlang stronghold colluding with the Sanjiang alliance is a disgrace to the martial world of Dongjiang County. Those bandits only care about money. They don't care about regional loyalties. Not long ago, several young experts from other counties were invited by Baun Manor, but they haven't been seen since. Sure, keep your voice down. What do you think Baun Manor is capturing people for? What else? They probably suspect they're impersonating that Xiao Bieli from Linshui County. Hearing mentions of Baun Manor and his own name, Xiao Bieli's interest was piqued. While he could gather information through Jiangshan Pavilion or Jinwu Hall, the more he knew, the more likely he was to leave traces. For now, under the guise of Shenlang, his display of 7th rank strength in the battle at Tianlang Stronghold should keep Baun Manor from suspecting him in the short term. Over time, Songyuan's sword sect would likely abandon their pursuit altogether. A young, fiery swordsman suddenly slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Even so, how can you justify killing innocent people?" The elderly man beside him quickly shoved a piece of meat into the young man's mouth and smiled apologetically at the onlookers. "My grandson is young and impulsive, and he's had too much to drink. Surely, Baun Manor has its reasons for acting this way." The second floor of the tavern was bustling with chatter, yet no one dared to speak too loudly. Someone whispered, "What Baun Manor did is indeed wrong. All this just to find Xiao Bieli, and now it's cost 7 or 8 lives. Such behavior. Humph." Before the person could finish, the entire floor fell into silence. Baun Manor, with its 3 generations of heritage, was a powerful force in the martial world of Dongjiang County. Few would dare provoke them. Xiao Bieli listened quietly to the murmurs around him, his mind racing. "I don't understand Baun Manor's methods. If they really wanted to find someone, shouldn't they investigate discreetly? Stirring up such a commotion, are they trying to make sure I go into hiding? If I leave Dongjiang County because of this, I'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack." He quickly finished the food on his table, called for the waiter to settle the bill, and left the tavern. Not long after stepping out of Baixiang Tavern, he sensed at least 3 or 4 pairs of eyes following him. Without betraying any emotion, he continued to stroll leisurely toward the small courtyard he was renting. Are they from Baun Manor? Could they already suspect me? Xiao Bieli thought, his guard up. But I'm only 17. They shouldn't be on to me this quickly. Despite his wariness, he maintained a calm demeanor. Baun Manor was a powerful family with a 5th-grade martial expert among their ranks. If they wanted to make a move, escaping unscathed would be no easy feat. When he reached the courtyard gate, he saw 2 men waiting there. One of them was Wang Yuan, the blade-wielding escort who had previously traveled with Zhu Shou. Although Wang Yuan's complexion had improved, it was clear his injuries hadn't fully healed. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, Wang Yuan immediately stepped forward and greeted him with a cupped fist. "Young hero Shun." He then gestured to the man beside him. "This is Lu Dali, the head escort of Weixin Escort Agency. He's here specifically to seek your assistance." Lu Dali also greeted him with a cupped fist and said, "I originally intended to ask Brother Wang to take on an escort mission, but since he was injured a few days ago, I thought I'd turn to you instead, young hero Shan." Xiao Bieli furrowed his brow in confusion. Weixin Escort Agency is quite a renowned agency in Dongjiang County. Why would you need me to help with an escort mission? Lu Dali chuckled and explained, "The situation is a bit unusual. We used to take the water route, which allowed us to transport a large amount of goods quickly. However, ever since the 12 linked forts clashed with the 3 Rivers Alliance, the waterways have been blocked. We've had to switch to land routes. And with Dongjiang County being so chaotic recently, even the Ma family has suffered misfortune. All the merchants now require escort agencies to guard their goods. Not just Weixin Escort Agency, every escort agency is overwhelmed." Only then did Xiao Bieli understand. Traveling by land was indeed more time-consuming and labor-intensive. A journey that would take 2 or 3 days by water could take 6 or 7 days by land. The longer the journey, the higher the risk of encountering trouble. The destination this time is Lechuan County in Dongjiang Prefecture, a journey that will take 6 days. Lu Dali pulled out a bulging pouch of money from his chest, and handed it to Xiao Bieli. The heavy weight of the pouch was quite striking. "This is the deposit," Lu Dali said. "The other half will be paid upon our return." With the reputation of Weixin escort agency, things rarely go wrong. "We've asked young Hero Shun to accompany us on this mission as a precaution. If your skills are truly needed, the payment will double." Xiao Bieli weighed the pouch in his hand. The heft of several dozen taels of silver made him nod subtly. Although it wasn't as generous as the reward Ma Rufeng had offered to deal with the Tianlang stronghold, considering this was just an escort mission to Linshui County with relatively low risk and difficulty, the payment was indeed quite reasonable. Seeing Xiao Bieli hesitate, Wang Yuan quickly leaned in and whispered, "Weixin Escort Agency has extensive connections in Dongjiang Prefecture. Building a relationship with them could greatly benefit young Hero Shun in acquiring training elixirs and medicinal herbs in the future." Wang Yuan understood well that Shenlang, despite his youth, had an extraordinary background. He had witnessed Shenlang kill the fifth leader of the Tianlang stronghold in just a few moves. Later, when over 20 members of the Sanjiang alliance attacked, only 4 survived. Wang Yuan and Zhu Shou had barely escaped with their lives, while Shun Lang emerged completely unscathed, his strength far surpassing expectations. "All right, they'll take this mission," Xiao Bieli agreed calmly. Since he had already noticed someone secretly following him, it was clear that Baun Manor still harbored doubts about him. Using the reputation of Weixin Escort Agency to temporarily leave the area seemed like a good opportunity. More importantly, Lichuan County was precisely where he wanted to go. Though he had never met the original owner's father since crossing over, the man had died saving him, and this blood debt had to be settled. While the mighty Canghuan sword sect was beyond his reach for now, dealing with someone like Xiao Fuxing, a mere 7th-grade cultivator, should not be too difficult. "Meet at the East Gate tomorrow morning," Lu Dali said with a smile. "See you then, Brother Shen." Meanwhile, within Baun Manor. "Third Manor Lord, this isn't enough of a stir," Lu Jun said discontentedly to Zhou Chong. Although Zhou Chong had already caused 7 or 8 deaths over this period, they were all nobodies, and the impact was far from sufficient. Zhou Chong frowned deeply. 7 or 8 people have already died. If we continue, even the Manor Lord might grow dissatisfied. Despite their faction holding a significant position within Baun Manor, they were not the ultimate authority. If not for the Manor Lord knowing that Zhou Chong was working for the Canghuan sword sect, these unexplained deaths would have already raised questions. "Third Manor Lord." Lu Jun shook his head. "The tracking goo will arrive soon. I still need you to stir up a bit more trouble for me. This is the last time," Zhou Chong said with a frown, his gaze resolute. "Those two have already been confirmed not to be Xiao Bieli. Huang Yiping is the apprentice of Lu Zhao, the Thunderblade, and Shun Lang's martial arts skills are at least mid-level 7th rank, possibly even late 7th rank. Although they both use blades, Xiao Bieli is only 17 years old and couldn't possibly possess such strength." Lu Jun waved dismissively, unconcerned. "Lu Zhao, the Thunderblade, is merely at the early stage of the 6th rank. Third Manor Lord, just take action. If Lu Zhao dares to come down the mountain, once the Lu family's experts arrive, someone will deal with him. Killing the apprentice of a renowned 6th rank expert is just me doing my part to make amends. As for Shen Lang, we'll take care of him along the way. Young Master Lu, this really has to be the last time," Zhou Chong said in a low voice. "Otherwise, I won't be able to handle the consequences." The next morning, Xiao Bieli arrived at the eastern city gate early. After waiting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a sizable caravan emerged from the gate. The group consisted of the caravan's 30 or so members, along with nearly 20 bodyguards, including Lu Dali, making the total number close to 50. "Brother Shen, over here," Lu Dali called out to Xiao Bieli from a distance. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Members of the group cast curious glances at the young expert, clearly surprised by how young Lu Dali's hired help appeared to be. "This journey will be relying on you, young Hero Shun," the caravan leader, Manager Qin, said with a respectful bow. Although he had some reservations about Xiao Bieli's age, the endorsement from the reputable escort bureau, combined with the presence of 2 7th-rank experts and the caravan's own 7th-rank guard, reassured him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the caravan set off. Xiao Bieli rode behind the group, acting as the rear guard. Before long, the only female bodyguard, Cheng Min, urged her horse closer to his. She was dressed in a fitted martial artist's outfit, her long hair tied back, and her features were strikingly beautiful. "Hey, why did Uncle Dali ask you to join this trip?" Cheng Min asked. Xiao Bieli noticed that several of the younger bodyguards immediately turned their attention toward them. "Someone recommended me," Xiao Bieli replied simply. Cheng Min leaned in slightly and lowered her voice. "I heard you were at the battle with the Tianlang stronghold a few days ago. Is it true that a 6th-rank expert was involved? I also heard that Senior Zhang Zhong, the mysterious hand, disappeared." "I did hear about his disappearance," Xiao Bieli nodded, "but I'm not sure about the details. I didn't see him when I came down the mountain." Cheng Min pouted. "You don't seem to know anything." At that moment, The hearts of several young bodyguards who secretly admired Cheng Min shattered, as they had never seen the usually aloof young lady display such a lively expression. The caravan proceeded along the main road, intending to reach the next county by the end of the day. However, before half the day had passed, the sky was covered with dark clouds, threatening a heavy downpour at any moment. Escort leader Liu, we can't go on like this, Manager Qian said with a worried expression. These goods are dyes and fabrics, they can't get wet. This shipment represented a third of his wealth, and although precautions had been taken to waterproof the cargo, he couldn't risk it in a torrential downpour. Don't worry, Manager Qian, Lu Dali said with a grin. It's probably just a passing shower. There's an abandoned temple ahead. Though it's been deserted for over a decade, it should still provide decent shelter from the rain. Let's head there to wait out the storm and continue once it clears. The rundown temple Lu Dali mentioned was reached quickly. Originally consisting of 5 or 6 rooms, time had not been kind to it, leaving only a barely intact main hall capable of providing shelter from the elements. Move the goods into the main hall first, Manager Qian commanded while glancing at the gloomy sky. The caravan members worked swiftly, unloading the goods from the carts and carrying them into the hall in no time. A loud rumble of thunder cracked through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour of rain as large as beans. Standing beside Xiao Bieli, Lu Dali spat on the ground, muttering, "Damn weather." The rain showed no sign of letting up. Half an hour passed, and Manager Qian frowned deeply. What was supposed to be a 6-day journey might now stretch to 8 or 9 days because of this delay. At least the goods stayed dry. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats came from outside the temple. A guard stationed at the entrance called out loudly, "Manager, someone's coming." Could it be a scout from a band of mountain bandits? Manager Qian asked, furrowing his brow and looking at Lu Dali. Lu Dali shook his head. In this weather, this is the only place around to take shelter. Judging by the sound, it's just one person on horseback. No need to worry. Besides, we're still within Dongjiang County, and the name of Weishin Escort Agency carries weight here. Before he finished speaking, a lean, black-clad swordsman appeared at the temple entrance. He looked to be about 23 or 24, draped in a straw rain cape and soaked to the bone. After glancing at the group briefly, he wordlessly tied up his horse, found a corner to shelter from the rain, and began eating a soggy piece of bread he pulled out. Lu Dali approached him with freshly toasted rations in hand. "Friend, in the chief escort of Weishin Escort Agency. This is warm and fresh if you don't mind." The man in black didn't even glance at him, continuing to chew on his drenched bread. What a strange guy. Cheng Min whispered softly to Xiao Bieli. Lu Dali didn't take offense. After all, it was wise to be wary of food offered by strangers when traveling. The rain began to ease, but just then, another set of hoofbeats, this time much louder and more hurried, approached rapidly. This commotion was clearly different, with at least 6 or 7 horses and the sound of people trudging through muddy terrain. Lu Dali's brows furrowed as he exchanged a glance with his men. Understanding his signal, all members of the Weishin Escort Agency, except for Cheng Min, instinctively placed their hands on their weapons. "Damn it! Lucky this temple is still here, we're soaked to the bone." A gruff voice bellowed from outside. "Let's get inside, dry off and warm ourselves up." Hearing this, Manager Qian's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Seemed they weren't here for trouble. As the group filed into the dilapidated temple's courtyard, the scene before them made Lu Dali's heart tighten. The main hall was already packed with people seeking shelter from the rain. The burly man leading the crowd swept his cold gaze around and arrogantly declared, "This place is now reserved for Feiying's stronghold. Everyone else leave." As the head of Weishin Escort Agency, Lu Dali was well aware of the unspoken rules of the martial world. Forcing a smile, he tossed over a heavy pouch of silver. "I am Lu Dali from Weishin Escort Agency. Our goods cannot be exposed to the rain. Please grant us some leniency. Consider this silver as compensation for tea. Well, vacate the space as soon as the rain stops." In Dongjiang County, the name of Weishin Escort Agency usually carried weight. But this time, the burly man weighed the silver pouch in his hand, a flash of disdain flickering in his eyes. What was more unsettling was the way his gaze lingered on Cheng Min. Out of respect for Weishin Escort Agency, you can leave once the rain stops, but the woman stays. Xiao Bieli keenly sensed that while these men appeared to covet Cheng Min, their eyes constantly darted toward him. People from Baun Manor? He thought, sighing inwardly. It seemed he had brought trouble upon Weishin Escort Agency. The young escorts from Weishin Escort Agency could no longer hold back, drawing their weapons one by one. Only Lu Dali and the senior escorts looked grave, understanding that the other party had come prepared. Suddenly, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Cheng Min drew her sword. The blade flashed like lightning, aiming straight for the burly man's brow. He didn't dodge. His snake-like claw reached for her wrist. But before he could succeed, a crimson blade light streaked through the air. No one saw exactly how Xiao Bieli drew his blade. All they heard was a blood-curdling scream as the burly man's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Before he could finish shouting, "Attack them!" his head was already soaring into the air. As the system notification experience 1000 appeared, the two sides clashed in a chaotic melee. But Xiao Bieli moved like a phantom, each strike of his blade claiming a life. Notifications like Experience 10 and Experience 500 flashed incessantly. The skilled escorts and guards of the caravan barely had time to react, watching in stunned silence as enemy after enemy fell to Xiao Bieli's blade. To him, they were nothing more than walking experience points. Though he had no desire to become a reviled demon, anyone who dared to oppose him would end up as nothing more than fodder for his growth. "That's incredible," exclaimed one of the guards from the Weixin escort agency in astonishment. The red-sleeved blade in Xiao Bieli's hand swung like the scythe of death, claiming a life with every stroke. The crimson blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight, and the more bandits fell, the brighter the blood-stained blade became. Cheng Min, who had retreated to the side, watched with shining eyes. Even the silent, black-clad swordsman, who had been quietly chewing on a damp pancake, stood up, a flicker of battle intent surfacing in his gaze, though he did not make a move. "He's tough. Master Qiao is dead quick. Call for the two envoys. We can't hold them off. If the envoys don't step in, we're all going to die." Amid the chaos, several more flashes of the blade streaked through the air. With muffled thuds, a few more bandits fell lifeless to the ground. A system notification chimed. Experience 100. Damn it. Fight him to the death. Kill. Enraged by the sight of their comrades falling one after another, two bandits at the peak of the 8th rank could no longer hold back. They charged at Xiao Bieli aggressively from both sides, one wielding a blade, the other an axe, their weapons howling through the air. The red-sleeved blade traced two graceful arcs, and blood blossomed simultaneously on the chests of the two bandits. They collapsed heavily to the ground. Experience 500. Experience 500. At that moment, two figures leapt into the courtyard from outside. Their blades flashed relentlessly, launching a storm of attacks at Xiao Bieli like a torrential downpour. "It's the two leaders from Guzi Ridge," exclaimed Kong Tong, a 7th-rank expert from the Weixin escort agency, his face turning pale. As one of the agency's top 6 experts, he clearly remembered these two and their connection to Baun Manor. "If Brother Shin can't hold them off, Old Kong, we'll join forces," Lu Dali murmured in a low voice, his expression grave. The martial skills of these two were clearly above his and Kong Tong's. Without the presence of young hero Shun, this escort mission would likely have ended in disaster. "Bring it on." A cold gleam flickered in Xiao Bieli's eyes. These two peak 7th-rank experts were indeed targeting him. If he hadn't recently broken through to late 7th rank at Tianlang Stronghold, he would have had to rely on his golden silk armor and ironcloth technique to withstand such an onslaught. But with so many eyes watching, he couldn't afford to reveal too many of his trump cards. Facing the ferocious storm of blade strikes, Xiao Bieli neither dodged nor retreated. In an instant, the red-sleeved blade slashed 19 times in succession. With a series of metallic clangs, the two bandits' expressions changed dramatically. Their blades snapped in two. The crimson blade did not lose momentum, slicing cleanly through their hands that gripped the weapons. Blood sprayed into the air as their agonized screams pierced the sky. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a crimson flash of the blade streaked through the air. Thud, thud. Two heads soared skyward, blood splattering across the ancient temple's walls. As the storm subsided, a faint ray of sunlight broke through, casting its glow over the gruesome scene. A system notification promptly appeared. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. 13 Guardians Iron Body Skill 1. Another defensive technique? Xiao Bieli thought with delight. In this perilous world of martial arts, survival depended either on overwhelming strength or exceptional agility, and defense only then could one retreat unscathed in dire moments. The remaining 3 bandits were paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, unable to even beg for mercy. Xiao Bieli glanced over at them. Seeing that they were merely one 9th-grade fighter and 2 unranked lackeys, he decided not to waste further effort. His current experience points had reached 6490, and he wasn't in a rush to gather the remaining 120 points. As the remaining bandits were tied up by his men, Lu Dali approached Xiao Bieli and shopkeeper Qian. Lowering his voice, he said, "The bandits from Guzi Ridge seem to have connections with the 3rd master of Baun Manor. They might be targeting us. To avoid complications, we should leave immediately." At the mention of Baun Manor, shopkeeper Qian grew visibly anxious. "What should we do? I still need to return to Dongjiang County for business." Lu Dali reassured him. "Don't worry, shopkeeper Qian. The martial world has its own rules. Your merchant guild isn't part of the martial world's factions. If Baun Manor dares to act, the Zhenwu Hall will certainly intervene." He then turned to Xiao Bieli. "Brother Shen, I fear you've been dragged into this. But rest assured, Baun Manor doesn't hold absolute power in Dongjiang County. Our chief escort has strong ties with Elder Chu of the 12 linked fortresses. As long as you stay with Weixin Escort Agency, you'll be safe. Xiao Bieli nodded in gratitude, moved by the warmth of human kindness. With Lu Dali's position in the Weixin Escort Agency, even a minor report to the chief escort would surely strain relations between their agency and Baun Manor, should the latter fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. There's no need to thank me, Lu Dali said sincerely. If it weren't for your swift intervention, our agency would have suffered greatly. Let me interrogate those men first. Once shopkeeper Qian has loaded the goods, we'll set off immediately. The longer we stay here, the less comfortable I feel. After loading the goods, the caravan resumed its journey. Shopkeeper Qian, filled with gratitude, pulled out 5 silver notes, each worth 100 taels, from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Bieli. Young hero Shun, I owe you so much for your help this time. Without you, I would have lost my life savings. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Xiao Bieli waved his hand, politely declining. There's no need for this, shopkeeper Qian. Since I agreed to Brother Lu's escort mission, he has already paid me. I cannot accept this silver. He thought to himself. The silver notes seized from the 7th rank experts of Tianlang Stronghold had already made his purse quite full, and besides, these villains were targeting him in the first place. An hour later, 2 figures appeared in an abandoned temple. Lu Jun frowned slightly as he observed the scattered corpses. Such swift and precise strikes. This Shun Lang's martial skills are indeed extraordinary. Despite being an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect and a peak 7th rank expert, he admitted to himself that he couldn't achieve such efficiency. Lin Tiantong, the grand elder of the Changha gang, sighed and said, "It seems Shen Lang is indeed not Xiao Bieli. This man has an extraordinary background, so it's unwise to act rashly for now. Moreover, you've already killed Huang Yiping with your own hands. Lu Zhao of the Fenglai Blade sect will likely seek an explanation from Baun Manor." Humph. Lu Jun snorted coldly. What is Lu Zhao to me? He's only considered a figure of note among you barbarians. The experts of my Lu family will soon arrive. Let's see if he dares to demand an explanation. He then turned to give an order. Their destination is Lachuan County. Go back and have Sun Changha take care of Shen Lang. The person I want dead must not live. Although Lin Tianong was displeased by the term barbarians, he remained silent, knowing that the Lu family was not only as powerful as the Sanjiang Alliance, but was also backed by one of the 9 great sects, the Zhongyuan sword sect. By nightfall, the caravan stopped to rest in a small town. After dinner, Xiao Bieli returned to his room. He opened the system interface. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, late 7th rank. Martial arts, Yijin Jing 18100. Gale blade technique perfected. Iron shirt perfected. Cloud stepping technique perfected. 5 tigers door cleaving blade 5100. Great strength Vajra finger 8100. Mastery of techniques, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 6490. 13 Guardians Body Refinement available for claim. Claim the 13 Guardians Body Refinement. Xiao Bieli silently commanded in his mind. In an instant, a torrent of cultivation techniques surged into his mind, and a unique energy began to stir within his body. So that's how it is, he murmured to himself. The 13 Guardians Body Refinement generates a special force hidden within the skin and muscles. It not only blocks blades and swords, but also resists internal energy. It's indeed superior to the iron shirt. Looking at the remaining 6,000 experience points, he decisively said, spend 3,000 experience points to upgrade the Yijin Jing. With a roaring surge, pure internal energy erupted within him, instantly clearing his Yang Qiao meridian. The pinnacle of the 7th rank had been reached. The system panel instantly unfolded before Xiao Bieli's eyes. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, 7th rank peak. Martial arts. Yijin Jing 21,100. Gale blade technique perfected. Iron shirt perfected. Cloud stepping art perfected. 5 tigers severing the gate blade 5100. Great Vajra finger 8100. Traits. Mastery of techniques, copper skin, agile as a swallow. Experience points, 3490. Xiao Bieli took a deep breath, mentally calculating how to utilize the 3000 plus experience points. Advancing even a minor level within the 7th rank required 3,000 experience points, making it clear that his current points were insufficient to unblock any of his meridians or break through to the 6th rank. More importantly, the Baun Manor had already set its sights on him. Instead of hoarding experience points in hopes of a breakthrough, it was better to enhance his other martial arts comprehensively. He vividly remembered that during his time at Tianlang Stronghold, it was his mastery of perfected martial arts that allowed him to easily defeat warriors of the same rank. Just the iron shirt alone had given him a significant advantage. Naturally, the 13 Grand Guardians Body Refinement was not to be overlooked. Let's start with the 13 Grand Guardian's body refinement. Xiao Bieli murmured to himself, spending 100 experience points. In an instant, a warm current coursed through his skin and muscles, continuously tempering his physique. His outer layer gradually toughened, becoming as resilient as cowhide. The system displayed 13 Grand Guardian's body refinement 10100. This rate of improvement made Xiao Bieli's eyes light up. It was as efficient as the iron shirt, with every 100 experience points increasing proficiency by 5. It was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Without hesitation, he poured all his experience points into perfecting the 13 Grand Guardian's body refinement. As the experience points were consumed, Xiao Bieli felt a fiery sensation throughout his muscles and fascia. His blood surged, and a powerful force seemed ready to burst out of him, only to settle seamlessly into his body. With most of his experience points depleted, Xiao Bieli turned his focus to enhancing other martial arts. 300 points for the Great Vajra Finger and 1,200 points for the 5 Tigers severing the gate blade. The accumulated knowledge and training experience of both techniques flooded into his mind, as though he had spent months practicing them. When the surge of comprehension gradually subsided, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and thought to himself, the 5 Tigers severing the gate blade truly lives up to its reputation. No wonder even Morong Fu used it in battle. Compared to the Gale Blade technique, it's undoubtedly a tier above. If I can master it to perfection, my blade skills will undoubtedly reach new heights. Unfortunately, the Qin family stronghold lacked the aptitude to fully pass down its most critical moves. But what I've obtained is the complete 5 Tigers severing the gate blade. Early the next morning, the caravan set off again. Although the journey was free from the trouble of rain, it was slightly delayed twice by mountain bandits blocking the way. Fortunately, the reputation of the Weixin escort agency came in handy. With some negotiation and a small payoff, they managed to pass without incident. After all, the caravan was large, and with several 7th-rank experts present, the bandits who were only after money had no desire to escalate to violence. To Xiao Bieli's slight disappointment, there was neither any sign of activity from Baun Manor, nor any opportunities to gain experience along the way. Brother Shin, we're almost at Lechuan County, Lu Dali said with a meaningful smile, winking at Xiao Bieli. The goods will take a day to unload, so tonight, let me take you out for some fun? Sure. Xiao Bieli agreed readily. He thought back to the original owner's life in the Xiao family. Although he received a decent monthly allowance, he never had the means to spend it in such places. Moreover, with strict discipline at home, visiting establishments like that would have earned him a beating. Remembering how the original owner's father treated him well, contrasted with the hateful uncle, Xiao Bieli couldn't help but sigh. I'm coming too. Cheng Min suddenly chimed in. Those places are no place for a young lady, Lu Dali said with a laugh. If I took you there, your father would kill me. Cheng Min immediately understood. Her cheeks flushing red as she scolded, Uncle Dali, it's bad enough for you to go to such places yourself, but now you're trying to corrupt Brother Shen too? Well, that depends on whether Brother Shen wants to go. Lu Dali laughed heartily. Of course, I want to go. Xiao Bieli replied with a grin. He had his own plans in mind. Suihong Courtyard was just one street away from where the Xiao family resided, making it a convenient location for him to carry out his business. Manager Qian joined the conversation, saying, I must thank all of you for your help on this journey, especially Brother Shen. Tonight, let me host the feast. Don't argue with me, Lu. Brother Shen has already declined my gratitude gift, and I feel bad enough about it. If you don't let me treat you tonight, I'll be upset. All right, we'll let Manager Qian treat us, Lu Dali replied. Lowering his voice, Manager Qian added, back in Dongjiang County, my wife keeps me on a tight leash, so I've never been to such places. But now that I'm traveling, it's the perfect opportunity to go. I've been to Lechuan County twice before, and the ladies at Suihong Courtyard are truly something special. Hearing this, Cheng Min snorted coldly and retreated to the back of the group, occasionally glancing at Xiao Bieli as if waiting for him to refuse. Unfortunately for her, he did not oblige. By nightfall, Suihong Courtyard was brightly lit. In an elegantly decorated private room, Xiao Bieli sat with Manager Qian, Lu Dali, and several 7th-rank experts around a table. As they exchanged toasts, a graceful songstress performed a captivating dance not far away. The rest of the group was either guarding the goods at the inn or drinking and enjoying themselves in the main hall of Suihong Courtyard. Admiring the refined atmosphere, Xiao Bieli was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Manager Qian to have such a taste for luxury, which reminded him of nights in his previous life spent in karaoke bars where people would focus on drinking rather than singing. Such refined performances failed to spark much interest in Xiao Bieli. However, from the perspective of his past life, it was clear that these songstresses had been meticulously trained by Suihong Courtyard. With some modern beauty filters, they could easily become internet celebrities. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Manager Qian chuckled and said, Brother Shen, rest assured, this is just the appetizer. I've already arranged everything for tonight. We'll be staying here at Suihong Courtyard. Manager Qian, What are you saying? I'm simply here to broaden my horizons. Xiao Bieli quickly replied with a serious tone. Despite being a man of the mundane world, he couldn't ignore the lack of hygiene in this era compared to his previous life. If he contracted some disease, he wasn't confident that the Yi Jinjing technique could protect him. Lu Dali and the others burst into laughter. They all remembered their own awkwardness during their first visit, but after a few trips, it had become second nature. In their view, wasn't life in the martial world all about fame, fortune, and beauty? It wasn't until late at night that the group finally strolled out of their private room. The maids of Tsuehong courtyard immediately approached to escort the drunken men to their respective accommodations. Young hero Shun, this is our top courtesan, Miss Yunyan, the madam introduced as she led Xiao Bieli into a room. Xiao Bieli glanced up and saw Yunyan, who indeed had the shy demeanor of a well-bred young lady. After Yunyan took over supporting the tipsy Xiao Bieli, the madam smiled and said, Yunyan, make sure to take good care of the young hero tonight. With that, she left with the maids, softly closing the door behind her. Yunyan helped Xiao Bieli toward the bed, but suddenly, Xiao Bieli stumbled, pulling Yunyan down with him onto the intricately carved wooden bed. She ended up pinned beneath him. After a brief struggle, she gave up resisting. Before long, Yunyan's breathing steadied as she drifted into sleep. By this time, Xiao Bieli was no longer the least bit intoxicated. He quietly got up, opened the window, and leaped silently onto the rooftop. Moving swiftly, he reached the vicinity of the Xiao residence. Removing his mask, he revealed a youthful and handsome face. Tonight, it's time to be Xiao Bieli again. Within moments, he had infiltrated the Xiao residence. With his familiarity with the estate's layout, he easily avoided the guards and headed straight for Xiao Fuxing's quarters. The study was brightly lit, indicating that his uncle had not yet retired for the night. Just as Xiao Bieli landed on the courtyard wall, he heard Xiao Fuxing's voice from the study. You couldn't find that little bastard in Dongjiang County either? An aged voice replied. That brat vanished without a trace after disappearing from the river. However, the Grand Elder returned today and said that young hero Lu has a way to locate Xiao Bieli. Within 10 days, if he's still in Manzhou, he won't escape death. What method? I don't know. The Grand Elder didn't say. Through the window, Xiao Bieli recognized the speaker as Lian Zhongxin, an elder of the Changha gang. This man had a close relationship with Xiao Fuxing, and Xiao Bieli had encountered him a few times before. Suddenly, a sigh drifted into the ears of the two men. Who's there? Xiao Fuxing spun around in alarm. When he saw the figure standing at the study door, his expression turned ashen, as though he had seen a ghost. It was Lian Zhongxin who recovered first, sneering, nephew. You've certainly made us work hard to find you. Xiao Fuxing let out a sigh, his tone tinged with complexity. You're certainly bold, daring to return to Luchuan County so soon. No wonder young Master Lu couldn't find any trace of you in Dongjiang Prefecture after searching for so long. He paused for a moment before continuing. Don't blame your uncle. Offending the Songyuan sword sect would mean the entire Xiao family facing annihilation. Initially, I only planned to hand you over, but your father refused. I can't let the entire Xiao family be buried alongside you too, can I? Lian Zhongxin sneered coldly. Oh, Xiao, you've already done the deed, and now you want to play the good guy? Young Master Lu hasn't found Xiao Bieli after all this time, but if we deliver Xiao Bieli's head to him, there'll surely be rewards. Indeed, there's no such thing as being both a whore and a saint. Xiao Bieli nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I'm not here for much today, just to settle an old score. Rest assured, none of you will leave alive today. Before his words fully settled, Xiao Bieli spread his 5 fingers, his thumbs suddenly striking out as he unleashed the great Vajra finger technique. In the confined space of the study, Xiao Fuxing and Lian Zhongxin had no room to evade and were forced to meet the strike heat. Xiao Fuxing roared furiously. You wretch! He extended his right hand and stepped into the 7-star stance, countering with the Xiao family's inherited green wave palm technique. When mastered, this palm technique could stack 5 layers of palm force, serving as the foundation of the Xiao families standing in Luchuan County. Meanwhile, Lian Zhongxin stood in the corner, watching coldly. He thought to himself that even if Xiao Bieli had reached the peak of the 8th rank, he would still be at a disadvantage against Xiao Fuxing. However, he quickly realized how gravely mistaken he was. The moment their finger and palm collided, Xiao Fuxing's right palm was pierced clean through by the finger, leaving a mangled mess of flesh and exposing stark white bone. Xiao Fuxing staggered back several steps, screaming in pain and shock. This isn't one of our Xiao family's techniques. Xiao Bieli ignored him. In a flash, he struck again, aiming a finger directly at Xiao Fuxing's chest. In the face of imminent danger, Xiao Fuxing disregarded his injuries, pushing his internal energy to its limits and unleashing a double palm strike. Simultaneously, Lian Zhongxin finally joined the fray, his sword flashing like rain as it targeted Xiao Bieli's vital points. At that critical moment, Xiao Bieli activated his iron cloth and 13 Guardians body refinement techniques. His arms instantly turned a dark greenish-black, with muscles bulging like coiled steel. He thrust his finger through the air, clashing directly with Xiao Fushing's palms. With a resounding boom, Xiao Fushing's entire body was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the study wall and leaving a deep crater in the surface. Experience 1000. It was as if Xiao Bieli had eyes on his back. His left hand shot out like lightning, and his steel-like fingers clamped down on Lin Zhongxin's thrusting sword with precision. With a gentle twist, the steel blade was instantly contorted into a twisted spiral. Blood spurted from Lin Zhongxin's torn palm. Realizing the situation was dire, he leaped toward the study's window in a desperate attempt to escape. A crimson blade light tore through the air, carrying an overwhelming force as it pierced straight through Lin Zhongxin's chest, pinning him lifelessly to the wall. You! Lin Zhongxin spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing into eternal silence. Experience 1000. Xiao Bieli gazed at Xiao Fushing's lifeless body and let out a deep sigh. Rest assured, once I master my martial arts, I will uncover the mastermind behind this and avenge your death. The sounds of combat from the study had alarmed the Xiao family's guards. Quick, over there! A group of guards rushed in, only to be struck with horror at the sight before them. Two corpses sprawled on the ground, with blood splattered everywhere. He's dead. The master is dead. The newly appointed steward collapsed to the ground, trembling. The other guards were equally panicked. In just 1 month, the Xiao family had suffered one tragedy after another. First, the second master was murdered, and now even the head of the family had met his end. The Xiao family was teetering on the brink of collapse. Inform the Changha gang immediately. Elder Lian has been killed. Hurry and summon the young master back to the estate. Chaos erupted across the Xiao household. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli had already slipped away along the rooftops, quietly returning to the Cuihong courtyard. He channeled all the experience he had gained into his 5 tigers severing gateblade technique. Seeing that Miss Yuan was still peacefully asleep, he began to strategize. The 5 tigers severing gateblade had now reached 37,100 in progress. Its power was already comparable to the perfected gale blade technique. Each technique had its own strengths. The gale blade prioritized speed, while the severing gateblade emphasized raw power. If he could masterfully combine the two, his blade mastery would ascend to an entirely new level. Xiao Bieli unsealed Yuan's sleeping acupoint and lay beside her. Half an hour later, the commotion outside the Cuihong courtyard began to stir, waking many of the guests staying there. Yuan rubbed her drowsy eyes and sat up, frowning slightly at the sight of a seemingly intoxicated Xiao Bieli lying next to her. She got out of bed, opened the door, and stopped a maid who was hurriedly passing by. "What's going on outside?" she asked. The maid lowered her voice and replied, "Miss, I heard that Elder Lian of the Changha gang and the head of the Xiao family were both killed at the Xiao estate." "What? The Changha gang is searching the entire city for the murderer?" Miss Yuan abruptly sat upright on the soft couch, her delicate face written with astonishment. In Luchuan County, the Changha gang was the undisputed ruler. Even their Cuihong courtyard had to pay tribute to them. Not to mention, the Changha gang was backed by the powerful Sanjiang alliance, which held sway over Linshui prefecture. Who would dare be so audacious as to provoke them? A maid beside her lowered her voice and reminded, "Miss, you must wake the guest in your room immediately. With such a major incident, the Changha gang will surely come here to search." Meanwhile, in the Changha gang's assembly hall, the atmosphere was heavy. The gang leader, seven-fingered Condor Sun Changha, and the Grand Elder Lin Tianong stood in the center of the hall. On the ground lay the corpses of Lin Zhongxin and Xiao Fushing. The other gang members had already dispersed throughout the county to hunt for the murderer. After carefully examining the bodies, Lin Tiantong shook his head with a grave expression. "I've inspected Xiao Fushing's residence. The person who killed him, an Elder Lian, possesses martial skills far superior to theirs. There are hardly any clues left in the study. The murderer's finger strength is astonishing. They took Xiao Fushing's life with just 2 fingers. He paused before continuing his analysis. Although Xiao Fushing was only at the late stage of the 7th rank, his Bibo Palm technique had reached the 5th level. Even for me, subduing him would require dozens of moves, not to mention Elder Lian was present as well. I suspect the murderer is likely a 6th rank expert. Only someone of that caliber could kill both of them within mere moments." Sun Changha nodded slightly. Such domineering finger strength indeed points to a 6th rank expert. But why would a 6th rank expert target Xiao Fushing and Lin Zhongxin? Was Xiao Fushing the primary target, and Lin Zhongxin just happened to be collateral? Lin Tianong replied in a low voice, "A 6th rank expert, only you, gang leader, can match such a person within our gang. If we cannot find this individual, and they choose not to trouble the Changha gang further, perhaps we should let it go." However, his tone shifted. Didn't young Master Lu want to eliminate Xinlang? This could be the perfect excuse. Coincidentally, Shun Lang arrived in Luchuan County today, and now one of our elders is dead. Eliminating him would be entirely justified. Sun Changha pondered for a moment, listening to Lin Tiantong's analysis of Shun Lang. Lin Tiantong waved his hand and said, "Leader, Shun Lang's background isn't the key issue. What's truly important is that the alliance leader intends to improve relations with the Zhongyuan sword sect. Although Lu Jun is merely an inner disciple, he hails from the direct line of the Lu family, and his aunt is an inner elder of the sect, a formidable fifth-level master." A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "If we go along with this, not only will the Lu family owe us a favor, but we'll also gain the alliance leader's approval. This could greatly benefit the Changha gang in securing more resources within the alliance." Before his words fully landed, a brilliant firework suddenly bloomed in the direction of the southern city, bursting in the night sky. The two immediately stepped out of the assembly hall, gazing at the light with furrowed brows. "Did they really find out?" Lin Tiantong said in a low voice. "I'll go check it out." "We'll go together." Sun Changha stopped him. "Shun Lang won't leave Lichuan County tonight. There's no rush to deal with him until tomorrow. Let's see who's bold enough to stir up trouble under our watch." The next morning, Xiao Bieli walked out of her room in the Tsuehong courtyard. Inside, the courtesan Yuan still had a trace of resentment in her eyes. As the top performer, she had expected to spend a romantic night with this extraordinary young swordsman after the Changha gang's inspection. Instead, he had simply fallen asleep. "Young Master Shen, Manager Qian and the others are waiting for you downstairs," a maid respectfully informed him. Downstairs, Manager Qian greeted Xiao Bieli with a teasing smile. "Young Master Shun, how was your rest?" "Not bad, though I drank a bit too much last night," Xiao Bieli replied with a nod. Lu Dali burst into hearty laughter. "That's the spirit. Nothing like a good drink to get the blood pumping." The three of them headed to a nearby tavern. Manager Qian, familiar with the place, quickly ordered a selection of dishes. To their surprise, the usually quiet morning market was packed to capacity. The surrounding diners were abuzz with conversation, all discussing the major event from the previous night. Old Master Xiao Fuxing of the Xiao family and an elder of the Changha gang had been found dead in the Xiao residence. Witnesses claimed to have seen a black-clad swordsman kill over a dozen gang members in the southern city before leaving unhurriedly. Xiao Bieli listened to the chatter, his expression blank clearly. Someone was taking the blame on his behalf. The Changha gang is the largest group in Luchuan County and a member of the Three Rivers Alliance. Who'd have thought the culprit would escape so easily? Manager Qian sighed. Lu Dali shook his head. In the martial world, lives are as fleeting as grass. That's why, whenever I have money, I spend it right away. As Xiao Bieli sipped his wine, keeping an ear on the surrounding conversations, a drunken wanderer suddenly spoke up. "Hey, do you all know the identity of that black-clad swordsman?" His words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. "Could it be someone from the 12 linked fortresses of Dongjiang County?" whispered the patrons in the tavern. Someone chimed in. "I heard the 12 linked fortresses are currently locked in a fierce conflict with the Three Rivers Alliance, even blocking off the waterways. But it's probably not them. If the 12 linked fortresses were truly attacking, their first target would definitely be the Three Rivers Alliance." A wandering swordsman curled his lips into a cryptic smile and said slowly, "It's the third young master of the Han family, Han Wuyin." The moment these words were spoken, the entire tavern fell silent. After a brief pause, someone exclaimed, "You mean the third young master of the Han family, whose 73 family members were slaughtered in one night 10 years ago? Back then, the rumor was that the Longhe gang was responsible." "Yes, I remember. At the time, only a steward and Han Wyan's body were never found," another person added. "No wonder he targeted Elder Lian. As for why he made a move against the Xiao family, it's likely because the Xiao family head was close to Elder Lian and got caught in the crossfire." Xiao Bieli listened to the discussions, deep in thought. 10 years ago, he had been too young to retain much memory of the incident. However, he was certain of one thing: always acted with extreme caution. Even without Han Wuyin as a scapegoat, it would be nearly impossible to trace anything back to him. "Come, drink." Lu Dali raised his cup with a sigh. "This Han Wuyin is truly skilled. I heard that even Lin Tiantong, the Longhe gang's elder, personally intervened yesterday, and yet Han Wuyin still managed to escape." As the three men raised their cups to drink, a group of Longhe gang disciples suddenly barged into the tavern. "Elder Lin is here," someone in the main hall called out, prompting the patrons to stand and bow. Even Qian, the tavern keeper, and Lu Dali followed suit. Only Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes, recalling clearly that Lin Hai, who had died by his hand, was none other than Lin Tiantong's grandson. Lin Tiantong's gaze swept across the hall before finally settling on Xiao Bieli. His lips curled into a faint, ambiguous smile. "Young hero Shan," he said, "may I ask what grievance my Longhe gang has caused you? That your first order of business upon arriving in Luchuan County was to kill one of our elders?" The room erupted in gasps. "Impossible." Lu Dali quickly defended Xiao Bieli. Young hero Shun was with us at the Cuihong courtyard all day yesterday. There are witnesses. Besides, he's an outsider invited by my Weixin escort agency and has no enmity with your gang. Lin Tiantong shook his head lightly. I've already questioned the people at Cuihong courtyard. By the time Elder Lian was killed, your group had long since dispersed. The Cuihong courtyard is only a street away from the Xiao residence, plenty of time to act. Moreover, the blade techniques young hero Shun displayed in Dongjiang County are identical to those used to kill Elder Lian. Whether he is responsible or not, why don't you come back with me to the gang and let the gang leader decide? Elder Lin, young Master Shun, is someone we at Weixin escort agency hired. You cannot harm him. Lu Dali stepped forward, blocking Xiao Bieli with a determined expression. He recalled the scene of Xiao Bieli aiding him during the battle at the abandoned temple. If he chose to stand by idly now, not only would it go against his conscience, but Weixin escort agency would also struggle to find help in the future. Beside him, Manager Qian forced a smile as he tried to mediate. Elder Lin, there must be some misunderstanding here. However, Lin Tiantong ignored Manager Qian entirely, his gaze fixed on Lu Dali. This boy killed an elder of our Changha gang. Head escort Lu, you'd best stay out of this. Otherwise, Weixin escort agency's routes through Linshui County may become very difficult in the future. Lu Dali's face turned red as he wrestled with his thoughts. As an ordinary escort leader, he couldn't let personal feelings jeopardize the livelihoods of his many brothers who relied on escorting goods to make a living. At that moment, Xiao Bieli stepped forward on his own, smiling calmly as he faced Lin Tiantong. Elder Lin, are you saying that your gang's Elder Lian died by my blade? That's correct, Lin Tiantong replied with a nod. Han Wuyin uses a sword, but the knife wounds on Elder Lian's body are identical to the marks you left in Dongjiang County. Dozens of ferocious, storm-like blade strikes. Dozens of strikes, you say? Xiao Bieli pressed further. Lin Tiantong was about to respond when the bearded man behind him, growing impatient, interrupted. Why waste words with him, great elder? If he won't come with us willingly, break his limbs and drag him back. Xiao Bieli turned to the bearded man. You must also be an elder of the Changha Ganga 7th rank expert? Perhaps even stronger than Elder Lian? I am a consecrated expert of the Changha gang. Indeed of the 7th rank. The bearded man arrogantly raised his chin. As for how strong I am, why don't you find out for yourself? Before he could finish speaking, the clear, sharp sound of a blade rang out. Xiao Bieli's red sleeve saber was drawn, and he unleashed, dominating the mountains, from the 5 tigers' gate-cleaving saber technique. Though the bearded man reacted instantly, their close proximity left him with no choice but to hastily counter. With a series of cracking sounds from his arm bones, he infused his palms with internal energy to meet the devastating strike. Heedin. Thud. The bearded man was sent flying by the sheer force, smashing through the restaurant's main door and landing heavily on the street outside. Experience points 1000. In that split second, a sharp sword light streaked toward Xiao Bieli's throat. It was Lin Tiantong making his move. Though he had struck at the first opportunity, he was still a fraction too slow. Xiao Bieli, with a seemingly effortless motion, flicked his blade and deflected the lethal sword strike. Ma Gongfeng is dead. The shouts of the Changha gang members echoed through the street. Everyone inside the tavern turned to look out the window, only to see the bearded man's lifeless body sprawled on the main street. A gruesome wound stretched from his shoulder to his abdomen, blood gushing out and staining the stone-paved road a deep crimson. A collective gasp filled the tavern. Shocked, the onlookers couldn't believe Ida, martial artist of the 7th rank, couldn't even withstand a single strike. Could the rumors be true? Did even Elder Lian fall to the blade of this young man? Xiao Bieli sheathed his blade, turned to Lin Tiantong, and smiled faintly. Elder Lin, tell me, how does Elder Lian's martial skill compare to Ma Gongfeng's? If someone can take his life with a single strike, why would they need to use so many? Lin Tiantong's face darkened like an iron mask. He remained silent for a long moment before speaking. So you killed Ma Gongfeng just to prove that killing Elder Lian wouldn't require so many strikes? Naturally. Xiao Bieli nodded. Finding evidence is far too troublesome. Proving that a 7th rank Elder Lian could be killed in one strike is enough to clear my name. Or does Elder Lin want to test my blade personally? Nearby, Lu Dali let out a quiet sigh and leaned close to whisper in shopkeeper Qian's ear. Now that young hero Shun has killed a 7th rank master of the Changha gang, there's no way to avoid further conflict. If a fight breaks out, you should leave first, shopkeeper Qian. Take care of the goods and head back to Dongjiang County. If Shin makes his move, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Shopkeeper Qian nodded silently, fully aware that offending the Luchuan County Merchant Guild would make future business impossible. The martial artists in the tavern suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Killing Ma Gongfeng in Luchuan County was already a serious offense, and now this young hero Shun intended to challenge Lin Tiantong? The leader of the Changha gang, Sun Changha, was a 6th rank martial artist. Even if Lin Tiantong fell, How could Shen hope to leave Lichuan County alive? Lin Tiantong shook his head and said coldly, killing people over a disagreement. Even if you're not the one who killed Elder Lian, you're clearly a demonic cultivator. For killing a member of the Changha gang, today marks your last day on Earth. Before his words had fully landed, a swift sword light burst forth from his hand, several times faster than his previous strike. The sword's shadow danced like deer horns on a cliff, targeting all of Xiao Bieli's vital points. You're indeed stronger than that last fool, but not by much. Xiao Bieli neither dodged nor retreated. His crimson-sleeved blade gleamed as it unsheathed with a sharp sound. Clang! Blade and sword collided, sending sparks flying. Lin Tiantong's finely forged iron sword snapped cleanly in two. Treasured weapon. Lin Tiantong's heart sank. Sensing danger, he immediately retreated and turned to flee down the street. Trying to run? Xiao Bieli sneered as he gave chase, quickly closing the distance. Just as he prepared to strike, a pebble imbued with fierce energy shot toward him at great speed. Xiao Bieli raised his blade and split the pebble midair, landing steadily on the street. His gaze shifted toward the direction the pebble came from. Since gang leader Sun is here, why bother hiding? The people who had hurried out of the inn were startled by Xiao Bieli's words. The presence of Sun Changha, the leader of the Changha gang, was no trivial matter. As a sixth-rank martial artist, Sun Changha was a renowned figure throughout the entire Linshui County. Lu Dali's hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his long blade at his waist, but he could only sigh helplessly in the end. If it were just the lackeys from earlier, he might still have a chance to hold them off for young hero Shen. But now that the seven-fingered eagle, Sun Changha, had arrived in person, even if Lu Dali fought to the death, it would be futile and would only drag his brothers from the escort agency into trouble. From the far end of the street, Sun Changha approached at a steady pace, his purple long robe swaying lightly in the breeze. His left hand had only the thumb and index finger remaining, while his right hand was tinged with a greenish-black Huaya testament to the pinnacle of his mastery in eagle claw technique. I originally just wanted to invite young hero Shen to my Changha gang to clear up some misunderstandings. Sun Changha fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli, his tone growing cold. But now, Shunlang, you've killed the Changha gang's consecrated elder. You owe me an explanation. And you owe the Changha gang an explanation. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bieli burst into laughter. Sun Changha, if you had acted decisively and killed me from the start, I might have looked up to you a little. In the martial world, there's no point in reasoning too much. If you want to kill me, just do it. Even if I die at your hands, who would speak up for me? Just like when you wiped out the Han family, didn't your Changha gang thrive afterward? Pretending to be virtuous after committing atrocities, how hypocritical. Last night, when I went to the Xiao family, I overheard Lian Zhongxin mention Lin Tiantong returning from Dongjiang County and claiming to have figured out a way to find him. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Sun Changha's expression darkened as he jabbed a finger forward at lightning speed. His intact right palm surged with inner energy, and he lunged at Xiao Bieli like a streak of lightning. Perfect timing. I've been meaning to see just how wide the gap is between me and a sixth-rank expert. Xiao Bieli activated his Iron Shirt and 13 Guardians techniques to their utmost limits. His muscles bulged, making him appear slightly taller and more imposing. Spreading his fingers wide, his internal energy surged, and with a fierce motion of his thumb, he countered the incoming strike. Mighty Vajra finger. With a resounding thud, Xiao Bieli staggered back 2 steps but managed to steady himself. By now, Sun Changha had closed the distance, his terrifying claw strike aimed straight at Xiao Bieli's face. Instead of retreating, Xiao Bieli advanced, directing his mighty Vajra finger at Sun Changha's claw, while slashing horizontally at Sun's right arm with his red sleeve blade. Bang! Finger and claw collided, and although Sun Changha's face showed a flicker of surprise, he had no time to dwell on it. A series of sharp clangs filled the air as their weapons clashed dozens of times in an instant. Despite the legendary red sleeve blade, Sun Changha's arm remained unscathed, a testament to his vast experience. As the battle grew more intense, Sun Changha's aura suddenly surged. With his remaining 2 fingers on his left hand, he struck at Xiao Bieli's chest with blinding speed, the deadly intent in his energy palpable. At such close range, even Xiao Bieli felt the pressure of Sun Changha's perfected eagle claw technique. Forced to react hastily, he raised a single finger to meet the attack. Just as the 2 fingers were about to collide, Sun Changha's left hand moved with the agility of a serpent, skimming past Xiao Bieli's arm and striking toward his chest with a surge of fierce inner energy. To his astonishment, the strike that seemed destined to pierce Xiao Bieli's chest instead felt as if it had hit an iron wall. A terrifying force of recoil traveled back through Sun Changha's fingertip, forcing him to stagger backwards several steps as his trembling finger ached violently. Xiao Bieli, though also shaken back 3 steps by the impact, merely spat out a mouthful of blood. He loosened his collar, revealing a dark bruise in the shape of a finger on his chest. You're actually a practitioner of external martial arts? No, that's not right. Sun Changha's eyes widened in disbelief. You've mastered an external martial art to perfection? In the martial world, external martial arts and hand-to-hand combat were among the most common disciplines. Even a dominant local power like the Changha gang possessed only 7 complete inner energy cultivation manuals, of which only one could open the Rin and Do meridians. As such, external martial arts became the go-to choice for many martial artists. Though external martial arts were relatively easy to begin learning, only a handful ever reached their pinnacle. The training process left countless hidden injuries within the body, which might go unnoticed in youth, but often led to an untimely death in old age. Yet, even the most basic external martial art, when cultivated to its peak, could rival the prowess of an 8th-rank expert at the zenith of their skill. The onlookers lining the long street were already dumbfounded. How could a renowned 6th-rank master be at a disadvantage against a rising star? Old Lu, just how skilled is this young hero Shun? Manager Qian couldn't help but ask. Lu Dali shook his head. 7th rank. But he seems even fiercer than a 6th-rank master. Regret surged in Sun Changha's heart, but the situation had reached the point of no return. If Xin Lang were allowed to live, Sun knew he would never sleep peacefully again. With a flash of determination, he lunged forward like lightning, his right hand clawing viciously at vital areas such as the neck, groin, and eyes, desperate to exploit a weakness in Xiao Bieli's external martial arts. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bieli laughed heartily. If you're not strong enough, then I've got an idea. Initially intending only to test the strength of a 6th-rank master, he now found himself harboring the intent to kill, realizing that Sun Changha couldn't break through his defenses. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Xiao Bieli no longer fought defensively, unleashing lethal techniques from the 5 Tigers Breaking Gate Saber and Gale Saber styles, such as White Tiger Leaps the Ravine, Roar of the Wind, and Snip and Strike. His relentless assault forced Sun Changha into a continuous retreat. Nearby, Lin Tiantong watched with a furrowed brow before finally shifting his gaze to Lu Dali and Manager Qian. With a cold command, he ordered, "Seize these two. I want to see if Xiao Bieli cares about the lives of his friends." Lu Dali felt a surge of tension as Lin Tiantong's gaze fell upon them, as if facing a formidable enemy. As a mid-level 7th-grade martial artist, he was acutely aware of the vast gap in strength between himself and Lin Tiantong. At this moment, not only did he have to consider his own survival, but he also had to protect the trembling Manager Qian, which added immense pressure on him. Just as Lin Tiantong took a step forward, he suddenly halted. The air was thick with a menacing killing intent, leaving him puzzled. Xiao Bieli was locked in a standoff with the gang leader. So where was this unsettling aura of murderous intent coming from? The answer soon became clear. A dark figure shot down from the rooftop, merging seamlessly with their sword in a dazzling display of precision and sharpness. The target of this figure was none other than the 7-fingered divine eagle, Sun Changha, who was currently entangled in battle with Xiao Bieli. Han Wuyin. Lin Tiantong exclaimed in shock, his face turning pale. You're a 6th-grade martial artist? Were you holding back yesterday? He recalled their exchange of 5 moves in the southern city the day before, during which Han Wuyin's strength had seemed evenly matched with his own. Yet the power of this sword strike clearly surpassed that, reaching the level of a 6th-grade martial artist, with its sword energy unleashed and razor-sharp. Sun Changha, sensing the bone-chilling sword energy, let out a furious roar. His right hand moved swiftly, creating a flurry of claw shadows that forced Xiao Bieli to retreat. He then turned to face Han Wuyin's incoming sword. The clash of metal echoed repeatedly, and though Sun Changha managed to avoid a fatal wound, the sword still pierced his abdomen, staining his purple robe a deep brown with blood. Han Wuyin, having landed a successful strike, did not relent. His sword gleamed as he unleashed a barrage of over 10 rapid strikes, cutting off all of Sun Changha's escape routes. Though Sun Changha fought back with all his might, his claw shadows flying in every direction, his arms soon bore several fresh sword wounds. It was evident he had fallen into a disadvantage. Just as Han Wuyin's lethal sword strike was about to pierce Sun Changha's heart, a cold laugh rang out. Huh, don't think you can steal my kill. Xiao Bieli's crimson blade intercepted the deadly strike with perfect timing. In the same instant, he extended his left thumb and delivered a powerful Vajra finger strike to Sun Changha's chest. With a resounding bang, Sun Changha was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the wall of the tavern and leaving a deep crater. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted from his mouth as his chest caved in. Fixing them with a gaze full of unwillingness, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Xiao Bieli's gaze swept past the fallen Sun Changha and landed on Han Wuyin, whom he had met briefly at the ruined temple. His tone was calm. Friend, stealing someone else's kill is not a good habit. Han Wuyin simply shook his head silently, saying nothing. With a thud, Lin Tiantong dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead against the stone pavement. Young Master Shen, I was merely following the orders of my sect leader to trouble you. My grandson is a disciple of the Yuan sword sect and has a close friendship with young Master Lu Jun. Lu Jun is currently at Baun Manor. Please, for his sake, spare my life. The other disciples of the Changha gang, seeing this, all knelt as well. Their leader had already fallen at Xinlang's hands. How could they dare to oppose him? Begging for mercy might be their only chance at survival. Xiao Bieli looked at Lin Tiantong, a cold smile curling at his lips. Are you trying to use Lu Jun to pressure me? Lin Tiantong's heart sank. He quickly explained, no, I wouldn't dare. I merely thought it might be good for two outstanding talents to get acquainted. Perhaps you'd find some common ground. Heh. A light chuckle escaped Xiao Bieli. Lu Jun? What makes him think he's worthy of being compared to me? You've been in the martial world for so long, don't you understand that once you make a move, you should finish it cleanly? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Tiantong had already leaped back in retreat, but it was too late. A flash of the blade, and with a sickening sound, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Grand Elder is dead. Run! One of the Changha gang members shouted in panic. Like startled birds, the gang members scattered in all directions. Xiao Bieli activated his skyward steps technique, darting like lightning to pursue them. With a single slash, he severed the head of an 8th rank expert. Experience points, 500. He kicked a fallen long blade from the ground, channeling his inner energy into his palms. With a slight vibration, the blade shattered into dozens of shards, which shot out like flying needles toward the fleeing gang members. Amid a series of sickening thud sounds, more than a dozen fell where they stood. The experience points kept rolling in. 100. 500. As for the remaining survivors, Xiao Bieli didn't bother chasing them. He let them flee for their lives. The long street fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, including Lu Dali and shopkeeper Qian. After this battle, the Changha gang had suffered a devastating blow. While the gang still had 2 or 3 7th rank experts, they wouldn't dare show their faces anytime soon. The decline of the Changha gang was inevitable. Their status in the Three Rivers Alliance would plummet, and they might even be expelled from the group. Lu Dali finally came to his senses and whispered to shopkeeper Qian, "Go deliver the goods first. Well, leave Lechuan County today to avoid getting caught in the crossfire." Shopkeeper Qian nodded repeatedly and hurried away. After a long pause, Han Wuyin finally spoke. "I've returned this time to avenge the 73 members of my Han family who were slaughtered. Without your help, killing Sun Changha would have been nearly impossible. I owe you a great debt. In the future, if you have someone you can't personally deal with, they'll take care of one for you." He walked over to the innkeeper. "May I borrow a piece of paper?" Of course. The innkeeper nodded quickly and fetched a fine sheet of rice paper. Han Wuyin thanked him, dipped his finger in Sun Changha's blood, and wrote an address on the paper. He handed it to Xiao Bieli. "If you ever need me, come find me here." With that, he turned and left. Looking at the blood-written address, Xiao Bieli shook his head and chuckled. "You went through the trouble of asking for paper, why not borrow a brush and ink while you were at it?" Then, calling out to Han Wuyin's retreating figure, he added, "Aren't you afraid he'll give your address to the Three Rivers Alliance?" Han Wuyin didn't even look back. "You're not that kind of person." Xiao Bieli was momentarily speechless. He couldn't understand why Han Wuyin was so certain. True, he had his own principles, but if someone truly threatened his life, he wasn't sure he could keep this secret. After all, he and Han Wuyin had only met once. Lu Dali quickly walked up to Xiao Bieli's side and lowered his voice. "Brother Shen, you should leave Linshui County for now." His face showed a trace of worry. Sun Changha may not hold a high position in the Sanjiang Alliance, but the Changha gang, one of their subordinate forces, ranks among the top 10. By taking action this time, you've embarrassed the Sanjiang Alliance. They will undoubtedly send someone stronger than Sun Changha to hunt you down. Xiao Bieli frowned deeply. "If I leave, what will happen to you?" "Brother, don't worry about us right now," Lu Dali replied with a bitter smile, waving his hand dismissively. "The prestige escort agency still carries some weight in the martial world of Manzhou. I didn't step in this time, so even if the Sanjiang Alliance holds a grudge, they can't do much to us." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice even further. "To be honest, our escort agency has 2 chiefs who are blood brothers, both at the peak of the 6th rank. Together, they can hold their own against a 5th rank master. The Sanjiang Alliance knows this well. Otherwise, how could we operate freely across Manzhou? With Cheng Min, the daughter of our head chief, around, the Sanjiang Alliance wouldn't dare act recklessly unless they want to push us into siding with the 12 linked fortresses. Without us holding you back, you'll be able to reach Dongjiang County faster." Lu Dali's tone became even more cautious. "I think I've figured it out now. Ever since Lu Jun from the Yuan sword sect entered Baun Manor, the manor has started targeting unfamiliar young bladesmen. Over 10 have already died. You're most likely one of their targets, and those people in the abandoned temple were probably after you. Once you get back to Dongjiang County, you'll need to watch out for Baun Manor. But Lu Jun is a disciple of the 9 sects, so don't act rashly, it's far too dangerous. Xiao Bieli looked at Lu Dali with a hint of surprise. This seemingly rough and straightforward man had managed to piece together so much in such a short time. It was clear that anyone capable of holding their own in the prestige escort agency was no ordinary person. In that case, I'll take my leave for now. Once I return to Dongjiang County, I'll invite you for a grand drink. Half a day later, in the council hall of the Sanjiang Alliance's headquarters in Linshui County, the atmosphere was tense. The alliance leader, Zhonglong, known as the overturning sea flood dragon, sat at the head of the room in a purple combat outfit. Despite being over 50, his dignified demeanor and commanding presence were unmistakable. Sitting below him were 4 high-ranking members: White-Spotted Tiger, Chen Xing, Flying Swallow, Lu Ming, Scholar, Jiang Hua, and Golden-Eyed Eagle, Xie Yuntao. These figures were renowned across the martial world of Linshui County. Among them, Jiang Hua and Xie Yuntao were 5th-rank masters, while the other 2 were at the peak of the 6th rank, just a step away from breaking through. Zhonglong tapped his index finger lightly on the table, his gaze fixed on Jiang Hua as he asked in an even tone, "What did the Daoist Sect say? Are they still unwilling to cooperate with our Three Rivers Alliance?" Jiang Hua shook his head with a sigh. The people of the Daoist Sect are the type who won't act unless they see clear benefits. However, young Master Lu has been staying at Baun Manor recently, and it seems that 2nd Manor Lord Wei Yong and 3rd Manor Lord Zhou Chong are warming up to the idea of teaming up with us against the 12 linked fortresses. Heh. Xie Yuntao, known as the Golden-Eyed Eagle, interrupted with a cold laugh. On the surface, Dongjiang County is a 3-way stalemate, but the 12 linked fortresses have always overshadowed Baun Manor and the Daoist Sect. Do those 2 factions really want to stay in 2nd place forever? We, the Three Rivers Alliance, only want control of the river territories and are willing to yield the other areas to them. What more could they possibly want? Jiang Hua shook his head slightly. They're worried that our Three Rivers Alliance might become the next 12 linked fortresses. Naturally, they have their reservations. Before the conversation could continue, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed closer. A member of the Three Rivers Alliance entered quickly, bowed to everyone, and reported to Zhonglong, Alliance leader, "An urgent message has arrived via carrier pigeon from the Changha gang." Jiang Hua, the scholar, took the letter, and after a brief scan, his expression changed dramatically. What happened? Xie Yuntao frowned and asked, "Did the 12 linked fortresses dare to stir up trouble in Lechuan County?" "Sun Changha is dead," Jiang Hua said in a low voice. The room erupted in shock. Xie Yuntao shot to his feet. Who did it? Who dares to kill a member of our Three Rivers Alliance in Linshui County? Was it the 12 linked fortresses? No, Jiang Hua explained, shaking his head. It was a young expert named Shen Lang. He first appeared during the Tianlang stronghold incident, apparently invited by the Jinwu Hall. It's said that young Master Lu fought him before but failed to defeat him. This time, it seems Lu wants Shen Lang dead, so Sun Changha stepped in. But Shen Lang possesses formidable martial skills capable of withstanding a 6th grade master. He also had help from a young swordsman named Han Wuying. Without Han Wuying's intervention, Sun Changha might have survived. No matter who it is, Xie Yuntao said coldly, anyone who kills a member of our Three Rivers Alliance must die. If we don't act now, how will the other factions in the alliance view us? Zhonglong pondered for a moment before issuing his command. It doesn't matter whether these 2 are the targets Lu Jun wants dead or not. Anyone who kills a member of our Three Rivers Alliance must pay the price. Spread the word, track them down at all costs, and eliminate them before they leave Dongjiang County. He then turned to Chen Xing, the White-Spotted Tiger. Chen Xing, this task is yours. Find them and bring their heads as a warning. Meanwhile, on the official road leading from Dongjiang County to Lechuan County, Lu Jun held a wooden box made of sandalwood. Inside lay a plump, dun-colored insect of 5th grade tracking goo from the goo god cult. The insect had been delivered to him 2 days ago and had been guiding him to this location ever since. Zhou Chong studied a map for a moment before frowning. Young Master Lu, this direction leads to Lechuan County. If we keep going, we'll reach it in half a day. Could it be that Xiao Bieli has been hiding in Lechuan County all along, and the Changha gang simply failed to notice? Oomph! Lu Jun let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. The Longha gang is truly useless. They couldn't even find Xiao Bieli hiding in Lechuan County. Zhou Chong remained silent. He understood well that a determined person in hiding was not easy to locate. This was also the reason why Lu Jun had ultimately been forced to leave Lechuan County. Ding Kaishan, the 6th grade enforcer of the Lu family in charge of escorting the tracking goo, displayed a smug smile. Manzhou is, after all, a remote borderland. The martial sects here are weak, without any renowned masters. Even their methods for tracking people are lacking. These words instantly angered everyone present. The disciples of Baun Manor standing behind Zhou Chong wore dark expressions, and even Zhou Chong himself looked displeased. Noticing this, Lu Jun quickly cupped his hands and apologized. Ding Enforcer has a straightforward personality. Please, Third Master Zhou, don't take offense. At that moment, Lu Jun's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the direction indicated by the tracking goo inside the box had shifted. Xiao Bieli is moving in that direction? Where could he be heading? Zhou Chang promptly pulled out a map to check. It seems to be in the direction from Lechuan County to Linshui County. Taking the map, Lu Jun scrutinized it carefully. When his gaze fell on a river, his brow furrowed tightly. This isn't good. Yuan River. Is Xiao Bieli planning to use the Yuan River to get to Dongjiang Prefecture? Zhou Chang reminded him, last time. Xiao Bieli disappeared on the Yuan River and later quietly returned to Lechuan County. Could he be planning to use the same trick again? Huh. Lu Jun sneered. Now that we have the tracking goo, no matter how well he hides, we'll find him. Gritting his teeth, he added. Once a tracking goo is activated, it only has a 1-month lifespan. Each one is worth thousands of silver taels. Our Lu family only has 2, and we've already used one. Because of Xiao Bieli, I'll have to use the last one. I'll tear him apart to vent my fury. Let's go. Without delay, Lu Jun and his group mounted their horses and galloped toward Linshui County. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli was riding swiftly along the road to Linshui County. He was well aware that the route from Lechuan County to Dongjiang Prefecture was longer than the one from Linshui Prefecture City. By now, news might have reached the Sanjiang Alliance, and spies were likely monitoring the main roads. Thus, he opted for the old trail instead. Before departing, Lu Dali had informed him about the contact methods for the black boats in Linshui County. With the ongoing conflict between the 12-linked dock and the Sanjiang Alliance, ordinary passenger boats were too afraid to set sail. However, those black boats only cared about silver and dared to transport anyone. There was still an hour until nightfall, and the black boats operated exclusively at night. Xiao Bieli found a secluded grove, tied up his horse, and opened the system panel. Host: Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, peak of 7th grade. Martial arts: Yi Jing Jing 21100, Whirlwind Blade Technique perfected, 13 Guardians Body Training Technique perfected, Iron Shirt Technique perfected, Cloud Stepping Technique perfected, 5 Tigers Severing Door Blade 37100, Mighty Vajra Finger 10100, Subtle Mastery of Techniques, Copper Skin, Light as a Swallow. Experience points, 6450. 6,000 plus experience points should be enough to reach 6th grade, right? Xiao Bieli murmured. Let's use 5,000 experience points to upgrade Yi Jing Jing first. As the system panel showed Yi Jing Jing advancing to 26,100, a roaring sensation erupted. Countless insights into cultivating Yi Jing Jing flooded his mind. At the same time, a surge of pure energy flowed from his dantian, rushing into his limbs and meridians, continuously breaking through the Ran and Du channels. Just when Xiao Bieli thought that 5,000 experience points weren't enough to break through to the 6th rank, a faint sound suddenly resonated from within his body. His Ren meridian was instantly opened, and he felt his internal energy undergoing a qualitative transformation, turning into true qi. The process was like a river bursting its banks, with his power multiplying several times over. Instinctively, Xiao Bieli swung his blade. A sharp arc of blade energy sliced through the air, severing a thigh-thick tree 3 meters away in half. The crashing sound of the tree hitting the ground made him realize he had stepped into the early stage of the 6th rank. So this is what the 6th rank feels like? Xiao Bieli pondered to himself. By normal standards, most warriors at the early stage of the 6th rank could only project their true qi about 1 meter outside their body before it dissipated. However, the Yi Jing true qi he cultivated allowed his blade energy to extend 3 meters upon just entering the 6th rank. What level of power did this signify in this world? But he quickly composed himself. This world is far from simple. According to legend, there are masters who can split rivers with a single sword or cleave mountains with a single blade. I must not grow arrogant. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. But with the system panel in my hands, since I've come to this world, I must walk the path to the pinnacle of martial arts. Without hesitation, he allocated the remaining experience points to the 5 Tigers gate-crushing blade technique. While this blade technique lacked the versatility of the Gale blade technique, its overwhelming power made up for it. When combined with the 13 Guardians' Iron Body and Iron Shirt techniques, the destructive force was even greater. In an instant, countless insights and experiences related to the 5 Tigers' gate-crushing blade flooded into his mind, as if he had trained arduously for months. After fully absorbing this newfound knowledge, Xiao Bieli immediately mounted his horse and headed straight for Linshui County. Upon entering the city, he followed the address provided by Lu Dali and arrived at a secluded courtyard in the western part of the city. Faint voices could be heard from within. He knocked lightly on the gate. Moments later, a shirtless burly man opened the door and scrutinized him warily. Who are you? Who are you looking for? Lu Dali from Wei Xian Escort Agency referred me. I'm looking to take a boat to Dongjiang Prefecture, Xiao Bieli replied calmly. Hearing Lu Dali's name, the man's expression softened slightly. Come in. Inside the courtyard, over a dozen robust men were busy packing up goods. The sky was nearing dusk, and most of the cargo had already been boxed up. The man called out toward the inner room, Boss Leopard, someone recommended by Lu Dali from Wei Xian escort agency, is here to take the boat. Soon, a rugged man in his 40s with a sturdy build stepped out and gave Xiao Bieli a once-over. Since old Lu recommended you, it just so happens there's a trip to Dongjiang Prefecture tonight. But do you know the rules? Without a word, Xiao Bieli pulled out 3 tintal silver ingots. 30 taels. Is that enough? Boss Leopard toyed with the silver ingots and shook his head. That's the usual price, but right now, the 12-link dock and the Three Rivers Alliance are at each other's throats. The danger has doubled. It'll cost 100 taels. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli took out a banknote worth 130 taels. 130 taels. When do we leave? Looking at the banknote, Boss Leopard's face lit up with a smile. We'll set off in just over half an hour. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its light shimmering on the rippling river. A small boat, capable of holding more than 20 people, was gliding gently downstream along the Yuan River. On the deck, Xiao Bieli leaned against the railing with his blade in hand, surrounded by a few sailors under Leopard Master's command. Inside the cabin, Leopard Master and several trusted subordinates guarded a pile of cargo. Hey kid! A burly man sized up Xiao Bieli. You look pretty soft and delicate. Who did you offend around here that you were heading to Dongjiang County? A faint smile played on Xiao Bieli's lips. I crossed the Sanjiang Alliance. I had no choice but to leave. A sharp intake of breath swept through the sailors. In Linshui County, the Sanjiang Alliance was as powerful as the heavens themselves. Even the local authorities were known to collude with them. Was it someone under one of the elders, or someone from the main headquarters? One of the sailors asked in a hushed tone. The Changha gang, Xiao Bieli replied indifferently. Laughter erupted across the deck. Oh, the Changha gang. I thought it was someone from the headquarters, a sailor said, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Funny thing is, there's another guy named Xiao Bieli who got chased by the Changha gang over in Lechuan. He escaped to Dongjiang County using this same river. That guy's martial skills weren't bad at all, even took down an old hand like Qin Yuan, the soul-snatching hand. I heard the Changha gang's Grand Elder Lin Tiantong went to Dongjiang County himself, but still couldn't find him. Xiao Bieli simply smiled without saying a word. Inside the cabin, the burly man who had previously brought Xiao Bieli into the courtyard leaned in close to Leopard Master. Leopard Master, that kid's a fat sheep. He just handed over 100 taels of silver, without hesitation. This trip, we're risking our necks for maybe 300 or 400 taels total. After you take the lion's share, the rest of us will just get 10, maybe 20 taels each. But if we take him out and grab his silver, we'll each get at least 30 taels more. And this kind of side job doesn't need to be shared with the brothers guarding the base. Leopard Master stayed silent, so the burly man continued. Right now, the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12-linked strongholds are at each other's throats, and transporting goods has become way riskier. That kid's quick and agile's bound to have more silver on him. If we pull this off, we won't need to work for months. Taking a sip of water, Leopard Master replied calmly. Do you think I'd be here personally if it weren't for dealing with him? Don't worry. We'll make our move after we pass Sonli Crossing. The waters there are rough, and even if he's a 7th-grade warrior with fully open meridians, he won't survive without a boat. And even if he does escape, he won't stir up much trouble. Under the sparse light of the stars and moon, the small boat continued its journey downstream. Traveling from Linshui County to Dongjiang County was straightforward. Just steer the boat carefully, avoiding cliffs and rocky outcrops along the way. There wasn't much entertainment on the boat, and everyone was drowsy. As the boat reached Sanladu, Master Bao stepped out of the cabin with 5 of his trusted henchmen. Their sudden appearance immediately startled the sleepy sailors. Master Bao! Master Bao! The sailors scrambled to their feet. Normally, Master Bao stayed in the cabin drinking during cargo trips. His unusual appearance on the deck today filled everyone with unease. Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. With his current level of martial arts mastery, nothing within a 100-meter radius could escape his senses. Even though Master Bao and his men had deliberately lowered their voices while talking in the cabin, Xiao Bieli had heard every word. Business on the river is getting harder and harder. Master Bao sighed as he looked at Xiao Bieli. I have no choice but to turn to other ventures. Hand over all your silver, banknotes, and valuables, and I'll let you leave from here. Here? Xiao Bieli shook his head. This is Sanladu. Even a 7th-rank martial artist has slim chances of survival if they fall into the water. Jumping off isn't exactly a wise choice. You overheard us? Master Bao's brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing. No matter. Since you refused the way out I offered, men, attack. At Master Bao's command, the 5 henchmen grinned wickedly, drew their weapons, and charged toward Xiao Bieli. If you want my silver, Why not do it yourself? Why send these fools to their deaths? Xiao Bieli sneered, his long blade slicing through the air in a dazzling crimson arc. 5 agonized screams rang out simultaneously, only to be abruptly silenced. 5 heads flew skyward, and their headless bodies collapsed to the deck with a thud. Blood rained down, staining the deck red. The system immediately notified Xiao Bieli of an increase in experience points. Seeing this, Master Bao leapt toward the river. But midair, he realized in horror that the lower half of his body had been left behind on the deck. He looked down at his severed torso before plummeting heavily into the water. The system notified Xiao Bieli that he had obtained the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles. Xiao Bieli pondered for a moment. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles had been renowned in his past life. Yet here they were only classified as a 5th-grade hidden weapon. What puzzled him even more was the system's randomness. Defeating a 6th-grade boss had yielded nothing. Yet taking down Master Bao, a mere early-stage 7th-grade opponent, had rewarded him with this weapon. Witnessing their master's gruesome death, the sailors immediately dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy. Spare us, young hero. We had no idea Master Bao planned to harm you. He hasn't done anything like this in a year, or two. Truly didn't know. They kowtowed repeatedly, their foreheads thudding against the deck. It was clear they were terrified out of their wits. Master Bao, a 7th-grade martial artist, had been bisected without them even noticing, and the young man responsible appeared to have hardly moved. Get up. I still need you to take me to Dongjiang County, Xiao Bieli said calmly. He glanced at the sailors before him, silently calculating in his mind. These men were just ordinary people with some brute strength and basic fighting skills. Killing them all would only yield a few dozen experience points. Besides, if he killed everyone on board, he, not knowing how to steer a ship, would have no way of reaching his destination. Thank you, young master. Thank you. The sailors, visibly relieved, expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Xiao Bieli's gaze fell on the bodies scattered across the deck, and he frowned slightly. Throw the corpses into the river, he ordered. The sailors quickly got to work, efficiently disposing of the bodies before standing respectfully, awaiting further instructions. All right, no need to be nervous, Xiao Bieli said indifferently. Just do what you're supposed to. As long as we reach Dongjiang County, I'll let you go. With that, he turned and entered the ship's cabin, where he found several crates filled with goods. With a swift slash of his blade, he opened one of the sacks, revealing white refined salt spilling out. Inspecting the other crates, he discovered they contained nothing but inexpensive miscellaneous items. It was clear that the real profit lay in this batch of smuggled salt. Just this refined salt alone could fetch them several hundred taels of silver. However, Xiao Bieli quickly noticed something unusual. How could a mere 7th-grade martial artist acquire refined salt of such quality? There had to be someone else behind this operation, possibly even involving the officials. He shook his head. He neither lacked silver nor had any way to sell contraband. This smuggled salt was more of a burden than a benefit. Besides, he already had enough matters to deal with. Extract the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, he commanded. A flat, box-like copper object appeared in his hand. This concealed weapon looked unremarkable, but it had a cleverly designed mechanism on top that could be triggered with a simple push. Xiao Bieli nodded to himself. This kind of easily hidden yet lethal weapon was indeed a perfect tool for ambush and plunder. The system promptly displayed his current status. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, early 6th grade. Martial arts, Yijinjing 26100, Gale Blade Technique mastered, 13 Taibao Body Training mastered, Iron Shirt Technique mastered, Cloud Stepping Technique mastered, 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade 51100, Great Strength Vajra Finger 10100. Traits, Precision and Techniques, Copper Skin, Nimble as a Swallow. Experience points, 4150. Another 4,000 points accumulated, perfect for upgrading the 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade. Xiao Bieli thought to himself. Boom. Countless experiences of mastering the 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade technique surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had endured years of rigorous training himself. When he opened his eyes, he silently calculated that only 800 experience points remained to reach the maximum level. As he stepped out of the cabin, the sailors on the deck instinctively backed away, fear evident on their faces. Xiao Bieli paid no attention to their reactions and simply asked about the time it would take to reach Dongjiang County. At most, an hour and we'll enter the boundaries of Dongjiang County, one sailor quickly replied. The small boat glided smoothly past Sanli Crossing, where the water began to flow more gently. Just as they were about to enter Dongjiang County, a shrill horn suddenly sounded from behind, followed by shouts and commands. There's a boat ahead. Move closer. 6 small boats, lit by lanterns, sliced through the water, leaving white trails as they quickly closed in. The sailors on the deck turned pale. It's the boats of the Three Rivers Alliance. Leopard Master is dead, and they know the masters of the Three Rivers Alliance. The sailors murmured in fear. The Three Rivers Alliance not only had close ties with the officials of Linshui County, but also monopolized the local illegal salt trade. If captured, their fate would be certain death. Even the best swimmers would find it nearly impossible to escape the skilled fighters aboard those swift boats. Xiao Bieli ignored the panicked sailors and stared into the distance. Under the moonlight, he saw a larger ship trailing behind the 6 small boats. Although the larger ship was slower, it was still much faster than their own vessel. At this point, the 2 boats were only 400 or 500 meters apart and would soon close the gap. On the pursuing large ship, Lu Jun gazed at the restless tracking goo in his hand, confirming that the target he had been hunting for a month, Xiao Bieli, was just ahead. Close in. He must not escape today, Lu Jun commanded sharply. Standing behind him, Ding Kaishan calmly said, "Young master, leave this to me. By the time you catch up, Xiao Bieli will already be subdued and at your disposal." Receiving Lu Jun's approval, Ding Kaishan suddenly pushed off with immense force, skimming across the water like a dragonfly touching the surface. In the blink of an eye, he became a distant shadow. What extraordinary lightness skill! Zhou Chang exclaimed in genuine admiration. Though he was a peak 6th grade martial artist, even he had to admit inferiority to Ding Kaishan's agility. Lu Jun explained, "Ding, our enforcer, once honed his skills in the underworld. Without exceptional lightness skill, he wouldn't have survived this long. Against someone like Xiao Bieli, he's more than enough." On the deck, Xiao Bieli noticed the rapidly approaching figure and turned to the stunned sailors, speaking calmly, "The water is calm now. If you jump ship, you might still have a chance to survive." The sailors snapped out of their daze and, without hesitation, leaped into the river one after another. The sound of splashes echoed continuously. At this moment, several small boats from the Sanjiang Alliance had already closed in on the edge of the smaller vessel. At the bow of the boat, a lone figure stood quietly. The leader of the Sanjiang Alliance promptly gave the order, "Send 2 boats to capture the ones who fled. The rest, come with me to take this man down." Before his words had fully settled, more than a dozen figures leapt into the air and landed lightly on the deck. A glint of greed flashed in the Sanjiang leader's eyes as he sneered, "Kid, the glory of this victory is mine." His long blade was unsheathed with a flash of cold light, aiming straight for Xiao Bieli's arms. The other experts of the Sanjiang Alliance, unwilling to be outdone, launched their attacks in unison to encircle him. Xiao Bieli let out a cold laugh. "Rushing in recklessly without knowing what you're up against? How foolish." To him, the most pitiful people in the martial world were those who didn't understand their own capabilities. Clang! The red sleeve blade was drawn, its icy gleam cutting through the air. Without even channeling his inner energy, Xiao Bieli struck with one swift slash, sending the Sanjiang leader flying. The man crashed heavily onto the deck, lifeless and silent. A system notification immediately followed. Experience 500. By now, the remaining members of the Sanjiang Alliance had no path of retreat. Relying solely on his raw physical strength, Xiao Bieli swung his blade again and again, unleashing over 10 consecutive blows. Wherever the blade's light passed, his opponents were left with deep wounds, flung away like broken kites, utterly powerless to retaliate. System notifications kept chiming in succession. Experience 10. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bieli's experience points had surpassed 1,000. As the figure stepping across the waves grew closer, Xiao Bieli wasted no time and silently thought to himself, "Consume 800 experience points to upgrade the 5 Tigers Gatecrashing Blade." In an instant, the 5 Tigers Gatecrashing Blade reached perfection. Countless realizations surged into his mind. At that moment, Ding Kaishan landed steadily on the small boat. Sweeping his gaze over the corpses scattered across the deck, his expression remained calm, though a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Bieli. "Kid, you're not running?" Xiao Bieli shook his head nonchalantly. There's no need to run. Now that he had reached the 6th rank realm and possessed the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, even if his opponent was a 5th rank expert, he was confident he could use the needles to turn the tide and claim victory. Xiao Bieli pondered silently. To deal with a peak 7th grade martial artist capable of fighting a 6th grade expert, would the Sanjiang Alliance really send a mere 5th grade fighter? Ding Kaishan's gaze was sharp as a blade. He smirked coldly at Xiao Bieli and said, "You've got guts much more than the average rogue from Manzhou. Hand over Xiao Bieli, and I might plead with the young master to spare your life." Xiao Bieli's expression turned peculiar. "You're looking for Xiao Bieli?" "That's right," Ding Kaishan snorted. "Offending the Lu family is a death sentence. No matter where you run, even to the ends of the earth." His voice had barely faded when he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. "Wait, I feel like I've seen you before, Yu Shenlang." Ding Kaishan sneered. "Even the Changha gang couldn't handle you. It seems Manz's 6th grade experts aren't much after all, if they can't even subdue a 7th grade fighter. But today, your luck runs out, you've met me." As his words fell, two cold flashes shot out from Ding Kaishan's sleeve, aiming straight for Xiao Bieli's face. Almost simultaneously, his entire body surged forward like a streak of lightning, extending a finger to strike at Xiao Bieli's chest. Though his opponent was only at the peak of the 7th grade, Ding Kaishan adhered to the philosophy of, a lion uses its full strength even against a rabbit. He dared not show the slightest negligence. Xiao Bieli swept his left sleeve, channeling his inner energy through the fabric, deflecting the hidden weapons. His right hand extended a thumb, meeting Ding Kaishan's incoming finger Hedon. Bang! The two fingers collided, sending tremors through both men, their feet stomping down with such force that the deck of the small boat splintered into a deep dent. Almost simultaneously, their fingers clashed again. Ding Kaishan staggered back 3 steps, his fingers trembling in disbelief. I've heard your blade skills are exceptional, but I didn't expect you to have such formidable hard-body techniques and mastery of finger strikes. Before he could finish, Xiao Bieli sighed deeply. His inner energy surged, unleashing the mighty Vajra finger. The terrifying force tore through the air, hurtling toward Ding Kaishan like an unstoppable spear. Releasing energy externally? You've reached the 6th grade realm. Ding Kaishan's face turned pale as he frantically circulated his inner energy to counter. The two forces collided midair, scattering energy in all directions, leaving small holes punctured across the deck. Realizing he couldn't afford to engage further, Ding Kaishan leapt to the other end of the small boat with a forceful step. He knew his opponent's hard-body techniques were extraordinary, and an unknown clash would be futile. His only option was to wait for reinforcements from Baun Manor. If he were injured now, even teaming up with Zhou Chang might not be enough to subdue Xiao Bieli. Ding Kaishan hadn't even reached the bow of the ship when a loud shout tore through the air. He instinctively turned his head, only to see a crimson blade aura slicing through the sky, with Shun Lang's figure trailing closely behind at an astonishing speed. You've gone too far. Ding Kaishan roared in fury, his fingers flicking rapidly to unleash a barrage of sharp energy blasts, aiming to intercept the deadly strike. Clang! Bang! 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 The blade aura collided with the energy blasts, shattering the attack. However, Ding Kaishan's arm was still slashed, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. Xiao Bieli seized the fleeting opportunity, his crimson-sleeved blade cleaving downward with the most powerful move from the 5 Tigers' gate-crushing blade, technique White Tiger leaping the ravine. Ding Kaishan's face turned pale with shock. In a panic, he pulled back his arms and struck out with his palms, facing each other. Titans splitting the mountain. This was a technique he had earned after 5 years of service to the Liu family and had mastered through 7 years of painstaking practice. A thunderous boom erupted, shaking the air as deafening shockwaves reverberated. At the moment Xiao Bieli's crimson blade met Ding Kaishan's palms, Zhao's arms bizarrely grew thicker, and the speed and force of his strike surged by 50%. Splat! Blood sprayed everywhere as Ding Kaishan let out a blood-curdling scream. His palms were severed in half, exposing ghastly white bone. Stop this madness! 2 shouts rang out simultaneously, but Xiao Bieli's crimson blade had already descended mercilessly. Ding Kaishan's head flew skyward, and his headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. A system notification followed. Experience gained 2,000. Xiao Bieli calmly sheathed his blade and turned his gaze toward the large ship in the distance. With a cold, detached tone, he said, "What were you saying just now? I didn't quite catch that." Only then did he take in the sight of the people on the ship. A young man in his 20s, several martial artists with shocked expressions, and a middle-aged man nearing 50 whose eyes were filled with confusion. Shun Lang. Lu Jun's face twisted with rage. Where is Xiao Bieli? Regret churned in his heart. If only he had accompanied Lin Hai to the Xiao family back then, Xiao Bieli wouldn't have escaped, and the Liu family wouldn't have lost a 6th-rank enforcer and a tracking goo. Even if he killed Xiao Bieli now, he would still face punishment upon returning to the Liu family. Damn it! You deserve to die. Zhou Chang scrutinized Xiao Bieli and his small boat with suspicion. There's no one alive on the boat except Shun Lang. Young Master Liu, are you certain Xiao Bieli is still on board? Lu Jun pulled out the tracking goo and said coldly, "You can see for yourself, Third Master. The tracking goo is this active, which means Xiao Bieli is within 10 meters of us. If not on that boat, then where else could he be hiding?" Zhou Chang shook his head, then suddenly fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli. The rumors say Xiao Bieli is no more than an 8th-rank fighter. If he were really hiding on that small boat, how could he escape my notice? Who would have thought that the renowned Shun Lang of Dongjiang County is none other than Xiao Bieli of Lingshui County, the man infamous for killing his father and dishonoring his sister-in-law? What? The people on the large ship were utterly stunned. They simply couldn't reconcile the refined, charismatic young swordsman before them who had effortlessly killed Ding Gongfeng with the rumored villain who murdered his own father and dishonored his sister-in-law. With such strength, why would he resort to such despicable means? You're Xiao Bieli? Lu Jun's face was filled with disbelief. How could a mere 8th rank martial artist suddenly become a master capable of easily defeating someone like Ding Gongfeng? Father killer? Sister-in-law betrayer? Xiao Bieli removed his mask and sneered coldly. Do you really believe such nonsense? His gaze shifted to Lu Jun, his tone calm but tinged with accusation. I don't understand. If Lin Qingyuan wanted to break off the engagement, a single letter would have sufficed. Do you really think the Xiao family would dare object? Lu Jun remained silent, staring at Xiao Bieli's youthful face. It was only now that he remembered Xiao Bieli was the same age as Lin Qingyuan, the exceptionally gifted direct disciple of the Zhangwen sword sect. Yet even Lin Qingyuan was only at the 6th rank of cultivation. Reflecting on how Xiao Bieli's father had died because of them, Lu Jun felt a chill run through him. This was a grudge that could never be resolved. If this young man wasn't eliminated, he would become a grave threat, possibly endangering the entire Lu family. Third Master, Lu Jun turned to Zhou Chang. I'll have to trouble you to deal with this boy. If you kill him, the Lu family will reward you with a Tongqiao pill. Zhou Chang's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the Tongqiao pill. Though he had already opened his Ran and Du meridians and reached the peak of 6th rank martial arts, breaking through to the 5th rank required unlocking the 7 and 8 apertures. For years, he hadn't managed to open even one. The Tongqiao pill was not only priceless but also incredibly rare due to the scarcity of its ingredients and the expertise required for its refinement by a skilled alchemist. Enough talk. Xiao Bieli frowned, stomping down hard on the small boat. His figure shot toward the larger ship like an arrow leaving the bow. If Lu Jun wouldn't explain, then Xiao would capture him and force the truth out. After days of being hunted, he was determined to find out who was truly behind this. Was it really the Lin family? As Xiao Bieli landed on the large ship, the entire vessel quaked, sending the weaker disciples of the Three Rivers Alliance sprawling. Before Lu Jun could give an order, for 7th rank experts from the Lu family, who had accompanied Ding Kaishan, attacked simultaneously, their blades and swords slashing toward Xiao Bieli. Pathetic. Xiao Bieli didn't even bother drawing his weapon. Instead, he extended his hands directly toward the incoming weapons. The 4 attackers, thinking he was overconfident, were initially delighted. But in the next instant, their expressions turned to horror. Xiao Bieli's hands clamped down like iron claws, shattering their weapons into fragments in a split second. The shards shot outward, killing the 4 attackers instantly and injuring others on the ship. Screams erupted as blood splattered across the deck. A system notification appeared. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. Blossoms of Destruction 1. Experience 100. Experience 10. Enough. Zhou Chang roared, sending a powerful palm strike that deflected the flying shards aimed at him, and Lu Jun staring at the lifeless bodies of the Baun Manor disciples strewn across the deck. Zhou Chang's gaze turned icy. Xiao Bieli, I don't care who's backing you, but you've gone too far killing my Baun Manor disciples. Huh. Xiao Bieli let out a cold laugh. And when you sent the people of Guzi Ridge after me, where was your sense of justice? Weren't you looking for a resolution? Perfect, because I want you dead too. Young man, don't think that just because you managed to kill Ding Kaishan by luck, you're invincible. Before Zhou Chang finished speaking, his figure shot forward like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xiao Bieli, unleashing a fierce palm strike aimed directly at his face. The air howled under the force of his attack, compressed to the extreme, producing a deafening roar. As a renowned peak 6th rank martial artist in Dongjiang County, Zhou Chang's strike was terrifyingly powerful. His palms were covered with thick calluses, evidence of a lifetime of martial training and accumulated strength. Realizing the imminent danger, Xiao Bieli knew it was too late to draw his blade. He quickly gathered his inner energy, activating the Iron Shirt technique and the 13 Guardians' external style to their limits. His muscles swelled, veins snaking across his skin like coiled serpents, as he raised his hardened fingers to meet Zhou Chang's powerful strike. Bang! The collision of their forces sent shockwaves rippling outward. Xiao Bieli was forced back 7 steps, barely steadying himself at the edge of the ship. Kid, you're still far from being my match. Zhou Chang pressed his advantage, launching a flurry of palm strikes. One strike narrowly grazed Xiao Bieli's chest and smashed into the ship's mast, breaking it cleanly in half. The crew scattered in panic to avoid the falling debris. Zhou Chang's attacks came like crashing waves, each strike carrying immense force. Any ordinary 6th rank fighter would have suffered broken bones from just one blow. Dodging a dozen consecutive strikes, Xiao Bieli suddenly drew his crimson sleeve blade. With a leap, he executed the elephant triumphing over the lion technique from the 5 Tigers' soul-severing blade style. The crimson blade sliced through the air, roaring toward Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang didn't retreat but instead advanced, countering with a series of rapid palm strikes. The deck beneath him shattered with each clash, leaving dozens of gaping holes. When a drop of blood finally fell from Zhou Chang's hand, his expression darkened, and he asked gravely, "A treasured weapon? Who is your master?" Xiao Bieli gave no reply, launching another strike from the five tigers' soul-severing blade style, one howl stirring the wind. Zhou Chang was forced back 2 steps as the blade's energy tore through the air, ripping planks from the ship's deck. Something's wrong, the ship is taking on water. Young Master Lu quickly to the small boat. Amid the cries of alarm, Lu Jun was escorted by the others onto the smaller boat where Xiao Bieli had previously been. Standing on the small boat, Lu Jun's expression shifted unpredictably. Despite being only at the 7th rank, as a core disciple of the Yuan sword sect and a direct descendant of the Lu family, he had been trained by 5th-rank masters since childhood. He could clearly see the gravity of the situation. Zhou Chang's martial prowess was indeed beyond his expectations. Such peak 6th-tier strength was considered outstanding even within the Yuan sword sect. What surprised him even more was Xiao Bieli. Although Zhao's inner strength couldn't match Zhou Chang's, his mastery of blade techniques had reached a level where power and precision blended seamlessly. Each had their strengths, one with profound cultivation and pure energy, the other with exquisite techniques and unparalleled blade skills. For now, the duel was deadlocked. Lu Jun pondered for a moment before pulling out a pitch-black cylinder from his sleeve. It was the wind-breaking needle, a gift from his aunt. With a simple press of the mechanism, dozens of poison-tipped needles would shoot out at incredible speed. Even a 6th-tier master, if grazed by just one needle, would succumb to the poison within the span of an incense stick. The more they circulated their energy, the faster they would perish. However, with the two fighters locked in close combat, Lu feared accidentally injuring Zhou Chang and hesitated to act. In the thick of the battle, Zhou Chang's expression grew grimmer. For decades, he had roamed the Dongjiang region, claiming the lives of nearly 10 6th-tier masters. Yet, this young man before him was proving to be his most formidable opponent. Xiao Bieli's body-hardening techniques were like an impenetrable fortress, rendering Zhou's attacks ineffective. What made matters worse was that Xiao not only wielded a famed weapon, but his blade techniques were exceptionally refined. In just 100 exchanges, Zhou had sustained 2 injuries, while Xiao remained completely unscathed. This can't go on, Zhou Chang thought to himself. I refuse to believe his body-hardening techniques can truly be impenetrable inside and out. With a sudden step back, Zhou Chang clasped his hands together, channeling his energy to its peak. In a move resembling a Vajra bowing to Buddha, he unleashed a palm strike. With a thunderous roar, a massive handprint formed from condensed energy surged toward Xiao Bieli. This was the moment Xiao Bieli had been waiting for. Up until now, Zhou Chang had been as slippery as an eel, and Xiao had struggled to land even 2 minor wounds. But now, in his haste to claim victory, Zhou had exposed a flaw. Facing the overwhelming force of the palm strike, Xiao remained unfazed. He channeled his crimson blade and executed the killing move, commanding the mountains from the 5 tigers' gate-cleaving blade technique. This strike was purely offensive, with no regard for defense, a move that would seem suicidal to most. However, with the perfected 13 Guardians body-hardening technique and iron shirt protecting him, Xiao had no fear of such a high-stakes exchange. With an earth-shattering boom, the palm force and blade energy collided violently, sending a terrifying shockwave in all directions. The ship beneath their feet split apart and was utterly destroyed. Both men spat blood as they were blasted backward, yet almost simultaneously, they regained their footing midair and charged at each other once more. On a nearby ship, Lu Jun, who had been observing the fight, saw the moment the two clashed again. A flicker of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes. Zhou Chang calculated in his mind. Although he was the 3rd master of Baun Manor, as long as he could eliminate Xiao Bieli and had senior brother Zhua as his backing, Baun Manor would certainly hesitate to act rashly. At that point, he could flee to Manzhou, and even Baun Manor wouldn't dare to recklessly provoke the Yuan sword sect. With this thought, he decisively pulled out the wind-piercing needle cylinder and aimed it at the two engaged in fierce combat, pressing the mechanism. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of silver needles, as fine as cow hair, shot through the air with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for the 2 fighters. Xiao Bieli and Zhou Chang, locked in combat, almost simultaneously sensed the incoming sound of the needles slicing through the air. By the time they realized it, it was too late to dodge. In the critical moment, Xiao Bieli pushed his iron shirt technique and 13 Guardians body refinement art to their limits. Clang, clang, clang. He raised his hand to block, deflecting over a dozen silver needles. However, 3 or 4 needles still broke through his blade defense and struck his body. Fortunately, though the needles were as swift as lightning, they failed to pierce his defenses, bouncing off due to the force of his 13 Guardians body refinement art. Zhou Chang was not so fortunate. 2 silver needles deeply embedded themselves into his right arm and chest, piercing into the bone. The affected areas quickly turned black. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Lu Jun, filled with boundless resentment and fury. If it weren't for Lu Jun, he wouldn't have ended up at odds with Xiao Bieli, and now he was about to die at the hands of this treacherous scoundrel. The people from Baun Manor and the surviving disciples of the Sanjiang Alliance witnessed this scene in shock, instinctively distancing themselves from Lu Jun, who had proven himself a ruthless and cold-hearted individual, even willing to harm his own allies. "Don't worry, he'll be joining you soon," Xiao Bieli said coldly. Before his words had fully echoed, a crimson blade light flashed. Zhou Cheng's head was severed cleanly, his headless body collapsing with a heavy thud. Experience 2000. Golden Bell Shield 1. Golden Bell Shield? What a treasure! Xiao Bieli felt a surge of joy in his heart. Acquiring this powerful external martial art filled him with genuine excitement. Through his recent battles, he had deeply appreciated the advantages of such techniques. Not only had his physical attributes improved significantly, but he no longer needed to worry about being caught off guard by underhanded tricks from his enemies. He glanced at his attribute panel. Host: Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level: early 6th grade. Martial arts: Yi Jing Jing 26100. Gale Saber Technique mastered. 13 Taibao Hardening Technique mastered. Iron Cloth mastered. Cloud Ladder Technique mastered. 5 Tigers Breaking Gate Saber mastered. Vigorous Vajra Finger 10100. Special skills: precision in techniques, copper skin, agility of a swallow. Experience points: 7450. Pending rewards: Golden Bell Shield, Blossom Rain. Blossom Rain? He pondered for a moment. It seems to be a hidden weapon technique. Opposite him, Lu Jun stared at Xiao Bieli in disbelief, desperately searching for any signs of poisoning. The wind-piercing needles were nearly impossible for even a 6th grade master to fully defend against. Yet this man before him seemed completely unaffected. Even more shocking, Xiao Bieli had emerged from his intense battle with Zhou Chong without so much as a scratch. Xiao Bieli lightly leaped onto a small boat, scaring the passengers into jumping into the water to escape. With a flick of his fingers, streams of energy shot through the air, each one leaving a fatal wound on the heads of those in the water. As the kill notifications echoed in his mind, his experience points rapidly accumulated. Lu Jun's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, his voice trembling. "Don't kill me. My aunt is an inner elder of the Yuan sword sect. My father is the head of the Lu family, a peak 5th grade master." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Bieli had already sealed all his acupoints. Grabbing Lu Jun with one hand, he leapt onto the Three Rivers Alliance's swift boat and channeled his internal energy to propel it forward like an arrow. Along the way, he hunted down and eliminated any remaining survivors, then steered the boat with Lu Jun toward Dongjiang County. Reaching a suitable spot to disembark, Xiao Bieli casually tossed Lu Jun onto the riverbank. After unsealing his acupoints, he coldly demanded, "Tell me, who in the Yuan sword sect is targeting me? Is it the Lin family?" Lu Jun's face was filled with terror, but he still tried to negotiate. "I can tell you, but you must swear not to kill me." Xiao Bieli frowned. "Do you think you're in any position to bargain with me? If you don't talk, I can make you suffer first." "I swear, I was only following orders. Your father's death has nothing to do with me directly," Lu Jun stammered, his face pale. "If you kill me, you'll bring enormous trouble upon yourself. My Lu family has tracking goo worm seal be found by my father sooner or later. But if you swear to all the gods and deities not to kill me, I'll tell you everything and even ensure that the Lu family never opposes you again." "Swear?" Xiao Bieli furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before raising 3 fingers. "I swear to all the gods and deities in the heavens, as long as Lu Jun tells me who's targeting me, I promise not to kill him." Lu Jun's expression softened slightly. "It's Senior Brother Zhua. I was just following his orders." "Senior Brother Zhua? Who is that?" Xiao Bieli questioned coldly. "Zhua Qingyun of the Four Directions Sword Sect, ranked 7th on the Dragon Tiger list." Lu Jun hurriedly explained. "He's the top disciple of the Yuan sword sect and the future candidate for sect leader." "And what is the Dragon Tiger list?" Lu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't even know about the Dragon Tiger list?" "It's a ranking compiled by the Jinwu Hall, listing the 72 most talented individuals under the age of 35 in the Great Qin Dynasty. Those on the list are expected to reach the rank of 4th grade Grandmaster, with the top 10 having a chance to break through to 3rd grade Grandmaster, and the top 3 possessing the potential to become transcendent beings." Xiao Bieli nodded. "He's targeting me because of Lin Qingyuan?" "Exactly," Lu Jun replied. "Junior sister Lin is extraordinarily gifted, even more so than senior brother Zhua. The sect wanted to match them together, but junior sister Lin refused to annul her engagement." He hesitated before continuing. "Your only way out is to take the initiative to break off the engagement. As long as you sever ties with junior sister Lin, senior brother Zhua won't trouble you anymore." Xiao Bieli scoffed at this suggestion and instead asked, "What's Zhua Qinjian's strength? How old is he?" 34 years old, at the peak of 5th grade, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster." 34? Xiao Bieli sneered. He's twice lynching Yuan's age and still dares to dream of marrying a much younger woman?
Shameless.
The first light of dawn was breaking over the horizon. Lu Jun cautiously asked, "Young Master Xiao, I've told you everything. May I leave now?" Xiao Bieli shook his head. "I don't want my identity exposed yet. I swear I won't tell anyone." Lu Jun raised his hand in panic. "Besides, you swore to the gods just now." "Sorry, I believe in Jesus." A flash of steel, and Lu Jun's head fell to the ground. A system notification appeared. Experience 1000. Xiao Bieli tossed the body into the rushing river and checked his system panel. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, early 6th grade. Martial arts. Muscle tendon change classic 2, 6100. Gale blade technique mastered. 13 guardians body refinement techniques mastered. Iron shirt technique mastered. Subtle moves. Copper skin. Light as a swallow. Experience points, 9550. Pending rewards, golden bell shield, blossoms in the wind. He quickly claimed the 2 new martial arts techniques, gaining initial proficiency golden bell shield 5100, blossoms in the wind 5100. Then, he invested 5,000 experience points to raise the muscle tendon change classic to 31100, feeling the transformation of his inner energy from a trickling stream to a surging river. The remaining experience points were allocated to upgrading the golden bell shield. Boom. The proficiency of the golden bell shield technique instantly increased to 50,100. Xiao Bieli felt a surge of training experience pouring into his mind, as if he had been honing this skill for decades. He opened his eyes and activated the technique. With a deep dong, a faint golden energy bell enveloped his entire body. At 50 proficiency, the golden bell shield was already strong enough to withstand the full-force palm strike of a 6th grade peak martial artist like Zhou Chang. More importantly, unlike Iron Shirt or the 13 Guardians body training technique, the golden bell shield's defensive power would grow stronger as the user's inner energy increased. Dispelling the golden bell shield, Xiao Bieli thought to himself, the Heavenly Maiden's Blossom throwing technique having a proficiency of 50 or 60 should suffice. With my abilities, why would I even need to rely on hidden weapons? With that thought, he quickly chose a direction and disappeared into the night. As dawn broke, a small fishing boat quietly glided onto the river. Although the 12-linked fort and the Three Rivers Alliance had been locked in a bitter conflict recently, their targets were primarily the merchant ships on the Yuan River. Small fishing boats were left unbothered, overlooked by both sides. Old Jiangtu was a seasoned fisherman who had spent his entire life fishing on the Yuan River. Every day before dawn, he would set out to catch fresh fish and rush to the dock to sell his haul in the early morning. The wealthy and powerful always favored live, fresh fish, as the price for dead fish was considerably lower. Right here, Old Jiangtu muttered as he stood on the boat, skillfully casting his net into the river. The first haul brought up only 3 or 4 small fish, but he wasn't discouraged. This was a common occurrence. On his second attempt, Old Jiangtu felt the weight in the net and struggled to pull it up. His initial excitement froze the moment he saw what was caught. A corpse lay tangled in the fishing net. This particular bend in the river often brought floating debris, but in all his decades of fishing, this was the first time he had ever pulled up a body. Looking up, Old Jiangtu noticed a large amount of shattered ship planks and more corpses floating not far away. Alarmed, he hurriedly pulled the net back onto the boat and steered swiftly toward the marketplace. About half an hour later, a ship from the 12-linked fort arrived at the river bend. Standing on the deck was a middle-aged man in a green robe, none other than Chu Bufan, the third elder of the 12-linked fort. With a scarred face and a weathered demeanor, he exuded an air of authority and respect born from years of experience and countless trials in the martial world. Old Jiangtu stood nervously beside Chu Bufan, pointing toward the bend. "Elder, it's right over there." As a fisherman who often sold his catch at the 12-linked fort's dock, he naturally recognized Chu Bufan. However, he never expected that simply reporting a corpse would bring the elder himself and earn him a reward of 20 taels of silver, an entire year's worth of income for him. Chu Bufan gave a slight nod, and Chen Yuan, a skilled fighter from the 12-linked fort standing behind him, immediately barked out orders. "Move quickly." Moments later, they arrived at the bend in the river. Chen Yuan stepped lightly onto the boat plank, his movements as graceful as a swallow skimming across the water. His toes landed precisely on a drifting plank, using its buoyancy to propel himself forward with steady poise. As he approached the bodies, his hand darted into the water, swiftly lifting 2 floating corpses in one seamless motion. Within moments, he had returned to the boat. Placing the newly retrieved bodies alongside the ones Old Jiang had recovered earlier, Chen Yuan's expression grew solemn. The time of death is no more than 2 hours ago. These 2 are unfamiliar faces, but this one is clearly from Baun Manor. Judging by their location, they must have drifted downstream. I fear there are more victims yet to be found. He frowned and continued. We haven't received any reports of our brothers being attacked on the river. What is someone from Baun Manor doing here? For years, the waterways of Dongjiang County have been under the control of our 12 linked fortresses. Could it be that they're trying to interfere? Chu Bufan spoke calmly. Summon the fishermen to search along the Yuan River. Offer a reward of 2 taels of silver for each body recovered. Understood. Chen Yuan accepted the order and departed. Seeing an opportunity for profit, Old Jiang eagerly volunteered. Elder, my netcasting skills are among the best on the Yuan River. Let me help as well. The reward was indeed tempting. Couldn't earn 2 taels of silver even after a month of fishing. With the 20 taels promised by Elder Chu, plus his savings, he would have enough to arrange a wedding for his 3rd son. Go ahead. Chu Bufan nodded in approval. Half an hour later, over 20 corpses were neatly lined up in a makeshift straw shed on the riverbank. It's Zhou Chong. Chen Yuan stared at the decapitated body, his expression heavy. Though he was a trusted confidant of Elder Chu and his martial skills had reached the late stage of 6th rank, he admitted to himself that he was still no match for Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong ranked among the top 5 6th rank martial artists in Dongjiang County, yet now he lay lifeless here. Even more perplexing was the discovery of bodies dressed in the attire of the Sanjiang Alliance. If Baun Manor had truly allied with the Sanjiang Alliance, it would pose a grave threat to the 12 linked fortresses. Chu Bufan carefully examined Zhou Cheng's wounds. It wasn't a single fatal strike. He pulled back the deceased collar, revealing 2 additional wounds. There are 2 other injuries on his body, but neither was fatal. It seems he was struck by a concealed weapon during the fight, poisoned, and then decapitated afterward. Straightening up, he said, notify Baun Manor to handle this matter. I need to return to the main stronghold and report to the fortress master. Meanwhile, in Xiao Town, 70 miles outside Song County in Donghe County, Xiao Bieli returned to the inn where he had once killed Han Long. The innkeeper recognized him immediately, his face paling as he struggled to maintain composure. What can I get for you today, sir? He asked, forcing a calm demeanor. The inn, a family business of over 30 years, had passed from the innkeeper's father to him. Over the years, he had seen dozens of lives end within its walls, but none had shaken him as profoundly as the day Xiao Bieli killed Han Long. The sheer power of that strike had terrified even the shop boy, who promptly quit his job, leaving the inn's business to suffer for a time. Fortunately, the generous silver Xiao Bieli left behind, coupled with the fact that the inn was the only one in town, allowed business to gradually recover. The usual 1 pound of cooked beef, 2 side dishes, and a pot of wine, Xiao Bieli said with a smile. The innkeeper quickly instructed the shop boy to prepare the order. Once the boy had left, he approached Xiao Bieli, cupped his hands respectfully, and whispered, Young hero, if you must deliver justice, could you do so outside the inn? This small business can't handle another disruption. Don't worry, shopkeeper, we're just passing through today. Just stopping for a meal before we leave. Xiao Bieli said with a smile. The shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief and returned to the counter, though he couldn't help but steal glances in Xiao Bieli's direction. Xiao Bieli paid no mind to the shopkeeper's behavior and focused on enjoying the meal brought to him by the waiter. Just as he was eating heartily, 3 figures appeared at the inn's entrance. Was none other than the Wushan 3 heroes, whom he had previously encountered. Both sides were surprised to see each other. The eldest of the Wushan 3 heroes thought to himself, what a coincidence. They had planned to leave Wushan town and join the 12 linked fortresses, but halfway there, they unexpectedly ran into the young hero who had single-handedly defeated Han Long's gang. The eldest of the trio quickly approached Xiao Bieli, clasped his hands in greeting and said, Young Master Shun, what a small world. Xiao Bieli replied with a smile. Indeed, such a coincidence. This is the 2nd time we've run into young Master Shin while trying to join the 12 linked fortresses, the eldest said, recalling the rumors of Xin Lang defeating Han Long, as well as the mysterious disappearance of Zhang Zhong, the 6th-ranked expert in Dongjiang County, at Tianlang Stronghold. Since fate has brought us together, why not share a meal? Xiao Bieli offered. The Wushan 3 heroes exchanged glances, and the eldest enthusiastically responded, allow us to host this meal. Please grant us the honor, young Master Shun. With that, they sat down and ordered more food and wine. At that moment, another group entered the inn. Leading them was a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in coarse linen, while the woman, in her 30s, wore an elegant white palace dress and was strikingly beautiful. They were accompanied by 4 armed men who carried the air of seasoned fighters. Xiao Bieli cast them a brief glance before looking away, but he had already discerned their unusual nature. The man's strength seemed comparable to Zhou Cheng's, while the 4 subordinates were all 7th-ranked experts. What stood out even more was the faint scent of blood lingering on them, indicating they had recently been through a fierce battle, with no time even to clean up. Bring us your best dishes, 1 of each. We need to eat quickly and be on our way, the middle-aged man ordered. His gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on Xiao Bieli before moving on. Xiao Bieli overheard him muttering to his companions, eat fast. Once we're out of Dongjiang County, we'll be safe. The Wushan three heroes also took note of the group, particularly the strikingly beautiful woman, but quickly averted their gaze. It was clear these were not people they wanted to provoke. The inn wasn't crowded, so the food was served quickly. In no time, a large table full of dishes was served. During the meal, the three heroes of Wushan eagerly discussed the exploits of young Master Shun. The collusion between Tianlang Stronghold and the Three Rivers Alliance even brought down the legendary Zhang Qianbei with his primordial hand, yet young Master Shun managed to escape unscathed. Truly admirable. Exactly. Especially with Han Long dead by his hand. All the martial experts in Song County are cheering for him. After a few drinks, the three men began to relax, and their words flowed more freely. Xiao Bieli listened to their praises with only a faint smile before asking, "Are the three of you planning to join the 12-linked stronghold?" Wu Ming nodded and admitted, "That's right. After witnessing young Master Shun's skills last time, we were deeply humbled. But I'm already 33 years old, practicing only our family's inherited martial arts, and this is as far as I can go. Going to the 12-linked stronghold is a gamble if I can learn something genuine. At least I can pass it on to the next generation." Xiao Bieli shook his head with a sigh. The world is like a tide, and people are like water. Few ever return from the martial world. Perhaps an ordinary life isn't so bad. While it's true that the weak are prey to the strong in these times, with the imperial court and local martial halls maintaining order, common folks are generally spared from the bloodshed of the martial world. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from outside the door. More than a dozen men dressed in black combat attire, armed with weapons, marched in single file. Leading them was a young man with sharp, handsome features. His gaze swept over the 6 people who had entered the inn earlier, finally landing on the middle-aged man among them. "Third uncle, I don't understand. The 12-linked stronghold has treated you well. Why betray us?" "Young stronghold master?" Wu Ming exclaimed in shock, his face turning pale. Everyone present froze in disbelief. In Dongjiang County, the title young stronghold master could only refer to one person, Guan Yunpeng, heir to the 12-linked stronghold. Even Xiao Bieli took note. While Guan Yunpeng's strength was indeed exceptional, he seemed to deliberately exude an air of arrogance. "Eat up and finish quickly," Xiao Bieli quietly urged the 3 heroes of Wushan, hastening to wolf down his meal. With conflict imminent, this feast was unlikely to end well. But the middle-aged man suddenly burst into laughter. "Betrayal? The 12-linked stronghold was founded jointly by the Guan and Wu families. Why has your Guan family held sole control all these years? If it weren't for your father's relentless suppression, my Wu family wouldn't have fallen to this state. The 7-star begonia is colorless and tasteless. Any martial artist at the peak of the 5th rank who consumes it wouldn't survive 3 days. I saw your father drink it with my own eyes. Yet how is he still alive?" Guan Yunping's lips curled into a sly smile. "Third uncle, aren't you curious why we've been able to track you down so easily these past 2 days?" Before he finished speaking, Wu Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A soft palm had struck his lower stomach. With a muffled thud, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. Wu Ming looked in disbelief at Lin Rong, the woman beside him, the very woman he had rescued from mountain bandits 11 years ago and personally taught martial arts. You're one of Guan Tianwu's people? So, since 11 years ago, he's been planning to eliminate me?" Lin Rong naturally positioned herself beside Guan Yunpeng, her gaze filled with disdain as she looked at Wu Ming. "I just think, husband, that you made a mistake. That's why I chose to abandon darkness for the light." Guan Yunpeng sighed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Third uncle, you should come back with me. My father is kind-hearted. Even after what you've done, he won't harm you." Heh. Wu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though Lin Rong was only at the peak of the 7th rank, her unexpected strike, combined with the injuries he had sustained earlier in their fight, had worsened his condition. Now, surrounded by Guan Yunpeng and the skilled fighters of the 12-linked docks, breaking through seemed almost impossible in his current state. But surrender? Never. Boom. Wu Ming stomped hard on the ground, his palms flying like the shadows of a butterfly as he lunged at Guan Yunpeng. Guan Yunpeng's face showed a trace of mockery. He knew his father had refrained from dealing with Wu Ming out of respect for their family's past ties. If Wu Ming were to admit defeat now, he might merely lose his martial arts and live out his days in peace. But since he was making the first move, even if he were accidentally killed, no one would have much to say. Wu Ming's strike came with the force of splitting a mountain, the wind from his palms howling. At this critical moment, 4 loyal fighters by his side simultaneously attacked, creating an opportunity for their leader to escape. Guan Yunpeng stepped forward calmly to meet them. Suddenly, Wu Ming shifted his movement, evading Guan Yunpeng's strike and instead charging toward Lin Rong. Lin Rong's face turned pale, and she retreated hastily to the table where Xiao Bieli and the others were seated. Realizing she couldn't escape, she reached out, attempting to grab Wu Ming to use as a shield. In that split second, a flash of a blade appeared. With a sharp slash, Lin Rong's arm was severed, blood spraying onto Wu Ming. Her piercing scream echoed through the air. The unexpected turn of events caused both Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming to step back in surprise. Clutching her severed arm, Lin Rong glared venomously at the one who struck her. Kill him. Kill him for me. Only then did Guan Yunpeng take a closer look at Xiao Bieli. With a thoughtful expression, he asked, "Are you Shenlang?" The incident at Tianling Fortress had etched that name into his memory. What made an even deeper impression was the news head received earlier that morning Shenlang and Han Wuyin had joined forces in Lechuan County to kill Sun Changha, the leader of the Long River Gang. Although Shenlang was only at the peak of the 7th rank, it was said his body-hardened martial arts were so formidable that even Sun Changha, who was at the mid-6th rank, couldn't break through. But wasn't he supposed to still be in Linshui County? Xiao Bieli shook his head, his expression calm as he said, "I'm someone who hates trouble and doesn't like meddling in other people's business. But Wu Ming is my friend, I can't just stand by and watch her use her body to block that strike." These words brought tears to the eyes of the three heroes of Wushan. Though they had only met Shen Xiaoxia twice and couldn't truly call him a friend, the fact that he was willing to offend the 12 linked strongholds to save them spoke volumes. A hero like him, who would spend silver at Jiangshan Pavilion to buy information and uphold justice, was indeed different from the hypocrites that populated the martial world. "Guan Yunpeng, are you going to make a move or not?" Lin Rong shrieked. "Kill him. Kill him now." Guan Yunpeng's eyes flickered, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Shenlang's earlier strike had left a strong impression, and today's primary target was Wu Ming. Taking on Shenlang at the same time might prove too much. Wu Ming glanced at Xiao Bieli, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. "Shen Xiaoxia, now that you've offended Guan Yunpeng as well, why not join forces with me and make sure he doesn't leave here alive?" Guan Yunpeng's eyes narrowed, but he quickly replaced his expression with a smile. "Shen Xiaoxia, there's no unresolvable grudge between us. If you leave now, the 12 linked strongholds will never trouble you." "Yunpeng," Lin Rong screamed in disbelief. "If you dare let him leave, I'll make sure the whole world knows about your affair with your father's sworn brother's woman." Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in the inn pale-faced. As the young master of the 12 linked strongholds, if such rumors spread, not only would Peng lose the trust of the elders in the stronghold, but the entire organization would become a laughingstock in Dongjiang County. Wu Ming's lips turned white with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at Lin Rong, shouting, "You wretch!" He had divorced his wife to marry Lin Rong, only to end up with this betrayal. If Lin Rong had been planted by Guantian Wu, it might have been easier to accept. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Guan Yunpeng roared, enraged that Lin Rong would expose their affair in front of everyone. Lin Rong laughed hysterically. "What? Are you going to kill me? You were the one who started this. Are you scared now? Everyone in this and knows the truth. If you don't kill them, your disgrace will spread across Dongjiang County by tomorrow." Guan Yunpeng turned to Xiao Bieli, his voice icy. "Shen Xiaoxia, as long as you swear not to reveal what happened today, I'll let you leave." He thought it best to deal with Wu Ming first. As for Shenlang, the 12 linked strongholds had plenty of time to settle accounts later. "And what about them?" Xiao Bieli asked. "I trust you, but not them." Wu Ming hurriedly removed her silver and weapons, presenting them to Shenlang. "Shen Xiaoxia, don't worry about us. Please take these and send them back to my family. My home is located." Before she could finish, Xiao Bieli cut her off with a shake of his head. "You can take them back yourself." "So, Shen Xiaoxia, are you truly intending to make me your enemy?" Guan Yunpeng asked coldly. Xiao Bieli was about to reply, "As long as you let them go, I won't make an enemy of you." But before he could finish, Guan Yunpeng struck like lightning, aiming a kind-fused finger directly at Xiao Bieli's chest. Xiao Bieli remained unflinching, countering with a finger of his own. With a resounding thud, their fingers clashed, sending Guan Yunpeng stumbling back 3 steps. Xiao Bieli, feigning unsteadiness, retreated 2 steps as well. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly from the distance. "Kill!" Guan Yunpeng's eyes lit up with excitement as he barked the order. "Everyone, attack! Leave no one alive, kill them all!" Clang! Clang! The experts from the 12 linked dock struck almost simultaneously, filling the entire inn with the flashes of blades and swords. Seeing the perfect moment, Wu Ming immediately led his 4 7th-grade subordinates toward the inn's main door. Though gravely injured, as long as Shenlang held off Guan Yunpeng, there was still a sliver of hope for survival. "Go! Break through!" Wu Ming waved his hand resolutely, charging toward the exit without hesitation. Clang! 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 Guan Yunpeng's men fought fiercely to block their advance. Guan Yunpeng stepped forward, pointing a finger with lightning-fast energy radiating outward. Wu Ming hurriedly countered with a palm strike. Boom! The forces collided. Wu Ming was forced back 3 steps, while Guan Yunpeng only retreated by 1. Noticing that Xiao Bieli was still not joining the fight, Wu Ming shouted urgently, "Young Master Shun, let's join forces. It's the only way we survive." At that very moment, a dozen people surged through the inn's entrance, led by a gaunt, white-haired old man. Guan Yunping's eyes lit up. "Elder Lin, you're finally here. You hold off Shen Lang, and I'll capture my third uncle first." Guan Yunpeng knew that while Lin Yunxin was a trusted confidant of his father, he likely wouldn't dare kill Wu Ming outright, as such an act would undoubtedly offend the experts indebted to the Wu family. Lin Yunxin frowned upon hearing this. The name Shen Lang was not unfamiliar to him. This rising young man had gained fame at Tianlang's stronghold not long ago and had even joined forces in Lechuan County to kill the seven-fingered vulture, Sun Changha. However, in Lin Yunxin's eyes, Shen Lang was merely a seventh-grade peak martial artist with some hardened skills. If not for Han Huayan's involvement, how could Sun Changha have been defeated by him? Lin Yunxin glanced briefly at Xiao Bieli, then said coldly, "Shen Lang, no matter your background, offending the 12-linked dock in Dongjiang County is unwise." Xiao Bieli shook his head and replied, "I never intended to offend the 12-linked dock. It's just that we know about your young master's affair with his third uncle's wife. He probably won't let me live because of it." Lin Yunxin's gaze swept toward Lin Rong, who was crouched in a corner with a severed arm, and his frown eased. The people they had brought were all trusted allies. As long as everyone in the inn was silenced, there would be no trouble. Sometimes, knowing too much really does bring trouble. In your next life, stay out of others' business. Sometimes, what you see as trouble isn't trouble to me, Xiao Bieli replied calmly. And besides, I haven't finished this life yet, so I'm not thinking about the next one. Before his words had fully landed, Lin Yunxin already made his move. His long blade flashed out from his waist, unleashing a strike of earth-shattering power aimed directly at Xiao Bieli. The sheer force of the strike caused the faces of the Wu Mountain trio standing behind Xiao Bieli to pale. Another sixth-grade expert capable of externalizing their inner energy. Facing the ferocious strike, Xiao Bieli didn't even unsheath his red-sleeve blade. Instead, he casually extended a finger, striking precisely at the weakest point of the blade's energy. Clang! The blade's energy shattered instantly. Lin Yunxin's expression hardened, as he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. According to the intelligence from Lechuan County, Xiao Bieli's greatest strengths were supposed to be his mastery of blade techniques and external martial arts. However, the man before him could shatter his blade's light with a single finger. If struck, Lin Yunxin's tendons and bones would undoubtedly be broken. The situation was Duray had to end this quickly. With this realization, Lin Yunxin's blade movements suddenly accelerated. In a flash of blade light, more than 20 strikes were unleashed, reducing tables, chairs, and benches in the vicinity to splinters. Yet, Xiao Bieli merely countered with the sheath of his sword, occasionally pointing a single finger to effortlessly neutralize Lin Yunxin's ferocious attacks. "Why won't you draw your blade?" Lin Yunxin roared in frustration, growing increasingly uneasy. The man before him, Shen Lang, was nothing like the rumors suggested. He was said to specialize only in external martial arts, but clearly, he had already reached the 6th-rank realm. For decades, Dongjiang County hadn't produced such a young 6th-rank master. This man might one day truly ascend to the Dragon Tiger ranking. Xiao Bieli shook his head, his tone calm. "If I draw my blade, you won't even get to finish your set of techniques." These words left the three heroes of Wushan utterly stunned. This Shun Xiaoxia had been sparring with a 6th-rank expert for so long, without even unsheathing his blade. No wonder he had the confidence to disregard Guan Yunping's threats earlier. "If you want to see me draw my blade, I'll grant your wish," Xiao Bieli sighed softly. The sounds of fighting outside were gradually subsiding. It was time to end this battle. With the protection of the Golden Bell Shield technique, even a 6th-rank peak expert like Zhou Chong wouldn't be able to harm him, let alone someone far weaker, like Lin Yunxin. With a sharp clang, the red sleeve blade was unsheathed. Xiao Bieli's gaze suddenly turned piercing, his external energy surging to its peak, and his entire presence became overwhelmingly imposing. 5 tigers gate-cleaving blade. Elephant vanquishes the lion. With a thunderous shout, crimson blade energy descended like a force splitting heaven and earth. Lin Yunxin let out a desperate roar, his inner energy surging as he gripped his blade with both hands and slashed upward with all his might. Clang! A crisp sound of metal breaking echoed. Lin Yunxin's 100-forged steel blade shattered on impact, and under the overwhelming force of Xiao Bieli's strike, his body was torn apart like tofu. Blood and viscera splattered across the ground. Experience 2000. Blade Technique 1. The 3 heroes of Wushan and the other onlookers in the inn were instantly overcome with nausea, vomiting uncontrollably. Their gazes toward Xiao Bieli were filled with sheer terror. They had witnessed many methods of killing before, but never anything as horrifying as this. Without pause, Xiao Bieli lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped toward the door. "Stop him!" Lin Rong's voice rang out, laced with hatred. At this point, one of Wu Ming's 4 subordinates was dead, The remaining 3 were subdued, and Wu Ming himself was being relentlessly suppressed by Guan Yunpeng, coughing up blood with every strike. At Lin Rong's command, several elite fighters from the 12 linked fortresses charged at Xiao Bieli. His expression remained cold as the red sleeve blade flashed out once more. Shing! The sharp blade energy tore through the air, instantly sending 6 attackers flying, their blood spraying in all directions. Experience 100. Experience 500. Experience 1000. 6th rank. He's a 6th rank master. The 7th rank expert from the 12 linked rings, Doc, who was tasked with guarding against Wu Ming, exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, one of the 12 linked rings Doc members near the inn's entrance peeked outside, only to see a corpse on the ground, cleanly split in 2. Elder Lien is dead. Their terrified shouts echoed through the courtyard. The sudden news left everyone present utterly stunned. In just a few brief moments, Elder Lien had fallen at Xinlang's hands. This display of power far exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Rong instinctively took 2 steps back. At this moment, she could no longer care about the man before her who had cost her an arm. If even Elder Lien couldn't withstand a few moves from Xinlang, then Guan Yunpeng was surely no match for him. Guan Yunpeng's attacks noticeably weakened as his gaze flickered nervously toward Xiao Bieli, fearing that the latter might strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Wu Ming had a smile on his face as he called out to Xinlang, "Young hero Xin, let's join forces to take down Guan Yunpeng. Once we leave Dongjiang County, they won't be able to do anything to us." "My father is the leader of the 12 linked rings, Doc," Guan Yunpeng roared angrily. "If you dare harm me, the entire Dongjiang County will have no place for you. Leave now, and I guarantee the 12 linked rings, Doc, won't trouble you further." Xiao Bieli shook his head with a cold laugh. "I had no intention of interfering in your affairs, but you were the one who struck at me first. When Elder Lien arrived, you were certain you'd have the upper hand against me. Now that the situation has reversed, you resort to threats. If I back down now, wouldn't it seem like I'm afraid of your 12 linked rings, Doc?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Bieli moved like lightning. Guan Yunpeng's expression changed drastically as he pointed a finger at Wu Ming, while the 12 linked rings Doc's death warriors charged at Xiao Bieli without regard for their lives. The flash of a blade, and several more bodies hit the ground. System notifications followed in rapid succession. Experience 500. Experience 100. Xiao Bieli picked up a long blade, tapped it lightly with his fingertip, and the blade instantly shattered into dozens of shards. With a flick of his fingers, the fragments shot toward the remaining attackers like arrows. Another series of notifications appeared. Experience 1000. Experience 500. Think you can escape? Wu Ming roared, gathering his strength for a palm strike aimed at Guan Yunpeng. The impact sent waves of energy rippling outward, leaving Wu Ming coughing up blood as he staggered backward. Guan Yunpeng used the force to retreat several dozen meters, but Xiao Bieli's blade fragments were already whistling toward him. Guan Yunpeng let out a loud cry, channeling his energy into his palm and striking out to scatter the incoming fragments. However, when he regained his composure, Xiao Bieli was already within 3 feet of him. Wu Ming had already caught up. Seeing no way to escape, Guan Yunpeng's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. He brought his index and middle fingers together, and a spiral of inner energy formed at his fingertips like a drill, thrusting fiercely toward Xiao Bieli. This was none other than the killing move, Starburst Strike, from the Guan family's ancestral technique, the fracturing star finger. Facing this deadly attack, Xiao Bieli remained expressionless as he extended a single finger to meet it hidden. When their fingers collided, a thunderous boom erupted, and the terrifying shockwave lifted the edges of Xiao Bieli's robes. Guan Yunpeng felt an overwhelming force surge through him. His 2 fingers bent unnaturally, clearly broken. He staggered back 3 steps, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, and dropped to one knee, his face pale. Xiao Bieli only took 1 step back. At this moment, Wu Ming had already closed in to within a foot behind him, shouting, "Young Master Shun, let me finish him off." However, as he passed by Xiao Bieli, Wu Ming suddenly turned and struck out with his palm, aiming directly at Xiao Bieli's chest. The unexpected sneak attack caught everyone off guard, but Xiao Bieli's inner energy surged instantly. A faint golden shield of energy materialized in front of him like a great cauldron. Wu Ming's full-force palm strike landed heavily on the shield, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Wu Ming recoiled in shock, attempting to retreat, but it was too late. Xiao Bieli extended his right thumb, executing the great strength Vajra finger technique, aiming straight at Wu Ming. In a hurried attempt to defend himself, Wu Ming channeled his energy, but his palm split open instantly, blood gushing forth. "Are you an idiot?" Xiao Bieli stood with his blade in hand, asking earnestly. Wu Ming froze, unsure of what idiot meant, but he could tell it wasn't a compliment. He forced a sycophantic smile and said, "Young Master Shun, I was momentarily possessed by foolish thoughts. I just didn't want the news of that woman betraying me to spread. So I... Before he could finish, a crimson blade flashed white tiger leaping the ravine, one of the 5 tiger gate-breaking saber techniques. Wu Ming barely managed to gather his energy and raise his arms in a cross to block, but his wrists were severed cleanly, blood streaking his forehead as a fatal wound appeared. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Experience 2000. Guan Yunpeng, witnessing this, was struck with terror and shouted, "You can't kill me. You've already offended the Three Rivers Alliance. If you kill me too, there will be no place for you in these 2 counties." Before he could finish, his head flew into the air. Experience 2000. After searching the 2 bodies, Xiao Bieli found nothing on Guan Yunpeng, but Wu Ming was carrying 6 or 7,000 taels in silver notes, a pouch of gold leaves, and a manual for the splitting sky palm technique. After tidying up, Xiao Bieli turned back toward the now chaotic inn. The innkeeper, his assistant, and the 3 brothers of Wushan were still trembling with unease inside. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli return, the Wushan brothers felt slightly relieved. Wu Ming advised, "Young Master Shun, you should leave quickly. The eastern Jiang County is bound to erupt into chaos." Xiao Bieli placed a few silver ingots on the counter and said to the innkeeper, "You're just an ordinary person. Once the 12 linked strongholds figure out who the culprit is, they shouldn't trouble you." He then instructed everyone that if anyone came asking questions, they should directly name him as the perpetrator. Before leaving, he quietly slipped the splitting sky palm manual to Wu Ming. Exiting the inn, he took a horse belonging to the 12 linked strongholds and headed straight for the city of eastern Jiang County. After leaving Xiahezen, Xiao Bieli arrived at the familiar riverside, the very place where he had enhanced his martial arts after killing Han Long. Pulling the reins of his horse, he silently assessed his current state. Mid-6th grade cultivation level, with martial art skills including Yi Jin Jing 31100, the perfected Gale Blade technique, the 13 Guardians body refining technique, Iron Shirt, Cloud Leaping Steps, and the 5 Tigers Gate Cutting Blade. Additionally, he possessed Golden Bell Shield 50100, Great Vajra Finger 10100, as well as unique skills such as Subtle Mastery of Techniques, Copper Skin, and Swallow-like Agility. His system panel displayed 9,860 experience points available for allocation and a new skill ready to be claimed sword draw technique. Extract, Xiao Bieli murmured softly. In an instant, an overwhelming amount of knowledge and experience in mastering the sword draw technique poured into his mind, as if he had been practicing it for years. As clarity returned to his thoughts, he muttered, as expected, "It's Fu Hongxu's sword draw technique. What appears to be simple movements drawing, striking, and sheathing the sword actually conceals boundless intricacies." He immediately decided to enhance his cultivation level, consuming 5,000 experience points to invest in Yi Jin Jing. A surge of pure energy flowed from his dantian, coursing through his meridians. As his governor vessel was unblocked, his cultivation advanced to the late 6th grade, and Yi Jin Jing reached 36100. Exhaling a breath of impure air, a stream of white mist condensed in midair before gradually dissipating. From the remaining 4,800 experience points, he allocated 1,000 points to improve the sword draw technique. Instantly, it felt as though he had undergone tens of thousands of practice sessions, and a new layer of calluses formed on his palm from the repeated handling of the blade. The sword draw technique advanced to 15,100. Xiao Bieli tested a strike. His blade flashed, and a branch overhead snapped cleanly. His draw speed had increased by 20, making it nearly impossible for blade wielders of the same level to counter. Use all remaining points to enhance the sword draw technique. Without hesitation, he invested the rest of his experience points, raising the skill to a level of 53,100. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains of Linshui County, Han Wuyin, gravely injured by the white-striped tiger Qin Xing, was coughing up blood as he fled for his life. His thoughts lingered on Shen Lang, who had departed later than he did. If the Sanjiang Alliance had dispatched more than just Qian Xing, the situation could be dire. At the same time, in the council hall of Baiyun Villa, Bai Tiansong, Wei Yong, and 2 6th-grade elders stood gazing at a dozen corpses strewn across the floor. After a thorough examination, Wei Yong remarked, "Zhou Chang was first poisoned by the Liu family's unique concealed weapon, the wind-piercing needle, and then decapitated with a single strike. This kind of blood-sealing poison is extremely difficult to craft." An elder spoke up, "Are you suggesting that the one who killed the third master was Lu Jun? But now Lu Jun is also dead, and he was killed by a skilled swordsman." Bai Tiansong's sharp gaze turned to Wei Yong. Could it be that the person behind Xiao Bieli, whom Lu Jun was seeking, made the move? Wei Yong carefully examined the autopsy results and slowly shook his head. These blade wounds look very much like Shen Lang's handiwork. They are identical to the injuries found on the 2 leaders Zhou Chang brought back from Guzi Ridge. Shen Lang is only at the peak of the 7th rank. How could he possibly have killed Zhou Chang? Bai Tiansong frowned deeply. Wei Yong sighed. At his peak, Zhou Chang would indeed have been far beyond Xinlang's abilities. But if Zhou Chang had been struck by the wind-breaking needle, even an ordinary 7th-rank martial artist could have taken his life. In my opinion, Zhou Chang and Lu Jun had a conflict. While Zhou Chang was fighting Lu Jun's 6th-rank subordinate, Lu Jun secretly used the wind-breaking needle to ambush him. In the end, Xinlang took advantage of the situation. Bai Tiansong's expression grew solemn. Once we leave this room, do not speak of this again. The Zhongyuan sword sect is powerful now, and the Lu family is not to be trifled with. To the outside world, we will say Zhou Chang was killed by Xinlang. He raised his voice. Spread the word. Everyone in Baun Manor is to search for Xinlang with all their might. Anyone who provides information will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Anyone who brings his head will be rewarded with 5,000 taels. An hour later, the small town of Xiaohe fell into an eerie silence. Upon hearing that a bloody murder had occurred in the inn, and that one of the victims was the young master of the 12 linked fortresses, the townsfolk shut their doors and stayed inside. The thunderous sound of hooves filled the air as over 100 cavalrymen charged into the town, surrounding the inn. Guan Tianwu surveyed the scene of corpses strewn across the ground, his face dark with anger. One of his subordinates hurried forward. "Master, we have found the young master's body up ahead." Without a word, Guan Tianwu strode forward. The body of his son, Guan Yunpeng, had been reassembled with the head and torso placed together. Nearby, the innkeeper stood trembling with fear. Seeing his son's lifeless body, Guan Tianwu felt as if a blade had pierced his heart. Though Guan Yunpeng was not his only son, he was the most promising one, having reached the mid-6th rank by the age of 30. Guan Tianwu had hoped he would inherit his position, but now he was nothing more than a cold corpse. Chu Bufan carefully examined the wounds on Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming. The blade marks are identical to those found on the bodies discovered in the river, and the timing matches as well. The one who killed the young master is the same person who killed Lu Jun and Zhou Chang. Guan Tianwu suddenly turned to the trembling innkeeper. Who was the killer? It was Xinlang. The innkeeper knelt and answered. At these words, the crowd erupted in shock. They had all heard of Xinlang's reputation, but he was merely a 7th-rank martial artist. The young master was a 6th-rank expert. How could this be? Chu Bufan stared at Wu Ming's lifeless body on the ground, his brows tightly furrowed. The timeline matched perfectly from the incident on the river to their arrival at Xiaohe town. Everything lined up. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. I just can't understand how the young master and brother Wu managed to provoke Xinlang. As a newcomer who had only joined the 12-linked strongholds a few years ago, Chu Bufan had no personal connection to Wu Ming. However, he was well aware that, despite being only a 6th-grade martial artist, Wu Ming held considerable status within the stronghold due to his family name. At this moment, Wu Ming's death would likely have an even greater impact than Guan Yunpeng's demise. Guan Tianwu's sharp gaze shifted to the innkeeper, and he demanded coldly, "Tell me everything you saw. Why did Xinlang go so far as to kill my son?" The innkeeper trembled all over and gritted his teeth as he replied, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but it all started when the young master and Master Wu had a conflict with Xinlang at the inn. They wouldn't let him leave. Later, Xinlang killed one person and then left the inn. I don't know anything else after that." These words left everyone present stunned. The young master and elder Wu had a conflict with Xinlang? What was going on? Rubbish. Guan Tianwu's cold shout sent the innkeeper falling to his knees in fright. "Investigate." Guan Tianwu narrowed his eyes. "Find out everything about this Xinlang." Two trusted subordinates immediately obeyed and left to carry out the order. Guan Tianwu then turned to Chu Bufan and asked, "What do you think of Xinlang's martial arts level? To have such strength at such a young age?" Chu Bufan shook his head. "As long as he hasn't relied on sinister techniques to advance, reaching this level at his age means that, if he doesn't meet an untimely end, he will undoubtedly become a figure on the Dragon and Tiger rankings in the future. In that case, we absolutely cannot let him live." Guan Tianwu was about to continue when the sound of rustling tree branches suddenly caught his attention. "Who's there?" Chu Bufan spun around and struck toward the source of the sound. With a resounding crash, a figure was forced out of hiding. It was Jiang Hua. "You've got some nerve, coming to Dongjiang County alone," Chu Bufan said coldly. Jiang Hua chuckled. "I came downriver from Linshui County last night. Unfortunately, I arrived too late, or perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Do any of you know Xinlang's true identity? Speak, or you won't leave here alive." Guan Tianwu demanded sternly. Jiang Hua smiled. "Master Guan, at this moment, we share a common enemy. Xinlang killed members of my Three Rivers Alliance. If neither of our factions can take him down, wouldn't that be a joke? Cut the nonsense. Have you ever heard the name Xiao Bieli?" Guan Tianwu looked blankly at Chu Bufan, who frowned and said, "That's the person Lu Jun was searching for." "Wait, Lu Jun also died on the river yesterday. Are you saying that Xinlang is Xiao Bieli?" but Xiao Bieli is only 17 years old. A 21-year-old 6th grade martial artist would qualify for the Dragon and Tiger rankings, but reaching that level at 17 was an entirely different matter. Such talent would make even the top sects eager to accept him as a core disciple, and he might even be taken as a personal apprentice by a powerful master. Guan Tianwu's expression grew serious, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Hua as he spoke coldly. "You're not lying to me?" Jiang Hua slowly shook his head, his tone firm. "What good would it do me to deceive you about this? Yesterday, one of my Sanjiang Alliance disciples survived by sheer luck and personally heard this information. Moreover, Lu Jun was indeed using a tracking goo yesterday to search for Xiao Bieli. Xinlang and Xiao Bieli appearing on the same ship is no coincidence. They are the same person." He paused briefly before continuing. "Right now, the grudge between your 12 linked docs and Xiao Bieli runs deeper than ours with him. You know what it means for a 17-year-old to reach the 6th grade realm. Master Guan, you'd better eliminate Xiao Bieli as soon as possible. If someone like him is allowed to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hua's figure flickered and disappeared into the distance. Guan Tianwu stood motionless, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He ordered in a deep voice, "Spread the word across Dongjiang County. Xinlang is Xiao Bieli. Issue a county-wide manhunt." One day later, with the news of Xinlang being Xiao Bieli spreading like wildfire, coupled with the death of the 12 linked docs young master Guan Yunpeng at Xinlang's hands, all of Dongjiang County was in an uproar. In the main hall of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, the sound of heated discussions filled the air. "Xinlang is actually Xiao Bieli, the man White Cloud Villa has been desperately searching for? What irony! I thought he was a young hero of Dongjiang County. 17 years old and already a 6th grade expert? Is that even possible? I heard he has a penchant for married women, even going after his sister-in-law. Now he's killed Guan Yunpeng and Elder Wu Ming, not to mention White Cloud Villa's third master Zhou Chong. There's no way he'll escape this time. They're calling him the Bloodblade Titan out there. It's said his blade is crimson red and becomes even more vivid with each drop of blood it spills. Combined with his terrifying body refining techniques, it's like he's possessed by a divine titan." In a quiet corner, Han Wuyin silently downed his cup of wine in one go. He recalled that night in Lechuan County. It turned out he had taken the blame for Xiao Bieli. But if not for Xiao Bieli's intervention, killing Sun Changha with his current strength would have been quite the challenge. Blood Blade Titan. Han Wuyin muttered to himself. Imposing name, but it doesn't sound like someone virtuous. Now he's provoked the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked docs, and White Cloud Villa. It'll be hard for him to escape Dongjiang County. Should I recommend him to join the Blood Cloak Tower? Forget it. I'll find him first and see what he thinks. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the Dongjiang County Martial Hall, a strikingly handsome young man stood by the window, holding a dossier. He turned to Zhu Shou, who was sweating profusely, and asked, "This is the reliable candidate you recommended to me?" Beads of sweat trickled down Zhu Shou's forehead as he stammered, "Young master, I truly had no idea Xinlang was Xiao Bieli. It's just that, when he took on missions at the Martial Hall, he specifically targeted evildoers and even actively purchased intelligence from Jiangshan Pavilion. So, young master, if Xiao Bieli won't do, shall I find someone more reliable for you?" Zhu Shou lowered his voice as he spoke cautiously. He added carefully, "Although there aren't many martial arts experts in Dongjiang County, finding 2 or 3 6th-rank fighters shouldn't be difficult. Given your status, they wouldn't dare act recklessly." The handsome young man sitting at the table was focused on the documents in his hand. Suddenly, he looked up, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Xiao Bieli is engaged to Lin Qingyuan?" "Yes," Zhu Shou responded immediately. It's said that the Lin family was originally from Lechuan County. Later, Miss Lin caught the attention of a master from the Tsongyuan sword sect while passing through and was taken away. The Lin family then relocated to Qingzhou, and the two families lost contact. The young man placed the documents on the table, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Interesting. If there's any news about Xiao Bieli, inform me immediately. I'm curious to see if certain people will regret their decisions when Xiao Bieli reappears at the Tsongyuan sword sect." Zhu Shou's heart skipped a beat. The Tsongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 clans of the martial world, was a formidable force. Could it be that the ones targeting Xiao Bieli were from the Tsongyuan sword sect? "The commander is already investigating Xiao Bieli's whereabouts," Zhu Shou added. "Even Baun Manor and the 12 linked strongholds have reached out to us, hoping for information about him." "Ignore them." The young man waved dismissively. "If there's any news, I want to meet him in person." Meanwhile, in a secluded tavern in Tsang County, Xiao Bieli sat alone in the corner, no longer wearing the Xinlang disguise. After enduring the tempering of several rigorous martial disciplines, his appearance had altered slightly, making him noticeably different from the wanted posters plastered throughout the streets. Blood Blade King. Xiao Bieli downed his cup of wine in one gulp, clearly displeased. He glanced at his newly earned moniker, finding it far from the likes of righteous and peerless, king of thieves, elegant gentleman, or flower seeker Li. Such a title seemed to edge him closer to being labeled as part of the demonic path. In Daqian, being branded a demonic cultivator was no trivial matter. Even the current 8 demonic sects struggled to survive in the barren outer provinces. At that moment, 2 suspicious figures loitered near the tavern entrance, occasionally peering inside. Xiao Bieli instantly noticed them. Tossing a few pieces of silver onto the table, he called out, "Waiter, the bill." He swiftly stepped outside, mounted his horse, and galloped toward the outskirts of Tsang County. However, before he could leave the city, a group of armed martial artists blocked his path at the gate. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Bieli frowned and asked. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered near the city gate. Among them, someone exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Even Leader Ji of the Ling Snake Gang is here. Who exactly is this young man?" The crowd at the city gate murmured in hushed tones, their eyes fixed on the boy who seemed no older than 17 or 18. Hundreds of members of the Ling Snake Gang had emerged in full force, surrounding him completely. Suddenly, someone recognized him and exclaimed in shock, "It's the Blood Blade King, Xiao Bieli." This name sent ripples of commotion through the onlookers. So this was the infamous Xiao Bieli, recently wanted by both the 12 linked fortresses and Baun Manor. No wonder Jiling, the leader of the Ling Snake Gang, had personally stepped in. Eliminating Xiao Bieli would surely earn them a favor from these 2 powerful factions. The spectators from the martial world scrutinized Xiao Bieli's face, finding it vastly different from the rumored image of a bloodthirsty killer. Yet, a seasoned veteran warned, you can never judge a book by its cover. Indeed, this young man had recently stirred up a storm in the martial world of Dongjiang County. Not only had Zhou Chong, the 3rd master of Baun Manor, fallen by his hand, but even Guan Yunpeng, the young master of the 12 linked fortresses, and Elder Wu Ming had met their ends. These were all prominent figures in the martial world of Dongjiang County. Ji Ling stood before the city gate and shouted coldly, "Blood Blade King, your crimes are unforgivable. Surrender now, and come with me to the 12 linked fortresses. If you comply, you might suffer less today." As a latest-stage 6th rank expert, coupled with the Ling Snake Gang's unique serpent blade formation, he was confident in subduing this peak 6th rank youth. He had already investigated thoroughly. Zhou Chong had died from poisoning. As long as they trapped Xiao Bieli with the serpent blade formation, they wouldn't give him any chance to retaliate. Xiao Bieli shook his head and said gravely, "Unforgivable crimes? Zhou Chong chased me from Dongjiang County to Linshui County with the intent to kill me. Guan Yunpeng, fearing I would expose his affair with Lin Rong, tried to silence me. If I hadn't fought back, innocent lives at the inn would have been lost." He continued to reveal the truth. As for Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming appearing in Xia Town, it was because Guan Tianwu wanted to pave the way for him by eliminating the Wu family's influence within the 12 linked fortresses. The words struck like a thunderclap. Fearing the situation might spiral out of control, Ji Ling quickly interrupted, "Utter nonsense." With a swift motion, he pointed into the air, unleashing a fierce burst of energy that tore through the atmosphere. Xiao Bieli remained unfazed, countering with his own great strength Vajra finger technique. The 2 forces collided, but Xiao Bieli's attack shattered Ji Ling's energy effortlessly, leaving a clear mark on the stone beside him. "Leader Ji," Xiao Bieli said calmly, "I have no desire to kill indiscriminately. Let me leave now, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened." Trying to leave? It's not that simple. Ji Ling's face darkened, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Xiao Bieli's martial arts had far exceeded his expectations, but Ji Ling still had an ace up his sleeve. "Form the array. Capture him." Ji Ling shouted angrily. With a sharp clang, 13 swordsmen of the 7th and 8th rank drew their blades in unison. The blue glint of their swords connected seamlessly, forming a web of light that encircled Xiao Bieli. The 13 blades of the Spirit Serpent Gang. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Whispers followed. The last time they acted, they killed Pan Xiong, the head of the Pan family, who was a 6th rank martial artist. Can this Bloodblade King Kong withstand them? Clearly, this sword array was renowned throughout Tsang County. Facing the overwhelming wave of blue sword light, Xiao Bieli remained calm, even showing a hint of pity. "Chief Ji, if you continue to press me, I'll have no choice but to fight back." "Then fight back." Ji Ling sneered coldly. "You've offended the 12 linked fortresses, and you still think you can walk out of Dongjiang County?" Xiao Bieli sighed softly. "Since you insist on pushing me, let fate decide." Just as the wave of sword light was about to strike, Xiao Bieli's inner energy erupted like a storm. His iron cloth technique and 13 guardians' body tempering skill were pushed to their limits, and his aura surged dramatically. He reached into the dazzling sword light with both hands, unleashing powerful strikes with his Vajra finger. Each strike precisely hit a weak point in the sword array, forcing the 13 swordsmen to stagger back repeatedly. "Chief Ji, If we both retreat now, I will let bygones be bygones. Xiao Bieli's voice echoed across the scene. His composed demeanor and effortless skill left the crowd in awe. Such mastery was enough to make a name for himself in Dongjiang County. On the sidelines, a young swordsman whispered to his third uncle, it seems like Blood Blade King Kong has been holding back. Do you think what he said earlier was true? The older man's face turned pale as he hurriedly covered his nephew's mouth, nervously glancing around before forcing a smile. He pulled the boy aside and scolded him in a low voice. This concerns the 12 linked fortresses. How dare you speak recklessly? Even if Xiao Bieli is telling the truth, he's already killed the young master of the fortresses and the third master of White Cloud Manor. He's destined to be the public enemy of Dongjiang County's martial world. Never bring this up again, or you'll put our family in danger. As Xiao Bieli shattered the continuous wave of sword light, Ji Ling moved like lightning, closing the gap to within 2 feet in an instant. His long-prepared spirit serpent finger struck out like a venomous snake, aiming directly for what he believed to be the weakest spot on Xiao Bieli's chest. Thud. The finger landed heavily on Xiao Bieli's Tanzhong acupoint. Ugh. Xiao Bieli channeled his inner energy, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes blazing with fury. Leader Ji, I've given way again and again, yet you keep pushing me further, even trying to take my life. This is beyond outrageous. Ji Ling ignored his words entirely, a glint of satisfaction flashing across his face as he shouted, he's injured. Attack with full force, dead or alive. Before his words had fully landed, a wave of blue-green blade lights surged forward. Outrageous. Kill. Xiao Bieli let out a thunderous roar as his crimson sleeve blade was unsheathed. Draw blade technique. A scarlet blade light flashed, its brilliance overshadowing all else. Clang, clang, clang. 13 long blades shattered instantly. The 5 swordsmen at the forefront were struck across their chests, deep gashes blooming like crimson flowers. They collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their faces filled with disbelief. Experience 1000. The system chimed 5 times in succession. Impossible, Ji Ling exclaimed, his face pale as he turned and fled without hesitation. He knew all too well that while the serpent blade formation had its weaknesses, it required precise timing to exploit. Yet Xiao Bieli had shattered it with a single strike. Such mastery of the blade was something even Ji Ling couldn't contend with. Footsteps pounded rapidly behind him. Ji Ling, relying on his acute sense of hearing, spun around and struck out with a finger. But what greeted him was a sharp whistle, followed by a dazzling flash of blade light. 5 tigers gate-cleaving blade. White tiger leaps the ravine. Ji Ling's head flew into the air, and the system promptly chimed in. Experience 2000. Xiao Bieli sheathed his blade, his gaze sweeping over the remaining members of the serpent gang. None dared to meet his eyes. Heads bowed, some even collapsed to the ground in fear. I have no desire to become an enemy of the martial world in Dongjiang County, Xiao Bieli declared coldly. But if anyone else thinks they can take my head to curry favor with the 12 linked forts or Baun Manor, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, he leapt onto his horse, gave its flank a light slap with his scabbard, and rode off into the distance. The city gate erupted into chaos. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Some were awestruck by Xiao Bieli's ability to dismantle the serpent blade formation with a single strike. Others guessed his martial arts had reached the latter stages of the 6th tier, and still others lamented how he had been forced into such violence despite his reluctance to harm. But soon, someone warned against speaking too freely, lest word reach the 12 linked forts and bring trouble upon them. Outside the city, Xiao Bieli slowed his horse and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself, my acting might have had a few flaws, but no one understands how to spread an exaggerated rumor better than me. Hopefully, this will help salvage a bit of my reputation. Xiao Bieli's experience points soared to 7,060 as he rode on horseback, reflecting on the recent battle. If I had added 30 more power to my first strike, I could have taken down a few more 8th tier swordsmen. That would have been enough to advance a minor level. He gently patted the horse's neck and mused, however, with 2 external martial arts already mastered, and the golden bell shield at 50 proficiency, advancing my level won't bring much improvement. It's better to focus on perfecting my sword drawing technique first. With this in mind, Xiao Bieli murmured softly, consume 4,700 experience points to enhance the sword drawing technique. In an instant, countless insights into the sword drawing technique flooded his mind. Every draw, slash, and sheath felt vividly real. As the skill reached perfection, unique realizations from mastering 3 blade techniques emerged as well. With a resounding burst, a sharp blade intent erupted from his body. The warhorse beneath him, startled by the overwhelming presence, neighed uneasily and bolted forward. Xiao Bieli quickly snapped out of the state, gently stroking the horse's neck to calm his spooked mount. On the system panel, The previous proficient in techniques had been replaced with blade intent. Savoring the sensation for a while, Xiao Bieli sighed. The path of martial arts is truly vast and profound. With blade intent, the same techniques can now evolve into endless variations, turning the mundane into the extraordinary. To kill Zhou Chang now, one strike is all I need. He glanced at the system panel again and silently commanded, use all remaining experience to enhance the Golden Bell Shield. A surge of cultivation knowledge poured into him, raising the Golden Bell Shield's proficiency to 73,100. Once the Golden Bell Shield is perfected, it'll be time to focus on advancing my level. Xiao Bieli nudged the horse forward and continued on his journey. News spread like wildfire. Though the people of the 12 linked strongholds rushed to Song County as soon as they could, there were simply too many witnesses to the battle and Xiao Bieli's words. Before they arrived, the story had already circulated throughout Song County and, within a single day, had reached most of the Dongjiang prefecture. On the streets, in tea houses, and at taverns, everyone was discussing the same topic. Did you hear? We all misunderstood Xiao Bieli, the Blood Blade Titan. He only stumbled upon the 12 linked stronghold's young master and his father's sworn brother's concubine in an affair. The young master tried to silence him, but ended up being killed instead. In Dongjiang County, rumors about Wu Ming's death were spreading like wildfire. Some claimed it was because Wu Ming's concubine was exceptionally beautiful, while others whispered that the young master of the sect had eloped with Lin Rong and was caught by Wu Ming. Even more sensational was the tale that Xiao Bieli had an affair with Lin Rong, leading to a confrontation where both the young master and Wu Ming fell under Xiao Bieli's sword. As for Zhou Chang's death, the gossip pointed to Xiao Bieli's fiancé from the Zhongyuan sword sect, suggesting that one of her followers had tried to eliminate the fiancé she disdained, but accidentally killed his father instead. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli had been playing the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing. These chaotic rumors spread uncontrollably throughout Dongjiang County, despite the efforts of the 12 linked fortresses and Baun Manor to suppress them. On the second floor of Baixiang Pavilion, two young men clad in light blue robes, each with a sword strapped to their backs, were seated calmly. The older one, in his early 30s, exuded a composed demeanor and had already unlocked his Ren and Du meridians. The younger one, around 24 or 25, possessed profound internal energy and was just a step away from unlocking his Ren meridian. Their attire, marking them as core disciples of the Daoist Sect, drew respectful glances from the other diners. Senior brother, how does Xiao Bieli's martial prowess compare to yours? The younger Ding Yuan asked in a low voice. Xing Fan shook his head lightly. Though I've unlocked my Ren and Du meridians, at 32 years old, am not even worthy of carrying Xiao Bieli's shoes. We've come down the mountain under the master's orders to assist young Master Ning. Don't let your mind wander. Why doesn't Master personally help young Master Ning? Ding Yuan pressed. Master declined young Master Ning's invitation, but sent us instead. He must have his reasons. Let's finish our meal and head to Jinwu Hall to find him. Meanwhile, 90 miles outside Song County, beside the official road, a tense atmosphere filled a small tea stall. Under a sky heavy with dark clouds, only 3 figures were present. The tea stall owner and 2 Othursa young swordsmen in black and a knife-wielding man in green combat attire. They had been silently drinking tea for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Han, how did you find me? Xiao Bieli finally broke the silence. Han Wuyin replied calmly, when one wants to find someone, their trail isn't hard to trace. You've made quite the commotion in Song County. Following the clues to you wasn't difficult. But if I could find you, then the 12 linked fortresses surely can as well. Seeing that Xiao Bieli remained unmoved, Han Wuyin said solemnly, I owe you a favor. Before I repay it, I don't want you to die. If there's someone you want to kill, I can do it for you. Even Guan Tianwu. Though I can't kill him yet if you die, I swear I'll take his life for you before I turn 30. Xiao Bieli, however, shook his head calmly. If I want someone dead, I'll do it myself. As for the favor, don't let it weigh on your mind. That son Changha wants me dead, but he's courting his own doom. With or without you, I'll crush him to death. Han Wuyin was momentarily at a loss for words as he looked at Xiao Bieli's composed yet resolute expression. Over this period, Xiao Bieli had clearly demonstrated martial skills superior to his own. The only edge Han Wuyin had left was that his life wasn't burdened with as many troubles. Aren't you curious how I found you? Han Wuyin suddenly asked, raising his head. Have you ever heard of the Blood Garment Tower? The mention of Blood Garment Tower made Xiao Bieli's heart skip a beat. Though he hadn't been in this world for long and his understanding of Daqian was limited, this name was legendary. It was the foremost assassin organization in the land. As long as the price was met, no target could escape its reach. Most shockingly, the late emperor had fallen victim to the Blood Garment Tower 90 years ago. In this world, even emperors weren't untouchable. Daqian had stood for 1,000 years, its court filled with martial experts, and the late emperor was always surrounded by peerless masters during his outings. Yet, even he succumbed to the Blood Garment Tower, showcasing its formidable strength. Although the organization had been suppressed by the court following the assassination, its power had only diminished slightly and remained more than enough to crush someone like Xiao Bieli with ease. Of course I've heard of it, Xiao Bieli replied with a nod. I'm one of them, Han Wuyin said. If it weren't for my thirst for revenge, I wouldn't have stayed in Manzhou all this time. What benefits are there to joining the Blood Garment Tower? Xiao Bieli asked in a low voice. Han Wuyin explained. Although the court has targeted the Blood Garment Tower in recent years, weakening its influence into Qin, the organization still controls an intelligence network beyond the reach of ordinary people. More importantly, once you become a core member, you can exchange for martial arts techniques of the 4th, 3rd, or even 2nd rank. Can someone like me, joining midway, become a core assassin? Han Wuyin smiled. Of course. Normally, someone joining halfway would be considered fortunate to reach the rank of silver assassin. But you're different. With your talent, you're destined to make it onto the dragon and tiger rankings. While you may not become a true core member, as long as you reach the 4th rank, you'll secure the position of gold assassin. At that point, apart from a few rare martial arts techniques and critical intelligence, everything else will be within your reach. The most important thing is, if you have any intel on Zuela, even if it means offending the 12 linked docks, Baun Manor, and the Three Rivers Alliance, your chances of surviving in Manzhou will be much higher, Han Wuyin said. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Bieli's eyes as he asked, Can I choose who to kill? Han Wuyin nodded and explained. The assassins of Zuela are ranked into 5 levels: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and core assassins. Only after becoming a gold assassin can you choose your targets freely. Before that, there are mandatory tasks to complete every month. I'd rather roam the Jianghu with my horse than kill people. Xiao Bieli shook his head and declined. If Zuela allowed the freedom to choose tasks like Zenwatang, he might have considered joining. I expected you to refuse. Han Wuyin sighed and pulled a few sheets of paper from his coat, handing them to Xiao Bieli. Since the news from Song County spread, the 12 linked docks have split into 2 factions. Guantianwu is still hunting you, and the Liu family, along with Chan Xing, the white-spotted tiger of the Three Rivers Alliance, have arrived at Baun Manor. What's more troubling is that many disciples from the 9 sects have recently come to Dongjiang County. These proud and ambitious outsiders may come for your reputation. After reading through the information on the papers, Xiao Bieli frowned. What are these people doing in Dongjiang County? Not entirely sure, but it seems like they're searching for something, Han Wuyin said, finishing the coarse tea in front of him in one gulp. If I get any updates, they'll send someone to inform you. Be careful. If you meet an unfortunate end, I'll avenge you to repay your kindness. With that, he turned and disappeared down the main road. This assassin. He almost seems like a good person, Xiao Bieli murmured, watching Han Wuyin's retreating figure. He continued munching on his flatbread, sipping tea. If what Han Wuyin said was true, he was curious to see if his rainstorm pear blossom needles could take down a 5th rank expert. Just then, rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, followed by a steady drizzle of rain. Judging by this weather, it doesn't look like I'll stop anytime soon, the innkeeper sighed, glancing up at the sky. Summer rains by the river bring a cool breeze. Sitting alone under this small shelter with tea aroma in the air, quite a unique charm, Xiao Bieli remarked with a smile. Suddenly, the sound of hurried hoofbeats approached. For figures wearing straw raincoats stopped in front of the tea shelter, tethered their horses, and stepped inside. Xiao Bieli looked up, surprised to see a familiar face among them. It was Zhu Shou from Zenwatang. Zhu Shou's gaze was complex as he looked at Xiao Bieli, while the true disciples of the Zhongyu sect, Zhang Fan and Ding Yuan, were also sizing him up. Xing Fan's eyes showed curiosity, while Ding Yuan appeared eager to test himself. Xiao Bieli's eyes landed on the neck of the handsome young man. Though it wasn't as blatantly obvious as the cross-dressing often portrayed in dramas, it was still easy to discern at a glance. Senior Zhu, have you come looking for me specifically? Xiao Bieli didn't linger on the cross-dressed individual and directly turned to Zhu Shou for answers. With his current martial arts skills, he was confident enough to face even a 5th rank master, let alone the 4 before him. Among them, only the 30-something disciple of the Zhongyu sect and the handsome young man had reached the 6th rank by opening their Ren and Du meridians. Sigh. Zhu Shou sighed and cupped his hands, saying, It's not me who seeks you, young Master Xiao, but rather Ning Qing who wishes to meet you. Ning Qing. Xiao Bieli turned toward the cross-dressed individual. May I ask what business young Master Ning has with me? Could it be to uphold justice and rid the world of evil? Huh. Ning Qing let out a mischievous chuckle. At first, I intended to ask Shun Lang for his help with a certain matter. But upon learning that Shun Lang is actually Xiao Bieli, I changed my mind. The one who wants to deal with you is Zhuo Yuan, the top true disciple of the Zhongwen sword sect. I have a bit of a grudge against him, so I'd love to see his reaction when you show up in front of him. This statement startled Zhang Fan and the others. Zhuo Yuan, 7th-ranked swordsman on the Dragon Tiger rankings. A prodigious swordsman who, at the age of 34, had already reached the peak of the 5th rank. At 29, he single-handedly slew the 17 bandits of Qishui, including 4 5th-rank masters. Subsequently, he defeated multiple top-ranking experts, climbing into the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger rankings. It was rumored that he might even step into the Grandmaster realm before the next rankings were released. So, Lin Qingyuan, the true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, is indeed my fiancé? Just like that? Xiao Bieli asked, raising his eyes slightly. Exactly, just like that. Ning Qing nodded. I'm from the Ning family of Yongzhou. Back when Zhua Qingyuan killed the 17 bandits of Qishui, he came to Yongzhou and challenged my elder brother, crippling one of his hands in the process. As long as I can make Zhua Qingyuan unhappy, I'm satisfied. Besides, my trip to Dongjiang County is to search for a certain object, which, as it happens, the Zhongyuan sword sect is also determined to obtain. As Ning Qing spoke, she turned to look at the others. Zhu Shou and the 2 true disciples of the Zhongyu sect tactfully stepped outside the tea shed to avoid the rain, followed closely by the tea shed owner. Inside the shed, only Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing remained. Without hesitation, Ning Qing took the seat opposite Xiao Bieli, the very spot where Han Wuyin had been sitting earlier. What is it? Xiao Bieli asked, glancing up. Ning Qing leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. After drinking it in one gulp, a faint but meaningful smile appeared on his lips. The inheritance of a 4th-rank sword master. Although you use a blade, if I obtain this inheritance, I can exchange it with you for a master-level blade technique. However, the technique is incomplete, missing the 2 most critical killing moves. Xiao Bieli's eyes lit up. Where is the master's inheritance? At that moment, his mind raced. Currently, the only master-level martial art he had mastered was the I Jin Jing. If he could acquire 1 or 2 more master-level inheritances, it would be perfect for studying the characteristics of martial arts in this world. The martial arts hierarchy here was clearly superior to that of most wuxiao worlds in his previous life, at least comparable to the Fengyun universe. With the help of his system panel, he could quickly master any suitable martial arts here. Once he had several master-level techniques at his disposal, even facing the sword masters of Zhongyuan sword sect, he might be able to suppress them. It's in Luoxiao Mountain, Ning Qing replied, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. The Zhongyuan sword sect has long been aware of it. Why do you think the one who took your little fiancé just happened to be wandering near Luoxiao Mountain? Unfortunately for them, they found nothing on that trip. He paused briefly. Speaking of which, your little fiancé's talent is indeed extraordinary. So young, yet already at the 6th rank and has even comprehended sword intent. Ning Qing glanced at Xiao Bieli and shook his head in amazement. Could the feng shui of Lechuan County really be that good? To produce 2 geniuses capable of reaching the Dragon Tiger rankings in one go? Recalling Han Wuyin mentioning that many martial artists from other provinces had recently arrived in Dongjiang County, Xiao Bieli pressed further. If even the Zhongyuan sword sect couldn't find it, what gives you such confidence, young Master Ning? The Luoxiao mountain range spans hundreds of miles and connects Linshui County with Dongjiang County. Searching for a master's relic in such a vast area is no easy task. 10 days ago, my Ning family obtained a map, Ning Qing explained. Though incomplete, it is enough to pinpoint the general location. This map was discovered jointly by my Ning family, the Salt Gang, and the Zhongyuan sword sect. They agreed to limit participation to juniors below the 5th rank. However, 5th rank experts from Dongjiang and Linshui counties are not included in this restriction. As he spoke, Ning Qing took out an old manual from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Bieli. The cover of the manual boldly bore the words, 7 Killing Blade Manual. Opening the first page, 7 blood-red characters spelling kill appeared, written in actual blood. A sharp blade intent emanated from the manual, causing Xiao Bieli to instinctively channel his own blade intent to carefully sense it. In no time, his back was drenched in cold sweat. This was indeed the work of a true master. Merely experiencing this blade intent had deepened his understanding of the blade. The level of this technique was clearly higher than the 5 tigers severing the gate blade, though it carried a faint resemblance to the Abi Dao 3 blades from the first under heaven. If one couldn't control it, they might become a slave to the technique. Fortunately, as Ning Qing mentioned, this was an incomplete version, so the risk was manageable. At that moment, Xiao Bieli suddenly looked out into the rain and smiled. It seems my trouble has arrived. Young Master Ning, do you want to step aside for now? Since you were able to locate me this time, I assume you'll have no trouble finding me again when you want to head to Luoxiao Mountain. Ning Qing shook his head with a smile and said, it should be someone from the Liu family. Not long after I left Dongjiang County, I received news that both the Liu family and people from Baun Manor were heading this way. They must have found your location as well. He looked at Xiao Bieli with a serious expression. The one coming from the Liu family is Liu Yunsong, Liu Jun's cousin. Liu Jun, being the son of the family head, was originally destined to become the next head of the family. But now, he's dead by your hand. If you think about it, Liu Yunsong should be thanking you if Liu Jun hadn't died. Even if Lu Yunsong reached the 5th rank in the future, he could only hope to become a senior elder with real power. Now, he stands a good chance of becoming the next head of the Lu family. He frowned slightly. As for Baun Manor, I'm not sure exactly how many people they've sent, or whether they have any 5th rank masters among them. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall leave now, and he'll hold them off for you. Xiao Bieli gripped the red sleeve blade in his hand tightly and slowly shook his head. If I run away this time, what difference will it make? As long as I'm still in Dongjiang County, they'll find me sooner or later. Everything that's happened lately has taught me one thing: this world, at its core, is about the survival of the fittest. I've been too soft-hearted before. Running isn't the solution. Only by striking fear into them can I reduce the troubles on my back. He stood up, recalling the incident at the inn in Xiao Town. Last time, I already caused enough trouble for the innkeeper. This time, I won't drag the tea stand owner into this. Xiao Bieli gave a faint smile to the 3 people in the corner, draped a raincoat over his shoulders, donned a bamboo hat, and stepped out into the rain. Zhang Fan was stunned. The sound of galloping hooves was getting closer. He had assumed that Xiao Bieli, now connected to the powerful Ning family, would use their influence to escape. Yet, to his surprise, Xiao Bieli chose to face the pursuers alone. Turning back into the tea stand, Zhang Fan looked at Ning Qing. Young Master Ning, aren't you going to intervene? Considering the strength Xiao Bieli displayed in Song County, it's likely the pursuers include a 5th rank master. Ning Qing shook his head calmly. Since he doesn't need me to block the pursuers, let it be. The one set on killing him is Zhuo Qingyun, ranked 7th on the Dragon Tiger list. If Xiao Bieli can't even fend off the Lu family's pursuit, he'll surely die when Zhuo Qingyun makes his move. Sit down and have some tea. We'll leave once the rain stops. Ding Yuan and Zhu Shou froze at his words, their breaths catching. Only then did they recall that Ning Qing had mentioned earlier that the one targeting Xiao Bieli was Zhuo Qingyun of the Four Direction Sword. The influence of the Zhongyuan sword sect far exceeded that of the Ning family. While the current pursuers might hesitate out of respect for the Ning family's status, Zhuo Qingyun would show no such restraint. No matter how talented Xiao Bieli was, he was still only at the 6th rank. If he encountered a 5th rank master, his chances of survival were slim. The clattering of hooves echoed as they rushed through the muddy road, water splashing in every direction. When the dozen or so riders spotted the figure on the official road wearing a raincoat and bamboo hat, they reined in their horses and came to a stop. Xiao Bieli studied the group. The man leading them appeared to be in his early 30s and bore a slight resemblance to the deceased Lu Jun, though with a steadier demeanor. This must be Lu Yunsong, the one Ning Qing had mentioned. On the horse beside Lu Yunsong sat an elderly man, well past his 50s. Though dressed in a luxurious robe and wearing a kind smile that gave him the appearance of a rural wealthy landowner, Xiao Bieli couldn't shake off the unsettling aura emanating from him, as if a sharp blade was poised at his back. Xiao Bieli? You've got some nerve. Killing a member of the Lu family. Lu Yunsong glared coldly at Xiao Bieli, a mocking smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. In truth, he felt a twisted sense of gratitude towards Xiao Bieli for eliminating Lu Jun, as it presented him with the opportunity to take over the Lu family. If he could take Xiao Bieli's head, not only would he secure the promise of becoming the family head, but he would also gain the favor of the renowned swordsman Zhuo Qingyun. With these two assurances, even if the current family head's illegitimate son were to emerge, he could firmly hold his position. Lu Yunsong? Xiao Bieli raised his head to meet his gaze, his lips curling into a provocative grin. Lu Jun died by my hand, giving you the chance to become the family head. You should be thanking me. What's wrong? Lu Zhongshuan lost his son and didn't come himself. Does he have an illegitimate child out there? Is that why he sent you to die in his place? Lu Yunsong was momentarily stunned, but then burst into laughter. Trying to sow discord? Unfortunately for you, everyone here with me is loyal to the Lu family. I didn't even bring a single person from Baun Manor. Your little tricks won't reach the outside world. Before his words fully landed, a deafening clap of thunder erupted across the sky. Lu Yongkong's sword flashed from its sheath, and he lunged at Xiao Bieli like a bolt of lightning. As a martial artist who had opened both the Ren and Du meridians and was on the verge of surpassing the 5th rank, his strike carried a sharp, overwhelming sword aura. Even before contact, Xiao Bieli could feel the sting on his skin. Such power was enough to crush even Zhou Chong, who was at the peak of the 6th rank. The Lu family followers wore smug expressions, convinced of their victory. Only Song Kong, the man dressed as a rustic landlord, furrowed his brows. With Xiao Bieli's reputation in Dongjiang County, having reached the 6th rank at such a young age, he shouldn't have been so easily intimidated. However, with himself standing by his backup, as long as Lu Yunsong wasn't killed in a single blow, their victory seemed assured. Yet, just as the fatal sword was about to pierce Xiao Bieli, Lu Yunsong caught a glimpse of mockery in his opponent's expression, igniting a surge of rage within him. But he quickly realized why Xiao Bieli remained so calm. A crimson blade light suddenly flashed, its aura so intense that even the raindrops in the air seemed tinged with its color. Song Kang's face changed drastically as he rushed toward the battlefield, but it was already too late. A dazzling blade arc illuminated the scene, followed by a crisp sound. Lu Yongkong's sword snapped in two, and his body plummeted from the air, blood spilling onto the muddy ground in an instant. Experience 2000. Boom. A deafening thunderclap shook the air. The experts of the Lu family stood in stunned silence, their faces frozen in disbelief as they stared at the scene before them. Lu Yunsong, the most talented prodigy of the younger generation in the Lu family, a genius on the verge of reaching the 5th rank, had fallen under the blade of a mere 17-year-old boy. Their minds were still reeling from the shadow of their other young master's tragic death at the hands of Xiao Bieli not long ago, and now, yet another key figure had met his end. Kill him. Don't let him escape. The Lu family experts finally snapped out of their shock, roaring in unison as the sharp clang of weapons being unsheathed echoed all around. At that moment, Song Kong, who had already sensed the danger, struck decisively. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury as his right hand, shrouded in chilling energy, clawed fiercely toward Xiao Bieli's head. Xiao Bieli's figure darted away like a ghost, retreating swiftly to land atop a massive roadside boulder. Bang! Song Kang's claw struck empty air, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash in the stone. Xiao Bieli's movements were elusive as he slipped into the dense forest nearby, weaving through the shadows of the trees. Each time Song Kang's attacks landed, trees were shattered or massive rocks crumbled, their destructive power enough to inspire dread. Cut him off from the front. Quickly. Don't let him get away. The Lu family forces spread out in a fan-shaped formation, attempting to encircle Xiao Bieli. Though Song Kang's strength was formidable, his agility was slightly inferior. Xiao Bieli's mastery of the cloud-stepping technique had reached its peak, allowing him to barely keep up with Song Kang's relentless pursuit. Just as Xiao narrowly dodged a lethal strike, two treacherous sword lights suddenly lashed out from cunning angles, aiming directly for his vital points. Get lost. Xiao Bieli roared furiously, his blade flashing like lightning. Two bodies collapsed to the ground in response, lifeless, as his experience surged. New enemies immediately stepped in, throwing caution to the wind in their desperation to create an opening for Song Kong. A blade and a sword struck toward Xiao Bieli simultaneously, aiming to stall him for even a moment. Out of my way! Xiao Bieli bellowed, unleashing the mighty Vajra finger, sending two piercing streaks of energy toward his attackers. The two Lu family guards fell instantly, one dead, the other gravely injured. But before Xiao could catch his breath, a sudden gust of force surged from behind. With no time to think, he activated his defensive technique's Iron Shirt, 13 Grand Guardians, and Golden Bell Shield. A thunderous clang echoed like a great bronze bell being struck. The Golden Bell Shield shattered, and Xiao Bieli staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Song Kang's expression darkened. He hadn't expected a 6th-rank martial artist to survive his full-strength attack. This youth's protective skills were truly extraordinary. Such a young warrior at the late 6th rank, and already comprehending the intent of the blade. This realization sent waves of unease through the hearts of the Lu family members. If Xiao Bieli were not eliminated now, he would surely become a grave threat in the future. It was even possible he could ascend to the Dragon Tiger ranking, which would endanger not only them but the entire Lu family. Without hesitation, 4 skilled Lu family fighters launched their attack. Weapons whistled through the air from 3 directions, aiming directly at Xiao Bieli. At the same time, Song Kong let out a thunderous roar, his internal energy surging as he struck out with a powerful palm attack. Xiao Bieli disregarded the incoming weapons from the Lu family fighters, focusing solely on countering Song Kang's palm strike. He unleashed his great Vajra finger technique, pointing sharply into the air. As the finger force collided with the palm energy, it was instantly shattered, but the terrifying palm energy continued its trajectory, targeting Xiao Bieli relentlessly. In this critical moment, Xiao Bieli's inner energy erupted with a thunderous force. With a fluid motion, he executed his draw blade technique. The sharp blade aura collided with the palm strike, causing the surrounding trees to tremble violently. At that exact moment, the weapons of the Lu family fighters reached him. Xiao Bieli let out a cold snort as his red sleeve blade flashed out of its sheath once more. In a glint of cold steel, 4 heads flew into the air simultaneously. A system notification sounded, indicating he had gained experience points. However, Song Kong had already seized the opportunity. Moving like lightning, he closed in and struck heavily at Xiao Bieli's back with his palm. A dull collision resounded as Song Kong felt an immense rebound from his palm, as if he had struck solid steel. His internal energy momentarily destabilized, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. A bright red palm print appeared on Xiao Bieli's back, but he thought to himself, thanks to the triple protection of the max-level Iron Shirt, 13 Guardians horizontal training, and the golden silk soft armor, This fifth-rank expert's palm strike didn't seriously injure me. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bieli's red sleeve blade flashed again. This strike was faster and more powerful than before. At such close range, Song Kong had no time to evade. He could only coat his hands in internal energy and attempt to block Hedon. However, he underestimated the sheer force of this strike. With a scream, one of his arms was severed cleanly. In a final desperate attempt, Song Kong swung his remaining hand toward Xiao Bieli's chest. A heavy impact sounded as Xiao Bieli spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, his blade continued its momentum. With a flash of cold light, Song Kang's head flew into the air, blood spraying everywhere. A system notification indicated experience gained and an upgrade to his copper body technique. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining Lu family members turned to flee. Xiao Bieli leaped after them, and before they could even plead for mercy, 2 more heads flew skyward. The system once again notified him of gained experience points. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Qing, clad in a rain cloak, emerged from the tea stall with Zheng Fan and the other 2. The fierce sounds of combat carried by the rain earlier had reached their ears. They had initially intended to investigate, but Ning Qing stopped them with a simple gesture. Only after the surroundings had been silent for a long while did they slowly step out. They had barely taken a few steps when the heavy stench of blood hit them. Rainwater washed over the muddy ground, carrying thin streams of crimson past their feet. Scattered across the official road lay several mutilated bodies, limbs severed, a gruesome and horrifying sight. Zheng Fan darted forward, carefully examining the corpses on the road before quickly heading into the woods by the roadside. There, he found another 7 or 8 bodies. What shocked him even more were the marks left behind in the area, deep gouges on broken trees and claw marks etched into the hard blue stones. As a 6th-grade martial artist, even if he exerted all his strength, he could barely leave such marks on such solid surfaces. This level of destruction could only be attributed to a 5th-grade master. Yet, there was no sign of Xiao Bieli's body. Could it be that this entire slaughter was solely Xiao Bieli's doing? Finally, near a large tree, Zheng Fan discovered the last corpse. Carved into the tree trunk were the bold words, "The killer, Xiao Bieli." He drew in a sharp breath and rushed out of the woods, shouting, "They're all dead. There are another 7 or 8 bodies in the forest, all killed by the blade." At this moment, Ning Qing was already nudging Lu Yunsong's corpse with his foot, a faint cold smile on his lips. Lu Yunsong couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xiao Bieli. The world truly underestimates Xiao Bieli. This trip was not in vain. Since those from my clan are unwilling to provoke the Tsongyuan sword sect because of my elder brother's downfall, I will personally cause trouble for the Tsongyuan sword sect. Standing a short distance away, Ding Yuan, a core disciple of the Tsongyu sect, couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Young Master Ning, was this Lu Yunsong really that formidable?" Ning Qing glanced at him with an indifferent expression. Among the 6th-grade martial artists in Dongjiang County, only 3 could surpass Lu Yunsong. But under Xiao Bieli's blade, he couldn't even withstand a single strike. Pausing for a moment, he added, "Save your petty ambitions. Your talent may be decent within Dongjiang County, but in the grand scheme of the martial world, you're just another fish in the river." Ding Yuan's face flushed red. At 24, he had already reached the peak of 7th grade in the Tsongyu sect and believed his future to be limitless. Yet Xiao Bieli, 7 years his junior, had already gained fame throughout Dongjiang County. This left the young man, who had spent his days in the sect dreaming of making a name for himself, seething with envy. He thought he had hidden his feelings well, but Ning Qing had seen through him with a single glance. Zhu Shou shook his head, as the intentions of this direct disciple of the Tsongyu sect were almost written across his face. To gain fame in the martial world, strength was the key. However, compared to Xiao Bieli, Ding Yuan was indeed far inferior. Zheng Fan also shook his head and clasped his hands toward Ning Qing. "There are writings left by Xiao Bieli in the forest. It seems that a 5th-rank expert was involved." "Oh." A spark of interest flickered in Ning Qing's eyes. If Xiao Bieli truly managed to escape from a 5th-rank expert, his strength will need to be reassessed. A 5th-rank practitioner, having reached the realm of true qi transforming into gang energy, wields power several times greater than the peak of the 6th rank. Even if Xiao Bieli has perfected a hard martial art, it would be of little use against a 5th-rank expert. Ning Qing stepped into the forest but suddenly froze in her tracks, her expression changing drastically. On the ground lay a familiar corpse, Song Kong. How could Song Kong have died here? Her mind was shaken. Song Kong was a genuine 5th-rank expert, supported by many skilled fighters from the Lu family. How could he have fallen to Xiao Bieli alone? Zheng Fan and the other 2 could already sense the significance of the corpse from Ning Qing's reaction. For 7 years, no renowned 5th-rank expert had fallen in Dongjiang County. Yet today, one had perished at the hands of Xiao Bieli? After carefully examining Song Kang's body, Ning Qing stood up and said, "Let's go." Though her tone was calm, her heart was in turmoil. Song Kang's death confirmed that Xiao Bieli's strength was enough to secure a place on the Dragon Tiger rankings. Such a prodigy might indeed bring retribution to the four swords of Zhuo Qingya. Half an hour later, the sound of galloping hooves broke the silence. Chu Bufan, the third elder of the 12 linked docks, and Wei Yong, the second master of Baun Manor, arrived with a large group of men. Second master, there's a corpse ahead, a Baun Manor expert at the front exclaimed. It's someone from the Liu family. They're all dead. Wei Yong's expression darkened as he leapt off his horse. Upon seeing Liu Yongkang's body, his face grew even more grim. Following the traces into the dense forest, he discovered Song Kang's corpse. Just 3 hours ago, he had been hosting the Liu family at a banquet in Baun Manor. Now, nearly 20 people, including the 5th-rank expert Song Kang, had all turned into lifeless bodies. Sigh. Chu Bufan sighed deeply. The bodies all bear knife wounds, similar to previous cases, but Xiao Bieli's blade has clearly become even faster. Even a 5th-rank expert might fall to a single strike from him. Seeing no one else around, Chu Bufan lowered his voice. The Salt Gang has already arrived at my 12 linked docks. It's said that people from the Yuan sword sect and the Ning family are also coming, seemingly searching for something in Mount Luoxia. Wei Yong responded coldly. Why are you telling me this? Chu Bufan shook his head. Just a reminder. This time, the Salt Gang has sent a direct disciple, and those from the Yuan sword sect are likely of high status as well. Baun Manor would do well not to align itself too closely with the Yuan sword sect. Inviting them might be easy, but sending them away could prove much harder. With that, Chu Bufan left with his men. Since even a 5th-rank expert had fallen to Xiao Bieli, he saw no point in pursuing the matter further. Meanwhile, at the 12 linked docks, the overbearing behavior of the Salt Gang's people had already stirred dissatisfaction among the other elders. The dockmaster, preoccupied with attending to the Salt Gang's direct disciple, seemed indifferent to the death of his own son. Why, then, should anyone else be in such a hurry? In the pouring rain, a lone figure galloped on horseback. Xiao Bieli, clad in a straw raincoat, let the water stream down his collar. His gaze fell on the system panel, where the experience points had exceeded 10,000, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Previously constrained by limited experience points, he had prioritized perfecting his external martial arts and blade techniques. Now, with enough experience accumulated, he could finally attempt to break through to the 5th rank. Although Song Kang's chi strike earlier had failed to breach his defenses, it had left hidden internal injuries. After ensuring no one was following him, Xiao Bieli dismounted and began channeling his energy amidst the rain. Activate Copper Body Technique. In an instant, the training method for the Copper Body Technique surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Moments later, the system displayed Copper Body Technique 5100. Just as I suspected, Xiao Bieli murmured to himself. The Copper Body Technique and Iron Shirt both fall under external martial arts. One specializes in defense against blades, while the other counters blunt weapons and internal chi. It bears a resemblance to the 13 Protectors Hardening Technique, yet they complement each other well. The most pressing matter now was to advance his cultivation level. Xiao Bieli immediately allocated 5,000 experience points to improve the Muscle Tendon Changing Classic. Boom! Pure chi surged through his limbs and body, refining the internal energy within him to the brink of transforming into condensed chi. The Muscle Tendon Changing Classic advanced to 41,100. Another 5,000 points. Another wave of pure chi coursed through him, further refining and compressing his internal energy. The Muscle Tendon Changing Classic reached 46100. Just one more step. Xiao Bieli gritted his teeth and invested the final 5,000 points. As the Muscle Tendon Changing Classic broke through to 51,100, an even pure chi split into two streams. One surged into his internal organs, and the other shot directly toward his ocular acupoint. With a distinct crack, the ocular acupoint was unblocked. Cultivation level, 5th rank, early stage. In an instant, Xiao Bieli's vision sharpened dramatically. In the heavy rain, where he could previously only discern objects within 100 meters, his sight now extended to 400 or 500 meters. Raising his arm lightly, he unleashed a blade aura that sliced through the air, severing 3 thigh-thick trees 10 meters away at their trunks. I've finally broken through to the 5th rank. Xiao Bieli whispered to himself. The ocular acupoint corresponds to the liver. With this breakthrough, even my liver has been strengthened. Indeed, the path of martial arts is a journey from being human to becoming a perfected individual. Xiao Bieli silently felt the flow of true chi circulating within him. At the peak of the 5th rank, his internal organs and 7 apertures had been greatly strengthened, and the true chi formed a flawless internal cycle. Combined with his extraordinarily powerful physique, he was virtually without any obvious weaknesses. However, when he thought of Zhuo Qingyun from the Yuan sword sect, he let out a soft sigh. As a prodigious swordsman who had long since opened all 7 apertures, and the foremost disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 great sects, Zhuo Qingyun's strength was likely still above his own. It seems I still have to keep pushing forward. Xiao Bieli glanced at the remaining 1,460 experience points and unhesitatingly invested them all into cultivating the copper body technique. In an instant, a surge of heat swept through his body, and an influx of knowledge about the copper body technique poured into his mind, as if he had spent decades mastering it. Though the copper body technique was on par with Iron Shirt and shared similarities with the 13 Grand Guardians' horizontal training, the experience required was still within a manageable range. After this improvement, the copper body technique reached 78100, making his physique even more robust and formidable. On the 10th day of September, a shocking piece of news spread across Manzhou. Bloodblade King Kong Xiao Bieli had killed Yunzhou's Lu family 5th-rank enforcer, Ghost Claw Song Kong, along with 19 of his subordinates in a battle at Wohu Slope in Dongjiang County. This news, confirmed by the Xinwu Hall, sent ripples of shock throughout Manzhou. 3 days later, Xiao Bieli donned a black combat outfit and applied a simple disguise before openly sitting in the Shiwaishan restaurant in Song County. With his current mastery of horizontal training, altering his appearance slightly was a trivial task. As a 5th-rank martial artist, even if he encountered peers from the 12 linked fortresses or the Three Rivers Alliance, he had little to fear. What he truly needed to beware of now were the larger powers. Just the day before, Xinwu Hall had sent someone to summon him to meet in Song County. Since he had been operating in a neighboring county, it took him only half a day to reach the destination. At this moment, the Shiwaishan restaurant was bustling with chatter. The diners were passionately discussing the feats of Bloodblade King Kong Xiao Bieli. Some questioned his abilities, others defended him, and still others brought up his performance during the battle at the city gates. There were even slightly tipsy patrons arguing heatedly over the topic. Listening to their discussions, Xiao Bieli merely shook his head quietly. It seemed that the spectacle he had orchestrated at the gates of Song County had indeed achieved the desired effect. Recently, Dongjiang County has seen the arrival of several prominent figures. In tea houses and taverns, patrons were fervently discussing these unexpected guests. Qiu Xuanli, the true successor of the Salt Gang, has taken a group of experts to the 12 linked strongholds, one diner whispered. Not only that, but masters from the Zhongyuan sword sect and the Lu family have also arrived. I heard that Lu Fuxing, the head of the Lu family, came in person, another chimed in. His son died at the hands of young Master Xiao, so he's probably here for revenge. Lu Fuxing is just a 5th-rank expert, someone scoffed. Didn't young Master Xiao already kill a 5th-rank master from the Lu family before? But Lu Fuxing is different, a seemingly well-informed diner explained. He's at the peak of the 5th rank. If he hadn't injured his meridians in his youth, he might already be a 4th-rank grandmaster by now. Moreover, Shuizhou, the 3rd successor of the Zhongyuan sword sect, has accompanied him. He's ranked 63rd on the Dragon Tiger list. At this, everyone present was stunned. For hundreds of years, Dongjiang County had never produced anyone capable of making it onto the Dragon Tiger list. Across the vast territory of the Great Qin Empire, those who made it onto the list were all 9 million prodigies. Even those who had been full of confidence in Xiao Bieli began to waver. Although Xiao Bieli was highly skilled and exceptionally gifted, he was still very young. Compared to a Dragon Tiger list expert like Shuizhou, he might fall short. With young Master Zhao's talent, he'll definitely make it onto the Dragon Tiger list in the future, a loyal supporter muttered quietly. Shuizhou is just a few years older, that's all. At that moment, Ning Qing's figure appeared in Shiwei Tian. Her gaze swept across the 2nd floor before settling on Xiao Bieli, who had slightly disguised himself. She walked straight over and sat down across from him. Where are those gatekeepers who usually follow you around? Xiao Bieli asked, a little surprised. He remembered that the last time they met, Ning Qing was accompanied not only by Zhu Shou but also by 2 true successors from the Zhongyu sect. Xiao Bieli discreetly assessed the skilled fighter disguised as a man before him. Ever since breaking through to the 5th rank, he could sense the strength of others with greater accuracy. Ning Qing had already reached the peak of the 6th rank, unblocking her Ran and Du meridians, and was just one step away from breaking through to the 5th rank. To have such cultivation at such a young age was unparalleled in Dongjiang County, except for himself. Ning Qing poured herself a cup of wine, casually picked up a dish Xiao Bieli had touched with his chopsticks, and ate as she spoke. I sent the Zhongyu sect people ahead to Luoxiao Mountain. I'm here to ask if you want to go to Luoxiao Mountain. After all, Shuizhou is already there. When she mentioned Shuizhou, a flicker of seriousness crossed Ning Qing's eyes. Although we've agreed that no experts above the Grandmaster level will intervene, Shuizhou has already reached the late 5th rank and has comprehended sword intent. This time, that inheritance is likely to fall into his hands. Xiao Bieli frowned and asked, doesn't the Ning family have any experts? Ning Qing shook his head, his expression grave. The Ning family is unwilling to become enemies with the Zhongyuan sword sect. What about the Salt Gang? The Salt Gang may be one of the 6 major factions in the world, but the younger generation is far inferior to the Zhongyuan sword sect. Without a grandmaster stepping in, there's no way to contend with them. Ning Qing sighed and explained. Shuezhou has been in seclusion, and Zhuo Yuan is trapped in Qianzhou. Neither can arrive in the short term, which is why I had no choice but to ask for your help. I can handle ordinary 5th grade experts, but someone like Shuezhou, he shook his head. I know I can't deal with him. What's more, he wouldn't care about my status. If we fight, my life will be at great risk. A flicker of curiosity appeared in Xiao Bieli's eyes. What exactly is the difference between a 5th grade expert on the Dragon Tiger rankings and an ordinary 5th grade expert? The Dragon Tiger rankings are managed by the Jinwu Hall, selecting 72 young experts under the age of 35, Ning Qing said seriously. Anyone who advances to the 4th grade Grandmaster level is automatically removed from the list. Everyone on the rankings has the potential to become a Grandmaster. Even if they're still at the 5th grade level, they've often mastered 1 or 2 martial arts to an extraordinary degree and can fight 10 others of the same level. He paused, then continued, 3 years ago, Shuezhou killed Qiujio, the leader of the Flying Tiger Gang and a peak 5th grade expert, in less than 10 moves. Now, Baun Manor and the 3 Rivers Alliance stand by Shuezhou's side, and there are at least 5 5th grade experts in Luoxiao Mountain. Xiao Bieli's eyes lit up at these words. Are you saying that Luoxiao Mountain is now teeming with experts? At this moment, he was eager for combat experience. Although he was not one to kill indiscriminately, since the 3 Rivers Alliance and Baun Manor were enemies, he had no reason to hold back. Ning Qing nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Baun Manor, the 3 Rivers Alliance, and the 12 linked docks have already occupied advantageous terrain. The area of the Grandmaster's legacy is so tightly guarded that not even a mosquito could get through. The head of the Zhongyu sect, Song Song, has refused to take a stand, clearly unwilling to oppose the Zhongyuan sword sect. We can't count on them. Not even a mosquito could get through. Xiao Bieli sneered. Then we'll fight our way in. Meanwhile, on Nyoto Ridge in Luoxiao Mountain, disciples of the 3 Rivers Alliance and Baun Manor were conducting a meticulous search. But the ridge was vast, and the range Shuezhou had designated included several surrounding peaks, making it impossible to complete the search in a short time. Dressed in white, Shuezhou stood with his sword on his back at the summit of Nyoto Ridge, overlooking the mountains. Behind him stood Wei Yong and the head of the Zhongyu sect, Song Song, both silent. After a long time, Shuezhou turned to look at Song Song, his tone indifferent. Ning Wanqing hasn't contacted you yet? Song Song shook his head. Ever since Zhang Fan and the others returned, she has only sent a message through Jinwu Hall, asking us to wait for news in Linshui County. There's been no contact since. Heh. Shuezhou sneered. Back then, even Ning Ziyuan was no match for my senior Zhua. His right hand was crippled, and he could never wield a sword again. And now, a mere Ning Wanqing dares to oppose my senior? She's courting death. Song Song said worriedly, but she is still a member of the Ning family. If something happens to her here, we may bear some responsibility. The Ning family? So what? Shuezhou scoffed. That old man is nearing the end of his life. Does he dare to go against the Zhongyuan sword sect? If they had the guts, they would have acted when my senior crippled Ning Ziyuan, their most talented member. Since they didn't stand up for Ning Ziyuan, why would they risk everything for Ning Wanqing? I just wonder if Xiao Bieli will show up. Wei Yong murmured. A cold glint flashed in Shuezhou's eyes. Xiao Bieli has blocked my senior's path. He's destined to die. If he comes, all the better. If not, I'll go find him myself. 3 days later, the rugged peaks of Nyoto Ridge were bustling with shadows of people moving about. In addition to the forces of the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked forts, and Baun Manor, there were also numerous unfamiliar martial artists from the Jianghu roaming the area. Hidden behind a secluded rock formation, Ning Qing and Xiao Bieli had been lying in wait for an entire day. They refrained from acting rashly, patiently awaiting Shuezhou's forces to locate the precise position of the treasure. After all, the vast terrain of Nyoto Ridge made searching for the treasure with just the 2 of them akin to finding a needle in a haystack. You've stirred up quite a storm this time, Ning Qing murmured, her gaze fixed on the occasional figures flitting along the mountain path. Even the other experts of Mansis martial world have been drawn here. With the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked forts gathering, it's clear they've also realized there's something significant here. She elaborated further. Although Dongjiang County and Linshui County are relatively remote and lack many experts, other parts of Manzhou still boast a few renowned masters. According to the intelligence from the Zhenwu Hall, we've confirmed that 2 5th grade experts, Ironclaw Yuji and the Hibiscus swordsman Qili, are present. Let's hope no 4th grade grandmasters appear otherwise. Things will get complicated. Xiao Bieli frowned in puzzlement. Don't major powers like yours already have grandmaster legacies? Why would you still seek out this grandmaster's inheritance? Is there something special about it? Ning Qing glanced at him, a hint of amusement tugging at her lips. You don't think grandmasters grow on trees, do you? Even among the 9 sects and 6 clans, grandmasters are exceedingly rare, each holding a position of great authority. Otherwise, they wouldn't call those on the Dragon Tiger list the grandmasters in waiting. Her tone grew more serious. Besides, Luo Su, the rainbow swordsman of Luoxia Mountain, was no ordinary grandmaster. Though only at the peak of the grandmaster level, he once fought 3 grandmasters simultaneously by the shores of Shijin Lake, killing 2 grandmasters from the Yuan sword sect and 1 from the Zhongshan pavilion. More importantly, he obtained a near-divine sword from Shijin Lake. A weapon of this caliber, if carried and nurtured with sword intent over time, has the potential to evolve into a true divine weapon in the future. At that moment, the crisp clash of weapons echoed from the mountains above, accompanied by heated arguments. There really is an underground palace. Could there be treasure inside? Clang, clang, clang. You from the Sanjiang Alliance and Baun Manor, don't be so overbearing. This is unclaimed territory in the wild. Ning Qing and Xiao Bieli exchanged a glance, their figures flickering as they swiftly moved toward the source of the commotion. Moments later, they arrived at the scene, where 2 groups were locked in a standoff. On one side stood members of the Sanjiang Alliance, Baun Manor, and the 12 linked forts, while the other consisted of wanderers from Dongjiang and Linshui counties, along with some unfamiliar faces, presumably the out-of-county experts Ning Qing had mentioned earlier. Behind the Sanjiang Alliance group loomed a massive, freshly uncovered cave entrance. Xiao Bieli scanned the crowd and noticed that the strongest among them were merely 2 6th-grade practitioners who had opened their Ran and Du meridians, with no 5th-grade experts in sight. Clearly, the real masters had already ventured into the cave. On the ground lay more than a dozen corpses, with warm blood winding its way across the dirt. Bai Banhu Chunxing's sharp gaze swept over the crowd nearby like a blade. His voice was icy as he commanded, "If you value your lives, leave immediately. What's here is not for the likes of you to covet." A few disdainful chuckles rose from the crowd. One voice taunted, "If your Sanjiang Alliance is so powerful, how did you let over a dozen people break in earlier? We've got twice your numbers. If it comes to a fight, the outcome is far from certain." Chun Xing stared coldly at the speaker, his expression unchanging. "You think a bunch of weaklings like you can force your way in? Don't be afraid," someone in the crowd shouted. "We've got the numbers, they can't stop us. Even the Yin Gang and the true disciples of the Yuan sword sect have gone inside. There must be something incredible in there. If we get it, we might become 5th-grade masters, or even 4th-grade grandmasters. That's right. Let's go. Attack." Despite the clamor of voices, no one dared make the first move. Even the 2 6th-grade experts hiding among the crowd hesitated to act recklessly. They knew full well that the opponents across from them were the elite forces of the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked fortresses, and the Baun Manor. The odds of victory were slim. More importantly, if they became marked for leading the charge, survival in the 2 regions would be impossible in the future. At that moment, a soft sigh reached everyone's ears. Before they could react, a figure dressed in black darted toward the cave entrance like a gale, followed closely by a strikingly handsome young man. "How dare you? Bold move." Bai Banhu Chengxing and a 6th-grade expert from the 12 linked fortresses leapt into the air simultaneously, aiming to intercept the shadowy figure. But just as they rose, a streak of crimson blade light flashed. Thud, thud. 2 muffled sounds echoed as Chen Xing and the 6th-grade expert were sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths before they crashed heavily to the ground. Experience 2000. Experience 2000. Chun Hall Master is dead. Elder Lu is dead. Cries of shock erupted as another dozen people rushed forward. The black-clad figure's blade moved like lightning, and with each swing, a head fell. Experience 1000. Experience 500. Within mere breaths, the ground was littered with over 20 more bodies. The Sanjiang Alliance and 12 linked fortresses were struck with terror, unable to do anything but watch as the black-clad figure and the handsome young man disappeared into the mountain cave. "That's Xiao Bieli, young Master Xiao." Indeed, the #1 expert of the younger generation in Linshui County. Even Bai Banhu Chunxing couldn't take a single strike from him. The murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd of martial artists. If not for Shuezhou being over a decade older, he wouldn't stand a chance against young Master Xiao either. With his talent, young Master Xiao is destined to make it onto the Dragon and Tiger rankings, and his position will surely surpass Shuezhou's. "Forget about young Master Xiao," someone shouted. "The top experts are dead now. This is our last chance." "That's right. Get inside quickly. Kill." The crowd erupted into chaos once more. Amid the chaos outside, Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing had already slipped into the mountain cave. In the dim passageway, Ning Qing followed closely behind Xiao Bieli, whispering in admiration, "I never imagined your martial arts had reached such a level. No wonder you were able to kill Song Kong." Walking ahead, Xiao Bieli responded indifferently. Song Kong was nothing special. The real challenge lies with the prodigies on the dragon and tiger rankings. If I don't improve my cultivation quickly, once Zhuo Qingyun makes his move personally, there will be no escape. With your strength at your age, even Zhuo Qingyun in his prime couldn't compare to you. But now, he is likely approaching the Grandmaster realm, Ning Qing remarked, shaking her head. Xiao Bieli swiftly removed his outer garment, crafted 2 torches, and lit them before continuing deeper into the cave. While the passage was narrow at first, it gradually opened into a more spacious natural cavern, though faint signs of man-made excavation could be seen. The cavern descended continuously, as if it pierced through the entirety of Nyoto Ridge. As they turned a corner, a sudden change occurred. A shadow darted down from an overhead platform, claws aiming directly for Xiao Bieli's head. Xiao Bieli sidestepped effortlessly, and the claws struck the rock wall, tearing out a chunk of solid stone. The assailant let out a surprised sound, clearly not expecting to miss at such close range. Xiao Bieli? So you actually dared to come? Under the flickering torchlight, Xiao Bieli recognized the figureea gaunt, wiry man in his 50s. His inner energy was restrained, his arms unusually long, and his sharp gaze revealed his identity as Tiezhua Yuji, a notorious 5th-rank martial artist who had unlocked the eye aperture. This man has committed countless crimes in Manzhou, though he does have some skill. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Ning Qing said, frowning. When did you start colluding with Shuizhou? Sharp eyes for a little brat. Yuji sneered as he scrutinized Ning Qing, abruptly freezing for a moment. So, you're a girl disguised as a boy. Could it be that you're Xiao Bieli's lover? He chuckled coldly. Shuizhou paid me handsomely to lie in wait here. Though this hidden realm holds treasures, with the Tsongyuan sword sect and the Salt Gang watching closely, I wouldn't dare claim them. It's far more practical to take money and solve problems for others. Yuji's lecherous eyes roved over Ning Qing. You're quite pretty, but your taste is poor. Following this boy will only lead to death. Why not come with me? I'm not like those Yusla. Before he could finish, Ning Qing had already drawn her sword. The blade split into 9 streaks of light, her sword energy crisscrossing and forcing Yuji's expression to change. His claws, shrouded in fierce energy, launched a series of ghostly strikes. Amid the clash of metal, his sleeves were torn in several places. As the momentum of Ning Qing's sword waned, Yuji suddenly stepped forward, his claw striking directly at her. Without hesitation, Ning Qing retreated gracefully, her toes lightly touching the ground as she withdrew several meters like a phantom, causing his deadly attack to hit nothing but air. Ning Qing wore a faint smile as her gaze settled on Xiao Bieli. What does Brother Xiao think of my sword strike? Xiao Bieli nodded slowly. This strike is like a deer leaping through the forest, leaving no trace swift as lightning. If you had reached the 5th rank, it would have been enough to take Yuji's life. Unfortunately, you have not yet reached the 5th rank, and his arm guards are sturdy. Your sword energy couldn't break through his defense. And if Brother Xiao were to strike, what would the outcome be? Ning Qing pressed further. Naturally, he would have no chance of survival, Xiao Bieli replied with a calm tone. Hearing their conversation, Yuji burst into angry laughter. Even Shuizhou wouldn't dare claim he could defeat me outright. And who do you think you are? Xiao Bieli sighed softly, raising one finger. What? Yuji froze for a moment, then sneered. It seems I must ensure your death isn't too quick today. As a mid-5th rank expert with open eye and ear apertures, Yuji had never encountered such arrogance. Over the years, he had made countless enemies in Manzhou, surviving only through his exceptional martial skills and a top-tier inner armor. If Xiao cannot kill you, then I have no business seeing Shuizhou, Xiao Bieli said, his tone still light as ever. Yet his calm demeanor only deepened the grim expression on Yuji's face. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Ning Qing's eyes. Having seen Song Kong fall under Xiao Bieli's blade before, she had already suspected he might have reached the 5th rank. Now, seeing his confidence, could it be that he was not just in the late 5th rank but at the peak, with all 7 apertures opened? Boom. Yuji made the first move. His hands gathered chi into claws, and his figure darted forward like a phantom toward Xiao Bieli. The force of his attack left deep claw marks on the cavern walls, sending shards of stone flying through the air. At the same time, countless claw shadows enveloped Xiao Bieli, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake. As the shards of stone hurtled toward him, Xiao Bieli remained motionless. Yuji's heart sank, but with no choice but to commit, he gathered all his inner energy, determined to punish his opponent for underestimating him. In that split second, Xiao Bieli's protective chi suddenly burst forth. The red sleeve blade was unsheathed, and a flash of cold light streaked through the air. The slash seemed unremarkable, direct and straightforward, but it was so fast that it left no time to react. Yuji's pupils contracted sharply, his gathered chi dissipating instantly. A peculiar expression froze on his face. Splat! Blood sprayed as Yuji's head flew into the air. A A single slash had decapitated him. Experience 4,000. Ning Qing's eyes lingered on Xiao Bieli, scrutinizing him intently. Coming from the prestigious Ning family of the Zhenwu Hall, she had encountered many experts, even several grandmasters. Yet among the fifth-rank experts she had seen, none had ever executed such a swift and decisive strike. Brother Xiao, oh brother Xiao, she murmured. I once thought you might be able to contend with Shuo Qingyun, but now, I believe that within 3 years, Shuo Qingyun will undoubtedly be beneath your feet. The only ones who could match you might be the top 3 on the Dragon Tiger rankings. In the world of martial arts, one cannot always act freely. Xiao Bieli sheathed his blade, his gaze settling on Ning Qing as a faint smile played on his lips. But tell me, Miss Ning, is Ning Qing your real name? Ning Wanqing pondered his words carefully. If such a statement had come from a middle-aged man seasoned by life's trials, she might have taken it as a profound reflection. But hearing it from Xiao Bieli, who was 2 years younger than her, it seemed somewhat pretentious. She shot him a glance and replied, My real name is Ning Wanqing. The Ning family holds some influence in Zhenwu Hall. Xiao Bieli's expression grew serious. According to Yuji, the Salt Gang has reached an agreement with Shuezhou. Along with the experts from the Three Rivers Alliance, the 12 linked strongholds, and the White Cloud Manor, pressing forward will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Perhaps it would be better for you to leave first? If I inherit the Master's legacy, I will surely share it with you. But if a fight breaks out now, I fear I won't be able to protect us both. At this point, Xiao Bieli's experience points had already surpassed the 10,000 mark. If Ning Wanqing accompanied him, it would indeed hinder his movements. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, 5th rank, early stage. Martial arts. Muscle tendon changing scripture, 51100. Gale blade technique mastered. 13 guardians body training technique mastered. Iron shirt technique mastered. Quick draw technique mastered. Copper body technique 78100. Golden bell shield 73100. Great strength vajra finger 10100. Blade intent, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience points, 13,440. Ning Wanqing chuckled softly. No need to worry. I have 2 life-saving treasures. If it really comes to a fight, I might even give you a surprise. Before her words had fully settled, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Quickly, if we don't move now, there won't even be scraps left for us. Exactly. We've been walking for so long without seeing a soul. Could this cave have another hidden passage? Thank goodness for Xiao Bieli, or we wouldn't have gotten in today at all. Xiao Bieli frowned slightly, searching Yuji's body. Aside from a few silver coins, there was nothing of value. Why not let them take the lead? Ning Wanqing suggested softly. Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement. The two of them leapt lightly to a higher vantage point. Xiao Bieli grabbed Yuji's severed head and body, landing on the platform where Yuji had previously hidden. In mere moments, dozens of torch-bearing figures surged forward in an imposing group. There's blood. Looks like Xiao Bieli has already been here. Quick, keep moving. Xiao Bieli casually tossed Yuji's corpse onto the platform and said, Miss Ning, excuse me for a moment. Disgusting. Ning Wanqing spat in mock annoyance before darting ahead gracefully, her figure vanishing around a bend 100 meters away. Xiao Bieli turned around and closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Consume 10,000 experience points to enhance Yijinjing, he silently chanted. In an instant, an immense surge of cultivation experience flooded his mind, and a pure stream of energy rushed directly to his ears. Boom. As his energy surged higher and higher, his ear acupoints were instantly cleared. His hearing amplified more than tenfold, and at the same time, his kidneys were significantly strengthened. After a dozen breaths, his energy gradually stabilized. Glancing at the system panel, which showed over 3,000 experience points remaining, Xiao Bieli weighed his options for a moment. The copper body technique and the 13 guardians iron body technique overlapped in many aspects. It seemed wiser to first max out the golden bell shield. After some quick calculations, he realized he had enough experience points to perfect both techniques. Consume 2,700 experience points to enhance the golden bell shield. Consume 440 experience points to enhance the copper body technique. Boom. Cultivation experience poured into him all at once, sending a warm current flowing through his body. When the warmth dissipated, Xiao Bieli could clearly feel his physique becoming even more formidable. Even renowned weapons and sharp blades would struggle to scratch his skin. My body is now as tough as iron and copper. Even if I face Shuezhou, ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger list, his attacks might not penetrate my defense, Xiao Bieli thought to himself. It's time to meet him. He used the remaining 300 experience points to enhance the mighty Vajra finger before leaping forward and heading deeper into the cave. It wasn't long before he saw Ning Wanqing waiting for him. Well, Ning Wanqing remarked, giving him a meaningful look. Xiao Bieli's face darkened. He thought to himself, I just took a little time to enhance my martial arts. Is that look really necessary? But he didn't bother to argue and said softly, let's go. Before long, the clash of blades echoed through the cave, accompanied by desperate cries for mercy. Damn it! Are you from the Three Rivers Alliance really going to wipe us out completely? We just wanted a little share. Spare us. Everyone outside was killed by Xiao Bieli. It has nothing to do with us. Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing remained unfazed. Although nearly 400 people had initially gathered outside, only a few dozen had dared to venture into the cave. The Three Rivers Alliance, the 12 Link Docks, and the White Cloud Manor had all sent 5th-rank experts, but it was evident these people hadn't properly assessed their own strength. Xiao Bieli paused at a corner. Ahead lay an enormous cavern capable of holding hundreds of people. At its center stood a stone platform, where an ancient, unadorned longsword was embedded. Beside it sat a wooden box. Surrounding the platform were several experts, while around 20 or 30 corpses were strewn across the ground. Ning Wanqing leaned closer and whispered, that's Guan Tianan, the leader of the 12 Link Docks, Wei Yong, the second master of White Cloud Manor, Xie Yuntao, the golden-eyed eagle of the Three Rivers Alliance, Qi Li, the hibiscus swordsman, and Xue Zhou, the gentleman's sword. The Salt Gang didn't show up, and the Zhongyuan sword sect shouldn't have sent just Xue Zhou. Xiao Bieli's gaze fell on Xue Zhou. The white-robed swordsman had a refined and handsome appearance, with 3 emeralds embedded in the hilt of his sword. Even with Xiao Bieli's own looks, he could only surpass Xue Zhou by a small margin. More importantly, the faint yet sharp sword intent emanating from Xue Zhou hinted at his true strength. At that moment, the 5th-rank experts were locked in a strange standoff. Guan Tianan coldly eyed the captured and kneeling individuals before him and asked icily, you just said Xiao Bieli is here? The Jianghu wanderer from Linshui Prefecture, kneeling on the ground, spoke anxiously, recounting the events one by one. Indeed, Xiao Bieli had killed the skilled fighters outside and forced his way in. They witnessed it with their own eyes. However, despite their pursuit, they had not encountered him along the way. Guan Tianwu frowned deeply. Logically speaking, Xue Zhou had arranged for Yu Ji to ambush in the cave. Even with Xiao Bieli's strength, capable of matching a 5th-grade expert, he would have struggled to escape Yu Ji's sneak attack unscathed. Even if he had survived by sheer luck, he should have run into these men while fleeing. Could it be that there is another exit in this cave? Though we didn't hear the sounds of combat or see any trace of Xiao Bieli, we did smell blood along the way. The Jianghu wanderer added. A thought struck Guan Tianwu. The scent of blood? Could it be that Yu Ji succeeded in his ambush, or was Yu Ji himself the victim of a sneak attack? At this moment, Qi Li, the hibiscus swordsman, fixed his greedy gaze on the wooden box atop the stone platform. His eyes gleamed with desire. We can discuss Xiao Bieli later. I dare not covet the Changha sword, but I demand a share of whatever is inside that wooden box. For a swordsman, the legacy left behind by the Changha swordsman Luo Su might be the ultimate martial arts mastery, a temptation too great to resist. As a direct disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, Xue Zhou already possessed no shortage of advanced techniques. But for Qi Li, obtaining such an opportunity could mean reaching the Grandmaster level in the near future. At that point, he could rise to prominence across the entire Manzhou region. Xie Yuntao, the golden-eyed eagle, chimed in, young Master Xue's martial prowess is extraordinary. Surely, you have no need for yet another sword technique. I have no objection to you taking the Changha sword, but if the box contains the famed techniques of the Changha swordsman, I hope you'll allow me to copy a portion. Though not a swordsman himself, Xie Yuntao knew the value of a Grandmaster-level legacy. His Sanjiang alliance lacked such a treasure, and acquiring Eidavin if it was outside his primary discipline would be a rare and invaluable opportunity. Faced with their avarice, Xue Zhou wore a cryptic smile. His gaze lingered on Xie Yuntao for a moment before shifting to Guan Tianwu and Wei Yong. Do the two of you share the same thoughts? Wei Yong quickly declared, the White Cloud Manor will always follow young Master Xue's lead. As for the contents of the wooden box, we will not lay a finger on them. Guan Tianwu also spoke firmly. The Salt Gang has long been in agreement with young Master Xue. My sole purpose here is to deal with Xiao Bieli. He killed my son, and today, I will see that blood is repaid with blood. Their declarations left Xie Yuntao and Qi Li feeling awkward. Xie Yuntao gave a forced laugh. I see now that my perspective was too narrow. Brother Guan is right, our priority should be dealing with Xiao Bieli. Qi Li, however, looked increasingly displeased. As a swordsman, he was truly determined to obtain the legacy of the Changha swordsman. Faced with the predicament before him, Qi Li had no choice but to admit defeat. I don't want the item anymore. Before he could finish his sentence, Xue Zhou suddenly made his move. With 2 fingers forming the shape of a sword, he unleashed 4 sharp sword lights from his fingertips in an instant. Qi Li's face turned pale, as if he had just encountered his worst nightmare. He swiftly retreated while countering with a defensive sword strike. But it was too late. With a muffled sound, Qi Li's limbs were severed, and his broken body fell heavily near Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing. Blood poured continuously from his mouth. The cave erupted into chaos. The members of the 12 linked fortresses secretly rejoiced at Elder Xie's timely change of attitude. Otherwise, they might not have escaped a similar fate. Xie Yuntao and Wei Yong were particularly shaken. Their past encounters with the Lotus Swordmaster Qi Li had taught them how unpredictable and deadly his swordsmanship could be. Even they had to remain fully vigilant against him. Yet Shuizhou had rendered Qi Li powerless without even drawing his sword. Such overwhelming strength was beyond their comprehension. Could the gap between those on the Dragon Tiger rankings and themselves truly be this insurmountable? Standing with his hands behind his back, Shuizhou cast a cold gaze over the crowd. Don't covet what you shouldn't. The Changha sword and the items in the wooden box are needed by Senior Brother Zhua. That's why the Salt Gang was willing to grant me this favor. If anyone wants a share, feel free to take it up with Senior Brother Zhua. The cave fell silent. Everyone knew that the Senior Brother Zhua he referred to was none other than Zhua Qingyun, a rising star among the younger generation. At this moment, the gravely wounded Qi Li turned his gaze to Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing, who were hiding in the passage. With great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words. Kill me, kill me. There was no longer any trace of a will to live in his eyes. Xiao Bieli sighed inwardly. The strike from Shuizhou not only severed Qi Li's limbs, but also damaged his heart meridian. Even if the bleeding were stopped, he wouldn't survive more than a few days. This was the brutal reality of the martial world survival of the fittest. Yet, if everyone adhered to principles of brotherhood and harmony, Xiao Bieli mused, there wouldn't be much room for him to thrive. With a flick of his finger, a burst of energy struck Qi Li's heart directly. A look of relief crossed Qi Li's face, and he died on the spot. A system notification immediately followed. Experience 4000. Who's there? Guan Tianan demanded sharply, his sharp gaze fixed on the cave entrance. Xie Yuntao and Wei Yong exchanged a glance before leaping to Qi Li's corpse. When they spotted the two figures in the passage, their expressions turned to astonishment. Xiao Bieli, you actually dared to come? Xiao Bieli strolled out of the passage leisurely, his tone indifferent. Why does everyone say that when they see me? Could it be that you didn't want me to come? Where's Yu Ji? Xie Yuntao asked, scrutinizing the space behind Xiao Bieli. Without sparing Xie Yuntao a glance, Xiao Bieli locked eyes with Shuizhou. You arranged for Yu Ji to ambush me along the way. Since I'm here, he's naturally dead. But there's no need to rush now that you've encountered me. Your death anniversaries will fall on the same day. You'll even have company on your journey to the underworld. How dare you? Such arrogant words. Wei Yong and Xie Yuntao shouted angrily in unison. Despite their fierce tones, neither made a move, as if by tacit agreement. Their outrage was nothing more than a performance for Shuizhou. Both men were well aware that if Xiao Bieli could kill Yu Ji, he must possess some formidable trump card. As men with decades of experience in the martial world, they understood one fundamental truth. Strength is the ultimate authority. Just as Xiao Bieli had no previous enmity with the Zhongyuan sword sect, yet they still sent someone to take his life. As long as they didn't offend Shuizhou, they preferred to remain cautious. Although neither of them believed Xiao Bieli could be a match for Shuizhou, they also knew that if Xiao's hidden weapon was unleashed, any injury they suffered would hardly be worth the risk. Shuizhou stared at Xiao Bieli, his expression calm and composed. Though he stood still, he exuded an aura sharp as a drawn sword, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze directly. I initially thought you were just a lucky opportunist, Shuizhou remarked. But it seems I underestimated you. Your foundation is solid, and your energy is razor sharp. Even if you haven't fully grasped the essence of blade intent, you're not far from it. When I was 17, I truly wasn't your equal. A collective gasp spread through the crowd. Shuizhou, ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger rankings, had just admitted that at 17, he was inferior to this young man standing before him. Upon reflection, the onlookers had to agree after all. A 17-year-old capable of killing a 5th-rank expert was undeniably a rare prodigy. Yet, his arrogance was his downfall. Knowing Shuizhou was present, he still dared to come here. It was nothing short of courting death. If he could somehow survive this ordeal and advance to a 4th-rank grandmaster in a few years, perhaps he might contend against the Zhongyuan sword sect. But now that he was here, Shuizhou would never let him leave alive. Guan Tianwu stepped forward, his aura surging with righteous fury. Young Master Shui, there's no need for you to act. The hatred of a son's murder is irreconcilable. Today, I will avenge my son with my own hands. Seeing this, Xie Yuntao chimed in. Against someone of the demonic path, why bother with martial etiquette? Let's strike together and end this quickly. He had long heard the alliance leader praise Guan Tianwu's martial prowess, even confessing that he himself lacked absolute confidence in defeating him. This was the perfect opportunity for Xie to make an impression in front of Shuizhou. Not to be outdone, Wei Yong took a step forward and said coldly, ever since Xiao Bieli arrived in Dongjiang County, Who knows how many martial artists have fallen by his hand? Such evil must be eradicated by all. The trio's combined killing intent surged toward Xiao Bieli, their overwhelming presence pressing down on him. Yet the young man remained unfazed, his expression unchanging, as if their murderous aura were no more than a gentle breeze. At that moment, Ning Wanqing stepped forward, holding 2 dark beads in her hand. Xiao Bieli, I'll handle these 2 for you. The moment Xue Zhou saw the beads, his expression darkened. Thunderstrike pearls? Ning Wanqing, does the Ning family truly wish to oppose my Yuan sword sect? Do you dare defy the orders of the Ning family head? At the mention of Thunderstrike pearls, the faces of Wei Yong and Xia Yuntao also shifted dramatically. The reputation of these Thunderstrike pearls was something they were all too familiar with. In the previous dynasty, the Lei Zhunzi, an exclusive weapon of the Jiangnan Pailai Hall, was no larger than a walnut, yet its power was astounding. A single Lei Zhunzi could instantly kill a 5th-rank peak martial artist. This formidable weapon was later presented to the founding emperor of the Great Qin Dynasty during his southern expedition. Now, only the court and Pailai Hall possessed the knowledge to craft it. Inside the narrow cave, Ning Wanqing let out a cold laugh. I am me, and the Ning family is the Ning family. Just because they choose not to oppose the Yuan sword sect doesn't mean I can't. She moved closer to Xiao Bieli and whispered, well, can you hold them off on Yanon? At the same time, she discreetly slipped the Lei Zhunzi into Xiao Bieli's hand. Xiao Bieli shook his head slightly, refusing to take it. With his mastery of the iron shirt, copper body technique, and the 13 Grand Guardians' horizontal training, combined with the perfected golden bell shield, he had no need to fear even Xue Zhou. Not to mention, he still had the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles as a trump card. You only have 2 Lei Zhunzi in your hands, Xue Zhou said coldly, staring at Ning Wanqing. Even if you blow open the passage, you'll die too. The Cangha sect has already pledged allegiance to me. If there's any commotion outside, Sangsong will seal off the entrance with his men. You're no match for him. Ning Wanqing raised her head defiantly. If you die, would Sangsong risk dealing with me for someone doomed to die? I am a direct descendant of the Ning family. While those old cowards in the Ning family may avoid trouble, if Sangsong dares to act, the entire Cangha sect will pay the price. Let's settle all grievances here and now, Xiao Bieli said in a deep voice. Perhaps we don't even need the Lei Zhunzi to deal with you. Guan Tianwu, weren't you seeking revenge? Come, let's see what you're capable of. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Bieli shot forward like a cannonball, his right thumb extended in a great Vajra finger strike aimed directly at Guan Tianwu. Though he had only cultivated this technique to 13% proficiency, with the support of his horizontal training techniques and the refined energy of the Muscle Tendon Transformation Sutra, even a 5th-rank martial artist would suffer broken bones if struck. Impressive courage. Guan Tianwu did not retreat in the slightest. His bones emitted crackling sounds as a spiraling energy gathered at his fingertip, unleashing his crushing star finger to counter. This finger technique was at least 10 times stronger than his brother Guan Yunpeng's. At the moment their fingers clashed, Guan Tianwu's finger shadows split into 10, targeting Xiao Bieli's vital points. Xiao Bieli remained composed, continuing his attack with a single finger. A series of metallic clashes rang out as Guan Tianwu's finger energy struck his body, producing only muffled thuds. Guan Tianwu was shocked, was at the peak of the 5th rank, his finger strength capable of tearing through top-grade inner armor. Yet it only caused a slight tremor in Xiao Bieli. When their fingers finally collided, a deep, resounding impact reverberated. Guan Tianwu's arm trembled violently, barely able to withstand the immense force. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, a crimson blade light flashed before his eyes. It was the lightning-fast draw blade technique. How dare you? A low voice rang out as Xue Zhou's ancient longsword thrust forward at an impossible angle, sparks flying. This was the first time the draw blade technique had been blocked. Guan Tianwu spat blood as he staggered back, his back drenched in cold sweat. If Xue Zhou hadn't intervened in time, that strike would have ended his life. Even so, the blade's energy had injured his internal organs, and he wouldn't recover without at least 2 months of rest. Your blade technique has reached such a level? You've even grasped the essence of the blade? Xue Zhou gripped his sword tightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Bieli. No wonder you dared to come here. With such talent, if senior brothers didn't dislike you, I might have hesitated to kill you myself. You talk too much. Xiao Bieli snapped coldly, his long blade slashing out like lightning. The dazzling blade light split into 7 streaks of chilling brilliance in midair, all aimed directly at Xue Zhou's vitals. The 7 slashes blade? Xue Zhou sneered and shook his head. The last 2 moves of this so-called master-level blade technique are unusable. To you, it might seem like a supreme skill, but to me, it's nothing special. With a light tap of his finger on his sword, the cave echoed with a piercing sword hum. Xue Zhou thrust his sword forward, sending a wave of killing intent that engulfed the space. Even though the surrounding onlookers weren't the targets, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines, their skin crawling. This was the power of someone ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger list. Facing such overwhelming killing intent, Xiao Bieli remained unfazed. He swung his blade 3 times in quick succession, shattering the oppressive aura. In an instant, the two clashed, blade and sword colliding with sparks flying. Within moments, they exchanged 100 blows, their strikes filling the entire cave with flashes of blade and sword. What incredible speed! Xiao Bieli can actually hold his own against Shuizhou? The expressions of the 5th-rank experts in the cave turned grim, knowing full well that if it were them, they wouldn't last 10 moves. Ning Wanqing gripped her thunderbolt staff tightly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, ready to strike at any moment. Though her purpose here was to cause trouble for the Yuan sword sect, she now realized that a battle between Xiao Bieli and Yuan was inevitable, and Xiao Bieli stood a greater chance of victory. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Xiao Bieli suddenly unleashed a powerful palm strike. Not to be outdone, Shuizhou responded with a palm strike of his own. When their palms collided, the resulting explosion reverberated like thunder, shaking the cave. Weaker disciples from the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked forts coughed up blood and staggered back in terror. Both Xiao Bieli and Shuizhou were forced to retreat. Shuizhou's left hand trembled slightly, a trace of shock in his eyes. He could sense that while Xiao Bieli's inner energy might be slightly inferior, his mastery of external martial arts had reached perfection, and his physical strength was overwhelmingly powerful. Even without his exceptional blade techniques, Xiao Bieli's mastery of external martial arts alone made him a formidable expert among the 5th rank. A sharp glint flickered in Shuizhou's eyes as he shook his head and said, "I can't play around with you anymore." Before the words fully left his lips, Shuizhou's aura shifted dramatically. His longsword shot forward like lightning, and his entire figure transformed into a streak of radiant light, closing the distance to Xiao Bieli in an instant. This strike was more than twice as fast as before, forcing Xiao Bieli's expression to turn grim. Blade drawing technique. Xiao Bieli growled, and a flash of blade light burst forth. However, in that split second, Shuizhou's sword momentum surged again. Caught off guard, Xiao Bieli had no choice but to unleash his internal energy, forming a protective barrier around him like a golden bell. Boom! A heavy impact rang out as the golden bell shattered upon contact. The long sword sliced across Xiao Bieli's chest, tearing a long gash in his silk armor. The blade grazed his darkened skin, leaving a pale mark that soon oozed with blood. Feeling a chill across his chest, Xiao Bieli swiftly retreated while slashing his blade in counterattack. Shuizhou met the strike with his sword and used the momentum to leap back, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. His autumn rain sword, a treasured weapon once wielded by his master in youth, was a rare and renowned blade, yet it had left only a superficial wound on Xiao Bieli. It's the ethereal wind sword technique, the signature swordsmanship of the Yuan sword sect's grandmaster. Careful, Ning Wanqing called out, her voice a mix of relief and caution upon seeing Xiao Bieli sustain only minor injuries. Damn it! Xiao Bieli roared, stomping the ground with force. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball toward Shuizhou. 5 tigers gate-cleaving blade. Dominate the mountains. The blade aura surged with overwhelming power, its intensity making even Shuizhou's expression change. The long sword whistled as it clashed with the blade aura, and the resulting explosive shockwave ravaged the cavern walls, leaving them riddled with cracks and holes. Debris flew in all directions, killing several weaker onlookers instantly. System notifications popped up in quick succession, showing experience points gained from the deaths. Most of the casualties were disciples of the 12-linked stronghold, the Three Rivers Alliance, or captured martial artists. However, Xiao Bieli paid no mind to any of this, focusing entirely on his duel with Shuizhou. The two fought with unrelenting ferocity. Xiao Bieli abandoned speed in favor of wide, powerful strikes, each one carrying immense force. Meanwhile, Shuizhou's swordsmanship was unpredictable and elusive, alternating between feints and genuine attacks that kept his opponent guessing. His strikes repeatedly left cuts on Xiao Bieli, shredding the silk armor into tatters. Should we intervene? Wei Yong asked Guan Tianwu in a low voice. Initially, they had expected Shuizhou to easily defeat Xiao Bieli, but despite gaining the upper hand, he had yet to secure victory. Before Guan Tianwu could respond, Ning Wanqing stepped forward, holding up 2 thunder bombs with a cold expression. Try it if you dare. The moment you make a move, I'll collapse the passageway. Let's see if you can dig your way out. Do not interfere, Shuizhou commanded sharply. As a prodigy ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger list, his pride ran deep. If he needed others' help to subdue Xiao Bieli, it would be the ultimate humiliation. With a swift motion, his long sword carved a sharp arc through the air as Shuizhou moved in sync with his blade, closing the gap between him and Xiao Bieli in an instant. The strike was aimed directly at the heart, the sword energy cold and piercing. Xiao Bieli's eyes narrowed, but he neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, He channeled his external martial arts to their peak, enveloping his body in a protective aura of qi. Good timing, Xiao Bieli growled, his voice low and resolute. His crimson-sleeved saber flashed out of its sheath as he executed his blade-drawing technique. This strike carried all his strength, spirit, and focus, a purely offensive move with a suicidal determination to take down his opponent. Shui Zhou's brows furrowed deeply. He knew full well that even if his sword struck Xiao Bieli's old chest wound, it would at most seriously injure him. However, if he were to take the full brunt of this saber strike, the consequences would be disastrous. Making a split-second decision, he began retreating. To his dismay, Xiao Bieli's saber's momentum suddenly accelerated, the dazzling saber qi cleaving toward him with unstoppable force. This boy has actually gleaned something from my swordsmanship? Shui Zhou thought in shock. Left with no choice, he halted his retreat and raised his sword to meet the ferocious blade Hedon. With a thunderous crash, blade and sword collided, unleashing a tempest of energy. The cavern filled with flying debris and swirling dust. Xiao Bieli's protective qi shattered with a resounding crack, and his upper garments, along with his golden silk armor, were torn to shreds, revealing his muscular frame crisscrossed with bulging veins. A deep, bloody gash marred his chest, a gruesome sight. He staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shui Zhou fared no better. He stumbled back 10 steps before barely managing to steady himself. A deep saber wound stretched from his chest down to his waist, the gash so deep that bone was visible. Blood soaked half of his clothing, staining it a vivid crimson. Using his sword for support, he swayed unsteadily, clearly gravely injured. But the battle was far from over. As soon as Xiao Bieli regained his footing, he launched himself forward with explosive force. Stamping heavily on the ground, he propelled himself toward Shui Zhou like a cannonball, ready to strike again. You dare! Wei Yong, Guan Tianwu, and another man shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. Without a second thought for Shui Zhou's opinion, they surged forward. If Shui Zhou were to die here, none of them could escape the blame. At the very moment the three lunged, Xiao Bieli's figure twisted eerily midair and landed steadily on the ground. With a flick of his right hand, a flat, box-like bronze object appeared the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Though Xiao was confident he could take Shui Zhou's life within 3 moves, given the latter's severe injuries, engaging in a prolonged fight with Guan Tianwu and the others would only worsen his own condition. If further dangers lay ahead, continuing in such a state would be unwise. Without hesitation, Xiao pressed the mechanism. A faint humming sound filled the air. Despite their heightened vigilance, Shui Zhou and the others were too late to react. In an instant, countless fine silver needles, as thin as ox hair, shot forth like a torrential downpour, their cold gleam flashing. The four hastily gathered their energy to defend, but the proximity and the sheer speed and volume of the rainstorm pear blossom needles rendered their protective qi as fragile as paper. It was torn apart in an instant. Thousands of needles pierced through, blanketing the area entirely. The clanging of deflected needles ceased almost as quickly as it began. The silver needles mercilessly penetrated their bodies, and to their horror, they realized their strength was rapidly draining away. The other martial experts in the cavern, witnessing Wei Yong and his companions riddled with countless bloody pinpricks, were struck with terror. With a series of heavy thuds, the four collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Experience 4000. Experience 4000. Abyssal Path 3 Blades Mastery 1. The cavern fell into an eerie silence. The sight of 4 5th-grade martial experts being slain in an instant was too shocking. Some onlookers lost control of themselves on the spot. Even Ning Wanqing stood frozen, her small mouth slightly agape, her body trembling uncontrollably. The power of this concealed weapon far surpassed any fine needle device she had ever known, both in speed and quantity. She even suspected that if a 4th-grade grandmaster were caught off guard, they too would struggle to survive. Seeing the experience notifications, Xiao Bieli finally confirmed the 4 were dead. He had initially doubted the power of the rainstorm pear blossom needles, but it appeared he had underestimated it. Even with his current level of body-strengthening martial arts, defending against such an attack at close range would have been nearly impossible. Though it felt somewhat wasteful, he had at least gained the Abyssal Path 3 Blades technique. This blade technique, much like the 7 killing blades Ning Wanqing had given him, carried an ominous, demonic aura. The deeper one delved into it, the harder it became to control oneself. This was precisely why he had refrained from practicing the 7 killing blades. However, having it was better than not. Xiao shook his head slightly. For now, he only possessed the Grandmaster-level I Jing Jing technique, a Buddhist internal cultivation method that might suppress the malevolent nature of the Abyssal Path 3 Blades. Besides, as long as he first broke through to the 4th-grade Grandmaster realm and then gradually refined his blade skills, it should not pose a significant problem. He refused to believe that any martial art could surpass the advantages granted to him by the system. Raising his gaze to scan the remaining 14 or 15 people in the cavern, he saw one man drop to his knees, begging for mercy. "Spare me, young Master Xiao. I have an elderly mother and young children at home." Swish! A blade flashed, and 7 heads flew into the air. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Xiao Bieli's expression remained cold as he pointed to the corpses on the ground and said indifferently, "When you attacked them before, you didn't show any mercy either. In your next life, try to be a better person." The cave was littered with corpses. In the dimly lit cavern, only Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing remained alive. Xiao Bieli turned to look at Ning Wanqing, his gaze calm as he asked, "Aren't you going to check if the wooden box holds what you're looking for?" Ning Wanqing snapped out of her daze and gazed at Xiao Bieli with a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, she said, "Shui Zhou's importance far outweighs that of Lu Jun. You killed him, and the Yuan sword sect will not let this go. Come with me to Yongzhou. Once there, the experts of the Yuan sword sect won't be able to harm you." Xiao Bieli frowned slightly. "Didn't you say the Ning family didn't want to oppose the Yuan sword sect?" He recalled the words exchanged earlier between Ning Wanqing and Shui Zhou, how even Ning Wanqing's brother, a prodigious talent ranked among the elite, had his hand crippled by Zhuo Qingyun, and yet the Ning family didn't retaliate. Why would they risk opposing the Yuan sword sect for an outsider like him? "It's Yongzhou I'm talking about, not the Ning family," Ning Wanqing clarified with a shake of her head. "My elder brother is the disciple of Master Linghu Baiwan, the head of Yongzhou's Jinwu Hall. The reason I can mobilize the forces of Jinwu Hall here is entirely due to Master Linghu's token. It has nothing to do with the Ning family. Over the years, Master Linghu has been secretly targeting the Yuan sword sect. While he cannot act openly due to certain rules, if you go to Yongzhou, he will undoubtedly ensure your safety." She paused before continuing, "With your talent, joining Jinwu Hall would be a wise choice. Once you're part of the imperial ranks, the Yuan sword sect won't dare to deal with you openly. Dedicate yourself to cultivation for 5 years, and you'll undoubtedly be able to take your revenge on Zhuo Qingyun." Xiao Bieli shook his head lightly, his tone indifferent. "Joining the imperial system comes with too many restrictions. What I long for is a life of freedom, where I can seek justice and roam the martial world. Wherever there are people, there is a martial world. And wherever there is a martial world, there are conflicts. Jinwu Hall may not be as simple as it seems. I trust the blade in my hand more than I trust the court." He was well aware of his own limitations. Even with the I Ching Sutra that enhanced his aptitude, he was still far from being on par with the top-tier prodigies. Hiding away in Yongzhou's Jinwu Hall would only slow his cultivation compared to gaining experience through real battles. Besides, if Master Linghu Baiwan was as formidable as Ning Wanqing claimed, her elder brother wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Ning Wanqing was taken aback by his words, her gaze complicated as she stared at Xiao Bieli's back. Indeed, they had all assumed that even if her brother lost to Zhuo Qingyun, the latter would hesitate to be too ruthless out of fear of Master Linghu and the Ning family's influence. Reality had proven them wrong. At that moment, Xiao Bieli leapt lightly onto the stone platform at the center of the cave. The wooden box, made of a unique material, had shifted slightly during the earlier fierce battle and bore several dents on its surface, yet it remained intact. He reached out and pulled the Changha sword from where it was embedded in the stone platform. With a sharp clang, the blade gleamed with a cold light. The sword, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches long, bore a faint streak of red along its center. Using the sword as a blade, Xiao Bieli swung it gently, and a sharp burst of sword energy shot toward the cave wall, leaving a deep mark on the solid stone. "What a fine sword," he murmured appreciatively, sheathing it with a soft click. With a casual toss, he sent the sword flying through the air. It landed steadily in Ning Wanqing's hands. Although the quality of the Changha sword was indeed superior to the red sleeve blade, Xiao Bieli felt no particular excitement as he gazed at the sword. His martial skills were deeply rooted in blade techniques, and switching to swordsmanship now would be akin to starting from scratch. Ning Wanqing caught the Changha sword steadily and was about to speak when she noticed that Xiao Bieli had already opened the wooden box. Inside lay an aged, yellowed manual. The wooden box had clearly been specially treated, as years of exposure to the elements had left no trace on it. "Changha sword technique?" Xiao Bieli murmured softly, guessing that this must have been named personally by Changha swordmaster Luo Su. He opened the manual, finding the first few pages detailing the essentials of the sword technique, while the latter pages were densely filled with Luo Su's insights and annotations on the way of the sword. Suddenly, a term caught his eye: the realm of swordsmanship. According to Luo Su's writings, mastering a superior sword technique to its peak would lead to the first realm, precision in movements. Beyond that, as one's understanding of the sword deepened, one could comprehend sword intent, thus truly stepping into the path of swordsmanship. Seeing his surprised expression, Ning Wanqing explained, "Once you grasp sword intent, your swordsmanship will transform. Every top-ranking master on the Dragon Tiger list has achieved sword intent. As for the grandmasters on the master list, they've reached a state where everything can become a sword. Xiao Bieli suddenly understood. That must be the realm where no sword surpasses having a sword. He pondered to himself if he could master the Dugu 9 swords to its peak. Would he be able to reach such a realm? He placed the manual back into the wooden box and handed it to Ning Wanqing casually. I don't use swords. Take this with you. His priority now was to master the Yi Jingjing and the Abyssal Blade 3 strikes, leaving no time to delve into sword techniques. Ning Wanqing replied sincerely, "They'll remember this favor. When I return, they'll see if I can steal the manual of the wind-cleaving moon-chasing blade from the Ning family's library for you. Are you sure you won't come to Yongzhou with me? Manzhou is no longer safe. After killing Shuizhou, the Zhongyuan sword sect will surely send Yuan, or even a 4th-rank expert, to hunt you down." Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement and began searching through Shuizhou's belongings. Besides an exquisite autumn rain sword, he only found a few silver drafts. However, he wasn't short on money at the moment. Including these newly acquired drafts, he now had a fortune of 10,000 taels, a sum so substantial that even the renowned Weixin escort agency of Dongjiang County would likely have to sell off assets to gather such an amount. Let's go. Xiao Bieli threw on a clean, well-fitting robe and headed toward the cave entrance. Ning Wanqing quickly followed. Just as the two were about to exit the cave, they were confronted by a group of disciples dressed in the robes of the Zhongyu sect. Leading them was Ding Yuan, someone Xiao Bieli had met once before. Ding Yuan froze momentarily before shouting into the cave, "Master, Xiao Bieli has come out." As soon as Ding Yuan finished speaking, he swiftly retreated. The gruesome scene of corpses he had witnessed in Dongjiang County was still vivid in his mind, making him fully aware that Xiao Bieli's strength was far beyond his ability to contend with. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he wasted no time in pulling back. Xiao Bieli paid no heed to Ding Yuan's retreat and walked straight toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching it, he found over a dozen disciples of the Zhongyu sect already waiting outside, led by none other than their master, Zhongsong. Further away, scattered across the tree branches and cliffs, a number of martial artists from the Jianghu stood observing the scene. Lu Dali of the Weixin escort agency was standing behind a tall and imposing middle-aged Minoni other than the chief escort leader, Changha. As Lu Dali looked at Xiao Bieli, a mix of emotions surged within him, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. He recalled how he had personally invited Xiao Bieli to join him in escorting a shipment. Who would have imagined that in such a short time, this young man would go from slaying the 7-fingered eagle son Changha to becoming a renowned master of Manzhou, with a reputation that now even surpassed that of the chief escort leader? Changha noticed Xiao Bieli's ill-fitting clothes and the faint traces of blood on him, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Judging by young Master Zhao's appearance, it seems you had a fierce battle inside the cave," he remarked. The surrounding martial artists whispered among themselves. Everyone was aware that Shuizhou, ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger rankings, had entered the cave earlier. Now, with Xiao Bieli emerging bloodied, speculation ran wild about what had transpired inside. Could it be that not only Shuizhou but also Guan Tianwu, the master of the 12 linked docks, had fallen to him? At that moment, Ning Wanqing spoke in a cold tone. "Zhongsong, are you trying to stop me?" She was deeply concerned. Although Xiao Bieli had just demonstrated extraordinary strength, he was already injured. If Zhongsong took the opportunity to strike, it could lead to even greater trouble. Once word spread that Xiao Bieli had killed Shuizhou, the various factions of Manzhou would undoubtedly stir into action. Even the 4 grandmasters might be drawn into the conflict. Zhongsong sighed softly. "Miss Ning, even your Ning family does not wish to oppose the Zhongyuan sword sect. What choice do I have? You may leave, but Xiao Bieli must stay. He is the one Shui Xiaoxiao is after." Standing behind Zhongsong, Ding Yuan added coldly, "Exactly. Don't think a bit of talent allows you to act recklessly. Before Shui Xiaoxia, you're nothing." Xiao Bieli merely shook his head and chuckled softly in response. Ding Yuan frowned and said coldly, "What are you laughing at? Do you really think you are a match for my master?" Before his words had fully landed, several disciples from the Zhongyu sect drew their swords, the sharp blades pointing directly at Xiao Bieli. The crisp sound of swords unsheathing echoed through the mountains. Xiao Bieli stepped forward unhurriedly, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "If you're worried about explaining this to Shuizhou, there's no need to be afraid." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhongsong's heart was gripped with alarm. His brows furrowed tightly. "What do you mean by that?" The surrounding martial artists exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher the deeper meaning behind Xiao Bieli's words. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A crimson blade light sliced through the air. It was the draw blade technique. In that instant, every hair on Zhongsong's body stood on end, and every pore screamed danger. His instincts screamed that taking this strike heedin meant certain death. Without hesitation, he retreated with all his might, ignoring the startled cries of his disciples. Master! Ding Yuan's trembling voice called out, but it was too late. Song Song looked down to find his lower body had vanished, replaced by a fountain of blood gushing out. So fast, he muttered with unwillingness, his upper body collapsing heavily to the ground. Experience 4,000. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Song Song's strength was ranked among the top 5 in the Dongjiang and Linshui regions, second only to a few figures such as Guan Tianwu, the leader of the 12 linked fortresses, Bai Tiansong, the master of Baun Manor, and Zhonglong, the leader of the Three Rivers Alliance. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xiao Bieli. In that moment, Ding Yuan grasped the meaning behind Xiao Bieli's earlier word shuezhou, and his group in the cave were likely already dead. Without a word, he retreated swiftly, putting a dozen meters between himself and Xiao Bieli. He wasn't trying to warn his fellow disciples, but rather understood that unless someone else diverted attention, his death was inevitable. Swish! The blade light split into dozens of streaks in the air, streaking toward the fleeing Sangyu sect disciples like meteors. Amid the dull sounds of impact, the disciples were sliced in half before they could even scream. Experience 500. 1,000. Xiao Bieli sheathed his blade and, without a glance back, turned and descended the mountain with Ning Wanqing. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared down the mountain path that the spectators dared to speak. What level has Xiao Bieli's martial arts reached? Did you see how he drew his blade? How could anyone see it? The blade flashed, and people were already dead. A group of martial artists surged toward the cave, eager to scavenge anything of value from the deceased. Lu Dali and Cheng remained where they were, staring at Song Song's lifeless body. Lowering his voice, Lu Dali asked, "Chief Escort, just how powerful is Brother Xiao know? Young Master Xiao?" Cheng Hai gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "I can't even withstand a single strike from Song Song. Do you think I could possibly gauge the depths of young Master Xiao's abilities? This is the Yin pill." At the foot of Nyoto Ridge, Ning Wanqing took out a brown pill from her sleeve and handed it to Xiao Bieli. Lowering her voice, she explained, "This pill can conceal your aura, rendering tracking methods like the Seeking Gu useless. Shuezhou is dead, and you must leave Manzhou immediately to avoid trouble. Wait until the commotion dies down before appearing again. With your talent, within 10 years, you'll reach a level where even the Songyuan sword sect will hesitate to act rashly. Remember, do not act impulsively." Xiao Bieli took the pill and asked softly, "Do you think that Songyuan sword sect will send a 4th-rank grandmaster to kill me?" Ning Wanqing's expression grew serious. After a moment of thought, she replied, "A 4th-rank grandmaster holds a revered position in the Songyuan sword sect that was the pinnacle Shuezhou could have reached in his lifetime. Since you killed him, a grandmaster will undoubtedly take action. However, in my opinion, someone as proud as Zhuo Qingyun will likely come in person. What's more troubling is that several grandmasters in Manzhou might also move against you." She hesitated briefly before lowering her voice further. "To be honest, the Songyuan sword sect has the support of a royal prince. The imperial court is now secretly intervening in the affairs of the martial world, and even the 9 sects and 6 clans are not exempt. Although my Ning family is one of the 5 great families of the Zhenwu Hall, we dare not offend a prince. That's why my elder brother's matter was left unresolved. As long as I stay hidden, even grandmasters may not be able to find me," Xiao Bieli said calmly. "Manzhou is too dangerous now. Once you've obtained what you need, you should return quickly. Don't worry. Once I'm back in Yongzhou, we'll try to negotiate." Zhuo Qingyun alone does not represent the entire Songyuan sword sect, Ning Wanqing promised solemnly. Xiao Bieli merely smiled without responding. The death of a core disciple of the Songyuan sword sect had already created an irreconcilable enmity. No negotiation could resolve it. Moreover, Zhuo Qingyun was responsible for his father's death. This blood feud had long sealed his fate as an enemy of the Songyuan sword sect. Farewell. Until we meet again in the martial world. Ning Wanqing sighed before mounting her horse and riding off into the distance. She had intended to withdraw without complications, but had not anticipated Xiao Bieli killing Shuezhou. The situation had escalated drastically, and she hoped that upon returning, she could persuade Elder Linghu and the family elders to intervene. Perhaps there was still a chance to protect Xiao Bieli. Once Ning Wanqing's figure disappeared into the horizon, Xiao Bieli mounted his horse and rode off in a different direction. Reaching a secluded spot, he dismounted to examine the system panel. Host: Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level: mid-5th rank. Skills: Yi Jing 61100, Whirlwind Saber Technique mastered, 13 Guardians Body Training Technique mastered, Iron Shirt mastered, Quick Draw Technique mastered, Copper Body Technique mastered, Golden Bell Shield mastered, Great Strength Vajra Finger 13100, Saber Intent, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Swift as a Swallow. Experience points: 34,440. Looking at the nearly 35,000 experience points, Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. Available to claim. Abi Dao's 3 blades. Old Xiao had never fought such a well-equipped battle in his entire life. Activate the 3 blades of Abijna, Xiao Bieli murmured. Boom. As the system notified him that the 3 blades of Abijna had reached 5,100, countless methods and experiences of cultivation flooded into his mind. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, his expression solemn. Though this is only the beginning, I can't afford to be careless. Back then, Gue Hai Dao succumbed to his killing intent because he delved too deeply into this skill. It's better not to advance it for now. Consume 20,000 experience points to enhance the Yi Jin Jing. Boom. The proficiency of Yi Jin Jing soared to 81,100. A surge of pure internal energy flowed from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and spreading to every part of his body. Xiao Bieli felt his senses sharpen as he instantly reached the peak of the 5th rank. The internal energy in his body formed a small, self-sustaining cycle. No wonder the rainstorm pear blossom needles weren't used. Killing Shui Zhou would still be a hassle. Xiao Bieli stretched his body lightly, his joints cracking audibly. Forming his fingers into a blade, he casually slashed outward, sending a silver blade aura flying. It struck a massive boulder 20 meters away, splitting it cleanly in two. My injuries are fully healed. If I encounter Shui Zhou again, I could take him down within 10 moves. Gazing at the remaining 10,000 plus experience points, Xiao Bieli spoke in a deep voice. Consume 14,000 points to further enhance the Yi Jin Jing. He wanted to see if the additional 14 proficiency could help him unlock the ancestral aperture between his brows and step into the 4th rank Grandmaster realm. As Yi Jin Jing reached 9,5100, even purer internal energy surged within him, and Xiao Bieli's aura climbed steadily. The blood in his body roared like a waterfall, and a faint glow emanated from the ancestral aperture at the center of his forehead. After a stick of incense's time, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and sighed softly. Still one step away. It seems I must perfect the Yi Jin Jing to break through to the 4th rank. However, the ancestral aperture is nearly unlocked, and my internal energy has increased by 40%. I can be considered half a step into the Grandmaster realm. Before departing, I might as well reap some rewards here in Manzhou. The 5th day of October brought a slight chill. The battle at Nyoto Ridge involving the Blood Blade King, Xiao Bieli, sent shockwaves through the martial arts world of Manzhou. Not only did he slay Shui Zhou, a true disciple of the Yuan sword sect and ranked 62nd on the Dragon Tiger list, but he also killed several formidable 5th-grade masters, including Guan Tianwu, the head of the 12 linked fortresses, Wei Yong, the 2nd master of Baun Manor, and Song, the leader of the Daoist Sect. This news spread like a storm across the land, drawing martial artists from all over to Nyoto Ridge, eager to uncover the truth. 2 days later, in the bustling county city of Linshui, a lively scene unfolded in a tavern opposite Jinwu Hall. Under the morning sunlight, steam rose from freshly served buns and cooked dishes as diners gathered in small groups, discussing the latest developments. Last night, I saw the people of the Three Rivers Alliance bringing back over a dozen corpses, one patron whispered. For the past 2 days, their top fighters have disappeared completely, clearly afraid that the Blood Blade King might come for them. No matter how strong Xiao Bieli is, would he really dare to storm the headquarters of the Three Rivers Alliance? Ah, an elderly diner said, shaking his head. Even Shui Zhou from the Dragon Tiger list fell by his hand. In all of Manzhou, apart from those elusive grandmasters, who else could stand against him? Besides, the death of Zhao's father is closely linked to the Three Rivers Alliance. Come to think of it, Xiao Bieli is originally from our Linshui county, another person sighed. If it weren't for all this happening, we could have boasted about having a Dragon Tiger list master from our county. Someone suddenly lowered their voice. I heard that Xiao Bieli's fiancée joined the Yuan sword sect and got involved with their top disciple, Zhuo Qingyun, the Four-Direction sword. She's even pregnant now. Zhuo Qingyun went after Xiao first, but who would have thought he'd end up hitting a steel wall instead? As the crowd grew increasingly animated in their discussion, the sound of galloping hooves approached. A middle-aged man dismounted his horse and walked directly to the faded wooden notice board in front of Jinwu Hall. He pulled out a red paper and glue from his coat and carefully began pasting a notice. The tavern patrons immediately erupted in curiosity. That board's never had anything posted on it before. Aren't the wanted notices from Jinwu Hall usually posted inside? The tavern keeper frowned and thought. I think I remember my dad mentioning that this board was meant for Dragon Tiger list announcements, but it's been empty for years. What's the point of guessing? One diner said, tossing some coins on the table before heading out. Why not just go take a look? That statement seemed to light a fuse. A dozen patrons stood up at once, and even the tavern keeper, abandoning his work, gave the waiter a few quick instructions before following the crowd toward Jinwu Hall. Outside the Jinwu Hall, the crowd was abuzz with excitement. Not only were diners from the restaurant across the street craning their necks to catch a glimpse, but even the bounty hunters inside the hall emerged to see what was happening. A middle-aged man had just posted a large red notice on the wall, drawing a swarm of onlookers. The Dragon Tiger list, someone exclaimed, their eyes fixed on the bold, striking characters at the top of the red paper. The exclamation caused a stir among the crowd. It had been years since the Dragon Tiger list featured any prodigies from Manzhou. Many young heroes confined to Lingshui County had never even heard of it and began eagerly asking about its origins. The Dragon Tiger list is a ranking established by Jinwu Hall, an elderly man with white hair explained. It selects 72 prodigies under the age of 35, each capable of easily defeating a 5th-rank master. To have one's name on it is to achieve fame across the land. The crowd's eyes roved over the list until they landed on 2 familiar names. Zhuo Qingyun, the Sword of the Four Directions, 7th place. Xiao Bieli, 50th place. This ranking caused an even greater uproar. Discussions broke out among the onlookers. Xiao Bieli ranked 50th? Didn't he kill Xue Zhou, who was only ranked 62nd? A middle-aged man with a large blade strapped to his back and a bamboo hat shading his face calmly remarked, 50th? In my opinion, that's too low. Xue Zhou is past his prime. How could he compare to Xiao Bieli? Give him 3 more years, and he'll undoubtedly break into the top 5 of the Dragon Tiger list. With that, the man turned and disappeared into the street. Meanwhile, in the secluded Chuaying Villa in Dongjiang County, several prominent figures of the martial world had gathered. Zhong Long, the leader of the Three Rivers Alliance, scholar Jiang Hua, by Tiansong, the master of Baun Manor, Lu Fuxing, head of the Lu family, and Chun Wu, an elder of the Zhongyu sect. Apart from Lu Fuxing, the others were all renowned experts in the 2 counties, yet their expressions were grim. Lu Fuxing held a copy of the Dragon Tiger list in his trembling hands, his teeth clenched in anger. 50th place. Jinwu Hall really thinks highly of that little brat. The others remained silent, their thoughts weighed down by the fear of Xiao Bieli's retaliation. They had all witnessed the moment he struck down Sangsong with a single blade. Zhong Long broke the silence to offer some reassurance. Just a couple more days. Senior Gu has agreed to help. With the Zhongyuan sword sect intervening, Xiao Bieli might already be fleeing Manzhou. What they didn't know, however, was that 2 figures had already appeared silently among the branches of a tree outside the villa. Han Wuyin glanced at Xiao Bieli beside him, his eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. Once, he had worried about avenging Xiao Bieli, only to realize that the man had been hiding his true strength all along. Are they in there? Xiao Bieli asked softly. Han Wuyin nodded. This time, it's thanks to Jiangshan revealing the information out of respect for my master. My master said that if you're willing, you can skip the assessment and directly become a gold-ranked assassin for the Blood Garments Hall. Is your master highly ranked in the Blood Robe Tower? Xiao Bieli asked, locking eyes with Han Wuyin. The Blood Robe Tower had long been infamous in the martial world. As an assassin organization, especially one accused of assassinating the late emperor, it naturally carried a notorious reputation. Yet, even the Jiangshan Pavilion, one of the 6 major factions, treated Han Wuyin's master with utmost respect. There had to be a reason behind this. Han Wuyin nodded slightly. My master is one of the core assassins of the Blood Robe Tower. This statement made Xiao Bieli's pupils contract. A core assassin of the Blood Robe Tower. Rumor had it that the late emperor was killed by Shadow, the #1 core assassin of the organization. According to Ning Wanqing's intelligence, there were only 9 core assassins in the Blood Robe Tower, and that number never changed. These 9 individuals were the true core of the organization. So, was it really your Blood Robe Tower that killed the late emperor? Xiao Bieli asked in a low voice. Han Wuyin gave him a look as if he were an idiot. If the Blood Robe Tower were truly that powerful, would the imperial court still dare to challenge us? My master said we were scapegoated for that incident. If emperors were that easy to kill, why would we give the court a chance for retaliation? And it's not just that incident over the years. Many people have acted under the name of the Blood Robe Tower. We've taken the blame for far too many things. He paused, then continued. Becoming a top-tier assassin in the Blood Robe Tower comes with numerous benefits. You can choose your own targets, punish evildoers, and earn silver at the same time. Plus, the Blood Robe Tower has access to vast amounts of intelligence. If you can afford the price, you could even hire someone to take care of Zhuo Qingyun for you. How is that any different from Jinwu Hall? I can take on missions there and earn money just the same, Xiao Bieli said calmly. Han Wuyin sneered. Jinwu Hall pays too little. The bounty for Han Long that you killed was only 80 taels from Jinwu Hall, but with the Blood Robe Tower, it would have been at least 300 taels. How much would it cost to kill Zhuo Qingyun then? Han Wuyin raised a single finger. Xiao Bieli frowned. 10,000 taels? 100,000 taels? That expensive? I might as well do it myself. Xiao Bieli shook his head. With his current savings, he had only about 20,000 taels. For someone like Zhuo Qingyun, who hadn't even reached the 4th-rank Grandmaster level, the price seemed astronomical. Han Wuyin explained, that price is not unreasonable. Zhuo Qingyun is already halfway to reaching the 4th-rank Grandmaster level. and killing him would undoubtedly provoke a frenzied retaliation from the Tsangwan sword sect. So, 100,000 taels is fair. Then, has anyone placed a bounty on me in the Blood Robe Tower? Xiao Bieli asked curiously. In the past few days, the Manzhou branch has received several. Both the Baun Manor and the Three Rivers Alliance have placed orders, totaling 30,000 taels. However, my master has suppressed them for now, so no one can take the contract on you. I'm only worth 30,000 taels? Xiao Bieli's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. 30,000 taels is the price paid by the clients. Half of it goes to the organization, so the assassin would only pocket 15,000 taels, Han Wuin explained. 100,000 taels is the bounty for killing Zhuoqing Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bieli let out a soft sigh, a glint of coldness flashing through his eyes. In that case, I guess I have no choice but to raise my worth in Zuela a little more. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure shot forward like a meteor, heading deep into Chuaying Courtyard. Han Wuin followed closely behind with a smile, saying, if you join my Zuela, Bai Tiansong is worth 3,000 taels, Zhonglong 5,000, and Lu Jun 8,000. Compared to that, don't you think you're quite valuable? As the two sped forward, a sudden angry shout rang out. Who's there? The voice, imbued with internal energy, instantly alerted the entire courtyard. Intruders! Notify the master immediately. Cries of alarm echoed from all directions. Although the courtyard wasn't heavily guarded, several skilled fighters from Baun Manor were stationed throughout. Three figures swiftly closed in on Xiao Bieli from different directions. However, when they got a clear look at his face, their expressions changed drastically, and they turned to flee. Trying to run? Xiao Bieli sneered coldly, unleashing his powerful Vajra finger technique. Three sharp streaks of energy pierced through the air. With three sickening sounds, pift, 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 blood mist blossomed in the air, and the three guards fell to the ground, lifeless, their faces frozen in regret. The system immediately displayed. Experience points increased by 3,000. At that moment, Bai Tiansong and his group, sensing the commotion, rushed out. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, their faces turned pale. Despite their numerical advantage, the memory of Shuizhou's fate made them hesitate to act rashly. Xiao Bieli, do you really have to kill us all? Zhong Long, the sea-overturning serpent, roared furiously. Xiao Bieli responded with an emotionless tone. You killed my father, and now you accuse me of going too far? Conveniently, I still need more experience points. They'll send you to join Shuizhou. Zhong Long's expression grew darker as he shouted, attack together. Shuizhou died to an invaluable secret weapon, can't possibly have a second one. At his command, Zhonglong, Scholar Jianghua, and Bai Tiansong launched their assault simultaneously. Zhonglong unleashed his family's signature technique, the Furious Sea Palm, layering 13 palm shadows. Jianghua fired dozens of concealed weapons from his sleeves while wielding a poison dagger. Meanwhile, Bai Tiankang's sword burst with brilliance as he executed 14 strikes, sealing all possible escape routes for Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli sighed softly, and the sound of his red sleeve blade being drawn rang out. None of the three even saw how he unsheathed the blade. Only a dazzling flash of light streaked through the air, mesmerizing and unstoppable. With three sharp sounds, pift, pift, puffed, bloodlines appeared on the necks of Zhonglong and the others. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and they collapsed to the ground, filled with unwillingness. The system displayed experience points 4,000. Chen Wu, an elder of the Daoist sect, trembled uncontrollably as he finally understood the cause of his sect leader's death. That blade, emerging from the depths of hell, was so fast it defied comprehension. Even seeing it was Feudalite was truly the blade of death. Silence. The atmosphere was deathly still. The sheer power of Xiao Bieli's strike had stunned everyone present. Han Wuin, though only at the 6th rank, had witnessed firsthand the skills of 4th-ranked master assassins from the tower. Yet, he had to admit that even among those masters, none could match the suffocating intensity of Xiao Bieli's presence. The sharpness of that blade was something one could never forget. Chen Wu's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Young Master Xiao, I came here purely to escape trouble, with no intention of opposing you. Please, have mercy and let me go as if I were nothing more than a passing breeze. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Lu Fuxing's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, yet he dared not draw it. Even his fingers quivered slightly. He had always believed that aside from the 4 4th-ranked masters of Manzhou, no one could instill fear in him, not even Xiao Bieli, who had killed Shuizhou with concealed weapons. But now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Even without using hidden weapons, Shuizhou would have stood no chance against Xiao Bieli. Coming to this realization, Lu Fuxing also dropped to his knees with a resounding thud. Young Master Xiao, whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything. Just spare my life. The looming threat of death made one see the value of life. Although Xiao Bieli was the enemy who had killed his son, Lu Fuxing quickly reconsidered. Apart from Lu Jun, he still had 2 legitimate sons and 2 illegitimate ones outside. Losing one son, perhaps this vengeance wasn't so necessary after all. Xiao Bieli looked at Lu Fuxing with interest. Where is Zhuo Yuan? I truly don't know Zhuo Yuan's whereabouts. Lu Fuxing shook his head. But there's a rumor he's in seclusion, trying to break through to the master realm. Zhuo Yuan plans to come after me. Does the Lin family know about this? Xiao Bieli continued his questioning. Lu Fuxing understood which Lin family he was referring to. After a moment of thought, he replied, someone in the Lin family must know. Even if they didn't at first, with things escalating this much, how could they not by now? However, Lin Qingyuan has been in seclusion for a year and hasn't emerged yet. Whether she's aware of this, I can't say for sure. But there's a rumor that someone saw her about a month and a half ago. Lu Fuxing thought to himself, Xiao Bieli and Lin Qingyuan had been childhood sweethearts. Who knows if Xiao Bieli still harbors feelings for her? Xiao Bieli kept a calm expression, silently assessing the situation before him. It was the original host who had feelings for Lin Qingyuan. He himself had never even seen her face. If she truly conspired with Zhuo Qingyun, then she was complicit in his father's murder. When the time came, he'd simply strike her down without hesitation. Lu Fuxing stared directly into Xiao Bieli's eyes, gritting his teeth as he said, young Master Xiao, if you promise not to kill me, I'll reveal an important secret about the treasure of the previous dynasty. Hearing this, even Han Wuyin, who stood behind Xiao Bieli, couldn't hide his astonishment. Lowering his voice, he said, there are rumors that after the Great Qin Empire swept across the land, many treasures from the previous dynasty's vaults disappeared without a trace. It's said they were hidden away and have never been found. Lu Fuxing nodded repeatedly, his tone urgent. I can confirm that the rumors are absolutely true. As long as young Master Xiao swears not to kill me, he'll tell you the secret. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly and raised 2 fingers. I, Xiao Bieli, swear to the heavens that if you reveal the secret, I will spare your life. Relieved, Lu Fuxing let out a long breath and twisted the hilt of the sword in his hand. The hilt came off effortlessly, revealing a yellowed map made of an unusual material. He handed it to Xiao Bieli. This is 1/4 of a treasure map connected to the previous dynasty. If you gather the remaining 3 pieces, you'll be able to. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a blade rang out, and a crimson flash streaked through the air. Lu Fuxing's head flew skyward, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. In the instant Xiao Bieli made his move, Chenwu bolted toward the courtyard exit. If Xiao Bieli dared to kill Lu Fuxing, he certainly wouldn't spare him either. Another flash of the blade. Chenwu felt a deadly threat looming over him and hastily drew his sword. With a metallic clang, his sword shattered instantly. A deep wound split from his brow down to his neck, blood gushing out as his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Xiao Bieli glanced at Lu Fuxing's severed head in the distance and sneered. I told your son long ago I don't believe in gods or Buddhas. It seems he forgot to send you that message in a dream. But he left not too long ago. If you hurry, you might catch up with him on the road to the afterlife. Lightly leaping to the corpses, Xiao Bieli began searching them with practiced efficiency. His recent experiences had honed his skills in looting. Soon, he collected over 10,000 taels in silver banknotes and a small pouch of gold leaves. Turning to Han Wuyin, Xiao Bieli asked, can I claim a bounty for this head? Han Wuyin nodded. As long as you don't mind exposing your identity as a blood-garbed tower assassin. Forget it, Xiao Bieli said, shaking his head. The silver I have now is enough to last me decades. Instead, I'm more curious, what would it take to join the blood-garbed tower? Han Wuyin tossed him a dark gold token and a monkey face mask. You're different from other gold rank assassins. My master personally selected you. You only need to complete 1 gold level mission per year to maintain your status. If you need information, you can purchase it at Branch Tower's gold rank assassins get a 50% discount. You're in quite a bit of trouble right now. Why not come with me to see my master? Even the Zongyuan sword sect wouldn't dare act rashly there. This trouble is nothing, Xiao Bieli said dismissively. Seeing his confidence, Han Wuyin said no more, only reminding him, if you ever face serious trouble, you can issue a mission within the tower, even requesting help from Grandmaster level assassins. Be cautious, I'd hate to have to clean up after you. After they parted ways, Xiao Bieli didn't leave Dongjiang County immediately but instead visited Baun Manor. Unfortunately, the manor was mostly deserted, with only a few minor figures remaining. The more prominent experts had gone into hiding. He managed to kill 2 7th-grade stewards, but the experience gained was minimal. Back in his inn room, Xiao Bieli locked the door and examined his interface. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, peak 5th grade. Martial arts, Yijin Jing 95100, Gale Blade Technique perfected, 13 Taibao Body Training Technique perfected, Iron Shirt perfected, Draw Blade Technique perfected, Abyssal Path 3 Blades 5100, great strength Vajra finger 13100, blade intent, copper skin and iron bones, light as a swallow. Experience points 25,340. A smile of anticipation appeared on his face. Consume 5,000 experience points to level up I Ching Jing. Let's see if perfecting it will allow me to break through to the 4th grade Grandmaster realm. In an instant, the mastery of the I Ching Jing reached perfection. Xiao Bieli felt an incredibly pure surge of energy rising from his dantian, quickly flowing through his limbs and throughout his body. With a resounding boom, the ancestral aperture at the center of his forehead was opened, causing his spiritual power to soar dramatically, marking his official entry into the 4th grade Grandmaster realm. As his cultivation broke through, Xiao Bieli distinctly sensed a faint, hazy shadow emerging within the ancestral aperture of his forehead. This was the embryonic form of the primordial spirit. Being an experienced martial artist, he understood that the next step was to continuously refine this aperture and enhance his spiritual power. His ultimate goal was to break through the life and death barrier, allowing the true birth of the primordial spirit. Once achieved, he could harness the power of the primordial spirit to work in tandem with the circulation of his inner energy, thereby manipulating the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Once his aura stabilized, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured softly, "Finally, I've reached the 4th grade Grandmaster realm. Once I break through the life and death barrier and give birth to the primordial spirit, I'll step into the 3rd grade realm." At this moment, he could clearly feel a subtle connection with the world around him. He calculated silently once he broke through the life and death barrier and his primordial spirit was born. He could use the grand circulation of his inner energy combined with the power of the primordial spirit to mobilize the elemental energy of heaven and earth. This would greatly amplify the power of every move he made. At that point, even the legendary 40-meter-long blade might not be out of reach. However, according to the records in the Changha sword manual, the life and death barrier was notoriously difficult to break through. Even seasoned grandmasters with profound cultivation had often met their demise while attempting to cross it. Yet, Xiao Bieli was brimming with confidence. As long as I can find an inner cultivation technique that surpasses I Ching Jing and accumulate enough experience, I can do it. At this moment, his system panel displayed 20,340 experience points remaining. Xiao Bieli sighed. It's a pity there isn't a stronger inner cultivation technique than I Ching Jing. Or I could make another breakthrough. He had studied the inner cultivation techniques mentioned in the Changha sword manual, but none could compare to I Ching Jing. Since that was the case, he decided to focus on improving the Abyssal Three Blades technique. After all, in this world, those who could cultivate to the Grandmaster realm were all unparalleled prodigies. Many of them were former legends of the ancient dragon and tiger rankings, possessing profound insights into martial arts. These individuals had often mastered 1 or 2 Grandmaster-level techniques to their peak. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he is to do his work well, Xiao Bieli thought to himself. Enhancing his combat power was now the top priority, as it would increase his chances of acquiring a suitable inner cultivation technique. Even if he couldn't obtain one immediately, he believed that he would eventually find an appropriate technique in this world. After all, as long as he had experience points, he could directly upgrade any inner cultivation technique, regardless of its source. With this in mind, Xiao Bieli wasted no time and consumed all his experience points to enhance the Abyssal Three Blades technique. In an instant, an overwhelming flood of insights and experiences related to mastering the Abyssal Three Blades poured into his mind, as if he had spent years relentlessly refining the technique. A sudden wave of terrifying killing intent struck Xiao Bieli's mind, like a ferocious beast ready to devour him, threatening to drag him into the abyss of the demonic path. Xiao Bieli's eyes flashed with drastic changes, and murderous intent surged around him, momentarily transforming him into a demonic figure. However, this state lasted only for a fleeting moment before the murderous aura dissipated entirely. Who? Xiao Bieli took a deep breath and muttered to himself. The Abyssal Three Blades truly lives up to its reputation as a demonic blade technique. Even with my current mastery as a Grandmaster, I still feel its subtle influence. But as long as I don't push it to its peak, this effect is negligible. Still, I lack experience. 3 days later, at the winding shores of Yuanjiang River, several corpses drifted along the current as Xiao Bieli stood silently on a small boat, gliding downstream. An hour later, a fleet of large ships cut through the waves, arriving at the scene. Corpses. They are from the 12 linked strongholds and Gu family fort. Furious shouts erupted from the ships. Damn it! Xiao Bieli slipped away again. On the lead ship, Chu Bufan, an elder of the 12 linked strongholds, and Hongguang, the last remaining 5th-rank expert of the Three Rivers Alliance, stood respectfully behind an elderly man with snow-white hair. This man was none other than Gu Xian, the master of Gu family fort, and one of the 4 grandmasters of Manzhou. Upon hearing of Xue Zhou's death, he had rushed here without delay. As a grandmaster, Gu Xian had a thorough understanding of the current situation. Over the past year, The three princes of the Dacian dynasty vying for the position of crown prince had begun interfering in martial affairs, stirring up frequent activity in the martial world. Many disciples of major sects had started choosing sides. Although the Yuan sword sect appeared neutral on the surface, its top disciple, Yuan, had already aligned with the sixth prince, making their stance evident. The martial world in Manzhou was relatively weak. Even with Gu Xian's status as a fourth-rank grandmaster, he could hardly contend with the Yuan sword sect, which commanded 9 sects and 6 clans. Moreover, his advancing age had left him stuck in the mid-grandmaster stage, and his two sons were only fifth-rank cultivators, unable to secure the future of Gu family fort. Left with no choice, he sought to ally with the Yuan sword sect. By chance, he had a close relationship with one of the sect's grandmaster elders. Capturing Xiao Bieli would be an excellent way to curry favor with Yuan and, by extension, the sixth prince. Though he loathed to admit it, the Dacian dynasty, despite being past its peak since the era of its founding emperor, still reigned supreme across the land. Even the strongest among the 8 demonic sects, the heavenly demon sect, dared not confront the imperial court directly. If the sixth prince's favor could be secured, there was hope for Gu family fort to obtain spiritual pills to nurture another grandmaster, ensuring its prosperity for a century. Keep searching, Gu Xian ordered sternly. A mere Xiao Bieli does he think he can escape forever? He turned to Chu Bufan and asked indifferently, any news from Jiangshan Pavilion about Xiao Bieli? Chu Bufan quickly replied, the information on Xiao Bieli is fetching a high price right now. We've already spent 5,000 taels of silver, but all the intelligence provided by Jiangshan Pavilion is vague and useless for pinpointing his whereabouts. They also insist that once the information is delivered, there's no refund. Chu Bufan discreetly observed Gu Xian's back, suspicion already brewing in his mind that Jiangshan Pavilion might be colluding with Xiao Bieli. However, as one of the 6 major clans in the martial world, Jiangshan Pavilion was not an entity he could afford to offend. Moreover, the ambiguous stance of a certain inner disciple from the Salt Gang suggested reluctance to assist the Yuan sword sect in hunting Xiao Bieli. Now that Chu Bufan had risen to become the leader of the 12 linked strongholds, with backing from the Salt Gang, his search for Xiao Bieli was more of a charade to secure his own position. He only hoped the people of Gu family fort wouldn't see through his intentions. Xiao Bieli maneuvered a small boat, his black attire fluttering sharply in the wind. The boat sliced through the surface of the Yuanjiang River, leaving a clear, white trail behind it, moving as swiftly as an arrow loosed from a bowstring. The battles of the past few days had yielded considerable rewards for him. Over 10,000 experience points had increased his mastery of the 3 blades of hell by more than 10 levels. Even that 7-kill blade, honed through relentless combat, had reached the entry-level stage. The power of these demonic blade techniques was truly as formidable as their reputation suggested. He deliberately slowed his journey, intending to lure those harboring ill intentions toward him, thus sparing himself the trouble of hunting them down one by one. However, things didn't seem to go as planned. It was as if someone in the shadows was obscuring his tracks in this area. Each time, only minor, insignificant foes managed to catch up to him. Twice, he set up ambushes, but the experts from Gu Family Fortress and the 12 linked strongholds were inexplicably redirected elsewhere. Apart from a 5th-grade expert and a few small fries, he had yet to encounter a truly formidable opponent. As Xiao Bieli pondered this, he noticed a large ship anchored a kilometer ahead, resting quietly in a calm stretch of the river. The ship bore a banner fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with the 3 characters, Jinwu Tang, Hall of Martial Authority. At the bow stood a middle-aged man dressed in fine robes, sporting a full beard. The man cupped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Xiao Bieli from afar, his voice carrying as if spoken directly into his ear. Young hero Xiao, I am Situ Kong, the hall master of Jinwu Tang in Manzhou. I invite you aboard for a conversation. Xiao Bieli frowned slightly. He had heard of Situ Kong, but only in passing. As the hall master of Jinwu Tang, a figure who had failed to make it onto the Dragon Tiger rankings, and whose cultivation had stagnated at the peak of the 5th grade, Situ Kong was not someone who warranted much of his attention. In Manzhou, Jinwu Tang only retained some influence with the hired blades, while other factions merely refrained from troubling them out of respect for the imperial court. Powerful groups like Gu Family Fortress or the Clear Wind Sword Sect, each led by 4th-grade grandmasters, naturally paid little heed to Jinwu Tang. Channeling his inner energy, Xiao Bieli stepped onto the waves, moving swiftly. Within a few breaths, he landed steadily on the deck of the large ship. Situ Kong watched as Xiao Bieli landed steadily on the deck, immediately putting on a flattering smile. Bowing slightly, he clasped his hands and said, I've long heard of young Master Zhao's great name. It's an honor to finally meet you today. Xiao Bieli's expression remained indifferent, his gaze cold. Master Situ, you traveled all the way from Chongning County to see me. Surely, it wasn't just to exchange pleasantries? A flicker of displeasure crossed Situ Kong's eyes, but he maintained his smile. Of course, I'm here for serious business. Young Master Xiao, you've caused quite a stir by killing Shuizhou. What's done is done, Xiao Bieli replied flatly. If you, Master Situ, are truly capable, why not bring Shuizhou back to life? Situ Kong, caught off guard by Xiao Bieli's unconventional response, dropped his smile and turned serious. Xiao Bieli, a third-class grandmaster from the Yuan sword sect, is already on his way to Manzhou with a tracking gu. At the latest, he'll arrive in Dongjiang County within half a day. While your martial skills are impressive, you're only at the peak of 5th class. How do you plan to contend with a third-class grandmaster? Xiao Bieli frowned. Get to the point. Seeing Xiao Bieli seemingly rattled, Situ Kong sneered and retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Zhuoqing Yun has the 6th prince backing him, and the entire Yuan sword sect stands with the 6th prince. You might evade the tracking gu once, but can you elude it forever? I'm here under the orders of the 3rd prince to offer you a chance. What kind of chance? Swallow this 5 venoms heart-eating pill, and you'll belong to the 3rd prince. In return, I'll give you a hidden fragrance pill worth thousands of taels, which will help you evade the tracking gu. Let me be honest with you, Gu Xian has already arrived in Dongjiang County. If not for me secretly spreading false information through the Jinwu Hall, you would have been captured by now. Obey the 3rd prince, and he will surely value your talent. Before Situ Kong could finish, Xiao Bieli's face darkened. So, the reason the Gu family fortress couldn't find me these past few days was because of your meddling? Of course. If it weren't for, you've been blocking me from gaining experience points? Xiao Bieli interrupted coldly. What? Situ Kong was utterly confused. Red sleeve blade unsheathed, and a crimson flash of light streaked through the air. Situ Kong's head flew from his shoulders, his face still frozen in bewilderment as blood sprayed from his neck. A system notification appeared. Experience 4000. Turtle Breathing Technique 1. Ambidextrous Combat Technique 1. It was the first time Xiao Bieli had leveled up 2 martial arts simultaneously, leaving even him a bit surprised. The Jinwu Hall experts on the ship stared in stunned silence. They were all loyal followers of Situ Kong, and witnessing their hall master, who was acting under the 3rd prince's orders, be killed so brazenly left them in disbelief. Even factions with grandmasters rarely dared to openly challenge a Jinwu Hall leader. Xiao Bieli, enough chatter. Xiao Bieli spun around abruptly, unleashing a terrifying killing intent. 5 of Situ Kong's closest confidants immediately collapsed, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. The experience points kept rolling in. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Experience 2000. Since Situ Kong blocked my path to gaining experience, I'll just have to use all of you as my experience points instead. A single blade strike split into over a dozen arcs of light, enveloping everyone on the ship. Amid the sound of flesh tearing, nearly all were cut in half simultaneously, their lives extinguished. The experience points surged once more. Experience 1000. Experience 4000. Xiao Bieli searched the bodies of Situ Kong and the 5th-rank expert. From Situ Kong, he found a hidden fragrance pill and also pocketed the heart-eating pill that the latter had planned to use to control him. Standing on the blood-soaked deck, with the scent of iron thick in the air, Xiao Bieli gazed in the direction they had come from. A trace of solemnity flickered in his eyes. The Yuan sword sect actually sent a grandmaster, he muttered to himself, but it seems they haven't arrived yet. There's still time for one last harvest in Manzhou. To be cautious, I should first enhance the power of the Abyssal Blade 3 strikes, and then pay a visit to the Gu Fortress's master. Extract Tortoise Breath Technique and Ambidextrous Combat Technique? As soon as he spoke, the cultivation methods and combat experience of both martial arts flooded into his mind. Moments later, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. In his right hand, the crimson sleeve blade gleamed coldly as it was drawn, while his left hand moved in a unique pattern, creating layered shadows with his fingers. Through a brief practice session, Xiao Bieli quickly realized that the ambidextrous combat technique was currently too unrefined to be used effectively against skilled opponents. However, the tortoise breath technique, when mastered, could simulate death and conceal one's presence, making even grandmasters and supreme grandmasters unaware of HEMA valuable life-saving skill. Still, the immediate priority is enhancing the Abyssal Blade 3 strikes. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli invested 16,740 experience points. As a surge of intensive training experience flooded his body, a stronger demonic aura began to emanate from him. Yet, the timely circulation of Yijin True Qi brought forth a faint glow of Buddhist energy, suppressing the demonic aura. Any Buddhist master witnessing this scene would likely mistake him for an enlightened monk. Half an hour later, the fleets of the 12-Chain Dock and the Three Rivers Alliance arrived. Chu Bufan and Han Guang, upon seeing the large ship bearing the Jinwu Hall banner stationary in the distance, immediately leaped onto the deck with heightened vigilance. What greeted them was a horrifying sight. Bodies lay scattered across the deck, all severed at the waist, their faces frozen in deathly terror. The dark red blood had already dried, indicating the perpetrator had long since departed. As the two carefully examined the scene, the master of Gu Fortress, Gu Xian, appeared silently on the ship. Chu Bufan approached him, holding Situ Kong's severed head, and whispered grimly, "It was someone from Zhenwu Hall." Situ Kong? Gu Xian's brows furrowed, his expression heavy with concern. Chu Bufan nodded solemnly and confirmed, "It is indeed Situ Kong." The corpses on the ship, apart from Situ Kong, all seemed to have died under the same blade. It's not just progress. Gu Xian slowly shook his head, a trace of gravity in his gaze. This is a breakthrough far beyond anything before. It's not just an improvement in his realm, it's a whole new understanding of the blade. To kill so many people with a single strike, including a 5th-rank expert, Xiao Bieli on the Dragon and Tiger rankings would at least be in the top 15. Though Gu Xian's voice was calm, it resounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The crowd erupted into an uproar. Top 15 on the Dragon and Tiger rankings? The crowd could hardly believe it. After all, anyone ranked in the top 15 of the Dragon and Tiger rankings, barring an untimely death, would at minimum become a peak-level grandmaster capable of dominating an entire region. Many even ascended to the great grandmaster level. If Xiao Bieli were nearing 30, such an evaluation might seem reasonable, but he had only just turned 17 and wouldn't be 18 for another 2 months. What did this mean? A 17-year-old genius already capable of entering the top 15 of the Dragon and Tiger rankings could, if he survived, soon rise into the top 10, the top 5, or even the top 3 and ultimately leave a legacy for the ages. Han Guang broke the stunned silence with a heavy voice, but he killed members of the Zhenwu Hall, including the Hall Master, overseeing an entire province. The Zhenwu Hall will never let this go unpunished. Huh. Gu Xian let out a derisive laugh. The Zhenwu Hall has long lost its former glory. Internal factional disputes are rampant. Aside from the people backing Situ Kong, who would truly care about his life or death, for all we know, even those backing him might hesitate to go all out against Xiao Bieli for his sake. In the end, this world respects strength above all. At most, the Zhenwu Hall will issue a bounty on him, but given Xiao Bieli's current notoriety, even a 5th-rank bounty hunter would likely steer clear of him. Han Guang's expression darkened. Then what should we do? Just let this go? As a 5th-rank expert himself, he knew he alone couldn't support the Sanjiang alliance. In recent times, Xiao Bieli had nearly wiped out the top experts across 2 provinces under their control. The forces in the other 2 provinces were already eyeing the weakened alliance hungrily. If not for the assistance of the Gu family fortress, the Sanjiang alliance would have already collapsed. Gu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. Of course not. We strike while he's still young and crush him. Though he possesses unparalleled talent, he is, after all, still just a 5th rank. But we don't even know where Xiao Bieli is, Chu Bufan said hesitantly. Gu Xian's lips curved into a faint smile. The blade's intent. A sharp blade is waiting for us just ahead. That's Xiao Bieli. Young people are often arrogant. He's gained some strength and now thinks he can disregard an old man like me. Unfortunately, he doesn't yet understand the gap between 4th rank and 5th rank. This time, he won't escape death. Go. With a commanding shout, Gu Xian leapt back onto the ship. With a wave of his hand, the 4 large vessels surged forward, cutting through the waves as they sped downstream. Not far away, a young man dressed in black, his strikingly handsome face filled with defiance, stood proudly atop a jagged rock by the riverbank. Xiao Bieli, you've got guts. With Master Gu right here, you dare not run? Han Guang said coldly, his finger flicking forward. A sharp burst of energy shot through the air, aimed straight at Xiao Bieli. Though Xiao Bieli possessed considerable strength, without the protection of a master, he would have long fled. But with Master Gu present, he saw this as an opportunity to showcase his prowess. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he shattered the incoming energy with ease. His gaze swept over the people aboard the ships, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. The 3rd-rank grandmaster of the Yuan sword sect hasn't arrived yet? Are you hoping to use me to curry favor with them? Aren't you afraid of dying at my hands? Impudent. Han Guang roared. With Master Gu here, do you really think you can escape today? Gu Xian shook his head, his eyes fixed on Xiao Bieli. So young, yet you've already come this far. You certainly have reason to be proud. But tell me, young Master Xiao, do you know why so many in the martial world rise to fame overnight, only to meet tragic ends? It's because they bask in their fleeting reputation and overestimate their strength. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bieli laughed heartily. That's true for others, but not for me. My strength far exceeds my fame. I'm staying here just to see what kind of masters roam the martial world. And it so happens that I've recently gained new insights into blade techniques. Master Gu, I invite you to critique them. Before his words had fully settled, Xiao Bieli made his move. A blade aura several meters long cleaved through the air toward Gu Xian's ship. He followed closely behind it, shooting forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. You court death. Gu Xian bellowed, his right palm striking out. A terrifying wave of palm energy surged forward to meet the blade aura. Boom! The blade energy and palm force collided, blasting several holes into the sturdy deck of the ship, sending shards of wood flying. Two unfortunate crewmen were struck by the debris and killed instantly. Just as Xiao Bieli was about to land on the ship, Gu Xian's right hand suddenly emitted a powerful suction force. An invisible energy surrounded Xiao Bieli, pulling him toward Gu Xian. If you're coming, then come. Xiao Bieli made no attempt to resist, allowing himself to be drawn in. But as the distance between them closed to within 10 feet, Gu Xian abruptly changed tactics. The suction force vanished, replaced by an explosive burst of palm energy aimed directly at Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli's expression remained calm. Extending his left thumb, he employed the formidable diamond finger technique to counter. Bang! The sheer force of the strike caused Gu Xian to take a step back, the deck beneath him cracking under the pressure. Seizing the moment, Xiao Bieli closed in, his blade slicing down toward Gu Xian. Sword draw technique. The blade's gleaming arc tore through the air like a streak of silver lightning, aiming straight for Gu Xian's face. Gu Xian immediately channeled his inner energy to its peak, unleashing a surge of spiritual force from the ancestral aperture at the center of his brow to envelop Xiao Bieli. At the same time, his palms radiated an eerie purple hue as he executed the Gu family fort's ultimate technique, the Purple Fiend Palm. Renowned for its ferocity, this venomous palm strike had reached perfection in his hands, reducing even legendary weapons to mere scraps of metal. Combined with the spiritual assault, Gu Xian was confident that even the slightest hesitation from Xiao Bieli would allow him to deliver a fatal blow. The ferocious palm strike erupted outward, sending wooden shards from the deck flying toward Xiao Bieli. Yet, as the shards met the blade's light, they were instantly shattered into splinters. Boom! The force of the purple fiend palm collided with the blade's light, generating a terrifying shockwave that rippled in all directions. The large ship beneath them could no longer withstand the strain and disintegrated with a thunderous crash. Members of the Three Rivers Alliance, the 12 linked docks, and the Gu family fort plunged into the water, scrambling toward nearby vessels amidst cries of alarm. The duelists, however, remained undeterred, their movements growing even faster. Fists and palms clashed with such speed that only afterimages remained, leaving onlookers dazzled. How is this possible? Han Guang, now safely out of harm's way, exclaimed in disbelief. Lord Gu is a 4th-rank grandmaster, while Xiao Bieli is merely at the peak of 5th rank. How can they be so evenly matched? Chu Bufan's expression turned grave as he replied. The prodigies in the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger rankings can often challenge grandmasters. The top 3 can even suppress ordinary grandmasters. 37 years ago, the 2nd-ranked Yi Wu Huan single-handedly fought a notorious grandmaster. Could Xiao Bieli have already reached the level of the top 3 on the Dragon Tiger rankings? Impossible. Han Guang's gaze remained fixed on the battle. Xiao Bieli comes from a small, insignificant background. How could he possess such power? He must be using some technique to temporarily enhance his ability. Before he could finish, the tide of the battle shifted abruptly. As their fists and palms collided once more, Xiao Bieli used the momentum to retreat, speaking calmly. I believe I've gained a fair understanding of the strength of the grandmasters of Manzhou. Recently, I acquired a new blade technique. Lord Gu, please enlighten me. With that, Xiao Bieli's demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding an aura of overwhelming menace as if a demon had descended. Striding forward with the power of a dragon and tiger, he unsheathed his crimson sleeve blade and executed the first form of the Abyssal Path 3 strikes. 10,000 souls devour the heart. The blade's light surged like a tidal wave, surrounded by countless wailing spirits that struck fear into Gu Xian's heart. This is grandmaster-level spiritual power? So young, yet already a grandmaster? His mind wavered, and his palm technique faltered. Seizing the moment, Xiao Bieli unleashed the 3rd form of the Abyssal Path 3 strikes. Eternal Abyss. The crimson blade light, tinged with a streak of black, pierced through Gu Xian's defenses like a bolt of lightning. Ugh! Gu Xian's eyes widened in shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body plunging straight into the river. Experience 8,000. Run! As Gu Xian's life faded away, Chu Bufan let out a thunderous shout. His inner energy surged as he sprinted across the water's surface, leaving a trail of white waves in his wake. The others on the boats snapped out of their daze and scattered in panic. Those skilled in Lightfoot martial arts fled across the river, while most leaped into the water, vainly hoping to escape through it. Xiao Bieli's figure shot forward like lightning. His long blade traced dozens of cold, gleaming arcs in the air as he pursued the fleeing crowd. The incessant sound of blades cutting through flesh echoed as over a dozen people were instantly consumed by the flashing steel. Blood and severed limbs sprayed into the air. System notifications popped up in rapid succession. Experience 500. 1000. 2000. Xiao Bieli's face remained emotionless as he wielded his blade with precision, each strike claiming multiple lives. Young Master Xiao, spare me. If not for the pressure from Yuan's sword sect, I would never have dared to oppose you. A 6th-rank expert of the Sanjiang Alliance begged desperately from 3 meters away. His plea was met with a cold flash of the blade, and his head flew skyward. Experience 2000. In the span of 5 breaths, nearly 100 people across the 3 large boats had been slaughtered, leaving only Chu Bufan standing on the riverbank. He stared at the blood-soaked river and the floating corpses, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at Xiao Bieli, who approached with Han Guang's severed head in hand. Xiao Bieli, you're using your superior martial skills to massacre the warriors of my Manzhou. Aren't you afraid of retribution someday? Xiao Bieli sneered coldly. Elder Chu, how amusing. Wasn't it you who tried to kill me just to curry favor with the Yuan sword sect? And now you blame me for retaliating? Retribution? What nonsense. If such a thing exists, it's only because one isn't strong enough. How many people in the martial world have died at your hands over the years? I'm strong enough that makes me your retribution. Time to go. A crimson blade, tinged with a trace of black energy, flashed. Chu Bufan fell lifelessly to the ground. Experience 4000. Bloodblade Technique 1. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli murmured. What a pity. So many people, yet not a single superior internal skill beyond the Yi Jing dropped. Should I head to the Blood Garment Tower to trade for one? Or take my chances in Yinzhou? He pondered over the quarter of the treasure map he had obtained from Lu Fusheng. Judging by the terrain, the treasure seemed to be hidden in the desert, and Yinzhou was the hottest and most arid region in the Dacian Empire. However, with only a quarter of the map, pinpointing the exact location was nearly impossible. Yinzhou alone had dozens of areas resembling the map, not to mention the lack of specific markings for the treasure's location. After killing so many people, including a grandmaster, it's unwise to linger here. I'd better head to Yinzhou and lay low for a while. Deciding on his course, Xiao Bieli tapped the water lightly with his toes and shot forward, his figure covering dozens of meters in an instant. Xiao Bieli found a secluded spot and checked the experience points displayed on his system panel. Extract Shui Dao Blade Technique, he murmured. Instantly, the key insights of the Shui Dao Blade Technique flooded his mind. Although this fierce and ruthless technique was extraordinary, it no longer held value for him at his current level. Consume 45,000 experience points to enhance Abi Dao's 3 blades. Xiao Bieli decided without hesitation. With no suitable internal cultivation techniques to advance and blade techniques like the Shui Dao blade technique no longer worth investing in, his priority was to perfect Abi Dao's 3 blades. The remaining experience points would be reserved for future internal cultivation upgrades. Boom. A vast torrent of cultivation experience surged into his mind, as if he had personally practiced Abi Dao's 3 blades for decades. A demonic aura emanated from Xiao Bieli's entire being, making him appear like a devil incarnate, his energy rippling with intensity. After several moments, he opened his bloodshot eyes, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Swish! The red sleeve blade was unsheathed, and with one slash, blade energy several meters long tore through the air, leaving a deep scar on the ground. As the blade completed its motion, the killing intent surrounding Xiao Bieli dissipated. Abi Dao truly lives up to being the most malevolent layer of hell, he thought to himself. But a blade technique is ultimately lifeless. Guihai Dao, though exceptionally gifted, is limited by the constraints of this world. If he could unlock the ancestral aperture between his brows and develop spiritual power, he might suppress Abi Dao's 3 blades as I do. At 50% mastery, it could kill a grandmaster. Now, its power is far beyond comparison. The next day, the area in front of the Zhenwu Hall in Dongjiang County was packed with people. Commander Xiao Long and numerous martial artists from Manzhou had gathered, seemingly awaiting someone. Due to Xiao Bieli's recent rise, the martial world of Dongjiang and Linshui counties had been thrown into chaos. Top-tier forces in Manzhou, such as the Three Rivers Alliance, the 12 linked forts, and Baun Manor, had seen their experts fall one after another at his hands, leaving these factions in disarray. Yesterday, Zhenwu Hall transported back dozens of corpses, including, it was rumored, Gu Xian, the master of Gu family fortress and one of the 4 grandmasters of Manzhou. Zhou Wu, a 6th-rank expert and skilled physician of Dongjiang County, stood beside his friend Xiao Long, whispering to confirm the truth of the matter. The surrounding martial artists also strained their ears, eager for answers. Xiao Long nodded solemnly, confirming, it's true. Master Gus' body was indeed found in the Yuan River. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. A young man, unable to believe it, questioned aloud, Xiao Bieli is younger than me. How could he possibly kill a grandmaster? Surely, someone powerful must have helped him in secret. Many others echoed this sentiment. On the second floor of a nearby inn, Sunnycheng, a direct disciple of the Salt Gang, and guardian Guo Huai watched the scene unfold. Sun Yiqing muttered thoughtfully, Gu Xian may no longer be at his peak, but he's still a grandmaster. Xiao Bieli shouldn't have been able to handle him. Uncle Master, could it be that Xiao Bieli has truly stepped into the fourth-rank grandmaster realm? Guo Huai shook his head, his expression grave as he analyzed. I just examined Gu Xian's body. That fatal strike was filled with a sinister energy, as if it came from the depths of hell. Even I, facing such a blade technique, would have an 80% chance of being severely injured. There's no way a 17-year-old could execute such a move. Without the mastery of a grandmaster, anyone attempting to wield such a demonic blade would have long since been enslaved by it. Sun Yiqing nodded in agreement. It seems that someone is indeed backing Xiao Bieli from the shadows. But the question remains, which prince is pulling the strings? With the crown prince position vacant, the three princes are using the martial world as their chessboard to prove their abilities. This is certainly not good news for the martial world. Watch your words. Guo Huai's expression darkened as he lowered his voice in warning. The imperial court holds immense power. When those families choose not to intervene, even the 9 sects and 6 clans dare not go against the court's will. Don't bring this up again in the future. He paused briefly. The Blood Robe Tower once concealed information for Xiao Bieli. The person who made the move is very likely one of their assassins. Before his words had fully settled, the sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Sun Yiqing and Guo Huai turned their heads simultaneously to see a man in his 40s, carrying a broad sword on his back, leading a group on horseback. Dust and wind followed him as he approached. Upon seeing the man, both of their expressions changed. It was none other than Dongfang Yang, the Thunder Sword hero of the Zhang Sword Sect, a third-rank grandmaster. A true peak-level expert who had broken through the threshold of life and death and achieved the creation of a primordial spirit. His reputation was legendary among the 9 sects and 6 clans. Behind Dongfang Yang followed more than a dozen individuals, the weakest among them possessing 6th-rank cultivation. Among the group was an elder with a glowing ancestral aperture at his Foradata 4th-rank grandmaster. Sun Yiqing and Guo Huai exchanged a glance before leaping out of the window and respectfully bowing to Dongfang Yang. Master Dongfang, Senior Dongfang. The onlookers recognized Sun Yiqing, rising star of the Salt Gang who had been making frequent appearances recently. Seeing him show such deference to the newcomer, they couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. Someone in the crowd recognized one of Dongfang Yang's companions. That's Phantom Palm Master Zhang. He came in person. Dongfang Yang dismounted without a word, his expression indifferent, and walked straight toward the Jinwu Hall. Sun Yiqing and Guo Huai didn't dare show any dissatisfaction after all. A third-rank grandmaster represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. Even though Sun Yiqing considered himself more skilled than Shuizhou and gifted beyond most, he wouldn't dare claim even a 30% chance of breaking through to that level. The life and death threshold had blocked countless prodigies. Apart from the top 3 on the Dragon Tiger rankings, who would dare claim they could certainly achieve the 3rd rank? Moreover, Dongfang Yang himself had once ranked within the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger rankings in his youth. Master Dongfang, Jinwu Hall's commander, Xiao Long, quickly followed behind. Sun Yiqing and Guo Huai entered as well, leaving the other martial artists outside. Phantom Palm Master Zhang Tao furrowed his brows as he examined the scene. This blade technique bears traces of the 7-kill blade. Could it be connected to the demonic sect? He pondered for a moment. Although the 8 demonic sects have been declining in recent years and are only active in the most remote regions of the Great Qin, all while under pressure from the imperial court, the likes of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Gu God Sect have endured for thousands of years without falling. Even the Demon Blade Sect's strength cannot be underestimated. Although he wanted to maintain friendly relations with the Yuan Sword Sect, he was reluctant to provoke such a powerful force. Those from the demonic path who lived in impoverished regions were known for their extreme actions. Once offended, they could bring about a massacre of an entire family. Given Xiao Bieli's methods, it was highly likely he had been secretly nurtured as a prodigious talent by the Daoist Sect. So what if it's the Daoist Sect? Dongfang Yang's gaze was icy. Killing a true disciple of the Yuan Sword Sect, not even the Daoist Sect can protect him. No matter where he runs, Xiao Bieli will die. As he spoke, Dongfang Yang took out a seeking gu. A disciple of Baun Manor quickly handed over a piece of clothing that had been collected from Xiao Bieli in Lechuan County. Dongfang Yang infused it with his true energy, but the seeking gu, after crawling onto the clothing, buzzed around aimlessly like a headless fly. His expression darkened. This boy is indeed cunning. He likely has a method to evade the seeking gu. He might have already fled. Sun Yiqing quickly tried to comfort him. But as long as he shows himself again, he won't escape the senior's thunderous wrath. Dongfang Yang sneered coldly. He won't escape. He'll head to Xuanji Valley and have them calculate Xiao Bieli's location. Guo Huai's heart stirred. Although Xuanji Valley was not among the 9 sects and 6 clans, its power ranked just below these top-tier forces. However, Xuanji Valley's divination techniques could only determine general directions unless Dongfang Yang brought along an expert skilled in such arts. Even so, Xuanji Valley was not easy to deal with. Despite the Zhongyuan sword sect currently being the leader of the 9 sects, they might not be able to command Xuanji Valley as they pleased. Half a month later, within the borders of Yin Prefecture, in the vast desert, a figure wrapped tightly in cloth was walking with light yet determined steps. The blazing sun stretched his shadow long across the sand. After traveling for a long time, a small town standing resilient against the wind and sand finally came into Xiao Bieli's view. After leaving Man Prefecture, he had rushed to Yin Prefecture. Though this land was 4 times the size of Man Prefecture, habitable areas were scarce. Within dozens of miles, only this town, named Lusha Town, had gathered a fair number of travelers due to its water source. The wind howled, and yellow sand filled the air. Today was clearly not fit for traveling. Apart from Xiao Bieli, the road was deserted. The town was eerily quiet, as if uninhabited, but he paid no mind and headed straight for the town center. It wasn't until he approached the only tavern that he heard the sound of lively chatter from within. Creak, the tavern door was pushed open, and a gust of sand rushed in. Ugh, this damned weather. Who's still out and about? Shut the door already, my drink's full of sand. A disgruntled voice immediately grumbled from inside. Xiao Bieli closed the door and glanced around the bustling tavern. Many eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked at him, but he remained indifferent. He walked straight to the counter and said to the innkeeper, "A room and a meal. Also, fill up my water flask." The innkeeper behind the counter looked up. 5 taels of silver for a night. 15 taels to fill that big flask. 10 taels for a meal. Deal. Xiao Bieli readily tossed over a silver ingot along with his water flask. The innkeeper bit into the silver to verify its authenticity and then broke into a smile. "Right away, sir. Your food will be served shortly. By the way, we've got some fine horse meat from a horse that broke its leg yesterday. Would you like to try it?" The first floor of the inn was a place for travelers to rest and eat, while the second floor was reserved for lodging. At this moment, nearly half of the 20 or so tables on the first floor were occupied. Each diner had a weapon by their side, clearly indicating they were wandering martial artists who made a living by the sword, rather than ordinary merchants or travelers. "Bring out all the best dishes you have," Xiao Bieli called out while pulling down the cloth mask that covered his face. His revealed features were those of a man around 24 or 25 years old. Though his appearance had changed significantly from before, anyone familiar with him might still discern traces of his former self. With his martial arts skills and mastery of physical transformation, altering his bone structure and face was a trivial matter. While using his blade techniques might inevitably attract the attention of the Zhongyuan sword sect, changing his appearance at least allowed him to remain incognito for now. The moment he removed his mask, dozens of sharp, greedy eyes immediately locked onto his face but quickly averted. These desert swordsmen were ruthless, yet they understood the unspoken rules of the martial world. Anyone capable of crossing the harsh desert alone in such weather was no ordinary person. It was better not to provoke unnecessary trouble. The inn's meat dishes were pre-cooked and could be served after minimal preparation. Xiao Bieli took a bite of the camel meat recommended by the innkeeper, but the sour, gamey flavor was overwhelming. He only managed 2 bites before setting it aside. Fortunately, the lamb was more palatable. Seeing that he was focused on eating and showed no signs of hostility, the other diners lost interest in him. However, these swordsmen clearly came from different factions and remained on high alert around each other. After finishing their meals, none of them left the inn. It was unclear whether they were wary of the sandstorm outside or waiting for something else. After his meal, Xiao Bieli ordered a jar of wine. In this vast desert, water was more precious than meat, and wine was an even greater luxury. In this remote town, a small jar of low-quality wine cost a staggering 30 taels of silver, a price that could buy a jar of fine wine in Dongjiang Prefecture. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the wind outside began to subside. Suddenly, the sound of camel hooves approached from the distance, crunching against the sandy ground. Xiao Bieli and the other diners simultaneously turned toward the entrance, setting down their bowls, chopsticks, and cups. With a creak, the inn's door was pushed open. An elderly man and a young boy entered. The old man wore a simple gray robe, his hair white as snow. His complexion was pale, suggesting he was injured, yet his steps were steady and strong. The boy beside him, dressed in green, had delicate features and a nervous demeanor. He glanced around the room cautiously and, upon seeing the crowd of martial artists, instinctively moved closer to the old man for protection. The once lively inn fell into a brief silence as all eyes turned toward the pair. The old man walked into the inn with a calm expression, ignoring the curious glances cast his way. He headed straight for an empty table and sat down. A young man followed closely behind, nervously taking a seat beside him, his eyes darting around the room. "Innkeeper, fill these 3 water pouches, and bring us some meat," the old man said, placing 3 large water pouches heavily on the table. The innkeeper approached, scrutinizing the pouches with a slight frown. 3 water pouches, 100 taels of silver, he said. In this desert wasteland, water was life, and this much water could sustain 2 people for over half a month. Fine. The old man retrieved a silver banknote from his robe, adding 3 silver ingots worth 10 taels each, and pushed them across the table. The innkeeper counted the payment, nodded, and carried the water pouches to the backyard. Meanwhile, tension was brewing on the first floor of the inn. Several swordsmen discreetly pulled out wanted posters for comparison, their hands resting on their sword hilts. The air was thick with a sense of imminent conflict, yet no one dared to act rashly. The innkeeper and a waiter soon returned with the filled water pouches and some food. After placing them on the table, they quickly retreated to the counter. Eat. The old man sighed softly. The young man, famished, immediately tore into a piece of lamb and devoured it. The old man ate slowly and methodically. As he was finishing, he poured himself a bowl of wine and was about to take a sip. You shouldn't drink that wine, a voice suddenly interrupted. It was Xiao Bieli who spoke. The old man paused, frowning as he looked at him. I saw you drink it too. Why can you drink it, but I can't? Xiao Bieli smiled. I can drink it, but you can't. You're already injured. If you drink this wine, you'll be dead within the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. As soon as the words left his mouth, dozens of concealed weapons shot out from under the counter, aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's back. Watch out! The young man cried in alarm. Xiao Bieli's lips curled into a faint smile. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he effortlessly sidestepped and swept his sleeve, deflecting all the projectiles into the wall. A series of muffled thuds followed as the weapons embedded themselves into the wood. A collective gasp filled the room. Such skill at least the peak of the 6th tier, possibly even a 5th tier master. He was clearly no ordinary man. The old man, Shun Hui, looked grave. Who are you? Are you after us as well? Though confident in his 5th tier abilities to handle the 6th tier swordsman present, Xiao Bieli's display of skill had shattered his certainty of victory. I am indeed here for you, Xiao Bieli said with a faint smile. But I also have someone else to kill. Who? Shun Hui asked instinctively. The leader of the desert bandits, the desert bear, Ding Han. Ding Han. The moment this name was uttered, the first floor of the tavern was thrown into chaos. Among the martial artists present, some turned pale as a sheet, while others trembled so violently that they could barely hold onto their weapons. The name of Ding Han, the desert bear, was infamous across hundreds of miles. A peak-level 5th-grade master, he was not only endowed with extraordinary strength, but also wielded a long staff with such ferocity that his enemies were left bloodied and broken, striking fear into all who heard of him. More alarming, as the leader of the Yellow Sand Bandits, Ding Han never acted alone. His second-in-command, Zhao Wushuan, known as the Blade of the Flying Wolf, was also a 5th-grade master, supported by several 6th-grade fighters under their banner. This tavern belongs to the Yellow Sand Bandits? Shun Hui asked, his gaze fixed on Xiao Bieli, his voice steady and low. Xiao Bieli gave a slight nod. How could a 6th-grade fighter control the only inn in Lusha town? A business this lucrative must be backed by the most powerful force in the area, the Yellow Sand Bandits. The innkeeper has likely already sent someone to inform them. As soon as these words left his mouth, several swordsmen hurriedly rose to leave, only to stop in their tracks as a sharp burst of energy struck the ground before their feet. Xiao Bieli remained seated, his expression calm as he said, The Yellow Sand Bandits haven't arrived yet. Please stay where you are and don't make this difficult for me. It turned out that Xiao Bieli had arrived in Yinzhou 5 days earlier, spending his time in Zhujiang City. There, he not only identified 3 locations resembling those on the map, but also obtained vital information from the branch leader of the Blood Garment Tower. The master of Wind Shadow Manor in Qisha City had died suddenly of illness, and his son, Shen Yuan, along with the steward, Shan Hui, had disappeared. Rumor had it that Shen Yuan carried with him the manor's 2 priceless treasures, the Guiyuan Manual and the Wind Shadow Sword Technique. A century ago, Wind Shadow Manor enjoyed great renown, with its first master achieving the rank of 3rd-grade Grandmaster. However, the lack of a Grandmaster in the past 2 generations had led to its decline. If the Guiyuan Manual truly held the key to breaking through the life and death barrier, it would be an invaluable opportunity for Xiao Bieli. Otherwise, his only option would be to trade with the Blood Garment Tower for an internal martial arts manual, which required 200,000 taels of silver and was available only to their elite assassins. As for higher-level 3rd-grade Grandmaster techniques, even gold-ranked assassins were not eligible to purchase them. At the moment, Xiao Bieli possessed only 70,000 taels in silver notes, but eliminating Ding Han, the Desert Bear, would earn him a bounty of 10,000 taels. The second-in-command of the Desert Bandits is worth 7,000 taels. Xiao Bieli thought to himself with excitement. A few more deals like this, and he'll have enough to trade for a martial arts skill that can break through the life and death barrier. Plus, he'll gain the experience needed for the breakthrough. Just then, The thunderous sound of galloping horses approached rapidly. The expressions of everyone on the first floor changed drastically. Even Shen Hui, a fifth-rank martial artist, was no exception. Though he was skilled, he knew he was no match for Ding Han. The innkeeper cast a cold glance at Xiao Bieli and said, "Kid, over the years, plenty of heroes have come looking to challenge the boss, but they all ended up as bones buried in the desert." Before the words settled, the inn's doors were violently kicked open. A gust of sandy wind swept in, carrying a group of fierce bandits. Leading them was a burly man with a face covered in steel-like whiskers and eyes that gleamed with a menacing light. A unique tattoo stretched from the top of his bald head down to the left side of his face. A sixth-rank desert bandit struggled to lift a heavy purple iron staff with both hands, clearly not accustomed to wielding such a weapon. "It's the desert bandits." The swordsmen present retreated one after another, fearing they'd be mistaken as allies of Xiao Bieli. Even Shen Hui, upon seeing the infamous desert bear Ding Han in person, was certain he wouldn't last 30 moves against him. The innkeeper stepped forward and pointed at Xiao Bieli. "Boss, this young man came specifically for your head. He even spared me and asked me to inform you. Unfortunately, he ruined our plan to poison Shen Hui, which means you'll have to put in some extra effort." Ding Han shook his head dismissively. "An injured mid-fifth rank martial artist is not worth mentioning." Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement. "With your invincible body hardening technique, combined with your innate strength and superior rank, killing him would indeed be effortless." These words made Ding Han frown slightly. He found himself unable to gauge the depth of Xiao Bieli's abilities. "Stop pretending." Zhao Wushuan couldn't hold back any longer. With a shout, he dashed forward like a streak of lightning. His curved blade flashed out of its sheath, unleashing dozens of silver arcs of light that enveloped Xiao Bieli. Shen Hui watched intently, knowing that in his current injured state, he couldn't even handle Zhao Wushuan, let alone Ding Han. "You won't live to see my true skills." Xiao Bieli channeled his inner energy and shot his fingers forward like lightning. Bang! The countless blade arcs shattered instantly. Zhao Wushuan spat blood as his body slammed into the wall before collapsing to the ground. His chest was caved in, his eyes wide open, and he lay motionless. Experience 4000. Divine Medicine Scripture 1. Xiao Bieli glanced at the newly acquired item from the system notification, his heart stirring. The Divine Pharmacist's Tome? Could it be the very book authored by Master Wuchen, the poison-handed pharmacist from Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain? Though he was already a fourth-tier grandmaster, he was not immune to all poisons. The pharmacological knowledge contained in this tome could still be of great use to him. If he could cross-reference it with the medicinal and toxicological texts of this world, it would undoubtedly lead to significant progress in this field. Suddenly, a terrified scream interrupted his thoughts. "He's dead. The second leader is dead." A trembling Yellow Sands bandit reached out to check Zhao Wushuan's breath, only to recoil in fright, his eyes wide with terror. Everyone present stared in disbelief. The infamous flying wolf blade, Zhao Wushuan, had been defeated so effortlessly by this mysterious figure. The desert bear, Ding Han, gripped his iron staff tightly, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli. "Who are you? We shouldn't have any grievances with each other, right?" He racked his brain, trying to recall any young experts from the dragon and tiger rankings, but he couldn't place this man's identity. Xiao Bieli smiled faintly. "Grievances don't matter. Lately, you've been wantonly slaughtering merchant caravans, sparing not even women and children. You violated the rules set by the Camelbell Venerable, Zhuomuer. Even without my intervention, your days were already numbered." Before his words had fully settled, Xiao Bieli shot toward Ding Han with lightning speed. The trade routes across the fiery deserts of Yin Prefecture relied on the order established by Zhuomuer. The recent actions of the Yellow Sands bandits had completely trampled on that order. "You think I'm an easy target?" Ding Han roared, channeling all his power into his hardened martial arts. His muscles bulged, veins protruding as he swung his nearly 300-pound iron staff, wrapped in internal energy, at Xiao Bieli with the force of a mountain collapsing. Even before the staff struck, the terrifying shockwave shattered the inn's tables and chairs, forcing everyone to retreat instinctively. Xiao Bieli remained unfazed. Just as the staff was about to land, his Vajra finger technique struck out like a flash of lightning. Boom! A heavy thud echoed as Ding Han felt an overwhelming force surge through him. His iron staff flew from his hands. With several thuds, the staff struck a few Yellow Sands bandits standing behind him, knocking them unconscious on the spot. The system notification sounded promptly. Experience 1000. Experience 500. Before Ding Han could fully process the thought, "I can't win," Xiao Bieli's finger had already pressed against his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted from Ding Han as a large stain of blood spread across his back. The force behind that single finger strike was unstoppable, piercing directly through Ding Han's vaunted hardened martial arts defense. A flash of unwillingness crossed Ding Han's eyes as his body collapsed backward, powerless. Experience 4,000. Run! A terrified cry erupted from among the yellow sand bandits, though it was unclear who had shouted it. The remaining bandits scattered like panicked birds, rushing frantically toward the inn's entrance. Get out of my way, the innkeeper roared. As Ding Han's close associate, he was the first to realize the impending doom. Yet the panicked crowd fleeing the scene had blocked his escape route. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Gathering his inner strength, he struck out with a powerful palm. The man in front felt a gust of wind rush past him and turned back, only to see the innkeeper collapse limply to the ground. Behind the innkeeper stood the grim figure who had just killed their leader, staring at them with a cold, unfeeling expression. Spare! The word was cut short as Xiao Bieli mercilessly struck with another finger. Thud. Experience 1,000. Every strike from Xiao Bieli was like the scythe of death itself, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in its wake. Within the span of 3 breaths, all the dozen or so yellow sand bandits who had accompanied Ding Han were dead. Even the furthest among them had made it no more than 2 meters out the door before collapsing into a pool of blood. He's dead. The desert bear Ding Han is really dead? The diners on the first floor of the inn were dumbfounded. The shocking turn of events in just a few dozen breaths felt like a dream. The strength displayed by this seemingly young swordsman, who appeared no older than his early 20s, was astonishing. Even if he wasn't on the Dragon Tiger ranking, he couldn't be far from it. At this moment, they sat as if on pins and needles, terrified that this ruthless killer might turn on them next. Get lost. Xiao Bieli cast an indifferent glance at the crowd. The diners, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowed and scrambled out of the inn, leaving only Shun Hui and Shen Yuan standing in place. Xiao Bieli efficiently severed the heads of Ding Han and Zhao Wushuan, wrapping them in black cloth. These are worth silver. He then turned to the 2 members of the Shin family. Strictly speaking, I've done you a favor. If I hadn't eliminated the yellow sand bandits, you'd both be dead by now. I'm here for the Guiyuan manual. Hand it over, and we can all go our separate ways. Shun Hui stepped forward to shield Shun Yuan and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The Guiyuan manual is not with us. Xiao Bieli's brow furrowed, and Shun Hui instinctively took a half step back. Uncle Hui. Shen Yuan stepped out from behind him, smiling bitterly. There's no need for this. The manual is still in the secret compartment on the beam in the ancestral hall of Fengying Manor. Even if we didn't tell him, we'd never have the chance to retrieve it. Rather than let it fall into the hands of that scoundrel Yin Tao, we might as well give it to this gentleman. Only my father knew of the compartment, and he told me about it on his deathbed. I've never gone to retrieve it. Though the manor is now under Yin Tao's control, I don't know if they've discovered the manual yet. Whether it's there or not, we'll find out soon enough. You're coming with me. Once we locate the Guiyuan manual, they'll let you go, Xiao Bieli said calmly. The city of Zhuyang was not too far from Lusha town. A day's hard ride on horseback would suffice to reach it. Upon returning to the city, Xiao Bieli first sealed the acupoints of the 2 captives and securely confined them in the small courtyard he had rented. Then, carrying 2 severed heads, he headed straight for the largest brothel in Zhuyang City Cuihong courtyard. As soon as he stepped through the gate, 2 scantily clad young women approached him with charming smiles. Oh, young master, you're here again? Are you looking for Sister Ziwei? She probably hasn't woken up yet. However, when their eyes met Xiao Bieli's cold and piercing gaze, their expressions faltered, and they lowered their heads, their voices shrinking to barely a whisper. Ignoring them, Xiao Bieli strode directly toward the depths of the courtyard. Beneath the bustling Cuihong courtyard lay a secreta labyrinthine underground palace that served as the largest branch of the Shui Tower in Yin Prefecture. In the courtyard's inner sanctum, a young woman dressed in purple greeted him respectfully. My lord, she said, leading him through a hidden passageway into the underground palace. The subterranean stronghold was heavily guarded, and Xiao Bieli could keenly sense the presence of at least 2 grade 4 martial masters stationed there. After passing through layer upon layer of checkpoints, they arrived at a secret chamber deep within the underground palace. Inside, a woman in her early 30s sat at ease. She was dressed in a green skirt, with the grace of a matron. Her willow-like brows framed phoenix eyes, her slender waist accentuated her allure, and her radiant beauty seemed almost otherworldly. She was none other than Feng Xinyang. Back so soon? Feng Xinyang remarked, her eyes briefly scanning the bundle Xiao Bieli carried. She continued fiddling with an abacus as she added, including the silver you've previously deposited and the heads of these 2 Huangsha bandit leaders. That makes a total of 18,000 taels. You're still 90,000 taels short of acquiring the Flaming Sun Divine technique. Have you considered going after Zhuo Qingyun? His head is worth 100,000 taels. Where is Zhuo Qingyun? Xiao Bieli asked calmly. Although Feng Xinyang was only at the peak of grade 5, her position as the head of this branch made her a significant figure within Shui Tower. Xiao Bieli's discerning eye could tell that her swordsmanship far surpassed that of the late Xue Zhou and could likely place her in the top 20 of the Dragon Tiger rankings. Not in Yin Prefecture, Feng Xinyang replied nonchalantly. But it's true that Elder Long values you highly. He even had someone lure away Dongfang Yang, the Thunder Sword hero of the Tsangyuan Sword Sect, for your sake. I've received word from Man Prefecture that Tsangyuan Sword Sect's soul-cutting sword Feng Lu and your Man Prefecture's Phantom Palm Zhang Tao have both arrived. While the divination arts of Tianji Valley may not match those of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, they can still approximate your whereabouts. Should we hire someone for the job? Feng Xinyang's slender, jade-like fingers deftly flicked across the abacus, calculating a price that exuded sincerity. Qiu Xuanji, Zhang Tao, and Feng Lu among them, Feng Lu might be a bit harder to deal with. Since it's for one of our own, I'll give you a discount 300,000 taels of silver, and I guarantee they'll all be taken care of. In this world, unlike the ancient times of a previous life, major factions have passed down their legacies for thousands of years, amassing wealth as vast as the ocean. Ordinarily, even 300,000 taels of silver wouldn't be enough to buy the life of a single grandmaster. Feng Xinyang's price was indeed a significant discount. Xiao Bieli, however, shook his head. No need. If they come looking for trouble, I'll handle it myself. He then shifted the subject. But this so-called celestial divination, is it truly as miraculous as the rumors claim? There's some truth to it, Feng Xinyang explained. The first master of Tianji Valley was a direct disciple of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's chief astrologer. Although they've since parted ways with the Bureau, they still maintain ties with the court. However, those who inherit the true teachings of Tianji Valley have always been short-lived. This celestial divination, it's not something to be used lightly. And what about Yin Tao, the wielder of the heaven and earth palm? Xiao Bieli pressed on. Is it true that the Yuan manual isn't with Yuan? Feng Xinyang saw through his intentions with a single glance. Yin Tao's reputation in the desert rivals that of Ding Han, the bear of men. 3 years ago, he fought Jin Buping, the 57th on the Dragon Tiger rankings, and even gained the upper hand. As for his attack on Fengying Manor, it's ultimately about a mysterious woman. Even I couldn't trace her origins, but she must be a peerless beauty, otherwise, someone as renowned as him wouldn't be so captivated. I suspect she's also after the Yuan manual. She paused briefly before continuing. If you plan to visit Fengying Manor, you'll find Yin Tao hosting a banquet there, with 3 or 4 fifth-grade martial artists in attendance. Oh, and there's someone you might find interesting, your fiancé Lin Qingyuan's cousin, Lin Mu. His martial arts are mediocre, but he's a die-hard loyalist of Zhuo Qingyuan. He's accompanied by an elder from the outer sect of the Tsangyuan Sword Sect. Feng Xinyang gave Xiao Bieli a meaningful look. Over the years, Lin Qingyuan had gained fame across the martial world for her innate sword physique and unparalleled talent. Rumor had it that she was destined to reach the second-grade realm of unity between heaven and man, becoming the cornerstone of the Tsangyuan Sword Sect and restoring its glory of a century past. Yet the man before her, who had grown up alongside Lin Qingyuan, possessed even greater talent. If not for the matter's entangling Blood Garment Tower, she might have been tempted to visit Fengying Manor herself to watch the spectacle unfold. Xiao Bieli's expression remained indifferent. Anyone who stands in my way is just one slash away from being dealt with. Keep track of the silver I owe you, and keep an eye on Shun Hui. I'll take Shun Yuan to Fengying Manor and retrieve the Yuan manual myself. Fengying Manor, once guarded by a third-grade grandmaster, was built with unparalleled extravagance. Nestled in an oasis, its architectural style bore a closer resemblance to the southern provinces. There had always been rumors that the Shun family had offended a force beyond the desert, prompting their flight to this remote location. But none of that mattered anymore, as the Fengying Manor, which had stood in the desert for centuries, now belonged to Yin Tao, the wielder of the heaven and earth palm. Yin Tao stood in the Yingfeng Pavilion within Fengying Manor, overlooking the scenery outside with a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Beside him stood a woman named Guanqing, who appeared to be in her early 20s but exuded a captivating air of maturity. The faint, lingering fragrance from her seemed to stir Yin Tao's senses constantly. Thinking about the 2 tiger tendons and the potent medicinal herbs he had found in the storeroom, now being simmered in the kitchen, Yin Tao couldn't help but anticipate the results for tonight. Though he had always been confident around other women, he often felt inadequate in front of Guanqing. This time, however, he was determined that things would be different. Still no trace of Shen Yuan? Guanqing asked, her brows slightly furrowed. Hearing that name, Yin Tao's expression darkened. He's fled deep into the desert, but I've already bribed the Yellow Sand Bandits and the Lone Wolf stronghold. If he passes through their territories, there's no way he'll escape. Besides, we haven't lost track of his trail along the way. He paused before adding, now that both the Fengying sword technique and the Yuan manual are in our hands, is it really necessary to capture that patricidal beast alive? Guanqing glanced at him indifferently. Those 2 martial arts are good, but they're not what the young master truly desires. You should understand the consequences of failure. Yin Tao's expression stiffened, and he sneered. That old fool Shenzong still managed to unleash such strength even after being poisoned. If he hadn't fought to the death and injured our men, Shen Yuan wouldn't have escaped. But after 3 moves, the poison took his life. To his dying breath, he didn't realize it was his beloved son who poisoned him. He shook his head disdainfully. Shen Hui, with his mediocre skills, won't stir up much trouble. Just then, a distinct bird call sounded. Guanqing raised her hand, and a white carrier pigeon landed gracefully on her palm. She retrieved the message and scanned it, her expression shifting abruptly. What is it? Yin Tao asked, puzzled. I told you to go after him yourself, but you insisted on recovering from your injuries. Guanqing's voice turned icy. Now look what's happened. Xin Yuan has been taken away. Yin Tao grabbed the letter and skimmed it quickly, his face paling. Ding Han is dead? And killed by a young man, no less? He muttered to himself. To kill Ding Han so effortlessly at such a young age, could it be a top-ranked expert from the Dragon and Tiger rankings? Although his battle with Shenzong had brought him to the threshold of the 4th-grade Grandmaster realm, Yin Tao now regretted not pursuing Shan Yuan himself due to his injuries. If this jeopardized the young master's plans, the consequences would be unimaginable. None of this adds up. Guanqing shook her head. We've completely lost Shen Yuan's trail now. If you don't act quickly to remedy this, you're the one who'll suffer. Hearing this, Yin Tao's face instantly turned ashen. As the young master's trusted maid, Guanqing had nothing to fear, but he wasn't so fortunate. He's different, Yin Tao said, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes as he explained to Guanqing. Back then, he had boarded the ship impulsively, driven by Guanqing's beauty, without ever seeing the face of the mysterious young master. But one thing he was absolutely certain of: the young master was a 4th-grade grandmaster with formidable backing. If this matter came to light, he wouldn't be able to absolve himself of blame. You have to save me, Yin Tao pleaded, looking at Guanqing with urgency. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of Guanqing's lips. I know you've plundered quite a few treasures from Baun Manor. If you can satisfy me tonight, helping you this time is not out of the question. Seeing Yin Tao nod repeatedly, Guanqing continued, Duanhuan sword Fenglu from the Zongyuan sword sect has already arrived in Yenzhou. The Zongyuan sword sect is closely connected to the Camel Bell Venerable Zhuo Mu'er. If we can persuade Zhuo Mu'er's people to intervene, forget about a mere Shan Yuan. Even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to hide in the desert. Yin Tao's eyes lit up. So, you want to make use of that inner disciple from the Zongyuan sword sect, Lin Mu, who's at the manor? Exactly, Guanqing confirmed with a nod. Lin Mu may be a good-for-nothing, but his cousin is destined to become a 3rd-grade grandmaster in the future. For that connection alone, even Duanhuan sword Fenglu would have to show some courtesy. Tomorrow night, host a banquet for Lin Mu and those 5th-grade experts who've recently pledged loyalty to you. The following evening, Xiao Bieli infiltrated Baun Manor with Shan Yuan. Despite the heavy security, it was little more than a facade to someone like Xiao Bieli. The two easily slipped into the Shun family ancestral shrine located deep within the manor. Inside, the shrine was a scene of utter chaos. The ancestral tablets of generations past were scattered across the floor, and the entire hall had been ransacked. Where is it? Xiao Bieli asked, frowning. Shen Yuan pointed to a horizontal beam. It's up there. With that, he leaped into the air, Xiao Bieli following closely. Shen Yuan searched the beam for a moment before opening a hidden compartment only to find it completely empty. How is this possible? Shen Yuan stammered in panic. This spot is so well hidden unless someone dismantled the entire shrine. They couldn't possibly have found it. Turning to meet Xiao Bieli's half-smiling gaze, Shen Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Your acting is still far too amateurish, Xiao Bieli thought to himself, shaking his head. He had already seen through Shen Yuan's intentions. It was nothing more than a ploy to use him to avenge Shen Yuan's father. If Shen Yuan had been straightforward and offered the Guiyuan manual in exchange for Yin Tao's death, Xiao Bieli might have considered it. But treating him like a fool? That was a grave mistake. Before Shen Yuan could say another word, Xiao Bieli struck several of his acupoints, immobilizing him. Hoisting him up, Xiao Bieli carried him to a secluded spot near Baun Manor. Once there, he released Shen Yuan's mute acupoint. Shen Yuan immediately demanded, what is the meaning of this? The hidden compartment really did hold the manual. Still won't admit it, huh? Xiao Bieli sneered coldly. I may not be skilled in interrogation, but dislocating a grandmaster's joints is child's play for me. Before Shen Yuan could react, Xiao Bieli's hand darted out like lightning, gripping his wrist. A series of sharp cracks echoed as Shen Yuan's joints were subtly dislocated, sending waves of excruciating pain through his body. His face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Eh! A blood-curdling scream tore through the night. Xiao Bieli casually tossed Shen Yuan's lifeless body onto the ground, a slight frown crossing his face. The Guiyuan manual had already fallen into Guanqing's hands, handed over by Shen Yuan himself. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity about this mysterious woman. He recalled Feng Xinyang's words yesterday at the Blood Garment Tower, mentioning that Guanxing's origins were shrouded in mystery, and that many renowned fifth-rank masters had been captivated by her charm. As night fell, Baun Manor was brightly lit, and the banquet hall was filled with distinguished guests. Besides the host, Yin Tao, and Guanxing, the gathering included prominent figures of the desert, Lin Mu, an inner disciple of the Yuan sword sect, Cheng Ran, an elder of the outer sect, Hu Feng, known as Iron Abacus, Ding Lan, the Poison Lady, and others. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, while a dozen foreign dancers performed gracefully on the side, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Young Master Lin has already achieved 6th rank at such a young age. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, he is second only to Lady Lin herself. Indeed, a 6th rank master at 29. It's not impossible for him to make it onto the Dragon Tiger rankings in the future. Lin Mu listened to these flattering remarks, feigning modesty on the surface while feeling a touch of pride within. He understood that making it onto the Dragon Tiger rankings in his lifetime was unlikely, but such praise was still pleasing to hear. He took a sip from his cup and sighed. Unfortunately, there's something that's been bothering me lately. Oh. Yin Tao raised his cup with interest. With young Master Lin's status in the Yuan sword sect, what could possibly trouble you? The others turned their curious gazes toward him as well. After all, although Lin Mu was only an inner disciple, the fact that an elder of the outer sect accompanied him on his travels spoke volumes about the sect's regard for the Lin family's prodigy. Guanxing smiled charmingly. Could it be because of Xiao Bieli? Her words sent a ripple of shock through the room. The name Xiao Bieli was all too familiar to everyone present. This was the young master who had recently ascended the Dragon Tiger rankings after killing Shui Zhou, a true disciple of the Yuan sword sect and the 62nd rank on the list. Exactly. Lin Mu snorted coldly. That rat of a man went into hiding the moment he heard that Yuan sword sect masters had arrived in Manzhou. But he underestimates us. Even Tianji Valley has to show us some respect. Right now, the grandmasters of our sect are on their way to Yinzhou, and once they arrive with the people from Tianji Valley, Xiao Bieli will have no escape. As he spoke, Lin Mu's gaze inadvertently swept over Guanxing, a trace of undisguised desire flickering in his eyes. If not for Yin Tao's strength and the reputation of his sect, he might have already acted on his impulses. Noticing his look, Guanxing responded with an enchanting smile. Emir Xiao Bieli is, of course, no match for one of the 9 great sects, the Yuan sword sect. Her smile was like a spring breeze, leaving Lin Mu momentarily dazed. The other men in the room couldn't help but lower their heads, as if trying to resist her allure. This woman was truly a temptress. Anyone not careful enough could easily fall under her spell. Tai Suanpan Hu Feng gazed at the enchanting woman, a subtle yet meaningful smile playing on his lips. In his mind, someone without any backing who dared to offend the Yuan sword sect was already doomed. Just as he was about to speak further, his expression abruptly changed. A figure wearing a monkey-faced mask had silently appeared behind the poison lady without anyone noticing. Who are you? Hu Feng shouted, springing to his feet. The others reacted almost simultaneously. The poison lady's sleeve flicked, releasing dozens of gleaming projectiles aimed directly at the intruder's vital points. However, Xiao Bieli, the man behind the monkey mask, casually extended a single finger, and the projectiles shattered into pieces midair, clattering to the ground. The residual force of that single finger didn't stop there. It pierced straight through the poison lady's chest. Blood sprayed across the room as her body was violently flung backward, smashing the round table in front of the group into splinters before she fell lifeless to the ground. Experience 4000. Rui Demon Technique. Chain 8/Grandmaster Skill 1. Xiao Bieli's heart leapt with joy. Thankfully, the mask concealed his face, or his astonishment would have been impossible to hide. While he had already mastered several Grandmaster-level techniques, the emergence of the Divine Blade Slash filled him with excitement. In the ancient martial world, aside from Li Xiaoweo's legendary Flying Dagger, only the Crescent Moon Blade could rival this technique as the pinnacle of blade mastery. Fully mastering the Divine Blade Slash wasn't just about gaining another Grandmaster-level skill. It would also deepen his understanding of the way of the blade. He thought of Ding Pong, who, at his peak, could dominate the martial world with nothing more than a wooden blade. That was because Ding Pong had reached the realm of the blade path, a height only attainable by true grandmasters. Extract. Xiao Bieli silently commanded in his mind. Among the people present, the strongest, Yin Tao, was merely at the peak of the 5th rank, far from being a match for him. As the cultivation method for the Divine Blade Slash flowed into his mind, the tension in the Baun Manor's banquet hall thickened. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the mysterious figure. Yin Tao's voice was cold as he spoke. You're the one who took Shan Yuan away? He had already connected this man to the rumored expert who had killed Ding Han with a single strike. Fueled by alcohol, Lin Mu shouted angrily. Do you think so little of me that you kill without a word? Seeing the intruder remain silent, the Yuan sword sect's inner disciple and the Lin family's top talent of the younger generation became even more enraged. In a flash, his soft sword unsheathed, and dozens of strikes were unleashed in an instant. The overlapping shadows of the blade enveloped Xiao Bieli, with the famed weapon striking like a venomous snake, aiming directly for his brow. No. Chang Ran's voice was filled with terror as he stared intently at the moment Lin Mu made his move. As an elder of the outer sect of the Yuan sword sect, he immediately recognized the significance of the monkey-faced mask on Xiao Bieli. Blood Garment Tower. The name exploded in his mind. Though the organization had kept a low profile in recent decades, the fearsome reputation of its 9 core assassins, each stronger than the second grade, and the 36 elite assassins wearing animal masks still sent shivers down people's spines. Even 4th grade masters had fallen to their blades, especially before the assassination of the late emperor. Before Chang Ran's warning could fully leave his lips, a flash of blade light had already cut through the air. It was an utterly ordinary blade, resembling a tool one might find on any farm, yet it carried an overwhelming, suffocating swiftness. Thud. Lin Mu's head fell to the ground as blood sprayed into the air. Experience 2000. Even Yin Tao, who had just taken a step forward, froze in his tracks, stunned by the speed of the strike. The attack was so fast that even he was unsure he could block it. You killed him? Chang Ran's eyes widened in fury, his voice trembling. That single strike not only ended Lin Mu's life, but also shattered all of Chang Ran's hopes. He had planned to escort Lin Mu to gain Lin Qingyuan's favor and secure a recommendation for his grandson to the third elder, but now everything had turned to dust. Xiao Bieli, wearing the monkey-faced mask, didn't spare the enraged Chang Ran a glance. Instead, he turned coldly toward Guanqing and demanded, "Where is the Yuan manual? Xin Yuan told me that after poisoning his father to death, he handed the manual over to you." The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. For those like the iron abacus who made their living in Yin Prefecture, this revelation was akin to a bolt from the blue. The sudden death of Shenzong, the master of Fengying Manor and a 4th grade master, had always been a mystery. And now, it was revealed to be the result of such treachery? Even Yin Tao's unchallenged takeover of Fengying Manor carried a hidden story. The death of Shenzong was actually caused by his own son, Xin Yuan, poisoning him? The truth left everyone present in utter shock. Guanqing merely paused for a moment upon hearing this before flashing a charming smile. She gracefully approached Xiao Bieli, her voice sultry and alluring as she said, "Sir, Xin Yuan poisoning Shenzong has nothing to do with me. As for the Yuan manual, it is true that he gave it to me. It's in my boudoir. Why not come with me to retrieve it? Is there really a need for bloodshed?" With every step she took forward, the men's gazes grew more entranced. Even Chang Ran, who had been seething with anger moments ago, was not immune. Only Yin Tao shook his head discreetly, was all too familiar with Guanqing's seductive arts. Unless one had reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster, few men could resist her. Judging by the voice of the monkey-faced masked man, he couldn't be older than 35, making resistance even less likely. Suddenly, a soft sigh came from behind the mask. "Don't waste your efforts. You're not a man?" Guanqing's smile froze instantly. She had never encountered a man immune to her charms. Xiao Bieli responded indifferently, "If your aura weren't so tainted, perhaps your beauty could stir a shred of desire in me. Unfortunately, you've cultivated the art of absorbing male essence to enhance your own power, leaving traces of dozens of men on you. Take this very table, for instance, within the past 12 hours, 2 of them have shared intimacy with you." These words caused Guanqing's expression to darken with embarrassment and fury. She was used to men flocking to her with just a flick of her finger, but now her dignity was being trampled upon. Yin Tao's anger also flared, had taken a potent restorative yesterday and believed his performance had been impressive. Did Guanqing really seek out others afterward? However, the current situation demanded focus rather than internal conflict. Yin Tao's gaze swept the room menacingly, landing on Hu Feng, the man with the abacus, who averted his eyes guiltily. Indeed, he had spent the night with a woman at Fengying Manor, and only now did he realize that woman was Guanqing. "Kill him!" Guanqing shrieked. "Yin Tao, kill him for me." Yin Tao let out a cold snort. Despite his frustrations, eliminating this threat took precedence. Chang Ran also shouted, "Everyone, assist in taking down this villain, and the Yuan sword sect will reward you handsomely." The assembled martial artists exchanged glances before simultaneously channeling their inner energy only to suddenly cough up blood and nearly collapse. Even the most powerful among them, Yin Tao and Chang Ran, were not spared. "Is this poison?" Chang Ran asked in horror. "You poisoned the food in advance?" Yin Tao demanded incredulously. Xiao Bieli shook his head. "There's no need to preemptively poison you lot. I simply wanted to test a new poison I devised for saving lives against 5th grade martial artists. It seems to work quite well. After obtaining the Divine Medicine Codex, Xiao Bieli had spent 9,500 experience points perfecting it. While most of the recipes were ineffective against 5th-grade martial artists in this world, his understanding of medicine had reached new heights. Using local herbs, he had created a few unique poisons. Hu Feng, the man with the abacus, was the first to falter, collapsing to his knees and vomiting black blood. "Spare me, sir. I am willing to serve you." Xiao Bieli replied coldly, "Your foundation has already been ruined by overindulgence. 5th-grade beginner level is your limit. What use are you?" Hu Feng coughed up another mouthful of black blood before collapsing lifelessly. Experience 4,000. Fear was evident in everyone's eyes. Although their martial arts skills were slightly superior to Hu Feng's, the difference was marginal. With a muffled thud, a renowned expert of the desert spat out a mouthful of black blood, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Experience 4,000. Someone attempted to plead for mercy, but the poisonous blood choked them, rendering them unable to form a complete sentence before they too fell. Experience 4,000. One by one, the 7 5th-grade experts at the table collapsed, leaving only Guanxing, Yin Tao, and Chang Ran, the ones with the deepest internal energy, barely holding on. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with a desperate yearning for survival. Guanxing swayed gracefully as she approached Xiao Bieli, her voice sultry and alluring. "My lord, don't be so cruel. If you let me live, I will belong to you alone from now on. I can bring you pleasures you've never experienced before." Before she could finish her sentence, a large hand had already gripped her throat. With a sharp crack, her bones shattered, and Guanxing's life came to an abrupt end. Experience 4,000. Yin Tao and Chang Ran shuddered as they watched the blood-robed assassin take her life without a moment's hesitation. Yin Tao, however, remained expressionless. Guanxing had been his cherished lover while alive, but her death no longer concerned him. Xiao Bieli's cold gaze turned to Yin Tao. "Where is the Yuan manual? If you spare me, I'll give you the Yuan manual." Yin Tao quickly replied. Xiao Bieli looked at him as if he were a fool. "Why does everyone have such unrealistic ideas? You have only 2 choices: die painlessly, or experience the methods of the blood-robed tower before you die." Yin Tao's face turned pale. In desperation, he gathered his energy and unleashed his ultimate technique, Heaven and Earth Strike. A powerful blow of qi that tore through the air toward Xiao Bieli from 3 meters away. As soon as he executed the move, Yin Tao coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiao Bieli remained unfazed by the sudden attack. Extending his right thumb, he employed the Great Vajra finger. With a resounding bang, the force of his finger shattered the incoming palm strike with ease, continuing forward to pierce through Yin Tao's hand. In a flash, Xiao Bieli struck Yin Tao's dantian, causing his vital energy to dissipate. Years of painstaking cultivation were destroyed in an instant, leaving Yin Tao feeling as though he had aged decades in mere moments. Crack! Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Xiao Bieli's 2 fingers clamped down on Yin Tao's right arm, crushing the bones inch by inch. Just as Yin Tao was about to faint from the excruciating pain, a surge of internal energy entered his body, forcibly keeping him conscious. Yin Tao's arm hadn't been completely crushed yet, but the unbearable pain forced him to give in. "The Yuan manual and the Wind Shadow Sword technique are with me," he shouted hastily. "But these aren't what Guanxing is after. He's still searching for something else in Fengying Manor. I've scoured most of the manor but couldn't find it. Please, just give me a quick death." Xiao Bieli reached into Yin Tao's robes and pulled out 2 cloth-wrapped manuals, the Yuan manual and the Wind Shadow Sword technique. Without verifying their authenticity, he extended a finger, and with a swift strike, his energy pierced through Yin Tao's chest. Yin Tao collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Experience 4,000. Longevity technique, 1st grade divine skill 1. Seeing the sudden system notification, Xiao Bieli couldn't help but curse aloud. Over this period, many had fallen by his hand, yet no suitable internal cultivation technique had ever emerged. Now, not only did he obtain the Yuan manual, but he also unexpectedly acquired one of Huang Yi's 4 legendary divine techniques, the longevity technique. On the system panel, the words 1st grade divine skill stood out prominently, marking it as a peerless martial art that could be cultivated to the highest level. However, compared to other Grandmaster level techniques, the longevity technique would undoubtedly require a staggering amount of experience to increase its proficiency. Originally, he had planned to use the Yuan manual as a transitional method, believing the accumulated experience would be enough to break through to the 3rd grade Grandmaster realm. But now that he'd acquired the longevity technique, his plans had to change. Moreover, there was still the Divine Blade / waiting to be upgraded. As long as he had enough experience, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Chang Ran, observing the top assassin of the blood-clad tower suddenly curse, was taken aback. The Yuan manual was already in hand, and Yin Tao was dead. What could this assassin still be dissatisfied with? Thinking back to the man's ruthless methods moments ago, Chang Ran felt a chill down his spine and resolved internally. No matter what the assassin asked, he would answer truthfully, hoping for a swift end. Where is the Grandmaster of your Songyuan sword sect currently? Xiao Bieli turned and asked. The blood-clad tower had learned that members of the Songyuan sword sect had arrived in Yinzhou, but aside from Duanhuan sword Fenglu, the whereabouts of the other experts were shrouded in secrecy. Without considerable effort, pinpointing their locations would be nearly impossible. Since the Tianji Valley could locate him, he intended to resolve the issue at its root by eliminating the so-called Tianji Valley expert capable of divine calculations. This would force the Songyuan sword sect to find another master to deduce his position. Chang Ran shook his head and replied, I don't know their exact location, but yesterday Lin Mu received a carrier pigeon message from Elder Feng. He said they would arrive at Fengying Manor the day after tomorrow. We're stationed here to await their arrival. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Bieli struck like lightning. Chang Ran's head flew into the air. Experience 4,000. Xiao Bieli swiftly scavenged all the items from Shenzong's corpse. Then, he headed straight to the study and dug out a small copper box from beneath the first bluestone slab at the entrance. Opening the box, he found a fragment of a map, identical in material to the one he had previously obtained from Lu Fuxing. He placed the two maps together, but they did not align. However, this was of little concern to Xiao Bieli. Searching for the so-called treasure was merely a pastime for him. Now that he had acquired the longevity manual, focusing on enhancing his strength was his top priority. Under the desert's night sky, the flickering firelight illuminated Xiao Bieli's seated figure. A golden, oil-glazed leg of lamb roasted over the fire, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. He glanced at the information displayed on his system panel. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation level, early stage of 4th rank Grandmaster. Martial arts, muscle tendon changing classic mastered, medicine king scripture mastered, draw blade technique mastered, abyssal 3 blades mastered, tortoise breath technique mastered, divine blade /5100, blade intent, copper skin iron bones, swift as a swallow. Experience points, 169,540. Pending claim, longevity manual. Extract, Xiao Bieli murmured softly. In an instant, the vast cultivation method of the longevity manual surged into his mind. The system notification displayed, longevity manual 5100, capable of fusing with the muscle tendon changing classic. After sitting quietly for a long while, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and muttered to himself, as expected of the longevity manual. The reason heaven and earth endure is because they do not live for themselves, and thus they achieve longevity. He analyzed the unique qualities of the longevity manual. This technique directly cultivates innate true energy while simultaneously refining ancestral orifices and enhancing spiritual power. This explained why Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, having only cultivated one of the 7 diagrams, were able to rival the experts of Huang Yi's world. With all 7 diagrams' essence in his possession, Xiao Bieli's comprehension of the longevity manual naturally far surpassed theirs. Absorb and fuse. At his command, the muscle tendon true qi within him began transforming into longevity true qi. The mastery level of the longevity manual instantly rose to 20, with each one requiring 10,000 experience points. To advance within the 4th rank Grandmaster realm, a 3 increase in mastery was necessary. Although his cultivation level remained unchanged, Xiao Bieli could distinctly feel the enhanced quality of his true energy. Even the hidden injuries left behind from practicing external hardening techniques were completely healed in this moment. Physical abilities elevated to their peak. Xiao Bieli calculated the experience point expenditure in his mind. 1% of mastery requires 10,000 points of experience. Just as I expected, not much deviation. There were still 3 minor levels to go before reaching the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage, requiring 90,000 experience points. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli began enhancing the longevity technique. In an instant, countless cultivation experiences surged into his mind like a tidal wave, as if he had been practicing for years. A surge of pure longevity energy flowed through his body, and his aura rose steadily. The ancestral aperture between his brows became flawless, his spiritual power increased several-fold, and the vague shadow of his primordial spirit grew more solid, just a step away from the 3rd rank Grandmaster realm. The mastery level of the longevity technique displayed 29100, requiring a 6% increase to break through to the 3rd rank Grandmaster stage. Xiao Bieli's gaze sharpened as he immediately allocated the remaining 60,000 experience points. As the mastery level rose to 35,100, another vast surge of true essence poured into his body. With a soft pop, Xiao Bieli finally broke through the bottleneck of the 4th rank Grandmaster stage. A transparent primordial spirit sat firmly in his ancestral aperture, signifying his official entry into the 3rd rank Grandmaster realm. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Bieli used his remaining experience points to enhance the Divine Blade Slash, bringing its mastery level to 24,100. After completing all the upgrades, he leisurely took down the golden brown roasted leg of lamb, paired it with a fine wine from Giant Sun City, and enjoyed it slowly. The next day, Xiao Bieli arrived at the Oasis Market. Its scale far surpassed that of Lusha Town, with merchants crowding the streets and swordsmen and martial artists coming and going. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat to conceal his face, he strode into the largest tavern and casually tossed out a gold leaf. "Bring out your finest dishes." This generous display prompted the innkeeper to serve him personally, even bringing out long-hidden fine wine. Some regular patrons showed dissatisfaction, but Xiao Bieli paid them no mind. Now a third-rank grandmaster on par with the Camelbell Venerable Zumur, why should he care about the opinions of others? The Oasis Market was a necessary stop on the way south to Fengying Manor. According to Changha, members of the Zhongyuan sword sect would reach Fengying Manor tomorrow, meaning they would pass through here today. Xiao Bieli savored his wine leisurely, patiently awaiting their arrival. With the golden leaf in hand, the innkeeper personally rushed to the kitchen to give instructions. Before long, the round table in front of Xiao Bieli was laden with steaming dishes, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. Although some of the other diners grumbled, they could do nothing but glare enviously. The surrounding guests couldn't help but cast curious glances at the young lone traveler. In the desert region of Yinzhou, where bandits roamed freely, it was rare to see someone like Xiao Bieli, a young man traveling alone with weapons. However, anyone bold enough to wander the martial world solo likely had some impressive skills. The cuisine of the desert, though rustic, had its own unique charm. With an astonishing appetite supported by Xiao Bieli's mastery of several physical cultivation techniques, his capacity for food far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. Paying no attention to the stares of others, he focused solely on enjoying his meal. At that moment, an elderly man wearing a faded robe entered the tavern and made his way straight to the second floor. The upper level immediately buzzed with excitement. "Hey, old Chun is here again? Ran out of money already? Quick, tell us more about the three heroes of Tianyun Manor." From the chatter of the diners, Xiao Bieli learned that this man was a storyteller. Yet he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. How could a peak fifth-rank martial artist be so short of money that he had to rely on storytelling to make a living? For someone of that caliber, there were countless other ways to earn a fortune. Old Chun sat down at an empty table, where a waiter brought him a pot of cheap wine and two small plates of side dishes. Known for narrating tales of martial world legends from outside provinces, the storyteller always managed to draw a crowd of eager listeners. Pouring himself a drink, Old Chun took a sip, savoring it before breaking into a smile. "Today, let's talk about something fresh, stories from the southern Barbarian province." Barbarian province? Isn't that just a backwater swamp full of miasma? What could possibly happen there? Someone asked. "Ah, you don't know," another chimed in. "The Barbarian province has been quite lively lately. Not only has it produced a prodigy on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, but even a fourth-rank grandmaster has died." A collective gasp swept through the room. Even in the martial arts-dominated Yinzhou, where the likes of the Camelbell Sovereign's four grandmasters resided, the total number of grandmasters across all major factions barely exceeded 20. The death of any grandmaster was a monumental event. Just like when Master Shunzong of Windshadow Manor passed away recently, our very own Oasis Market even changed ownership, someone added. Could it be that the grandmaster was killed by the prodigy on the Dragon and Tiger rankings? Old Chun took another leisurely sip of wine before replying with a calm smile. Though that grandmaster was indeed elderly, he likely did not fall at the hands of Xiao Bieli, the young prodigy on the Dragon and Tiger rankings, but rather to an assassin from the Bloodied Garment Tower. Xiao Bieli hailed from a small family in Manzhou. Half a year ago, he suddenly rose to prominence, making a name for himself throughout the region. Armed with just a single blade, he nearly wiped out all the top fighters across 2 counties in Manzhou, spreading his fearsome reputation far and wide. The tavern was bustling with noise and chatter, but when this news reached the crowd, a collective gasp swept through the room. The idea of one man single-handedly annihilating the elite fighters of 2 counties was a feat so terrifying that even the so-called prodigies of the demonic path could hardly compare. "There's more to this story than meets the eye," Old Chun said in a low voice. Meanwhile, the waiter weaved through the tavern with a tray, collecting tips from the patrons. The crowd eagerly tossed small silver coins into the tray, but Xiao Bieli casually threw down a gold leaf. This extravagant gesture left both the waiter and Old Chun momentarily stunned. In his 20 years at the Oasis Market, Old Chun had encountered many wealthy young lords, but none as generous as this. Xiao Bieli tore off a chicken leg and gestured for Old Chun to continue. He was curious to hear how his story had been retold across the desert. Clearing his throat, Old Chun began. "This all started with a love triangle. Xiao Bieli's fiancée, Lin Qingyuan, is a core disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect. She had a rather ambiguous relationship with Shuo Qingyun, the 7th-ranked swordsman on the Dragon and Tiger rankings. To curry favor with the Yuan sword sect, the powers of the two counties in Manzhou targeted Xiao Bieli. Little did they know that his strength was extraordinary. Not only did he sweep through the top fighters of both counties, but even Zhou, a prodigy of the Yuan sword sect, met his end at Xiao Bieli's blade. As Old Qin vividly recounted the tale, Xiao Bieli's gaze shifted toward the street outside the tavern. 8 riders approached in unison, and leading the group were 3 martial masters. The one carrying an ancient, unadorned sword was unmistakably Feng Lu, the soul-severing sword of the Yuan sword sect. Xiao Bieli silently assessed their strength, noting that while Feng Lu's sharp sword aura was formidable, the other 2 masters were relatively mediocre in comparison. Just as Old Qin reached the part where Zhou was beheaded by Xiao Bieli with a single strike, Feng Lu and his group ascended to the 2nd floor of the tavern. Feng Lu's expression was dark, and before anyone could react, a 5th-rank fighter behind him suddenly struck out. With a single palm, he shattered the stair railing, sending shards of wood flying, infused with inner energy, straight toward Old Qin. Old Qin rolled away just in time to avoid the attack, but the tables and chairs in front of him were obliterated. Suppressing his anger, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Gentlemen, may I ask how I have offended you?" A 7th-rank martial artist seated nearby also rebuked, "You outsiders! How dare you act so arrogantly the moment you arrive at the Oasis Market?" The Yuan sword sect fighter merely sneered, and a swift burst of sword energy sliced through the air. Old Qin hurriedly countered with his palm strike, but the resulting clash destroyed the nearby furniture completely. The tavern owner rushed forward to mediate, bowing and pleading, "Honored guests, please, our humble establishment pays its dues to the Camel Bell Protector every month. I beg you to show mercy." Old Qin quickly noticed something unusual about the people in front of him. He immediately withdrew his earlier arrogance, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am a wind seeker under the command of the Bell Chime Venerable, tasked with guarding the Oasis Market. If I have offended you in any way, I beg your pardon." He carefully studied the group before him, his heart secretly alarmed. Aside from the 5th-rank expert who had just made a move, the others also seemed formidable. Especially the 3 people leading the group. They gave him a profound and unfathomable feeling. It was a sensation he had only experienced before when facing the grandmasters of the desert. Could it be that these 3 were all 4th-rank grandmasters? Hearing Old Qin's identity, the diners on the 2nd floor erupted in astonishment. Only then did they realize that this seemingly ordinary solitary old man was actually a windseeker under the Bell Chime Venerable. Windseekers were 5th or 6th-rank experts dedicated to upholding order in the desert. If anyone dared to oppress civilians, they would step in to deliver justice. Thanks to the presence of windseekers, merchants were still willing to risk traveling to the desert despite the many sand bandits. Most bandits, though they robbed, knew where to draw the line, taking silver and releasing captives. Even when dealing with unreasonable ones, losing one's life was rare. Feng Lu, hearing Old Qin mention the Bell Chime Venerable, furrowed his brows slightly and said coldly, "Let this matter end here today. But if I ever hear you slandering the Yuan sword sect again, I will cut out your tongue." The Yuan sword sect? Sweat began to bead on Old Qin's forehead as he realized he had offended someone significant. He was well aware of the Bell Chime Venerable's good relations with the Yuan sword sect. As one of the 9 sects and 6 clans, even the Venerable himself would hesitate to provoke them. "Thank you, Elder, for your mercy." Old Qin repeatedly kowtowed. The diner who had earlier spoken ill of the sect was now pale as a sheet, trembling all over. In the martial world, even the most notorious villains dared not lightly offend the 9 sects and 6 clans. "Leave." Feng Lu's mere glance swept across the crowd on the 2nd floor, and they scrambled to flee downstairs in panic. Only Xiao Bieli, seated by the window, remained motionless. Zhang Tao took a bite of roasted lamb, then raised his cup to drink, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The delicacies of this desert truly have a unique flavor. Sitting across from him, Yuan Daoran nodded slightly. Indeed, though not as refined as the cuisine of Jiangnan, this bold and hearty taste has its own charm. And this wineite's even stronger than Jiangnan's bamboo leaf green. Feng Lu, however, was in no mood to enjoy himself, his brows tightly furrowed. "I've received word recently that Lin Mu has been utterly captivated by a mysterious woman at Fengying Manor. Pathetic. Compared to Lin Shizhi, he's not even a 10th as capable. If Lin Shizhi weren't so gifted and talented, why would my Chinshiti take Lin Mu as his disciple and even gift him a Tongqiao pill? I intend to find out who that woman really is." Young men are hot-blooded. It's not uncommon for them to lose control over such matters, Zhang Tao said with a laugh, trying to smooth things over. "Weren't we all smitten at some point in our youth? As for Lin Mu, he's merely riding on Lin Qingyuan's coattails to get where he is today. He doesn't pose any real threat to your sect. A minor punishment should suffice." Yulong Daoran agreed. "Exactly. The more pressing issue is finding Xiao Bieli and eliminating him. The Valley Master has only given me a month, so time is of the essence. In that case, Zhang Tao suggested, Brother Yulong, why not perform a divination to determine Xiao Bieli's whereabouts? If he's hiding in one of the Blood Garment Tower's branches, well, first need to seek out the Camel Bell Venerable. After all, the Blood Garment Tower's strength is not to be underestimated. Blood Garment Tower. Feng Lu scoffed coldly. Do they still think they're the world's top assassin organization? Daring to oppose our Tsongyuan sword sect ill, make sure they learn their lesson this time. Brother Yulong, I leave it to you. Yulong Daoran retrieved a few divination bones engraved with peculiar runes from his sleeve and gently tossed them onto the table. Concentrating deeply, he performed his calculations, but his expression gradually grew strange. Could I have made a mistake? No, that's not right. What's the matter? Zhang Tao asked with a frown, as the others turned their attention to Yulong Daoran. Xiao Bieli is right here. Yulong Daoran's expression turned grave. Here? Where exactly? Feng Lu asked coldly. In this very tavern? Yulong Daoran hesitated, shaking his head slightly before nodding. I can only determine a general location, but the signs indicate he's nearby. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a sharp sound rang out as Feng Lu's longsword unsheathed from behind him. The blade, imbued with fierce sword energy, thrust directly toward where Xiao Bieli was seated. Clang! 2 fingers caught the sword tip with precision, producing a crisp metallic ring. Xiao Bieli remained seated at the table, his eyes glinting with amusement as he looked at Yulong Daoran. Heavenly divination, truly remarkable. But as it happens, I also performed a little divination for you today. I foresaw that you would die here. Xiao Bieli. The Daoist Yulong abruptly rose to his feet, stepping back 2 paces. Almost simultaneously, the crisp sound of weapons being drawn echoed through the air. All eyes locked onto Xiao Bieli, filled with shock and disbelief. Zhang Tao, known for his phantom palm technique, stood up abruptly, his expression grave. He vividly remembered the sheer power of Feng Lu's casual sword strike moments ago. The sharp and overwhelming sword intent had even made a seasoned expert like him feel a chill down his spine. Yet, Xiao Bieli had effortlessly caught the blade with just 2 fingers? What level is this kid at? Zhang Tao pondered, his mind racing. Could he already be a 4th-rank grandmaster? Was Gu Xian really killed by him? Questions swirled in his head. Though he was eager to align himself with the Tsongyuan sword sect and ultimately pledge loyalty to the 6th prince, the thought of offending a terrifying prodigy, possibly a grandmaster at only 17 years old, made him hesitate. Provoking such a figure would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble. 4th-rank grandmaster? Was Gu Xian killed by you? Feng Lu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli's lips curled into a faint smile. I never denied my involvement in Gu Xian's death. These are merely your assumptions, he countered, but I am curious what Yuan is merely at the peak of 5th rank. Even if he ranks among the top 10 of the Dragon Tiger list, is that enough to warrant a 4th-rank grandmaster traveling thousands of miles to confront me? Could it be that after you, there are 3rd-rank great grandmasters, or even 2nd-rank heavenly masters waiting in line? If I too have someone backing me, wouldn't this be a rather costly endeavor over a single Yuan? Ha ha ha. Feng Lu laughed coldly. Do you think you can survive my blade? Yuan is an extraordinary talent with the potential to reach 3rd-rank great grandmaster, and even a 20% chance to break into 2nd-rank heavenly master. Even if Shuezhou had died at your hands, it wouldn't have warranted the attention of a true great grandmaster. With a slight twist of his long sword, the sharp sword aura forced Xiao Bieli to release his grip on the blade. Standing poised with his sword, Feng Lu's voice turned icy. Ever since the Blood Garment Tower suffered a devastating siege 90 years ago, its strength has been greatly diminished. 9 core assassins were heavily injured or killed, and fewer than 1 in 10 of the elite assassins survived. Though it has somewhat recovered over the years, the 6th prince's target this time isn't the low-level lackeys. Those old foxes have hidden themselves well, and you are likely their chosen successor. He sneered. But the might of the imperial court is unshakable. Even if the 9 sects and 6 clans joined forces, they would be nothing more than paper tigers. If the court truly decides to eliminate the Blood Garment Tower, you will be left scurrying like rats in hiding. Now, I offer you a chance. Come with me to meet the 6th prince. Reveal the whereabouts of those old fiends, and perhaps you can preserve your life. Xiao Bieli frowned deeply. So, it was all because of the Blood Garment Tower? Han Wuyin's well-intentioned invitation had inadvertently dragged him into this storm. It was clear that while the 6th prince had some intelligence on the Blood Garment Tower, he still couldn't locate the core members. Zhang Tao was stunned. He had thought all of this was just Tsongyuan sword sect seeking revenge for Shuezhou, but he hadn't expected there to be a deeper motive behind it. It turned out they suspected Xiao Bieli of being connected to the core assassins of the Blood Garment Tower, which had led to the pursuit by a grandmaster. Exactly. Yulong Daoist said with a smile. Xiao Bieli, your talent is extraordinary. Staying with the Blood Garment Tower is truly a waste. No matter how powerful the forces of the martial world are, how could they compare to the imperial court? Joining the court is the wisest choice. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. So, you're admitting that Tianji Valley is indeed connected to the imperial court? Also, I noticed your divination earlier nothing more than ordinary methods. How were you able to pinpoint my location so accurately? Huh. Yulong Daoist let out a mocking laugh. The art of divination is not something common people can grasp. Among tens of thousands, it's rare to find even one suitable practitioner. 90 years ago, the Blood Garment Tower suffered a devastating blow, and it was the work of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Feng Lu's expression turned cold. 90 years ago, even at its peak, the Blood Garment Tower was no match for the Imperial Court. What chance does it have now? You're still young. It's time to make the wise choice. Xiao Bieli gently adjusted his bamboo hat, a faint smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Didn't I just tell you? I performed a divination for you too. 1 year from now, on this very day, will be your death anniversary. But since you've answered some of my questions, I'll make sure your end is swift. Clang. The red sleeve blade was unsheathed, its light flashing brilliantly. Divine blade strike. Though Xiao Bieli only used the power of a 4th-rank grandmaster, he pushed it to its absolute limit. The blade technique contained numerous variations, merging strength and speed seamlessly. Feng Lu felt his hair stand on end. The strike appeared simple, but it was filled with intricate changes, leaving him with no way to counter. Xiao Bieli's mastery of the blade had far surpassed his comprehension. Spare me. Zhang Tao, realizing the terror of the strike, found himself frozen in place. I am from Tianji Valley. Yulong Daoist struggled to stand, leaning against the table. At the last moment, Feng Lu hastily drew his sword, but how could he possibly block this fatal strike? Slash, slash, slash. The blade light flashed, and Feng Lu, Zhang Tao, Yulong Daoist, along with 5 other elite fighters behind them, were all split in two, blood spraying everywhere. Experience points surged. 8,000, 8,000, 4,000, 4,000. Just moments after Xiao Bieli left the tavern, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor. The innkeeper stumbled and tumbled down the stairs, his face pale, his legs trembling, and his entire demeanor as if he had seen a ghost. What happened to the innkeeper? The diners on the 1st floor exchanged puzzled glances. Although they had noticed earlier that the guests on the 2nd floor had fled in panic, there had been no strange noises from upstairs afterward. The innkeeper, trembling, pointed a shaky finger toward the upper floor, his lips quivering as he struggled to speak. At that moment, a sharp-eyed traveler noticed bright red liquid slowly trickling down the stairs. A self-proclaimed seasoned wanderer mustered his courage and ascended to the 2nd floor, but within moments, he rushed back down and collapsed in a corner, vomiting uncontrollably. Quick, go get Old Shun. Notify Leader Yu. The innkeeper finally managed to shout. Moments later, Old Shun arrived with Yu Changtian, the leader of the Scorpion Gang. As a faction under the command of the Camel Bell Sovereign and the apparent overseer of the Oasis Market, Yu Changtian was no stranger to gruesome scenes. Yet, as they stepped onto the 2nd floor, the sight before them left both men speechless. The corpses on the floor had been precisely bisected with a single stroke, and the pooled blood had formed into written characters. Old Shin muttered in disbelief. The killer, Xiao Bieli? That young man was Xiao Bieli? Yu Changtian suppressed his unease and picked up a token near Feng Lu's body. His expression changed drastically. This is the token of an elder from the Yuan sword sect, at least a 4th-rank grandmaster. Notify the sovereign immediately. The entire tavern was sealed off without delay. Half a day later, a group of riders arrived at full speed. Leading them was a burly man with knotted muscles and a face as sharp as a carved blade iron-armed wild bear Gong Xiong, the top warrior under the Camel Bell Sovereign. In the desert, Gong Xiong's name carried immense weight. 3 years earlier, he had slain a 4th-rank grandmaster from an external province who had violated the Camel Bell Sovereign's rules. Every traveler who saw him instinctively showed respect and awe. Master Gong. Yu Changtian and Old Shun quickly stepped forward to greet him. Gong Xiong gave a slight nod and asked curtly, what happened? Old Shun recounted the events in detail, finally presenting the token found on the body. According to the innkeeper, after we left, the only individuals remaining on the 2nd floor were the people from the Yuan sword sect and that generous young man. If the blood-written words are true, that man is highly likely to be Xiao Bieli from the Dragon Tiger rankings. Gong Xiong furrowed his brows and said gravely, let's take a look. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, Gong Xiong's frown deepened further. After inspecting the scene, Gong Xiong's face turned unusually grave. This is trouble, he said in a low voice. Yu Changtian asked, puzzled, Hall Master, the deaths of the Yuan sword sect disciples have nothing to do with us, right? Surely they won't come after us? Gong Xiong did not answer directly. Instead, he slowly revealed a shocking truth. Do you know the identities of the deceased? Duanhuan Sword Fenglu, Phantom Palm Zhang Tao, and Yulong Daoist from Tianji Valley. All three were fourth-rank grandmasters. Fenglu was even once ranked on the Dragon Tiger list, and his swordsmanship was considered top-tier among fourth-rank grandmasters. But his voice suddenly grew heavier. All 8 of them died from a single slash. A single slash? Yu Changtian and Old Chun gasped in unison. They had initially assumed that the assailants' martial arts were just slightly superior to the deceased. They never imagined someone could kill 3 fourth-rank grandmasters with one strike. Gong Xiong continued, I've never seen such a terrifying blade technique. Each corpse was split cleanly in half, as if measured with a ruler. What's more alarming is that among the dead was Yulong Daoist from Tianji Valley. His tone grew even more somber. Regardless of whether the Tsangyan Sword sect comes after us, chaos is bound to erupt in this desert. If the culprit truly is Xiao Bieli, then this young man has likely already stepped into the realm of fourth-rank grandmasters. No, his strength far surpasses an ordinary fourth-rank grandmaster. Even I might not be a match for him. Gong Xiong said gravely. In less than 2 years, his name will surely appear on the grandmaster list. Yu Changtian and Old Chun drew in a sharp breath. Xiao Bieli had only recently made it onto the Dragon Tiger list, and now he was poised to enter the grandmaster list? It was almost unbelievable. After all, advancing further as a fourth-rank grandmaster typically required years of accumulation. A 17-year-old fourth-rank grandmaster was already astonishing. If he truly managed to make it onto the grandmaster list before turning 20, he would undoubtedly become a first-rank powerhouse in the future. The news spread quickly across the desert, causing an uproar. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli had already returned to the Blood Garb Tower branch in Zhuyang City and was sitting across from Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang regarded the young man before her with a complex expression. No wonder you didn't seek help from anyone in the tower. It turns out you've already stepped into the realm of fourth-rank grandmasters. And that slash. What kind of slash was it? As the branch leader, she had quickly learned about the incident at the Oasis Market. A single slash killing 8 people, including 3 fourth-rank grandmasters. Such a feat was unheard of. She even suspected that the Xiao Bieli before her might be an old monster in disguise. Xiao Bieli merely smiled and handed Feng Lu's renowned sword and a letter to Feng Xinyang. Feng Lu's mission wasn't just to target me. He also intended to deal with this branch of the Blood Garb Tower. It seems the Imperial Court might be planning to act against the tower. Feng Xinyang glanced briefly at the letter and sneered. This isn't the Imperial Court's doing, it's the 6th prince trying to impress the Emperor. Right now, 3 of the princes are competing for the position of Crown Prince. She analyzed. For the Tsangyan Sword sect to take sides so early, it's unwise. But you killed Yulong Daoist from Tianji Valley. Tianji Valley is known for protecting their own, and experts in Tianji divination are already rare. Yulong Daoist was one of the best among them. They'll likely send people to Yin Prefecture. Frowning, Xiao Bieli asked, what exactly is this Tianji divination? From what I saw, Yulong Daoist's skills seemed ordinary. How was he able to pinpoint my location so accurately? I'm not sure either, Feng Xinyang replied, shaking her head. Experts in Tianji divination only appear once every few decades, and even the Imperial Observatory has very few who excel at it. But perhaps some of the tower's top experts know more. Xiao Bieli then asked, and 90 years ago, was the old emperor truly assassinated by the Blood Garb Tower's assassins? I heard that battle caused significant losses for the tower, even affecting several core assassins. Heh. Feng Xinyang let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with mockery. Of course, it wasn't us who killed the old emperor. Someone just needed us to take the fall. According to the elders in the building, that battle 90 years ago indeed left our Blood Garment Tower severely weakened. Almost everyone from that generation has passed away, and very few know the truth now. Xiao Bieli nodded slightly upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, if that's the case, what's your plan? Feng Lu is already dead, but if the 6th prince refuses to give up, he'll undoubtedly send other skilled fighters after us. The location of this branch in Zhuyang City is likely compromised. Feng Xinyang furrowed her brows, tapping her knuckles lightly on the table. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Well, withdraw from here for now. There are still several backup outposts in Yenzhou. Though not as well established as this branch, it's better than being wiped out entirely. After a brief pause, she added, but this matter must be reported to the main headquarters. The power of the Blood Garment Tower is not what it used to be. If the 6th prince unites forces from the martial world against us, it will undoubtedly cause significant trouble. We must prepare for every eventuality. 3 days later, shocking news erupted across the martial world. Xiao Bieli, ranked 50th on the Dragon Tiger list, had slain Feng Lu, the elder of the Tsangyan Sword sect, with a single strike at the Yenzhou Oasis Market. Along with him, he also killed Zhang Tao of the Barbarian State's Phantom Divine Palm, Master Yulong from the Heavenly Mystery Valley, a 4th-rank grandmaster, and 5 other 5th-rank experts, a total of 8 people. The news spread like wildfire, shaking the martial world to its core. In the town of Dongjiang County, Barbarian State, outside the Jinwu Hall, the sound of galloping hooves broke the air. An elderly man in gray dismounted swiftly and strode to the entrance in just a few steps. Without a word, he tore down the unupdated Dragon Tiger list posted at the door and promptly replaced it with a new one. The Dragon Tiger list has been updated again? The onlookers began murmuring among themselves. The last time it was updated was because of the Bloodblade Vajra, Xiao Bieli. What kind of extraordinary figure has emerged this time? As the crowd speculated, the commander of Jinwu Hall, Xiao Long, walked out with large strides. Bowing slightly to the elderly man, he asked, "Senior, has there been any major change on the list this time?" The old man didn't even glance at Xiao Long. Instead, he silently pulled out another red list from his robe and posted it beside the Dragon Tiger list. The Grandmaster list? Xiao Long's heart skipped a beat. It was worth noting that before Xiao Bieli, the Barbarian State hadn't seen a single Dragon Tiger list expert in decades, let alone someone making it onto the Grandmaster list. The old man, having finished posting the lists, turned and left without a word, causing an immediate uproar. The crowd surged forward, forming layers upon layers around the 2 lists. Who made it onto the list? Can someone in the front read it out loud? Move aside. Let me have a look. Voices of curiosity and urgency rose from the crowd, creating a lively commotion. Amidst the heated arguments, the keen eyes of Miao Longzhong Zhou Wu fell upon a line of writing on the Grandmaster ranking. He slowly read aloud. Xiao Bieli, a native of Manzhou, wields the red sleeve blade, suspected to hail from the Blood Garment Tower, excels in blade techniques, with exceptional mastery in body cultivation. At the Yin Province Oasis Market, he slew 4 4th-rank Grandmasters Duanhu and Sword Feng Lu, Phantom Palm Zhang Tao, Yulong Daoist of Tianji Valley and 5 5th-rank experts in one strike. Nicknamed Demon Blade. Ranked 36th on the Grandmaster ranking. These words struck like a thunderclap, silencing the entire hall in an instant. All eyes froze on that line of text. A mere 17-year-old boy had entered the Grandmaster ranking? Even more shocking, this confirmed that the death of Master Gu was indeed at the hands of Xiao Bieli. Zhu Shou's face turned pale as he recalled his past encounter with Xiao Bieli, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Among the crowd, the 3 heroes of Wushan were equally stunned, yet they firmly believed in Xiao Bieli's integrity. If not, he could have easily killed them all back then, leaving 12 linked docs with no way to uncover the truth behind Guan Yunpeng's death. Meanwhile, the scene at the Tsongyuan sword sect in Yunzhou was entirely different. Nestled against the mountains and by the Tsong River, the sect was perched halfway up the mountain, with the river's waters flowing endlessly at its base. When word of the news arrived, the entire sect was in an uproar. The scoundrel who killed senior brother Shui Zhou has actually made it onto the Grandmaster ranking? 17 years old, and already a 4th-rank Grandmaster? The Jinwu Hall must have made a mistake. Senior brother Zhua has been in secluded training for over a year, occasionally showing signs of progress. Could he have reached the 4th rank? Deep within the sect, in a tranquil courtyard reserved for inner sect elders and true disciples, 2 5th-rank experts carrying long swords stood respectfully outside. They could feel the sharp, oppressive sword aura emanating from within the room. They knew well that junior brother Zhua had already achieved the 4th rank last year, and had been granted the Yuanshan treasure pill by the sect leader. By now, his strength likely approached the late 4th rank. Half an hour later, a loud boom erupted, and the sword aura within the room abruptly dissipated. The door opened, and Zhuo Qingyun stepped out, dressed in a pale golden robe. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded an undeniable air of confidence. "What is it?" Zhuo Qingyun asked with a slight frown. The 2 5th-rank experts quickly presented a letter, explaining that it concerned Xiao Bieli's killing of Shui Zhou and Uncle Master Feng. Zhuo Qingyun unfolded the letter, which bore only one succinct line. 3 years of sealing the sword, isn't it time to unsheath it? Xiao Bieli will be the perfect whetstone. Zhuo Qingyun frowned as he looked at the letter in his hand. The words, grinding stone, echoed in his mind. Memories surged like a tide. Back then, dealing with Xiao Bieli was due to the sect master's subtle hint. He knew all too well that only by taking it upon himself to eliminate Lin Qingyuan's fiancée could he preserve her reputation. As the top disciple of the Tsongyuan sword sect, such a task, though detrimental to his own reputation, was something he was willing to undertake. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that Xiao Bieli, who was the same age as Lin Qingyuan, had not only entered the Grandmaster realm but had also slain Uncle Feng of the soul-cutting sword, who was no ordinary opponent. Placing the letter into his robe, Zhuo Qingyun gazed into the distance. The medicinal power of the Yuanshan pill has yet to be fully activated. Relying solely on closed-door cultivation won't break through the life and death barrier, let alone step into the great Grandmaster realm, he murmured to himself. Xiao Bieli might truly be the perfect grinding stone. Do you know where Xiao Bieli is now? He turned and asked the two people beside him. The two shook their heads. We only know he might be in Yinzhou. But Elder Dongfang instructed that you must see him first after leaving seclusion. In that case, there's no time to waste. Today, I will seek out Shu. 2 days later, across from the Xinwei escort agency in Longhe County, Yunzhou, the night was as dark as ink. Zhuo Qingyun and Dongfang Yang stood on a rooftop 300 meters away. To think that Yunzhou's largest escort agency, Xinwei, is actually a contact point for the Blood Garment Tower, Zhuo Qingyun remarked, recalling how he had once traveled with the Xinwei escort agency's convoy to join the Yuan sword sect as a disciple. Now, he was here to personally destroy the agency. Dongfang Yang said coldly, Xiao Bieli is likely the heir of those old Blood Garment Tower figures. After killing Feng Lu in Yinzhou, he must pay the price. The sixth prince has already uncovered more than a dozen Blood Garment Tower strongholds. Tonight, blood will flow like a river. The blood of these assassins will not only avenge Feng Lu's spirit, but also help you prepare for the best state to confront Xiao Bieli. Is Xiao Bieli really that formidable? Zhuo Qingyun frowned deeply. Dongfang Yang nodded and explained. This man's progress is astonishing. He seems to have perfected 2 Grandmaster-level blade techniques, and is only 1 step away from reaching the 3rd realm of the blade Dao. All things under heaven can become a blade. Even at my peak, I couldn't kill Feng Lu and his 3 companions with a single strike, let alone 5 other 5th-grade experts. Furthermore, after obtaining the Yuan Shin pill, he is likely on the verge of breaking through the life and death barrier and stepping into the 3rd-grade Great Grandmaster realm. Noticing Zhuo Qingyun's serious expression, Dongfang Yang added, Don't worry. Your ethereal wind sword technique and 4 directions immovable sword technique have already reached their peak. Your mastery of the sword is no less than Xiao Bieli's. With me assisting, he will be the best grinding stone for you. The time has come. As Dongfang Yang's words fell, Zhuo Qingyun's figure swooped down like a great bird, directly attacking the Xinwei escort agency. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yang stood on the rooftop with his sword in hand, observing calmly. In a matter of moments, the escort agency was filled with the sounds of clashing blades and cries of battle. Who are you? Why are you attacking the Xinwei escort agency? Some tried to escape, only to be intercepted and killed by the Yuan sword sect experts lying in wait nearby. Zhuo Qingyun. A thunderous roar filled with fury echoed from the gates of the Xinwei escort agency, but it quickly faded. Moments later, Zhuo Qingyun emerged from the agency's entrance, holding the severed head of the chief escort, the fierce lion, He Qian. Blood still dripped from the grisly trophy. That night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Across the 24 provinces of Daqian, nearly 20 contact points of the Blood Garb Tower were eradicated in a single sweep, with 3 branch bases completely destroyed. Shocked by the assault, the Blood Garb Tower retaliated with swift and brutal vengeance. On the walls of Yong'an County, the severed head of Xiecheng, a 4th-rank master of the Yuan sword sect, was displayed as a warning. In Donghai County, Cui Hao, the deputy leader of the Giant Spirit Gang, one of the 6 gangs, and a 3rd-rank grandmaster known as the Melded Gold Hand, was gruesomely executed by being torn apart by horses. Meanwhile, Kai Peng, the head of the Jinwu Hall in Yuzhou, narrowly escaped death but had 3 fingers severed by assassins from the Blood Garb Tower. In just 10 days, news of such events came one after another, plunging the entire martial world into unprecedented chaos. Typically, the death of a single grandmaster would be a rare occurrence over several years. Yet now even the deputy leader of the Giant Spirit Gang, whose strength approached the peak of the 3rd rank, had fallen victim to the Blood Garb Tower's deadly reach. The reputation of the world's most feared assassin organization had been solidified. At this moment, deep within the Yin Province desert in the city of Full Moon, a secret meeting was underway. Full Moon City, situated by the largest freshwater lake in the desert and surrounded by an oasis stretching for dozens of kilometers, was not only the home of the desert's ruler, the Camelbell sovereign Zhuo Mu'er, but also concealed a hidden base of the Blood Garb Tower beneath an inn near the Zhenwu Hall branch. In the underground chamber, Xiao Bieli and Feng Xinyang were sharing drinks, with premium wine and exquisite dishes laid out on the table. Thanks to your warning, although we couldn't stop all the leaks, we managed to avert some losses, Feng Xinyang said, downing her drink in one gulp. She continued, My father and the others have decided to act. If we don't bare our fangs soon, the 9 sects and 6 gangs will start thinking we're an easy target. As she spoke, she pushed a gray package across the table. Inside are 3 manuals, one for 3rd-rank internal energy cultivation, one for external hardening techniques, and one for blade techniques. They're all yours, free of charge. Xiao Bieli accepted the package without a change in expression. This generous gift confirmed his earlier suspicions. Feng Xinyang was undoubtedly connected to the core assassins of the Blood Garb Tower, perhaps even a trusted confidant of the enigmatic Tower Master. After all, even a 2nd-rank expert would find it nearly impossible to casually acquire 3 3rd-rank manuals at once. You used to run around everywhere for just 1 Guiyuan manual. Now that you have these, You're not even curious to take a look? Feng Xinyang teased with a smile. These three are all far superior to the Yuan manual. Once it's in my hands, it won't grow legs and run off, Xiao Bieli replied coolly. I'm not just here to give you manuals, Feng Xinyang said, her tone turning serious. 2 of our contact points in Yin province were cleared out by the 6th prince's men. 4 of our silver-ranked assassins were killed by the 2 leaders of Lianyun's stronghold. The rest of our gold-ranked assassins are preoccupied with other tasks, and since I haven't reached the 4th rank master level, I have no choice but to turn to you. She paused before adding, Lianyun's stronghold is an eyesore that needs to be dealt with. If you succeed in this mission, aside from these 3 manuals, the tower will fulfill any of your requests but silver or anything else. Xiao Bieli nodded without hesitation and said, Sure. Give me the map and I'll go right now. As for the reward, forget it. The heads of 2 grandmasters aren't worth these 3 manuals. He touched the hilt of his blade at his waist, calculating silently. With his current strength, no one in the entire Yin province could make him feel fear, except for the Desert King, Camel Bell Master Zhua Moer. Even if he couldn't win, retreating unscathed would be effortless. I'm going with you, Feng Xinyang said. Xiao Bieli shook his head decisively. No need. I'm used to working alone. If there's danger, I'll have to be distracted by protecting you. In truth, he needed more combat experience, and if Feng Xinyang came along and claimed the kills, it would be a waste. Feng Xinyang rolled her eyes at him but didn't insist further. Instead, she reminded him, recently, that Songyuan's sword sect has been causing quite a stir. Zhuoqing Yuan, the 4 Directions swordmaster, has come out of seclusion. Word is, he's challenging you to a duel. I've heard he's taken a Yuan Shan pill and is now at the peak of 4th grade grandmaster, just a step away from breaking the life and death barrier. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Be extremely careful if you run into him. He's the one who should be careful. Xiao Bieli sneered. He's been strutting around for too long. If I see him, I'll end it with one strike. Xiao Bieli had already reached 3rd grade great grandmaster, so Zhuoqing Yuan's strength was hardly worth mentioning. Don't act rashly. Feng Xinyang's expression turned grave. Dongfang Yang is no pushover. He's been holding a spot on the grandmaster ranking for over a decade. Now his skills are near the peak of 3rd grade, and his swordsmanship has reached the level where everything in the world can become a sword in his hands. Ordinary great grandmasters can't last more than 10 moves against him. He's been sticking close to Zhuoqing Yuan lately. If you encounter them, it's best to avoid them for now. Got it. I'll let him off for now, Xiao Bieli said as he extended his hand. Hand me the map. I'll leave immediately. Feng Xinyang pulled out a delicately scented map and handed it to him. Taking the map, Xiao Bieli turned and left. After departing from Full Moon City, Xiao Bieli rode his horse at a leisurely pace, wearing a conical hat. He pulled out the 3 manuals Feng Xinyang had given him and began to examine them. Mixed Yuan Unity Skill, 7 Slaughter Blade Manual, and Dragon Demon Golden Body Technique. He first carefully studied the Mixed Yuan Unity Skill. It was indeed a Daoist internal cultivation method capable of breaking through the life and death barrier. Balanced and stable, it reduced the risk of failure during breakthroughs. However, like the Yuan manual, it could only be cultivated up to the Great Grandmaster level. Fortunately, switching to another internal technique afterward wouldn't pose any major risks. With the longevity technique already in his possession, he had no interest in this kind of skill. As for the 7 Slaughter Blade Manual, while it couldn't compare to the blade manual Ning Wanqing had given him, which still carried traces of divine intent, the last 2 moves recorded in it born of demonic thoughts and slaughter, all under heaven, were rather sinister. These techniques, resembling the 3 blades of Abi Hell, were extremely eerie. Ordinary grandmasters who practiced them could easily lose themselves. However, with his current cultivation level, combined with the protection of the longevity technique, he had no such concerns. Humans as vessels, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, harnessing the bloodline of mythical beasts to forge an indestructible body. Xiao Bieli flipped through the final pages of the martial arts manual, his brows gradually furrowing. This Dragon Demon Golden Body manual was incomplete, a reconstruction based on fragments of the original teachings. When he read about refining the blood of a flood dragon, he couldn't help but wonder. Could this world, like the wind and cloud universe, also harbor such mythical beings as dragons and phoenixes? After carefully studying it, he realized that the manual was likely the legacy of a master of external martial arts. The latter half detailed the true Dragon Demon Golden Body technique, while the earlier sections focused on methods to temper the body with the energy of heaven and earth in the absence of mythical beast blood. Following these methods could forge a body so resilient that even a 3rd-rank grandmaster would struggle to harm it. Even though I don't have mythical beast blood, I have experience points. Xiao Bieli calculated silently. If I can cultivate along the lines of mythical beast blood to the ultimate level, I should be able to contend with 2nd-rank masters. After carefully storing the 3 manuals, he murmured to himself, no rush. It's more important to accumulate experience points first. Without experience, nothing can be achieved. He quietly checked his current status. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, early stage of third-rank Grandmaster. Martial arts, longevity technique 35100, divine medicine scripture perfected, 7 kill blade 12100, draw blade technique perfected, experience points, 40. Although he couldn't directly cultivate the 7 kill blade, his deeper understanding of blade techniques was steadily advancing its progress. Xiao Bieli was confident that if he secluded himself for focused study, he could perfect the divine blade slash within a year. However, killing 2 or 3 grandmasters would yield the same result. Why waste that much time? Hiya. He gently tapped his horse's back, galloping swiftly toward the horizon. A day later, after crossing a sand dune, an endless expanse of desolate wasteland stretched before him. Scattered patches of hardy plants dotted the low-lying areas. Consulting his map, he confirmed that Lianyun's stronghold was not far away. Lianyun's stronghold was the largest bandit fortress in the desert. Normally, they adhered to the rules set by the Desert King, Zhuo. However, this time, they unexpectedly involved themselves in the conflict between the Tsangwen Sword Sect and the Blood Garment Tower. At this moment, 5 people were seated in the gathering hall of Lianyun's stronghold. Even Ding Pao, the first chief of the stronghold and a late 4th-rank master known as the Tiger-Eyed Venerable, was unqualified to take the main seat. Besides Ding Pao and the second chief, Huangsha Elder Lei Ming, there were 3 outsiders. Hu Yang, a renowned master of the desert, a middle-aged man with an effeminate demeanor, his face powdered and rouged, and seated at the head, the illustrious Yunyu Fairy. Yunyu Fairy, adorned with jewels and wearing a white veil, appeared to be in her early 30s despite being 58 years old, thanks to her exceptional beauty-preserving techniques. Ranked 29th on the Grandmaster list, her beauty was as dangerous as it was enchanting. Any man who harbored wicked thoughts about her met a gruesome end. Ding Pao raised his cup with a hearty laugh. Honored guests, you've traveled far to be here. If our hospitality falls short, please forgive us. The effeminate man snorted coldly. There's truly nothing of value in this desert. And that Zhuo. How insolent. People from Heaven's Mystery Valley died on his territory, yet he showed no response and instead shut himself away in seclusion. Outrageous. It infuriates me. The tiger-eyed Ding Pao's lips curved slightly as he spoke in a calm tone to the still angry Eunuch Ho. Eunuch Ho, there's no need to be upset. We already have someone from the Blood Robe Tower in our hands. Once we pry open his mouth and learn the whereabouts of their branch in Yin Province, they won't escape our grasp. Even if Zhuo doesn't intervene, with Fairy Yunyu here, taking down a branch of the Blood Robe Tower is no difficult task. The Yellows and Elder, Lei Ming, immediately chimed in. Precisely. With Eunuch Ho and Fairy Yunyu overseeing this, the Blood Robe Tower's branch is destined to meet its doom. Only then did Eunuch Ho's expression soften slightly. He let out a cold laugh and said, once the Blood Robe Tower is eradicated, I will report to the 6th Prince and ensure that the so-called King of the Desert pays the price. The Desert Master Hu Yang nodded repeatedly in agreement from the side. However, Fairy Yunyu furrowed her delicate brows and interrupted coldly, I have already made an agreement with the 6th Prince. Without the aid of a Grandmaster from the Tsangwen Sword Sect, I will not take action. The Blood Robe Tower may not be what it was 90 years ago, but it is still far beyond what a few of us can handle. Surely you all know that even Cui Hao, the vice leader of the Giant Spirit Gang, fell at their hands, and the one who killed him wasn't even one of their renowned core assassins. She paused briefly before continuing. Those old masters of the previous generation may be aged, but they haven't yet reached the end of their lives. Martial artists defy the heavens by nature, and grandmasters or great grandmasters who maintain their health often live to be over 160 years old. Even ordinary great grandmasters can reach nearly 150, let alone those at even higher realms. Her words caused Ding Pao and the others' faces to change drastically. The name Cui Hao, known as the Golden Iron Palm, carried immense weight in the martial world, and he had taken lives as effortlessly as picking something out of a bag. Now, hearing that even a non-core assassin could kill Cui Hao, the strength of the Blood Robe Tower far exceeded their imagination. Yet Eunuch Ho displayed a confident smile. Fairy, you worry too much. From what I know, the one who killed Cui Hao was the Blood Robe Tower's gold-ranked assassin, Chen Long. He is none other than Gu Xiantong, that spear that shook 9 counties, who ranked 2nd on the Grandmaster list 35 years ago. 90 years ago, 3 of those old monsters already died, and the rest were severely injured and vanished without a trace. Among the gold-ranked assassins, only Gu Xiantong stands out in martial prowess. And we already have his whereabouts. There are people hunting him as we speak. Moreover, the Thunder Sword Knight Dongfang Yang and the 4 Directions Swordjua Qingyun are en route to Yin Province. With their assistance, what is there to fear? At the mention of Dongfang Yang's name, Fairy Yunyu nodded slightly. She had once witnessed Dongfang Yang in action, Among great grandmasters, he was undoubtedly a formidable force. Unless faced with someone like Gu Xiantong, few could pose a threat to his life. With his aid, she felt more at ease. At that moment, Hu Yang suddenly grew alert and said, "Everyone, have you noticed how eerily quiet it is outside?" His words immediately drew the attention of the others, and the grandmasters present furrowed their brows. As Hu Yang pointed out, the entire Lianyun stronghold had fallen into an unnatural silence. Even the sounds of insects and birds were absent, as though the five of them were the only ones left in the stronghold. Lei Ming, the Yellow's elder, abruptly turned around and struck the door of the assembly hall with a powerful palm. With a loud bang, the door shattered into pieces. Outside, the two fifth-tier guards of Lianyun's stronghold, who had been stationed there, lay lifeless on the ground. Strangely, there were no visible wounds on their bodies, not even a drop of blood. Everyone's expressions grew grim. The 40-plus subordinates of Lianyun's stronghold who had perished were mostly 7th-grade experts meticulously selected by Ding Pao from the Desert Blade Masters, including 3 5th-grade elites. The men sent by the 6th prince were even more formidable, with 5 5th-grade experts among them. Yet, right under their noses, these people had been silently and effortlessly killed. Even the 2 5th-grade experts guarding the entrance of the assembly hall stood no chance. Bloodied Robe Tower. The same thought flashed through the minds of the five. Even though its glory days were long past, Bloodied Robe Tower still boasted assassins in Yin Prefecture capable of rivaling the grandmasters on the rankings. "Since you're here, why not show yourself?" Eunuch Ho screeched, his voice sharp and piercing. "Sneaking around in the shadows are the assassins of Bloodied Robe Tower, all cowards who dare not reveal themselves?" The five scanned their surroundings warily, channeling their spiritual energy to its peak, yet they could not locate any hidden assassins. They remained on high alert, refusing to give the enemy any opportunity for a fatal strike. "Afraid to show myself?" "Hardly." A cold, clear voice rang out. "It's just that the people of Lianyun Stronghold are worth some experience. If I killed all of you right away and scared them off, wouldn't that be a waste?" Before the words had fully settled, a dark figure landed lightly from the rooftop, standing 3 zhang away from the assembly hall's entrance. The figure was clad in a black combat outfit, wielding a crimson curved blade, his features strikingly handsome. "Xiao Bieli!" Ding Pao exclaimed in shock. This name was now known to all in Yin Prefecture, a 17-year-old grandmaster-ranked expert. Even though he was at the bottom of the rankings, it was still astonishing. After all, anyone who made it onto the grandmaster rankings was a seasoned veteran renowned in their region. Even Yun Yu Ferry had been considered young to join the rankings at 14, yet Xiao Bieli had done so at just 17, and that iconic crimson curved blade was said the more blood it absorbed, the redder its blade became. "What ruthless methods!" Ding Pao roared angrily. "You intend to wipe out my entire Lianyun stronghold?" Xiao Bieli chuckled. "Not long ago, when you attacked Bloodied Robe Tower, I didn't see you showing any mercy. Since you've made your move, it's only fair to leave no one behind." "Just you?" Yun Yu Fairy stared at Xiao Bieli's youthful face, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She recalled her own rise to fame at a young age, only to eventually fall prey to becoming a pawn for the powerful. In the martial world, the more renowned you were, the more attention you attracted. Without a strong backing, lone wanderers were ultimately forced to depend on major powers. Though Xiao Bieli had Bloodied Robe Tower, it was a target the imperial court sought to eliminate at all costs. His fate seemed already sealed. "Just you?" Eunuch Ho sneered. "Do you even know who stands before you?" Yun Yu Fairy is ranked 29th on the Grandmaster rankings. You're no match for her. Offending the 6th prince has already determined your fate. You've chosen to walk into hell when heaven had a path for you. Once we capture you, we'll surely uncover the whereabouts of the rest of Bloodied Robe Tower. Everyone, attack together." As soon as the words left his mouth, Eunuch Ho shot forward like lightning, appearing beside Xiao Bieli in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a domineering palm strike aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's head, the force of his strike roaring through the air, causing it to crackle violently. The other four wasted no time, especially Yun Yu Fairy, whose agility was unmatched. She was the first to appear on Xiao Bieli's other side. Her palms fluttered like butterflies, layering 33 strikes in an instant, all aimed ruthlessly at Xiao Bieli's chest, her palm force surging like a tidal wave. A sense of unease gnawed at her, prompting her to unleash her full strength in this strike. The other three also launched their deadliest attacks, holding nothing back. "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Bieli's laughter erupted suddenly in the midst of the critical moment. Facing the lethal strike coming his way, he advanced instead of retreating, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. "How could Jinwu Hall possibly fathom my true strength? After slaying Feng Lu and the others, my mastery of the blade has ascended to a new level. Today, with the body of a master and without relying on the power of a third-rank grandmaster's spirit, I shall see if this blade can vanquish someone on the grandmaster ranking." "A grandmaster?" The opponents' faces paled at his words, but their attacks were already in motion, unable to be withdrawn. Clang! A crimson blade light tore through the air. Its brilliance in that fleeting moment froze the thoughts of his adversaries. By the time the light dissipated, 5 bodies had been cleanly severed in half, blood splattering across the ground. A system notification promptly sounded. Experience 8,000, repeated 5 times. Xiaolu Iya Ting Chun Yuan. Xiao Bieli paused briefly before swiftly gathering the spoils from the fallen. He then searched the rooms of Ding Pao and the other experts from Lianyun's stronghold, bundling all the loot onto his horse. Without hesitation, he set off towards Manhua City. By the time the moon hung high in the sky, he chose a sheltered slope to rest. He kindled a campfire and began roasting a leg of lamb he had taken from Lianyun's stronghold. Taking this moment, he checked his status. Host: Xiao Bieli. Cultivation: early stage 3rd rank Grandmaster. Martial arts: longevity technique 35100, medicine king scripture perfected, 7 kill blade 12100, etc. Experience points: 102,440. The expedition to Lianyun stronghold had earned him a total of 100,000 experience points, with the 5 grandmasters alone contributing 40,000. More importantly, he had acquired the demonic blade, Xiaolu Iya Ting Chunyu. Upon extracting the demonic blade, a 3-foot-long curved blade with a cyan hue appeared in his hand. Its hilt was adorned with a luminous pearl, and the blade bore the inscription Xiaolu Iya Ting Chunyu. The weapon exuded a unique, sinister aura, as if it could transform its wielder into a bloodthirsty demon lord. Xiao Bieli gave it a few experimental swings. The blade's light seemed to draw in the moonlight, emitting a resonant hum. "What a blade!" he exclaimed in admiration, sheathing it with satisfaction. Glancing at his old Hongxiu blade nearby, he sighed softly. "The Hongxiu blade is excellent, but it lacks this demonic allure. My blade techniques have never followed the righteous path. This demonic blade suits me far better." Consume 60,000 experience points to enhance the longevity technique, Xiao Bieli silently chanted in his mind. Boom! In an instant, a surge of pure energy coursed through his entire body. The true essence within him surged, his primordial spirit grew stronger, and insights into the cultivation of the longevity technique flooded his mind. He could clearly feel his cultivation level steadily ascending until it stabilized at the midstage of the 3rd rank Grandmaster level. Opening his eyes, Xiao Bieli exhaled deeply. Now at the midstage of the 3rd rank, he began contemplating his next step in cultivation. Consume 30,000 experience points to enhance the Divine Blade Slash. After weighing his options, he decided to perfect the Divine Blade Slash first. After all, advancing a minor realm now required 60,000 experience points, whereas enhancing the Divine Blade Slash consumed far less and might even lead to a breakthrough in his blade mastery. Sure enough, as the cultivation experience for the Divine Blade Slash poured in, Xiao Bieli's understanding of the way of the blade became crystal clear. Many long-standing doubts were instantly resolved, and his blade mastery ascended to the realm of no blade. So that's how it is, Xiao Bieli murmured thoughtfully. The concept of no sword surpassing the sword is merely the perfect fusion of the primordial spirit, spiritual power, and the comprehension of swordsmanship. However, this doesn't mean divine weapons lose their value. As Ding Peng once said, some people, even with a divine blade in hand, fail to become gods of the blade. He realized that an improvement in blade mastery could vastly amplify the power of the same technique. Although ancient texts never mentioned it, he vaguely sensed that above the realm of no blade lay the legendary Heavenly Blade realm. However, Xiao Bieli quickly set aside this thought. For someone who had just entered the 3rd stage of blade mastery, the Heavenly Blade realm was still far out of reach. But with the system in hand, he firmly believed he would one day reach that pinnacle. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, the smell of something burning suddenly reached his nose. Xiao Bieli hurried over to turn the roasted leg of lamb on the campfire. At that moment, the sound of hooves pounding against the sand echoed from afar, suggesting a significant number of horses approaching. Xiao Bieli paid no attention, focusing intently on roasting the lamb. From the distance, voices could be heard. "Damn it, the wind's picking up again. If we keep moving forward, we'll lose our way. We're running low on water, and if we get lost in the desert, we're done for. Hurry up and find a sheltered spot to set up camp. What a delicious smell. Someone's here." A soft exclamation broke the silence of the desert. For figures appeared on the slope behind where Xiao Bieli was sitting. The aroma of roasted lamb had attracted these unexpected visitors, an elderly man with white hair leading 3 young individuals. The 3 younger ones were dressed in identical outfits, each carrying a long sword on their backs, clearly from the same sect. Xiao Bieli turned his head to observe the newcomers. With his keen perception, he quickly gauged their abilities. The elder was at mid-level 5th grade, the lone young woman was at early 6th grade, and the 2 young men were barely at the 7th grade. To Xiao Bieli, Such a group wasn't even worth drawing his blade for. The old man initially appeared wary, but upon seeing Xiao Bieli's youthful face, his guarded expression gradually faded. In his mind, how powerful could such a young martial artist possibly be? Sorry to intrude, the elder greeted with a polite bow, his tone carrying a hint of respect. In this vast desert, this slope was the only place to shelter from the wind, leaving them no choice but to stop here. This is no one's land. Make yourselves comfortable, Xiao Bieli replied calmly, gesturing for them to do as they pleased. The group quickly lit a campfire. The desert's extreme temperature differences made a fire essential for warmth at night and protection from poisonous insects. By now, the lamb leg in Xiao Bieli's hands was golden and dripping with oil, its aroma enhanced by a special blend of spices. The sound of the young people swallowing was unmistakable. Having taken a long detour to avoid Lianyun's stronghold, they had only nibbled on some dry rations up until now. A sharp hump from the elder quickly curbed their longing gazes. As Xiao Bieli sliced off a piece of lamb to enjoy, the youngest disciple could no longer resist. He hurried over, bowing awkwardly. Brother, I am He Bin, a disciple of the Iron Sword sect. We're on our way to Full Moon City. Could you spare us some of that lamb? We're willing to pay for it. No need to pay. Just take it and eat, Xiao Bieli said generously. In good spirits after earning 100,000 experience points and reflecting on the spring rain at night technique from the demon blade Shaolu, he handed the remaining lamb leg to He Bin. He Bin accepted it eagerly, quickly pulling out a 50 silver banknote. Brother, you must take this. I can't eat it without paying. Seeing his sincerity, Xiao Bieli didn't argue further and accepted the note. Seeing this, He Bin let out a sigh of relief, cupped his hands deeply toward Xiao Bieli in gratitude, and left with the still steaming leg of lamb in hand. Back at his own camp, he skillfully used his sword to divide the lamb into 4 portions and shared them with the other 3 members of his group. While He Bin was enjoying his meal, he noticed that his martial uncle Typhone had yet to take a single bite. Curious, he asked, Martial uncle, why aren't you eating? This brother's cooking skills are better than even the famous Iron City Tavern. Typhone's face revealed a trace of helplessness as he inwardly sighed at how his disciple had been raised to be so trusting of food from strangers. He stiffly replied with 2 words, not hungry. Perfect. He Bin's eyes lit up as he swiftly took the lamb leg back from Typhone, causing the other 2 disciples to burst into laughter. Even Xiao Bieli, who was sitting at a distance, couldn't help but crack a faint smile. After finishing his meal, He Bin quietly moved over to Xiao Bieli's campfire and lowered his voice to ask, Brother, you're heading to Full Moon City too, aren't you? Without waiting for a reply, he continued enthusiastically, Zhuo Yuan, the top disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, has already declared that he's going to challenge the demon blade Xiao Bieli in the desert. Zhuo Yuan is just 34 and has already slain 2 grandmasters. Is truly impressive. But I think the demon blade Xiao Bieli is even more terrifying. He's the same age as me and already ranked among the grandmasters. If he survives this challenge, he'll at least be a second-rank expert in the future. Ah, if only I were half as skilled as Xiao Bieli. Seeing He Bin's words becoming more exaggerated, even predicting the life and death of grandmasters, Typhone quickly coughed to cut him off. After all, their entire Iron Sword sect wouldn't stand a chance against a single grandmaster. Xiao Bieli smiled faintly. In crowded places, it's best not to speak ill of grandmasters. Fates it could bring trouble upon yourself. But I agree with your assessment. If Zhuo Yuan truly comes to the desert to challenge Xiao Bieli, his chances of survival are slim to none. The only female disciple of the Iron Sword sect couldn't help but ask, how can you be so sure? Even if Zhuo Yuan is no match for Xiao Bieli, the experts of the Zhongyuan sword sect wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Xiao Bieli gently shook his head. You don't understand. Xiao Bieli is on another level. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, Xiao Bieli and the group from the Iron Sword sect set out on their journey. Their shared destination was Full Moon City, and crossing this vast desert was the fastest route. He Bin rode closely beside Xiao Bieli. Ever since the previous night, when Xiao Bieli had expressed his support for him, He Bin felt he had found a kindred spirit. Brother Xiao, what a coincidence. You're also surnamed Xiao. He Bin's eyes lit up. Could it be that you admire Xiao Bieli because you share the same surname? Unlike me, I've always thought the demon blade Xiao Bieli was extraordinary. Just think about it. With so many experts from the Zhongyuan sword sect hunting him, he carved a bloody path out of Manzhou. Resolute and unyielding's truly a role model for people like us. He Bin's gaze suddenly fell on the 2 blades at Xiao Bieli's waist. Hey, brother Xiao, why do you carry 2 swords? Do you fight with dual blades? In our desert, there are plenty of swordsmen, but those who wield dual blades are quite rare. As the 2 grew more familiar, He Bin became increasingly talkative. However, Xiao Bieli only responded intermittently, showing little interest. He Bin didn't seem to mind, continuing to chatter away even without a response. Riding behind them, Typhone watched Xiao Bieli with deep suspicion. The name Xiao Yi sounded like an obvious alias, and only someone as naive as he'd been would believe it. Tai Feng pondered silently. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bieli, could they be the same person? Just then, the sound of galloping hooves broke through the stillness. The senior sister from the Iron Sword sect turned her head sharply, spotting a cloud of dust in the distance as dozens of riders rapidly approached. Though the Iron Sword sect held some renown in Yin Prefecture and boasted 3 fifth-grade masters, in the heart of this desert, even bandits might not show them any respect. Tai Feng pulled his reins, narrowing his eyes at the approaching figures with a grim expression. They're not bandits. Their attire looks like that of the imperial court. Apart from the Xinwu Hall, court officials rarely venture into these harsh desert lands. This is traditionally the territory of the Desert King Zimur. Could they also be after the Blood Garment Tower? Lately, the imperial court had joined forces with various factions in Yin Prefecture to target the Blood Garment Tower, a matter Tai Feng had heard of even from afar. Stay back and avoid provoking them. We should be fine, Tai Feng warned in a low voice. The group nodded in agreement, quickly reining in their horses and gathering near Tai Feng. Even the Desert King Zimur had to tread carefully when dealing with the imperial court, let alone their Iron Sword sect. The Great Qin Dynasty's authority was unmatched, and no martial faction had ever dared to challenge it. Giban noticed Xiao Bieli continuing forward and hurriedly called out, "Brother Xiao, those are imperial officials." Before he could finish, the riders had already closed in. As Giban got a clear view of their attire, a chill ran down his spine. Eastern Depot. Although matters of the martial world are typically handled by the Xinwu Hall, when conflicts arise between martial artists and the imperial court, especially in cases of murder involving officials, the Eastern Depot steps in to intervene. The Eastern Depot is led by a group of physically disabled individuals known for their ruthless methods, often annihilating entire families, earning them a notorious reputation in the martial world. As Tai Feng and his companions pondered why these harbingers of doom had appeared in the desert, a squad of Eastern Depot agents suddenly galloped past them. Just as the group breathed a sigh of relief, the agents abruptly turned their horses around, surrounding Xiao Bieli. Ha ha ha! The middle-aged eunuch leading the group burst into laughter. Unlike the typical effeminate demeanor of eunuchs, he carried himself with a certain sharpness. If not for his distinctive attire, it would have been difficult to identify his role. Hosan has spent ages in this desert, only managing to catch a few small fry from the Blood Garment Tower. Who would have thought I'd run into the real deal today? Xiao Bieli, how bold of you to roam the desert without even bothering to disguise yourself. Do you think so little of the Eastern Depot? Hearing these words, Tai Feng sighed inwardly. So it was true, Xiao Yi was indeed Xiao Bieli. Yet he couldn't understand where this eunuch and his mere dozen or so subordinates found the audacity to confront someone ranked among the Grand Master list's elite. Sitting upright on his horse, Xiao Bieli regarded the eunuch, blocking his path with a calm expression. You're not from Lianyan Stronghold, are you? Or do you truly believe that with just yourself and those 7 fifth-rank fighters whose auras are linked, you can take me down? The eunuch frowned. Why would I go to Lianyan Stronghold? The 6th prince ordered me to wait in Manua City for instructions from young Master Zhua. Despite a growing unease in his heart, he felt confident in his peak Grandmaster level skills, especially with the assistance of some elite agents from the Eastern Depot. What do you mean by mentioning Lianyan Stronghold? It seems you don't even know that Chief Eunuch Ho and Yun Yuxinzi are at Lianyan Stronghold, Xiao Bieli said with a shake of his head. Had you gone there first, you'd have turned tail and fled the moment you saw me. Yun Yuxinzi? The 29th on the Grandmaster list? The eunuch's expression shifted slightly. He had heard rumors about Yun Yuxinzi and the 6th prince. Could it be that she and Chief Eunuch Ho had already fallen at Xiao Bieli's hands? From a distance, Tai Feng and his group observed the scene in confusion. Lianyan Stronghold was second only to the Desert Bell Master Zhuo in influence within the desert, and now Yun Yuxinzi and the 6th prince were involved. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. The eunuch suddenly sneered. When masters clash, even the slightest misstep can lead to total defeat. You are trying to unsettle my mind with your words. How cunning. Once I've captured you, they'll personally head to Lianyan Stronghold to investigate. Xiao Bieli shook his head, his tone turning icy. No need to go to such trouble. Chief Eunuch Ho and Yun Yuxinzi have already been sent to the afterlife by me. His gaze sharpened abruptly. And now, they'll send you to join them. How dare you? The furious shout of the middle-aged eunuch from the Eastern Depot pierced the air. Before the sound had fully faded, this 4th-grade peak-level expert shot like an arrow from his horse. His fingers moved rapidly, unleashing dozens of chilling, razor-sharp strikes aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's vital points. At the same time, 7 5th-grade agents beside him moved in perfect coordination. Despite wielding different weapons, their energies merged seamlessly, executing a formidable joint attack. Such a formation would require even a late 4th-grade expert to exercise extreme caution. Xiao Bieli closed his eyes lightly, his right hand resting on the hilt of the demonic blade at his waist. As the icy pressure of the incoming strikes brushed his skin, he suddenly opened his eyes. Clang! The moment the demonic blade left its sheath, Xiao Bieli's demeanor transformed. The gentlemanly air vanished, replaced by the overwhelming presence of a peerless demon. Swish! A flash of blade light streaked through the air. Thud! 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 8 bodies were severed at the waist simultaneously, crashing heavily onto the yellow sands. Blood drenched the ground in a vivid red. System notifications echoed in succession. Experience 8,000. Experience 4,000. Experience 4,000. Bravery commendable, but strength lacking, Xiao Bieli remarked calmly as he sheathed his blade. The vast desert fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional neighing of horses. The remaining Eastern Depot agents dropped their weapons, their bodies sliding limply from their saddles. A 4th grade peak-level commander and 7 5th grade experts unable to withstand even a single strike? The members of the Iron Sword sect were dumbfounded, especially He Bin. He could hardly believe that the man who had been casually chatting with him moments ago, Brother Xiao, was such a terrifying figure. That single strike was so fast that he hadn't even been able to catch the motion. Spare me, Master Xiao. A 6th grade agent fell to his knees, begging for mercy. The others snapped out of their stupor, dismounted, and knelt as well. Facing a master from the Grandmaster rankings who could so effortlessly dispatch a 4th grade peak expert, pleading seemed to be their only chance at survival. Has anyone ever survived after opposing Xiao Bieli? Xiao Bieli's voice was as cold and unforgiving as if it came from the depths of hell. The remaining dozen or so agents, hearing this, scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Yet Xiao Bieli did not draw his blade again. They had barely run 10 steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Experience 2,000. Experience 1,000. Experience 500. Poison Arts Manual 1. Even dropped an item, huh? Xiao Bieli shook his head slightly. The Poison Arts Manual reminded him of the secret techniques of the 5 Poison sect from martial arts novels, but it was of little use to him now. Still, learning some toxic techniques might prove worthwhile. With this level of martial arts, killing just one 4th rank fighter is enough to max it out, Xiao Bieli remarked while swiftly searching the body of the leading eunuch from the Eastern Depot. With practiced efficiency, he pocketed anything of value. Turning to He Bin, a faint, enigmatic smile played on his lips. When you reach Manue City, don't mention you've seen me. Otherwise, you'll be the one in trouble. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Bieli's figure blurred. In one fluid motion, he leaped onto his horse and vanished into the distance, leaving only a trail of dust behind. The 3 disciples of the Iron Sword sect stood frozen in place, stunned by the scene. It wasn't until Tai Feng barked, "What are you standing around for? Move!" that they snapped out of their daze. Tai Feng knew full well that the Eastern Depot was not an enemy they could afford to provoke. If they were targeted, the entire Iron Sword sect could be wiped out. With a flick of his finger, his internal energy startled the remaining horses left behind by the Eastern Depot, causing them to scatter in a flurry of chaotic hoofprints. It was only then that He Bin and the others scrambled onto their horses and fled in haste. After riding more than 10 miles, He Bin finally spoke, his voice filled with belated realization. So, Brother Xiao is actually Xiao Bieli? Tai Feng shot him a helpless glance, thinking to himself, the Eastern Depot agents literally shouted his name, and only now does this kid figure it out? Their senior sister lowered her voice, her tone laced with unease. I believe what Xiao Bieli said last night now. Even a 3rd-rank grandmaster from the Yuan sword sect might not be able to save Zhuo Qinjian's life. She shuddered as she recalled that terrifying strike. Her body still trembled involuntarily, and a faint sense of dread lingered. That slash had been so horrifying so fast that the trajectory was nearly imperceptible. The flash of the blade alone was enough to send chills down her spine. Tai Feng's expression grew grave. The way he spoke about Lianyun's stronghold and Yunyu Xinzi, I fear that Grandmaster from the rankings has already fallen to his blade. Jinwu Hall has severely underestimated him. His strength is at least within the top 10 of the Grandmaster rankings, no, perhaps even the top 5. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli had already neared Manue City. He deliberately detoured to a secluded spot. Checking his accumulated experience points, he saw the number had reached 61,240. Combined with the leftover points he had before, it was finally enough for another upgrade. Consume 60,000 experience points to enhance the longevity technique. In an instant, a surge of pure energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians like a tidal wave. After dozens of breaths, his aura gradually stabilized. His cultivation level, latest stage 3rd-rank grandmaster. Longevity technique, 47100. A day later, Zhuo Qingyun and his group arrived in Yin Prefecture and were taking a break at an inn. Just as their food was being served, a short, elderly man rushed in, panting heavily. Leaning close to Dongfang Yang, he whispered urgently. Master Dongfang, something terrible has happened. Lianyun's stronghold has been wiped out, and even Yun Yuxinzi was cleaved in half with a single strike, exactly the same as Brother Feng's death at the Oasis Market. It must be Xiao Bieli's doing. And that's not Allah. Thousand household commander from the Eastern Depot was also found dead in the desert, bearing knife wounds. Though it's unclear if he was killed by Xiao Bieli as well. The atmosphere on the second floor of the restaurant was heavy and tense. The people brought by Dongfang Yang were lined up on both sides, with the most notable figures being Chan Qianfu, a Qianhu of the Eastern Depot dressed in official attire, and Zhua Qingyun. Between Chan Qianfu's brows, one could faintly perceive the seated form of a primordial spirit, indicating that he was a third-rank master who had broken through the life and death barrier. Besides these three experts, several elite members of the Eastern Depot and the Zhongyuan sword sect were stationed throughout the area. Yun Yuxinzi died at Xiao Bieli's hands? Dongfang Yang frowned deeply. Although Xiao Bieli had recently made it onto the Grandmaster ranking, his placement was largely due to his youth and promise. Conventionally, he should not have been able to rival the established experts on the list within just a year or two. Yet now, he had killed Yun Yuxinzi, ranked 29th on the Grandmaster ranking. This suggested that Xiao Bieli's strength was enough to place him in the top 15, perhaps even the top 10. Dongfang Yang had initially intended for Zhua Qingyun to go to Yenzhou to challenge Xiao Bieli, using the opportunity to fully absorb the medicinal power of the primordial spirit pill, not to send him to his death. Sensing Dongfang Yang's concern, Zhua Qingyun smiled and said, Sure Shu, you need not worry. 3 days ago, I crossed swords with Song Jia, the Emerald Blade, ranked 30th on the Grandmaster ranking. I am confident I could defeat him within 100 moves. Dongfang Yang shook his head. Defeating and killing are two very different matters. For experts of the same level, it's nearly impossible to detain a Grandmaster ranking expert who is determined to escape. Yet Yun Yuxinzi died at Xiao Bieli's hands. I wonder how many moves it took him. Rest assured, Sure Shu, Zhua Qingyun said confidently. The main forces of the Blood Garment Tower are already tied up elsewhere. Yenzhou likely has no more than one third-rank Grandmaster. With you here, everything is under control. Even if I can't defeat Xiao Bieli, his fate is sealed. Chen Qianfu chimed in. Young Master Zhua is right. The Blood Garment Tower has gone too far this time, and even the court is displeased. Xiao Bieli, as the most prominent assassin of the younger generation in the Blood Garment Tower, must be eliminated. But what if he refuses to accept the challenge? Chen Qianfu added. A Grandmaster ranking expert who chooses to hide would be extremely difficult to track down. Dongfang Yang sneered. If Shuamur fails to see reason, the Great Desert is his territory. If he steps in, the Blood Garment Tower will have nowhere to hide. Besides, we've brought along a few of Xiao Bieli's acquaintances from Manzhou. For their lives, he will have no choice but to show himself. Dongfang Yang continued. If he doesn't appear, we'll eradicate the Blood Garment Tower's presence in Yenzhou entirely. From what I know, the leader of Yanzhou's Blood Garment Tower has ties to Fengyu, the Calamity Demon Lord from 90 years ago. Capturing this person might also lead us to those old relics. After glancing at the others, he added, the sect leader's current stance is ambiguous, but they have already aligned themselves with the 6th prince. Behind the 6th prince stands the Ouyang family of Zhongzhou, the foremost of the 6 great noble families in the martial world, whose strength surpasses that of our Zhongyuan sword sect. Compared to the other princes vying for the crown, the 6th prince holds a far greater advantage. If we wait until the 6th prince ascends to the position of crown prince before pledging allegiance, it will be too late. A trace of urgency flickered in Dongfang Yang's eyes. Offering help in times of dire need is far more valuable than merely adding to someone's success. He turned to a short, elderly man standing nearby and asked in a grave tone, Have you uncovered the whereabouts of the Blood Robe Tower? And is Zhuomur really in seclusion? Or is he just avoiding us? The short elder was a member of Zhenwatang, the martial hall. Ever since the Zhenwatang of Yenzhou pledged loyalty to the 6th prince, they had helped uncover numerous strongholds of the Blood Robe Tower. However, this operation had come at a great cost. 3 5th-rank masters had lost their lives. Just yesterday, a gold-ranked assassin from the Blood Robe Tower struck in Yangchuan City, killing one of our peak 5th-rank masters in a single move, the elder said gravely. Based on clues from Jiang City, the Blood Robe Tower's branch seems to have moved to Manhua City. But with a population of 100,000 and it being Zhuomur's domain, we cannot investigate thoroughly. The elder continued. Zhuomur's men claim he went into seclusion a month ago, unrelated to this matter. We tried to enlist the help of Iron Arm Berserker Gong Xiong to clear out the Blood Robe Tower in the desert, but he refused. Without Zhuomur's orders, they dare not provoke the Blood Robe Tower. Chen Qianfu snorted coldly. The land under heaven belongs to the king. A mere Zhuomur dares to call himself the king of the desert and even disobeys orders? He must be tired of living. Dongfang Yang shook his head to stop him. There are only 12 people on the Grandmaster list, and Zhuomur ranks 6th. His strength cannot be underestimated. It's better not to provoke him lightly this time, or the consequences could be dire. Though Dongfang Yang considered himself quite capable among third-rank grandmasters, he was never entirely confident when facing someone ranked on the grandmaster list. The events of 50 years ago still sent chills through people's hearts. Back then, the Yinzhou Desert was ruled by 3 grandmasters, until Zhuomuer rose to prominence. With just 13 strikes, he killed all 3 grandmasters, earning his reputation as the Belle of the Sands and the uncrowned king of the desert. 45 years ago, Yao Gang, a grandmaster from the Demon Blade sect, challenged Zhuomuer but couldn't withstand even 3 strikes, fleeing with severe injuries. Meanwhile, in the Blood Robe Tower's Manua City branch, Xiao Bieli had just returned. Feng Xinyang scrutinized the young man before her, marveling, "Even Yuan Yu Fairy fell at your hands. Just how strong are you now?" As the long-standing head of the Blood Robe Tower's Yinzhou branch, she had witnessed the rise of many prodigies, but she had never seen anyone progress at such an astonishing pace. Not yet 18, Xiao Bieli had already made it onto the Grandmaster list and even killed Yuan Yu Fairy, who ranked 29th. Yuan Yu Fairy was renowned as a beauty in the martial world, Feng Xinyang said softly. Though older, her Grandmaster-level maintenance made her no different from a young maiden. "How could you bear to strike her down?" Xiao Bieli replied calmly. "I was wearing a veil and didn't see her face clearly. After one strike, there was no second chance." To him, enemies were merely sources of experience. Why would he forego the opportunity to grow stronger for fleeting emotions? "The Zhongyuan sword sect has entered Yinzhou," Feng Xinyang said seriously. "They've captured some of your old acquaintances from Manzhou to force you to show yourself." "Oh, I still have acquaintances in Manzhou?" Xiao Bieli was slightly surprised. Apart from some old connections in Lechuan County from his previous life, most of those who had crossed swords with him along the way were now dead. People from Weixin Escort Agency, the 3 heroes of Wushan, Zhu Shou from Zhenwatang, and some individuals from Lechuan County. There are about a dozen of them, Feng Xinyang said with a smile. "Oh, and your confidant Ning Wanqing is here too. She's currently in Manua City." "What do you mean by a confidant?" Xiao Bieli sneered coldly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. To him, Ning Wanqing was nothing more than an ordinary acquaintance. While she hadn't abandoned him during the crisis at Nyoto Ridge and even offered him a hidden fragrance pill, that was the extent of their connection. Hadn't even seen her in women's attire. As for the others, the Wushan 3 heroes were merely passing acquaintances, and his relationship with Lu Dali from the Weixin Escort Agency was only slightly closer. If not for the opportunity to gain experience at Nyoto Ridge, combined with the allure of the 7-kill blade manual, he wouldn't have bothered stepping into that place. The Zhongyuan sword sect claims to be righteous, yet they resort to using these people to threaten me. Aren't they afraid of tarnishing their so-called prestigious reputation? Xiao Bieli said coldly. Feng Xinyang replied indifferently. In the martial world, vendettas and killings happen every day. With the strength of the Zhongyuan sword sect, even if they killed those people, no one would talk about it after a few months. She paused briefly before continuing. This time, they've sent Dongfang Yang. But don't worry, someone like Dongfang Yang is no threat to my Yin province Blood Garment Tower. The Zhongyuan sword sect has also spread word that Zhuo Qingyun intends to challenge you. Feng Xinyang retrieved a delicate porcelain bottle from her sleeve. Not long ago, Zhuo Qingyun fought Song Jia, the Jasper Blade from the Grandmaster rankings, and their abilities were evenly matched. He likely stepped into the 4th grade realm after consuming a Yuan Shun pill. She handed the porcelain bottle to Xiao Bieli. "This Yuan Shun pill was originally prepared for me by my father. Due to my years of managing affairs in Yin province, my cultivation progress has lagged behind, and I'll need at least another year or 2 to reach the 4th grade. Take this pill, it might help you break through to the 3rd grade Grandmaster level and deal with Zhuo Qingyun's challenge." The Yuan Shun pill was extremely rare and valuable within the Blood Garment Tower, costing 10 times more than a martial art technique that could unlock the mysteries of life and death. Even major powers like the 9 sects and 6 clans could only produce a batch every 20 to 30 years, with each batch yielding a mere dozen pills at most. "No need," Xiao Bieli rejected firmly. To him, since Zhuo Qingyun had already arrived in Yin province, it would be better to eliminate him outright. If the Zhongyuan sword sect had chosen to side with the 6th prince, they should be prepared to face the consequences. Feng Xinyang's confidence that Dongfang Yang posed no threat to the Blood Garment Tower indicated that there was at least one peak 3rd grade expert within their ranks. With his own late 3rd grade cultivation, Xiao Bieli was certain he could defeat Dongfang Yang. However, killing Dongfang Yang might provoke the Zhongyuan sword sect into abandoning all pretense and dispatching a 2nd grade Tianren expert. Worse, it could alarm their sect leader, who was on the verge of breaking into the 1st grade realm. At that point, the Blood Garment Tower would need to step in and mediate. After all, in a world governed by entities like the Tianji Valley and the Imperial Observatory, such powerful individuals could easily locate someone as long as they had a general idea of their whereabouts. Feng Xinyang lowered her head in thought for a moment, her brows slightly furrowed. I need to discuss this matter with that senior in Yinzhou. If you plan to move around in Full Moon City, it's best to use some disguise. Aside from the martial artists from Yinzhou, experts from all regions are rushing here, all eager to witness your battle with Yuan. She paused, her expression turning serious. The forces under the sixth prince have already openly intervened. If he loses face, the imperial court will surely get involved. While people in the martial world look down on those who align themselves with the court, even a fourth-grade grandmaster can't withstand the barrage of thousands of crossbows. My blood garment tower, despite its formidable strength, suffered heavy losses when surrounded by the imperial army. Now that the court aims to weaken the martial world, we must tread carefully. Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement. Over the past few months, he had come to understand the structure of this world. Great Qin Dynasty was essentially the largest sect, possessing countless divine techniques and resources. Every year, countless talents joined the Zhenwu Hall and various government institutions, some of them being unparalleled prodigies. After a millennium of accumulation, the Dacian territory was teeming with experts. For most people, entering the court as an official was indeed the best path forward. Turns out the ultimate destiny is passing the civil service exam. Xiao Bieli mused to himself. Unfortunately, joining the court would be like shackling myself. Otherwise, such an easygoing life wouldn't be so bad. By noon the next day, Xiao Bieli left the hideout. With his current cultivation, altering his appearance was as simple as a thought. Even Ning Wanqing wouldn't recognize him face-to-face. Full Moon City was noticeably livelier than a few days ago. Among the bustling crowds on the streets, many were dressed in styles not typical of the desert region, clearly drawn here for the duel between Xiao Bieli and Yuan. Xiao Bieli strolled casually into a decent-looking tavern, ordered some food and drink, and sat down. Taverns were always hubs of the latest information, and with the recent upheavals in the martial world, there was no shortage of topics to discuss. The entire Lianyun stronghold was wiped out. Even Yunyu Ferry, ranked 29th on the Grandmaster list, died there. I heard it was Demon Blade Xiao Bieli who did it. Killed several fourth-grade experts with just one strike. Yesterday, over a dozen corpses of Eastern Depot agents were found in the desert. Xiao Bieli is only 17 years and 9 months old. Who on earth trained such a monster? Must be Blood Garment Tower pumping resources into him. How else could someone so young reach the 4th grade? The branch of Blood Garment Tower is right under the Cuihong Pavilion. Songyuan's sword sect has already posted a challenge at Cuihong Pavilion in Zhujiang City, inviting him to a duel at Hamin Pass on November 11th. As Xiao Bieli listened to the lively chatter around him, he poured himself a drink. November 11th? Even in another world, I can't escape Singles Day? He shook his head in amusement. Though most of the tavern patrons were ordinary martial artists, he could still sense the presence of a few hidden experts among them. Xiao Bieli lifted his gaze, scanning the interior of the tavern. His eyes lingered on 2 conspicuous tables of guests. At one table, 2 white-haired 4th-rank grandmasters were cheerfully raising their cups in a toast, surrounded by 7 or 8 spirited young disciples. These 2 were none other than the heads of the Shenghuan sect and the Huang family. Given the close ties between their factions, they had chosen to sit together upon meeting in Full Moon City. Huang Baichuan, the head of the Huang family, leaned closer to Lu Yong, his table companion, and lowered his voice. Brother Lu, I saw Song Jia, the Jade Blade ranked 30th on the Grandmaster list, in Zhujiang City yesterday. He was with people from the Songyuan sword sect. What's even more intriguing is that they were accompanied by agents from the Eastern Bureau. His face grew tense. The Songyuan sword sect, as one of the 9 sects and 6 clans, could they really be aligning themselves with the 6th prince? The emperor is still in his prime. Why rush to pick a side? Lu Yong cautiously glanced around before sighing. Ever since the great upheaval 90 years ago, the power of the martial world has been on the rizzy. Situation the court clearly doesn't welcome. The stronger the martial world becomes, the harder it is for the court to maintain control. Finding ways to weaken the martial world is only logical. Seeing Lu's wariness, Huang Baichuan chose not to dwell on the sensitive topic. Instead, he changed the subject. Speaking of which, I heard Yuan is planning to challenge Xiao Bieli. Who do you think has the upper hand? Lu Yong pondered for a moment. Although Yuan is a few years older, I believe Xiao Bieli has a better chance of winning. Not quite. Huang Baichuan shook his head. If it were a unknown fight, Xiao Bieli would indeed have the edge. But this time, it's different. Both the Eastern Bureau and the Songyuan sword sect have sent 2 great grandmasters each, and there might even be other hidden experts lurking in the shadows. Xiao Bieli will have to divide his attention to guard against potential ambushes, making it difficult for him to fight at his full strength. On the other hand, Yuan can fight without restraint, giving him a better chance of victory. Lowering his voice further, he added, "What's more, it's rumored that Yuan has already taken 2 primordial soul pills and is just a step away from reaching the 3rd rank. This time, He might be aiming to use Xiao Bieli as a springboard to break through the life and death barrier and step into the third rank. Life and death battles are unforgiving. One wrong move, and it's all over. Lu Yong shook his head as he spoke. He looked at the situation before him with concern. I'm just worried that even Dongfang Yang might struggle to strike the right balance. He wants Xiao Bieli to pressure Zhuo Qingyun, but at the same time, he needs to protect Zhuo Qingyun. How can both goals be achieved perfectly? Huang Baichuan nodded in agreement, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. In such life and death struggles, victory or defeat often hinges on a single move. Even with a grandmaster overseeing things, it's far from guaranteed that everything can be controlled. At that moment, a commotion erupted on the street. A young man, dressed in pristine white, appeared at the entrance of the inn, a long sword slung diagonally across his back. It was none other than the renowned Shimin Qi. Shimin Qi? The second ranked on the Dragon Tiger list has come to the desert. Huang Baichuan frowned slightly. As a direct descendant of the Shimin family, one of the 6 major clans of the martial world, Shimin Qi's achievements were nothing short of remarkable, ascending the Dragon Tiger list at the age of 25 and defeating a prodigy of the Jiangshan Pavilion at 27, securing the second spot on the list. Lu Yong raised his cup thoughtfully and remarked, Shimin Qi has always been proud and dismissive of others, except for Xie Yuan. Now that someone younger and equally formidable like Xiao Bieli has emerged, he surely can't sit still. Besides, the Shimin family has close ties to the court and the 6th prince's residence. His arrival here is likely a statement of allegiance. Xiao Bieli glanced at Shimin Qi, silently acknowledging the man's impressive demeanor. He noticed the smooth, glowing center of Shimin Qi's forehead, faintly radiating a spiritual energy fluctuation. It was clear Shimin Qi had already reached the realm of a 4th-rank grandmaster. More strikingly, Shimin Qi was accompanied by 2 powerful bodyguards, one at the peak of the 4th rank and the other at the late stage of the same rank. Judging from Shimin Qi's aura, he had been in the 4th-rank grandmaster realm for some time and had likely consumed a Yuan Shun pill, similar to Zhuo Qingyun. His strength was now approaching the pinnacle of the 4th rank. This rapid advancement, fueled by his family's resources, created an insurmountable gap for self-taught prodigies to overcome. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli's gaze shifted, drawn to a familiar figure standing about 30 meters behind Shimin Qi. The figure, dressed in a light green male disguise, was unmistakably Ning Wanqing. At this moment, Ning Wanqing followed an elderly man into the tavern. Beside her was a young man whose features bore a striking resemblance to hers. This was her older brother, Ning Zhe, whose right hand had been crippled by Zhuo Qingyun, despite the traces of hardship etched on his face, making him appear 6 or 7 years older than Ning Wanqing. The awakened ancestral aperture at the center of his brows indicated he had already stepped into the 4th-grade realm, far from the complete downfall Ning Wanqing had described. Xiao Bieli observed the scene silently, raising his cup and drinking in one go. He reflected to himself that the number of grandmasters in Full Moon City was steadily increasing, and the situation was becoming more lively. Before long, Shimin Qi entered the tavern with 4 followers in tow. Seeing that all the seats were occupied, one of his 5th-grade experts immediately took out a gold ingot from his sleeve and tossed it toward a group of wandering martial artists seated by the window. In a calm tone, he said, "Vacate the table, and this gold is yours." The martial artists quickly pocketed the gold and respectfully saluted Shimin Qi. "Thank you, young Master Shimin," they said before hurrying off. For these ordinary desert blade wielders, receiving the gold and avoiding trouble was a worthwhile trade. The waiter swiftly stepped forward to clear the table. At this moment, Ning Wanqing and her 2 companions also entered the tavern. Glancing around, they noticed all the seats were taken. Just as the shopkeeper prepared to explain, Huang Baichuan rose to his feet and greeted the elderly man beside Ning Wanqing with a bow. "Lord Linghu, I can't believe you've come to the desert. If you don't mind, we've nearly finished at this table and can offer it to you." The elderly man was none other than Linghu Baiwan, the head of the Yongzhou Jinwu Hall. Smiling, he replied, "Brother Huang, what a coincidence. I'm just here to join in the excitement." Despite being a grandmaster, he carried himself without arrogance. Huang Baichuan chuckled bitterly. "Neither the Bloodrobe Tower nor the Songyuan Sword Sect are forces my Huang family can afford to provoke. I'm just here to let the younger generation broaden their horizons." With that, he instructed his family members to go out and explore Full Moon City. Xiao Bieli's thoughts became clearer. This must be the Linghu Baiwan Ning Wanqing had mentioned as someone who could offer him protection. However, Xiao couldn't help but wonder about Linghu's true purpose in bringing the Ning siblings here. If it involved the 6th prince, the fragile bond of friendship between them might soon shatter. After a few rounds of drinks, Huang Baichuan, now slightly tipsy, mustered the courage to ask, "Lord Linghu, what do you think Xiao Bieli's chances are if he accepts the challenge? I heard the betting houses have already opened their stakes." Linghu Baiwan shook his head. "I've never seen the 2 fight, so how would I know? But judging by past records, Xiao Bieli has better odds. At the very least, he could rank in the top 10 of the Grandmaster list." "Senior, I must disagree. Shimin-Chi suddenly stood up, his sharp gaze fixed on Linghu Baiwan. As for Xiao Bieli's so-called achievements, they're nothing more than hearsay. Has anyone actually witnessed him kill a fourth-grade grandmaster? In my opinion, it's all just Bloodrobe Tower hyping him up. Even if he has stepped into the fourth grade, I could crush him with one hand. Shimin-Chi had always been proud and self-assured. Even for him, stepping into the fourth rank a year and a half ago and consuming the Yuan Shan pill his father retrieved from the family treasury only brought him to the later stage of the fourth rank. He was still one step away from the peak of the fourth rank. Zhuoqing Yuan, after consuming 2 Yuan Shan pills, had barely reached the peak of the fourth rank, still far from becoming a third-rank grandmaster. Xiao Bieli, having stepped into the fourth rank no more than 3 months ago, would be impressive if he had reached the mid-stage of the fourth rank even after taking the Yuan Shan pill. Though he may be capable of defeating opponents across minor ranks, it was impossible for him to kill 5 masters, including Yunyu Fairy, with a single strike. The person who killed Yunyu Fairy must be someone else. Humph. Ning Wanqing snorted coldly and said, "You're only bragging because Xiao Bieli isn't here. If he were, I doubt you'd dare say such things." Boom. Shimin Kai's brow furrowed as a terrifying killing intent surged toward Ning Wanqing. In that instant, even Huang Baichuan and Lu Yong, who were also in the fourth rank, felt their hearts tighten. This killing intent was almost tangible, imbued with spiritual power, something even they couldn't achieve. Ning Zhe stood up and positioned himself in front of Ning Wanqing, his voice icy. "If you're so unconvinced, go find Xiao Bieli yourself." Linghu Baiwan shook his head. "Yesterday, I already saw the corpses in Lianyun Fort. If, as you say, the one who killed Yunyu Fairy with a single strike wasn't Xiao Bieli but an expert from the Blood Robe Tower, then it would make sense. But if it was Xiao Bieli, then let me tell you this: forget about you. Among all the masters, fewer than 5 could withstand that strike. Even though you're in the later stage of the fourth rank now, if Xiao Bieli really was the one who struck, he wouldn't even need a full strike to kill you. Half a strike would be enough to split you in two." The entire tavern burst into uproar, especially those like Huang Baichuan who knew Linghu Baiwan's identity. They wouldn't think for a second that Linghu Baiwan was joking. Back in the day, Linghu Baiwan had his name on the master's ranking. Though he rarely made a move after being listed 5 years ago, he killed Elder Jie Xina, third-rank grandmaster of the Vajra sect who had defected and slaughtered 3 small sects in Yongzhou to practice demonic arts within 3 strikes, removing his name from the master's ranking. Fewer than 5 masters could withstand a single strike from Xiao Bieli? Did Xiao Bieli consume some kind of celestial pill to progress so quickly? Huh. Shimin-Chi sneered. "I've seen the corpses too, which is precisely why I'm certain Xiao Bieli wasn't the one who acted. This time, with so many eyes on him, he definitely wouldn't dare to accept any challenge. If he does, his true abilities will be exposed. Forget about being in the top 5 of the master's ranking, won't even keep his current position on the list." Clap, clap, clap. A slow round of applause echoed from a corner of the tavern. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. A middle-aged man, clad in black and appearing in his 30s, rose to his feet. He held an unusual blade in his hand. The hilt was inlaid with a gemstone, and the blade was curved, measuring 3 feet in length. "Your analysis is impressive," the man said, his tone mocking, "but it's all nonsense." As he spoke, Xiao Bieli's body emitted a series of bone-cracking sounds, and his figure seemed to grow taller. The once expressionless face now carried an extraordinary air. The moment everyone saw his face, only one word came to mind: young. That face was far too young, still carrying a hint of boyishness. Xiao Ning Wanqing started to speak, but the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back down. Although Xiao Bieli's reputation was legendary, his portrait did not appear on the Grandmaster rankings. At this moment, Linghu Baiwan, staring at the incredibly young boy before him, couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "So young. To think such a young hero could slay 5 Grandmasters with a single strike." Shimin-Chi let out a cold snort, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Having achieved fame at a young age and claiming the second spot on the Dragon Tiger rankings at just 25, he had always been prideful, convinced that no one but the young sword deity, Xie Yuan, could rival him. However, the sudden rise of Xiao Bieli shattered his pride. Ascending to the Grandmaster rankings at the age of 17 was a talent that made his own genius pale in comparison. "You dare to show yourself?" Shimin-Chi stepped forward, turning to Linghu Baiwan. "Senior Linghu, I wish to challenge Xiao Bieli. You won't intervene, will you?" Before Linghu Baiwan could respond, Xiao Bieli spoke calmly, "It's just a single strike. No need to intervene. Killing you here would disrupt business for others. I'll wait for you outside." With that, he casually tossed a silver ingot onto the table and, with a few effortless movements, landed atop a rooftop 100 meters away. Shimin-Chi snorted coldly, ignoring the protests of the 2 fourth-grade grandmasters accompanying him, and leapt in pursuit. The onlookers, spurred by the spectacle, hastily threw down their meal money and followed. News spread quickly through Full Moon City, and what began as a crowd of 20 or 30 soon swelled into a procession of hundreds, surging toward the city gates. Eugene Xiao, dressed in blue and disguised as a man, gripped her long sword thoughtfully. As the personal disciple of the Zhongshan Pavilion's master, she knew well that Yun Yu Fairy's death was linked to Xiao Bieli. Even with Shimanchi having consumed the Yuan Shan pill to break through to the peak of the 4th grade, she doubted he could defeat Xiao Bieli. Meanwhile, in a blood-garbed tower stronghold, Feng Xinyang reported to a mysterious expert wearing a Wu Ma mask. Senior, news from Zhongshan Pavilion suggests Shimanchi is secretly being protected by Shiman Han, the heart piercer. If Xiao Bieli kills Shimanchi, we may require your intervention. Kill or not? The masked man asked. Feng Xinyang's eyes gleamed with malice. 90 years ago, the Shiman family got involved too. Since they want a medal, let's kill them. The Wu Mama Sked man nodded silently, and his figure vanished before Feng Xinyang like a ghost, leaving no trace. Outside the oasis of Full Moon City, Xiao Bieli gripped his long blade tightly as he strode forward. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had ventured deep into the endless yellow sands of the desert. Without pausing, he pressed on. Behind him, Shimanchi and his group followed closely. Watching Xiao Bieli continue without stopping, Shimanchi finally lost his patience and shouted harshly, "What is the meaning of this? Are you stalling for time because you know you're doomed? Or do you just want one last look at this desert before you die?" After traveling another kilometer, far from the oasis of Full Moon City, Xiao Bieli finally stopped and turned around. A faint smile played on his lips. That oasis is full of life and vitality. I couldn't bear to stain that pure land with your blood. Besides, I know that aside from you, Shimanchi, there are others here who want to take my life to curry favor with the 6th prince. I intend to give them a chance to kill me in front of everyone. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd that had followed to spectate gasped audibly. What was Xiao Bieli planning? Shimanchi alone was already a formidable opponent, not to mention the presence of several other skilled fighters from the Shiman family. Could Xiao Bieli truly believe he could take on so many at once? Suddenly, a voice, elusive and mocking, drifted out from the crowd. Hehehe, famous at a young age, and so arrogant. If you know so many people want your head, you should have hidden in the shadows like the other rats of the blood-robed tower. The speaker darted swiftly through the crowd, moving so fast that even the seasoned martial artists present couldn't catch a clear glimpse. Linghu Baiwan frowned slightly. Fuyang the traceless thief. Correct, the figure replied, his voice continuing to echo. In ordinary times, if we wanted to pledge loyalty to the imperial court, we wouldn't be taken seriously. But if we bring them your head, that changes everything. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more figures stepped forward. Each wielded a different weapon, their bodies radiating powerful energy. The weakest among them was at the peak of the 5th rank, while the other 2 had reached the 4th rank master level. All 3 shared a peculiar characteristic: they were each missing a pinky finger. The 3 heroes of Pingshan, someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. These 3 were well known in Yin Prefecture, ruling over their own territory outside the desert. Even the major sects of Yin Prefecture had to show them some respect. Years ago, they had violated the rules of Zamur, the Desert King, and each had a finger cut off as punishment. No one expected them to dare return to the desert now. Though I've been out of the martial world for years, I won't let a brat like this steal the spotlight. Count me in for taking his head. Yet another 4 individuals emerged from the crowd. Though they weren't aligned with each other, they all shared the same goal: to claim the reward for killing Xiao Bieli. Uncle Linghu. Ning Wanqing turned to Linghu Baiwan, her eyes pleading desperately. Linghu Wanwan shook his head solemnly. Things have escalated to this point, and I can't intervene. If Xiao Bieli hadn't shown himself, I might have been able to assist in secret and shift the blame to Zuela. But now, if I make a move, I'll become the target of everyone's ire. I don't mind that, but if my brothers are targeted by the 6th prince, Xiao Bieli is too arrogant, someone commented, daring to provoke so many people without any support. Reckless beyond belief. I suspect Zuela has hidden experts aiding him in secret. What good would that do? There are already 3 4th rank masters stepping up, not to mention the Shiman family. Unless Zuela has a grandmaster hiding in Yin province. But how many grandmasters capable of breaking through the life and death barrier exist? As more and more challengers stepped forward, someone sighed and shook their head. If Xiao Bieli had chosen to retreat for now, most of these experts would have left. But facing so many opponents now, it's hard to see how he can survive. The 4 members of the Iron Sword sect remained silent in the crowd. If they hadn't personally witnessed Xiao Bieli slaying an Eastern Bureau expert with a single strike in the desert, they might have also assumed his death was inevitable. But now, aside from the few from the Shiman family, the others likely wouldn't last a single strike against him. Typhon glanced at the martial artists stepping forward, most of them only at the 6th rank and weaker than himself, and muttered under his breath, they're really risking their lives just for fame. By now, 11 people had stepped forward, but he had a premonition that by the end of the day, no more than 3 would leave alive, and that included the members of the Ximen family. I am a disciple of the fierce Tiger Hall. Someone began to announce their name. Xiao Bieli looked at the faces before him, most of them no longer young, and shook his head with a smile. No need to tell me your names. Today, you all share one name, dead men. Before the words fully left his lips, Xiao Bieli darted into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. He didn't even unsheath his blade, relying solely on his Vajra finger technique. With his current strength, even without channeling inner power, a peak 5th-rank martial artist struck by his finger would be killed instantly, and a 4th-rank master wouldn't escape without broken bones. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 6 or 7 figures were sent flying. Their chests caved in, their eyes filled with unwillingness, yet unable to utter a word. The experience points kept surging. 2,000, 2,000, 4,000. How dare you? Courting death. 2 4th-rank masters of the Ping Shan trio roared in fury, stomping the ground and spinning to unleash a palm strike midair. Boom. The air trembled violently as a terrifying wave of energy surged toward Xiao Bieli, who was several dozen feet away. Step back. Your opponent is me. Shimanchi shouted furiously, storming forward. He had thought Xiao Bieli lured him into the desert for a fair duel, but it turned out Zhao's true intention was to eliminate all the foes in Full Moon City who opposed him in one fell swoop. This is an utter humiliation. Shimanchi's figure flickered, his inner energy surging like the thunderous beat of war drums, shaking the surroundings. Effortlessly dodging the palm strikes of 2 masters from the 3 heroes of Pingshan, he appeared in an instant beside Xiao Bieli. His right hand struck like an eagle's beak, while his left hand clawed directly for the throat, a fierce wave of energy sweeping outward. This was none other than the 5th form of the Ximen family's renowned technique, 9 variations of the eagle strike. Among the crowd, Eugenio's gaze flickered slightly. She remembered it vividly. This very move had once defeated her at Shimanchi's hands. Now that Shimanchi had reached the level of a 4th-grade master, the power of this technique was incomparable to the past. Linghu Baiwan, observing from the sidelines, sighed, Shimanchi is truly a prodigy. If given another 5 years, he might even master the 7th variation and secure a spot in the top 15 of the master's ranking. Such a shame. Facing Shimanchi's ferocious assault, Xiao Bieli's smile remained unchanged. He casually extended a finger, executing the great Vajra finger technique. Bang! The clash of their forces reverberated. Shimanchi felt an overwhelming power surging toward him. Xiao Bieli's palm, as rumored, was astonishingly formidable through rigorous training. This only fueled Shimankai's fury. Why won't you draw your blade? Everyone knew that Xiao Bieli's strongest skill was his swordsmanship. Refusing to even use his blade was clearly an insult to Shimanchi. At that moment, the 3 heroes of Pingshan launched another attack. They were fixated on presenting Xiao Bieli's head to the 6th prince in hopes of dominating the desert in the future. From within the crowd, the shadowy figure of the infamous thief Fu Yang leapt forward, wielding a long staff. Hundreds of venom-coated needles shot through the air, aiming for Xiao Bieli's face, heart, and other vital points. Fu Yang followed closely behind, his figure blurring as he infused his staff with inner energy, intending to cleave Xiao Bieli's skull. Surrounded by attacks from all directions, Xiao Bieli seemed utterly unfazed. He merely glanced at Shimanchi with a faint smile and said, "If I were to draw my blade, you wouldn't even have the chance to use your 9 variations. Come now, show me your strongest move. Then, I'll let you witness my blade." Suddenly, Linghu Baiwan turned his head towards the direction of Manue City, his brows slightly furrowed. The aura of a battle between grandmasters could be felt from a mile away. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about Xiao Bieli's true strength, so he refocused his attention on the fight in front of him. As you wish. Shimanchi roared furiously, unleashing his inner energy to the extreme. The 6th transformation of Eagle Strike 9 Changes was executed in his hands. His skin glowed with a faint purple hue, his sleeves fluttered without wind, and his long robe rustled violently. A terrifying force of energy swirled into a tornado, lifting the surrounding yellow sand several feet into the air. Shimanchi seemed to transform into a giant eagle, soaring into the sky. The energy in his hands condensed into eagle talons several meters long, which he fiercely slashed toward Xiao Bieli. You've still broken into the 4th rank too recently to grasp the essence of this strike, Xiao Bieli said with a slight shake of his head. But since I've already spoken, you want me to draw my blade, then I shall draw my blade. Clang. The moment the demonic blade was unsheathed, Xiao Bieli's aura shifted drastically, as if Ashura from the depths of hell had descended. Abi Dao 3 strikes. With one swing of the blade, dozens of pitch-black slashes tore through the air. Everyone present felt an icy, bone-chilling killing intent envelop them, as if they were being dragged into the abyss of hell. Their blood nearly froze in their veins. The three heroes of Pingshan, Fuyang, and the others had no way to retreat and could only brace themselves. Yet, the power of this strike far exceeded their expectations. With a series of sickening sounds, the blade's energy pierced through the three heroes of Pingshan, who fell to the ground unwillingly. Fu Yang's iron staff shattered into multiple pieces, and his body was torn apart, staining the yellow sand red with blood. Although Shimin Chi fared the best, a blade's energy still pierced his chest, extinguishing his life force. Even the previously arrogant onlookers were not spared, as they were all shredded into pieces by the blade's energy. Two grandmasters from the Shimin family rushed to the scene, but they were too late. Just as they were about to rescue Shimin Chi, they found that this prodigy of their family was already lifeless. Before they could grieve, another flash of blade light swept through. Splat! Splat! The two grandmasters' bodies were sliced apart midair, their remains falling onto the yellow sands below. Experience 8,000. Experience 8,000. The vast desert was engulfed in an eerie silence. Hundreds of onlookers held their breath, their fear palpable in the stillness. Even Linghu Baiwan, the only grandmaster present, couldn't hide the shock flickering in his eyes. Xiao Bieli's blade technique had reached the pinnacle of perfection. What was even more astonishing was that his mastery of the blade had transcended to the realm of no blade in hand, but a blade in the heart. Even Linghu Baiwan himself was only a step away from achieving this level. If Xiao Bieli could break through to the grandmaster stage, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Linghu Baiwan. That Yuan sword sect has truly miscalculated by making an enemy of such a prodigy, Linghu Baiwan thought to himself. Yet the situation was even more precarious. Xiao Bieli had not only offended the Yuan sword sect but had also killed Shimin Chi, and Shimin Chi's father, the 12th rank grandmaster, Eagle King Shimin Qing, was notorious for his vengeful nature. Among the 12 figures on the grandmaster list, each had already stepped into the second rank celestial realm. Ning Wanqing was about to step forward when Ning Zhe grabbed her arm. If you go out there now, even master will be implicated, Ning Zhe warned in a low voice. The Shimin family is infamous for their retaliation. But with the martial prowess Xiao Bieli has displayed, there's no need to worry. After today, even Zhuo Qingyun might think twice before setting foot in Hanmin Pass. You dare to kill him? The last two 5th rank guards of Shimin Chi stared at Xiao Bieli with bloodshot eyes, their voices trembling as they looked at their master's lifeless body lying in the yellow sands. Do you have any idea what killing Shimin Chi means? We're all going to die. Xiao Bieli smirked disdainfully. No matter how powerful the Shimin family is, can they surpass the Yuan sword sect or the 6th prince? Instead of worrying about the punishment awaiting you back home, you'd better think about whether you can leave here alive. Before he finished speaking, the two guards suddenly bolted in opposite directions in a desperate attempt to escape. But in a flash, the demonic blade, Spring Rain in a Night at the Pavilion, was unsheathed. A cold gleam flickered, and the two guards fell simultaneously, their torsos severed cleanly. Experience 4,000. Experience 4,000. Xiao Bieli sheathed his blade, then, in full view of the crowd, began collecting the spoils of battle. While he didn't care much for the items, he wasn't inclined to leave them for others. Wrapping his loot in a cloth, he turned and strode deeper into the desert. As Xiao Bieli's figure disappeared into the horizon, the scene erupted like boiling water. The chatter among the martial artists grew louder, with some even speculating whether Xiao Bieli could rank among the top 3 on the grandmaster list. Huang Baichuan went so far as to suggest that Xiao Bieli might have already stepped into the 3rd rank grandmaster stage. Linghu Baiwan shook his head and said, at the very least, he hasn't yet utilized his primordial spirit power. But with just his blade technique alone, if he's still at the 4th rank, he could easily rank in the top 3 of the grandmaster list, and it's not impossible for him to contend for the top spot. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Some marveled at how chaotic times produced extraordinary talents, while others worried about Xiao Bieli's offense against the Shimin family, which had close ties to the imperial court. Among those present, Eugene Xiao looked at Shimin Chi's corpse and sighed softly. She had intended to challenge Shimin Chi after breaking through to the 4th rank, but now that opportunity was gone forever. As for Xiao Bieli, who had slain Shimin Chi, she had completely abandoned any thoughts of challenging him. At that moment, an assassin wearing a Wu Ma mask appeared at the scene, holding a blood-soaked bundle in his hand. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, then turned and walked towards the depths of the desert. Linghu Baiwan's face changed drastically the instant he saw the Wu Ma mask. Ning Zhe, standing nearby, noticed his master's unusual reaction and lowered his voice to ask, Master, is there something strange about that man? Linghu Baiwan did not respond, remaining silent as he began walking towards Full Moon City. Ning Zhe and his sister followed closely behind. It wasn't until they reached a place where no one else was around that Linghu Baiwan finally spoke. Do you know who that person was? Ning Wanqing shook her head, while Ning Zhe frowned and analyzed. A top assassin from the Blood Garment Tower? Judging by the blood-stained bundle in his hand, it likely contained someone's severed head. He might have been here to assist Xiao Bieli, but seeing Xiao Bieli's formidable martial skills, he chose not to intervene. Ling Hu Baiwan's pace quickened noticeably. Arriving at the headless corpse lying in the desert, he sighed deeply. As I suspected, when Xiao Bieli made his move, I sensed that a grandmaster was engaged in combat nearby. It must have been the one wearing the Wu Ma mask fighting this grandmaster. A grandmaster? Ning Zhe and Ning Wanqing were stunned. After all, even among top-tier forces like the Shimin family or the Yuan sword sect, a third-rank grandmaster was considered a core figure. Despite the rising prominence of the Yuan sword sect, they had no more than 10 third-rank grandmasters. As for their own Ning family, one of the 5 great families of the martial hall, they only had 4 grandmasters holding the fort. Ling Hu Baiwan's expression grew grave. That man was indeed a top assassin from the Blood Garment Tower. But even among the top assassins, there are varying levels of skill. The weakest must be at least 5th rank. At its peak, the Blood Garment Tower had nearly 100 top assassins, but after the chaos of 90 years ago, only 36 remain. Among them, the 12 zodiac masks are the most unique, reserved for only the most exceptional grandmasters or top-level masters. The mask he wore just now was one of the 12 zodiac masks, the Wu Ma mask. As he spoke, he carefully examined the corpse on the ground. After touching the deceased's palm, he said in a deep voice, "Eagle strike 9 transformations. Heart-shattering palm. This is Shimin Han." A sharp intake of breath escaped from Ning Zhe and Ning Wanqing. Shimin Han's reputation was no less fearsome than that of the Thunder Sword Knight, Dongfang Yang, and his methods were even more ruthless, making his notoriety even greater. And this headless corpse, could it really be him? Let's go. Leave Yan Prefecture. Ling Hu Baiwan's tone was severe. This matter is beyond our ability to meddle in. The true experts are surely on their way. Ning Zhe fully agreed. The fall of a renowned third-rank grandmaster in Yin Prefecture was bound to stir many influential figures. At the very least, the Eagle King, Shimin Qing, was certain to come. Before long, others discovered Shimin Han's headless corpse, and the news spread rapidly. Another one's dead here. Who is it? Not sure. The head's been taken. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli had ventured deep into the desert, finding a secluded spot to sit cross-legged in meditation. Xiao Bieli quickly examined the spoils of his recent battle, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. The Eagle Strike 9 transformations from the Shimin family piqued his interest, but unfortunately, Shimin Qi had not carried it with him. The system interface unfolded before his eyes. Host, Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late stage, 3rd grade grandmaster. Martial arts. Longevity technique, 47,100. Medicine King scripture perfected. 7 kill blade 18100. Blade drawing technique perfected. Abidao 3 blades perfected. Turtle breath technique perfected. Divine blade / perfected. Dragon demon golden body 1100. Realm of no blade. Copper skin iron bones. Light as a swallow. Experience points 82,440 unclaimed. Newly acquired. Diamond indestructible technique. Another well-known body refinement technique? Xiao Bieli thought to himself. But the priority now is to advance my cultivation level. Consume 60,000 experience points to upgrade longevity technique. He commanded. As soon as the words left his mouth, a surge of vast cultivation experience flooded his mind. Pure energy flowed from his dantian to every corner of his body. Xiao Bieli's aura climbed rapidly, reaching a new height. Longevity technique, 53100. Realm, peak, 3rd grade grandmaster. Note, each one proficiency increase requires 10,000 experience points. Breaking through to 2nd grade celestial realm requires 9 proficiency. As his energy gradually stabilized, Xiao Bieli felt the primordial spirit in the center of his brow becoming almost tangible. Finally, I've reached the peak of 3rd grade. He exhaled in relief, then began contemplating his next steps. Killing Shimin Qi would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from the Shimin family, and news of this might deter Zhuo Qingyun from facing him. Though Zhuo Qingyun had the support of Dongfang Yang, with Xiao Bieli's current strength, he could seize the opportunity to gain more experience and strive for a breakthrough to the 2nd grade. That way, even if the imperial court sent elite fighters after him, he would have nothing to fear. Extract Diamond Indestructible Technique. With the command issued, a wealth of training methods and knowledge poured into his mind. Although this wasn't the world's #1 body refinement technique or a version from some legendary martial arts comic, it was still the pinnacle of Shaolin's ancient body cultivation methods. It was undoubtedly superior to his current body refinement techniques except for the Dragon Demon Golden Body. However, for now, his focus had to remain on breaking through realms. Everything else could wait. Xiao Bieli decided to return to the stronghold first and gather intelligence on Zhuo Qingyun's situation from Feng Xinyang. When he arrived at the stronghold, he found Feng Xinyang waiting for him, accompanied by a masked assassin wearing a noon-horsed mask. With a single glance, Xiao Bieli discerned that this assassin's strength surpassed that of Linghu Baiwan, and their cultivation was on par with his own. However, in this world, some grandmasters who had been at the peak of their level for decades possessed martial arts that might rival or even surpass his. This is Senior Noon Horse, Feng Xinyang introduced. Senior, this is Xiao Bieli, she added. The masked assassin, Noon Horse, gave a slight nod. I've heard much about you. In the martial world today, there's probably no one who hasn't heard of your name, Xiao Bieli. The masked assassin with the horse motif spoke, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. However, that might not be a good thing. The Imperial Court has listed you as a prime target, and I'm afraid the astrologers from the Imperial Observatory may soon make their move. Xiao Bieli frowned deeply and pressed further. Is the star divination technique of the Imperial Observatory truly that formidable? I've seen the heavenly calculation master from Tianji Valley in person at a tavern, and I didn't find anything extraordinary about him. How exactly can they pinpoint my location so accurately? The masked assassin turned to Feng Xinyang and shook his head. Perhaps this is something you should ask her father. The Imperial Observatory and Tianji Valley have always operated in secrecy, and even their elevated status within the court makes them inaccessible to ordinary people. He paused briefly before adding, that said, the star divination technique isn't infallible. If you can break through to the second-grade heavenly human realm and achieve the unity of heaven and man, you'll be able to evade their tracking to some extent. Of course, if a first-grade expert lends their aid, they could help conceal your aura as well. As he spoke, he unwrapped the bundle he had placed on the table, revealing a severed head. It was none other than the head of Shimin Han, the Heartbreaker. Shimin Han had been secretly protecting Shiminchi. Now that Shiminchi has died at your hands, Eagle King Shiminchi will not let this go lightly. He'll likely arrive in Yenzhou within 15 days, and there may well be other powerful experts accompanying him. You must prepare in advance. If all else fails, you might have to abandon your foothold in Yenzhou. Xiao Bieli stared at the head in the bundle, feeling a pang of regret. This was a third-grade expert, and just like that, 16,000 experience points were lost for nothing. Feng Xinyang interrupted his thoughts coldly. Even if Blood Garment Tower isn't what it once was, what can a mere sixth prince and the Shimin family do? I've already asked my father to personally come to Yenzhou to oversee matters. I'd like to see if the Zhongyuan Sword Sect and the sixth prince truly dare to wipe out the Yenzhou branch of our Blood Garment Tower. There's no need to go to such lengths. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Just tell me the whereabouts of Zhuo Qingyun and his group. If there are no second-grade experts among them, he'll kill them all and then leave Yenzhou temporarily to lay low. Hearing this, both the masked assassin and Feng Xinyang were taken aback. You've already reached the third grade? Feng Xinyang's voice trembled, her disbelief evident as she stared at Xiao Bieli. Although she hadn't been too surprised earlier when she heard that Xiao Bieli had single-handedly fought several masters outside the city and killed Shiminchi, his current words truly shocked her. After all, even someone as renowned as the Thunder Sword hero Dongfang Yang was considered a top-tier figure among third-grade grandmasters. How could Xiao Bieli possibly have such confidence? You've truly reached the third grade? Feng Xinyang asked again, her voice quivering. Breaking through to the third grade was no trivial matter. It required overcoming the life-and-death barrier, and even the slightest mistake could result in death. Even those with exceptional talent would typically spend years preparing cautiously for such a breakthrough. A 17-year-old at the third rank? Feng Xinyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a prodigy hasn't appeared in the martial world for hundreds of years. The youngest third rank I've ever heard of was at least 25 or 26. Xiao Bieli explained calmly. I've been taking action frequently recently, which has sharpened my blade techniques. Along with breaking through the life-and-death barrier and consuming a Yangshan pill, my cultivation has made significant progress. The mention of the Yangshan pill drew attention, as it was an exceedingly rare elixir even among the 9 sects and 6 clans. Even sect leaders couldn't grant it to disciples casually. This pill was immensely valuable to martial artists who had surpassed the Grandmaster realm, as it nurtured the primordial spirit and enhanced martial prowess. You've already reached the realm of no blade? The voice behind Wu Ma's mask carried an unmistakable tone of astonishment. He elaborated, typically, only after breaking through the life-and-death barrier and forming the primordial spirit can one delve deeper into martial enlightenment. In the past century, only about 30 people have reached the state of no blade surpassing the blade, while still at the Grandmaster level. Wu Ma sighed inwardly. He was approaching 60, and although his martial skills were exceptional even among Grandmasters, he still had no confidence in breaking into the second rank, the Tianren realm. Yet here was a young man barely in his 20s who had already achieved such heights. Reflecting on his own youth, when he was only a 6th-rank martial artist at that age, filled him with a bitter sense of inadequacy. You're too modest, senior, Xiao Bieli said, shaking his head. In my opinion, within a year or so, you'll be ready to attempt the Tianren unification realm. But for now, the more pressing issue is, does Zhuo Qingyun have any second-rank experts by his side? Feng Xinyang snapped out of her thoughts. No second-rank Tianret. Only Lei Swordmaster Dongfang Yang and East Factory Commander Chan Qianfu are with him. There are also 2 Grandmasters on the rankings. She trailed off, realizing that in Xiao Bieli's current state, those individuals might as well be dealt with in a single stroke. Then ill head to Jiang City, Xiao Bieli declared. But after killing Zhuo Yuan, I may need to leave Yinzhou for a while. Although he would likely step into the second-ranked Tianren realm by then, the sword sect of Yuan's leader might personally seek vengeance. Besides, it seemed he had offended more than just the sword sect of Yuan this time. If a first-rank expert were to intervene, things could get troublesome. It would be safer if Senior Wu Ma accompanied you, Feng Xinyang suggested. Wu Ma nodded in agreement. Dongfang Yang's martial skills are not to be underestimated. Working together would increase our chances, but Xiao Bieli shook his head repeatedly. It was precisely through the confrontation with the sword sect of Yuan that my skills made this much progress. I hope Shuqinjian's people can put some pressure on me, so I can grow even faster. Please, grant me this opportunity. He thought to himself, last time, Shiman Han's experience points were snatched away by you. This time, I can't let that happen again. Wu Ma was taken aback. Although he was a renowned assassin, his unique status meant he had only taken action 3 times in the past decade. Could his slow progress in martial arts be because he had grown too complacent? The following day, in a quiet courtyard on the eastern side of Jiang City, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Sitting in the hall were renowned figures such as the Thunder Sword Knight Dongfang Yang, the Four Directions Sword Zhuo Qingyun, and the Eastern Bureau official Chan Qianfu. Joining them were other formidable 4th-rank masters, including the Jade Blade Song Jia, Elder Wu Yunhai of the Salt Gang, and the Relentless 7-step pursuer Tai Wuqing. These individuals, who had initially gathered to support Zhuo Qingyun, now wore grim expressions. The shocking battle that had unfolded in Manue City the day before had shattered all their doubts like a hammer blow. Before hundreds of witnesses, Xiao Bieli single-handedly fought against Shiman Qi, 2 masters from his family, the 3 heroes of Pingshan, and the elusive thief Fu Yang. Not only did Xiao Bieli kill them all, but even Shiman Qi himself was not spared. This fight left no doubt Xiao Bieli was indeed the true culprit behind the death of Yun Yuxianzi. Dongfang Yang glanced at Zhuo Qingyun, his tone filled with helplessness. This time, I'm afraid you'll have to swallow your pride. With the level of martial arts Xiao Bieli has displayed, if you face him, there's no doubt it'll end in your death. Zhuo Qingyun's face betrayed his unwillingness to accept this. He had gone to great lengths to create a spectacle, forcing Xiao Bieli to face him in a duel. With only 4 days left until the scheduled fight, retreating now would utterly ruin his reputation in the martial world. Even with you here, Master Uncle, is there truly no way to counter him? Zhuo Qingyun pressed. Dongfang Yang shook his head and sighed. If it were just Xiao Bieli, I could protect you and manage the situation. But the noon horse of the 12 celestial marks from the Blood Garment Tower has already appeared in Manue City and killed Shiman Han, the heart-crushing hand. Among the 12 celestial marks, this noon horse's martial arts are the most profound, even stronger than the morning dragon I fought in Manzhou. If I make a move, he will undoubtedly intervene. At these words, everyone present turned pale. Wu Yunhai clenched his teeth in fury. 7 years ago, my second uncle, the Iron Buddha Wu Long, was killed by that noon horse. This revelation struck like a thunderclap. Everyone knew that the Iron Buddha Wu Long, ranked 12th on the Grandmaster list, had been an unparalleled expert and a sworn brother of the Salt Gang's leader. 7 years ago, he was ambushed and killed on his way to Zhengzhou, paving the way for the rise of the Eagle King Shiman Qi. Now, learning that the noon horse from the Blood Garment Tower was responsible only further confirmed the terrifying strength of this assassin. The 12 figures on the Grandmaster list were all peak experts, just 1 step away from achieving the unity of heaven and mana level far beyond the Dragon Tiger list. The fact that Noon Horse could kill one of them spoke volumes about the depth of the Blood Garment Tower's power, cementing its reputation as the deadliest assassin organization in the world. Song Jia silently regretted his decision. Coming to this desert region to curry favor with the Zhangyan sword sect now seemed like a grave mistake. Risking his life in the vast desert sent shivers down Dongfang Yang's spine. The thought of all the wealth he had painstakingly amassed over decades, his beautiful wife and concubines at home, what if something went wrong? Would it all end up benefiting others? Shiman Qi is already dead in Yinzhou. The Eagle King, Shiman Qi, will surely come, but 1 Eagle King alone is not enough, Dongfang Yang said gravely. We must summon the experts from our sect to Yinzhou. Without them, we won't be able to take down the branch of the Blood Garment Tower, let alone kill Xiao Bieli. Chen Qianfu looked discontented. The death of Yulong Daoran hasn't stirred any response from Tianji Valley? By the time your Yuan sword sect's experts arrive, Xiao Bieli will likely already have disappeared. Without the involvement of someone from Tianji Valley, finding Xiao Bieli is like searching for a needle in a haystack. He gritted his teeth. Our Eastern Depot has always been domineering in the martial world, but this time, Not only did we lose a commander, even Lord Ho, who served the sixth prince, was killed. How am I supposed to explain this to the chief overseer when I return? Dongfang Yang shook his head. It's true that Tianji Valley has remained silent, and our requests to meet them have been turned away. But there are few in Tianji Valley who excel in divination. They won't let Yulong Doran's death go unavenged. If all else fails, we may have to ask the sixth prince to personally visit the Directorate of Astronomy. After all, the Blood Garment Tower has shown no respect to the court this time. If we don't teach them a lesson, where will the court's dignity stand? As they discussed their plans, two masked figures silently infiltrated the Estatia Wu horse mask and a Shun monkey mask. The guards of both the Zhongyuan sword sect and the Eastern Depot had already fallen lifeless to the ground without a sound. I didn't expect that the masked senior Chenlong gave you would turn out to be the Shun monkey mask, Wu horse remarked, glancing at Xiao Bieli. And aside from that exceptional blade technique of yours, your poison skills are equally impressive. Even a fourth-rank grandmaster could fall victim to your methods if they're not careful. I'm truly curious who your master is, to have trained you so comprehensively. A faint smile played on Xiao Bieli's lips. Just simple techniques, nothing that takes much time. If you, senior, were to study them, you'd reach this level in 4 or 5 years. Meanwhile, a steady stream of notifications flashed across Xiao Bieli's system interface. Experience 1000. Experience 2000. Experience 4000. He felt a surge of delight in his heart. Though Wu Horse had promised to merely accompany him to Jiang City and not intervene unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Bieli still worried that Wu Horse might steal the targets. Thus, before setting out, he had spent 9,500 experience points to max out his 5 poisons secret art and prepared an arsenal of poisons before heading to Jiang City. Although Wu Ma had promised not to confront experts like Chen Qianfu and Dongfang Yang, he had no reservations about dealing with others. Apart from a few top fighters like Dongfang Yang, there were only about 20 people from the Eastern Depot and the Zhongyuan sword sect in this secluded courtyard. Since they could be eliminated, Wu Ma intended to leave none alive. In the eastern wing of the courtyard, the people from Weixin Escort Agency, along with the Wushan 3 heroes and others familiar with Xiao Bieli, were held captive. Days of imprisonment had left them numb. Though they hadn't been subjected to torture, the uncertainty of life and death was tormenting. Head Escort Cheng, do you think that Zhongyuan sword sect's plan against young hero Xiao will succeed this time? Wu Ming, the leader of the Wushan 3 heroes, turned to Cheng Hai with a questioning look. Cheng Hai sighed and shook his head. Neither young hero Xiao nor the Zhongyuan sword sect are people we ordinary folks of the martial world can speculate about. For now, I just hope that Zhongyuan sword sect has some semblance of honor left and doesn't completely annihilate my escort agency. Lu Dali, standing nearby, looked utterly ashamed. If he hadn't invited Xiao Bieli to accompany them on that escort mission, the entire escort agency wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. Who could have expected that the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 clans, would use ordinary martial artists like them to coerce Xiao Bieli? The most absurd part was that the chief escort and Xiao Bieli had never even met before. Perhaps Xiao Bieli will come, Cheng Min murmured softly. Cheng Hai glanced at his daughter. Ever since that escort mission, he had noticed her growing feelings for Xiao Bieli. But he knew all too well that someone as gifted as Xiao Bieli was beyond their reach. Not to mention, Xiao Bieli's fiancée was none other than the proud and brilliant daughter of the Zhongyuan sword sect. Considering their current enmity, any meeting between them would likely end in a clash of swords. He won't come. The Zhongyuan sword sect is not like those minor martial clans in Manzhou, Cheng Hai said, shaking his head in denial. But Wu Ming stubbornly argued, I think young hero Xiao is a true hero. Back in Xiahe town, if it weren't for his efforts to protect us, he wouldn't have had a falling out with the 12 linked strongholds. And before the Zhongyuan sword sect came after him, all he did was use his blade against villains who deserved it. Someone as loyal and righteous as young hero Xiao wouldn't stand by while innocent people are implicated. Zhu Shou looked at Wu Ming as if he were a fool. The 12 linked strongholds are nothing compared to the Zhongyuan sword sect. Besides, the one who captured us is none other than the Thunder Sword hero, Dongfang Yang. If Xiao Bieli dares to come here, it would be no different from walking to his death. In the depths of the secluded estate's living room, Songjia, known as the Jade Blade, listened intently as the 2 grandmasters, Chen Qianfu and Dongfang Yang, discussed strategies to deal with Xiao Bieli. Suddenly, he raised a chilling question. What if the people from the Blood Garment Tower attack? How should we respond? As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone was fully aware that even with the combined strength of Dongfang Yang and Chen Qianfu, they would struggle to match the martial prowess of Wu Ma. Not to mention, Xiao Bieli and the other assassins of the Blood Garment Tower were lurking, ready to strike. In recent times, the Blood Garment Tower had already severed ties with the Zhongyuan sword sect and the 6th prince, even killing Cui Hao, the deputy leader of the giant spirit gang. Mercy was not something they practiced. Just as Dongfang Yang was about to speak to reassure the group, his gaze snapped toward the living room's door. A swift sound of something cutting through the air echoed as a dark figure charged into the room. With a cold snort, Dongfang Yang condensed his inner energy into a massive hand, seizing the figure and dragging it back into the living room. "It's junior brother Qin," Yuan exclaimed, his face paling as he recognized the lifeless body. The deceased was an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, who had already reached the 5th rank in cultivation, yet had still fallen victim to a merciless attack. Blood Garment Tower. Wu Yunhai, an elder of the Salt Gang, muttered in alarm. The mere thought of the Blood Garment Tower, especially with Wu Ma, one of the 12 earthly branches, stationed in Yin Prefecture, filled everyone with dread. Dongfang Yang stepped out of the living room and into the courtyard, his ancient sword strapped to his back. He called out coldly, "Since you're here, why bother hiding in the shadows?" The others followed closely, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, faint footsteps sounded from the rooftop. A figure wearing a monkey-faced mask and wielding a curved blade appeared not far away. The eerie, sinister design of the weapon instantly revealed the identity of the intruder. Xiao Bieli. Yuan muttered the name under his breath, regret surging through him for not eliminating Xiao Bieli when he had the chance. The Xiao Bieli of today was far stronger than before, now holding the title of Shun Ho, one of the 12 earthly branches of the Blood Garment Tower. Chen Xianfu released his spiritual energy to search for any hidden presences but found nothing. "Where is Wu Ma? If you're here, why hide in the dark?" Xiao Bieli shook his head and replied arrogantly, "To kill all of you. Wu Ma's intervention is unnecessary. I alone am more than enough." "Arrogant!" Yuan roared as he drew his sword. A sharp burst of sword energy sliced through the air, heading straight for Xiao Bieli. The speed of this sword strike was unparalleled, its razor-sharp sword intent sending chills down the spines of even the 4th-rank masters Tai Wuqing and Wu Yunhai. Even a grandmaster like Chen Xianfu couldn't help but exclaim, "What incredible swordsmanship!" Indeed, with just this move, Yuan had already earned the right to challenge the lower-tier experts on the grandmaster rankings. At the very moment Yuan made his move, the emerald blade wielder Song Jia sprang into action as well. With a sharp clang, his jade-like long blade was unsheathed, and his entire figure turned into a streaking rainbow, charging straight at Xiao Bieli. When he was just 2 meters away, Song Jia unleashed an explosive burst of energy, slashing 43 times in a single breath. The dense flurry of blade light covered all of Xiao Bieli's vital points. Xiao Bieli coldly remarked, "Is that all you've got?" Before the words had fully left his lips, the demonic blade, spring rain over the pavilion, was already drawn. A streak of black blade light flashed, and Song Jia felt his thoughts freeze. In an instant, the dozens of blade strikes he had unleashed were cleaved in two along with his own body. At the same time, Yuan's seemingly unstoppable sword strike had arrived. Without even lifting his gaze, Xiao Bieli casually raised his left hand and lightly tapped the sword energy with 2 fingers. With a crisp crack, the devastating sword energy shattered into fragments. Everyone watched in shock as Song Jia's body split in two, blood spilling across the ground. The Emerald Blade, ranked 30th on the Grandmaster rankings, had fallen just like that. Experience 8,000. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Wu Yunhai of the Salt Gang dropped his weapon, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Even Tai Wuqing, who had only come to observe, turned pale. In the shadows, Wu Ma, though masked, couldn't hide the flicker of shock in his eye. She knew that even with his strength, he would struggle to withstand such a strike. Dongfang Yang stared at Xiao Bieli with heightened vigilance. The realm of the Bladeless? You've stepped into the 3rd-rank Grandmaster level? No. Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be Xiao Bieli? Indeed, the power of that strike just now was something even the top 5 on the Grandmaster rankings might not be able to endure. Xiao Bieli shook his head. I never said I wasn't a Grandmaster. Wu Ma won't intervene. Today, you are all my prey. Spare me. I was just here to watch the excitement. Wu Yunhai's voice trembled, but before he could finish his plea, Xiao Bieli had already ignored him and appeared like lightning in front of Chen Xianfu. Do you think I'm an easy target? Chen Xianfu roared, unleashing the full power of his latest-stage 3rd-grade mastery. True energy surged through his palms as his right hand clawed toward Xiao Bieli's throat like an eagle's talon, while his left hand aimed sharply for Zhao's Qihai acupoint. What seemed like a simple attack tore through the air with a thunderous crack, leaving only afterimages in its wake. At the same time, a sharp force of spiritual energy condensed into an invisible arrow, shooting directly at Xiao Bieli's forehead. At that very moment, Dongfang Yang moved like a specter, striking toward Xiao Bieli's dantian with a single finger. This attack carried a terrifying sword intent, and even before it made contact, the entire courtyard was shredded by the sheer force of the sword energy. What made it even more fearsome was that the strike targeted not only Zhao's physical body but also his very soul. The two grandmasters coordinated seamlessly, aiming to take Xiao Bieli down in one decisive blow. Showing off your skills in front of an expert? Xiao Bieli sneered coldly. Faced with the dual threats, he remained calm and unflinching. In an instant, he stopped suppressing his energy, unleashing the overwhelming power of his peak third-grade Grandmaster cultivation. With his hand on the demonic blade, his longevity true energy surged to its peak. Clang! The demonic blade was unsheathed divine blade slash. This was Xiao Bieli's first time executing the divine blade slash with his full strength since reaching third grade, infused with his profound understanding of multiple blade techniques. A dazzling black blade light tore through the sky, as if devouring even the sunlight itself. Spurt! Dongfang Yang and Chen Xianfu spat blood simultaneously, their souls instantly riddled with cracks. Onlookers like Zhuo Qingyun stood frozen in place, their internal organs severely injured by the piercing blade intent, their thoughts completely paralyzed. Splurt! Splurt! Dongfang Yang and Chen Xianfu, who were closest, had no time to resist. Their bodies were shredded into pieces by the terrifying blade energy, their mangled remains flung into the air amidst a rain of blood. At the same time, Tai Wuqing was obliterated entirely body and soul under this one strike. A system notification appeared. Experience 16,000. Experience 16,000. Experience 8,000. On the rooftop, Wu Ma, who had reached the threshold of second grade, witnessed everything, his expression betraying utter shock. He silently calculated that even with preparation, he would at best have a 30 chance of surviving this earth-shattering slash, and only at the cost of severe injuries. Facing Xiao Bieli's overwhelming strength, survival seemed like a distant hope. His aura remained undiminished, clearly capable of unleashing another strike. At just 17, reaching such a level was enough to place him among the top 3 on the Grandmaster rankings. The Blood Garment Tower had indeed found a rare prodigy. Xiao Bieli glanced at the blood-soaked scene before him and shook his head slightly. Perhaps I went a bit too far. Though he didn't need to use his full strength to take the lives of the 2 men, he had acted on impulse, unleashing his entire power. That blade, brimming with killing intent, was undeniably satisfying. Zhuo Qingyun and Wu Yunhai spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with terror. Unable to block even a single strike, the disparity in strength was utterly despairing. They even began to doubt whether the person before them was truly Xiao Bieli or another master from the Blood Garment Tower in disguise. Spare me, master, Wu Yunhai pleaded desperately. I'm with the Salt Gang and have no ties to the 6th Prince or the Zhongyuan Sword Sect. A flash of the blade, and Wu Yunhai's head soared into the air, his eyes filled with unwillingness. A system notification appeared. Experience 8,000? Zhuo Qingyun, witnessing this, roared in anger. Xiao Bieli, don't you want to know who wants you dead? Before his words finished, another blade flashed, and Zhuo Qingyun's head fell to the ground. The system chimed again. Experience 8,000? Wu Ma approached Xiao Bieli and asked, aren't you curious? Xiao Bieli shook his head. At this point, it doesn't matter whether Zhuo Qingyun was behind it or not. I've already killed many from the Zhongyuan Sword Sect. This is a fight to the death. Within a few years, the Zhongyuan Sword Sect will cease to exist. After a moment of silence, Wu Ma sighed. With your talent, it won't take long. I wonder how the Zhongyuan Sword Sect will react when they hear about this. The Yin Province branch is already planning to relocate. Where do you intend to go? This commotion is bound to draw the court's attention, and they'll surely launch a massive search in Yin Province. The misty rains of Jiangnan. I've always wanted to see them, Xiao Bieli replied calmly. Suddenly, the side courtyard door creaked open. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a figure in black stood silently. Cheng Min froze momentarily before regaining her composure. Xiao Xiaoxia. Wu Ming's face lit up with joy. Xiaoxia has indeed arrived. The Eastern Bureau and Zhongyuan Sword Sects intelligence network is truly impressive, uncovering even our minor connections. Lu Dali, Cheng Hai, and the others quickly bowed to Xiao Bieli, no longer daring to address him as Brother Xiao as casually as before. Xiao Bieli was now a grandmaster renowned across the martial world, far beyond their reach. Leave, Xiao Bieli said, scanning the crowd. Find a place to lay low. When I truly become a name known to all under heaven, you'll be able to reappear. It won't take long. This time, I'm only lending a hand in passing. With the experience he had gained, he was on the verge of breaking through to a new level. Once he had sufficient strength, even the court wouldn't dare to act rashly. If they did come for him, it would only be with a decisive, thunderous strike. Just leave like this? Cheng Hai whispered hesitantly. The Eastern Bureau and Zhongyuan Sword Sect have sent so many masters. Xiao Bieli replied indifferently. Since I'm here, they're already dead. Hiss. The crowd in the small courtyard collectively gasped, their faces filled with shock as they turned to Xiao Bieli. They struggled to process the astonishing news they had just heard: the complete annihilation of the East Factory and the Zhongyuan Sword Sect. Among them were 1,000 household officer of the East Factory and the renowned Thunder Sword hero, Dongfang Yang. Xiao Bieli's words were nothing short of a declaration. He had reached the Grandmaster realm. Xiao Bieli swept his gaze across the startled crowd, his tone steady. For now, no one knows what has happened here. It would be wise for you all to leave quickly. Being too closely associated with me may not bring you any fortune. The road of the martial world is long. We may meet again. With that, he mounted the swift horse that had been prepared for him and galloped toward Jiangnan. Only when the city of Juyang disappeared from sight, and he reached the vast desert, did he pull the reins to a stop and begin taking stock of his spoils. The hall was modest. Martial artists rarely carried martial manuals with them. However, from the secondary courtyard, he had acquired silver notes worth 20 to 30,000 taels and a small pouch of gold leaves enough for him to live extravagantly in Jiangnan for a while. As for the famous weapons on site, their distinctiveness made them risky to keep, so they were handed over to Wu Ma to handle. System status. Host: Xiao Bieli. Cultivation: 3rd rank Grandmaster Peak. Martial arts. Longevity technique: 53100. Vajra indestructible skill: 5100. 7 kill blade: 18100. Draw blade technique perfected. Abyssal path 3 blades perfected. Turtle breath technique perfected. Divine blade / perfected. Dragon demon golden body: 1100. No blade realm. Copper skin iron bones. Light as a swallow. Experience points: 102,440. In this recent battle at the secondary courtyard, he had gained nearly 80,000 experience points, bringing his total to over 100,000. Sitting on the golden sands, Xiao Bieli's eyes glimmered with excitement. Once he broke through to the 2nd rank Heaven and Man Unity realm, even the Tianji Valley and the Imperial Astronomical Bureau would struggle to track him. At that point, he would finally be free to act as he pleased. Consume 90,000 experience points to upgrade the longevity technique, Xiao Bieli declared without hesitation. With a thunderous surge, pure energy erupted from his dantian, instantly flooding his limbs, bones, and soul. Simultaneously, an influx of profound insights into the longevity technique poured into his mind. Longevity technique: 62100. Realm: 2nd rank, early Heaven and Man Unity stage. Xiao Bieli's aura skyrocketed, and a massive vortex of energy formed above his head, pulling in sand from thousands of feet around. From afar, it looked like a sudden, ferocious sandstorm. Heaven and earth grow as one with me. All things unite as one with me. This was the realm of Heaven and Man Unity. After a long while, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and stood up. The swirling sands dissipated with his movement. The average Grandmaster had a lifespan of around 150 years, perhaps extending to 160 or 170 with excellent health practices. However, stepping into the 2nd rank Heaven and Man Unity realm instantly doubled one's lifespan. With the longevity technique he cultivated, Xiao Bieli could live at least 350 years. More importantly, at this stage, the soul could leave the body and even perform a body takeover for rebirth. However, living in a foreign body was fraught with uncertainty, so both the physical body and the soul remained equally vital. Is this the difference between the Shattered Vajra and Shattered Void in Huang Yi's novels? Xiao Bieli frowned in thought. Abandoning one's physical body is truly unwise. Even if something must be shattered, it should follow the path of the Shattered Void. He glanced at the system panel, which showed 10,000 experience points remaining, and decisively commanded, use all experience points to enhance the Dragon Demon Golden Body. Boom! As the Dragon Demon Golden Body advanced to 6,100, a surge of immense vitality erupted from within, rushing like a tidal wave through his entire body. Although this was still an incomplete Dragon Demon Golden Body, far from reaching the level of a supreme divine skill, his physical strength advanced significantly in a short amount of time. 2,000 experience points for 1 proficiency point. Perfecting this incomplete Dragon Demon Golden Body shouldn't be too difficult, Xiao Bieli calculated silently. Half an hour later, the short elder from the Zhenwu Hall, who had delivered a message for Zhuo Qingyun, arrived at the secluded courtyard. Standing before the tightly closed door, he knocked a few times but received no response. Frowning slightly, he patiently waited for a dozen breaths. Finally, sensing something was amiss, he struck out with his palm, shattering the solid wooden door. Entering the courtyard, he was immediately greeted by the sight of 4 corpses sprawled on the ground. East Factory experts, their faces pale and lips darkened, clearly victims of poisoning. The elder's heart tightened as he quickly ventured deeper into the courtyard, discovering more bodies along the way. When he saw the lifeless forms of both East Factory agents and members of the Zhongyuan Sword sect strewn across the ground, a chill ran through him. It's over. Everything is over. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he notice his hand, which had come into contact with the corpses, had turned black. Frantically, he pulled out an antidote pill, but it was too late. Collapsing to the ground, his eyes remained wide open as he breathed his last. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli, already on horseback and heading beyond the desert, saw a system notification flash before him. Experience 4,000. I actually poisoned a 5th rank expert? Xiao Bieli shook his head. The poison I used should have dissipated within an hour. Most of that time had already passed. If he'd entered just a bit later, he would have been fine. Truly, this was a matter of fate. Have you heard? Members of the Yuan sword sect and the Eastern Bureau were killed in Zhuyang City. Urgent whispers filled the streets. Even the renowned 3rd-rank Grandmaster Dongfang Yang didn't survive. It was Xiao Bieli, someone declared with certainty. I heard from experts in Zhuyang City who saw it with their own eyes. The bodies were taken back to the Zhenwu Hall by the hall's people and the Desert King, Zhuo. All the corpses were sliced cleanly in two with a single strike. Has Xiao Bieli already become a Grandmaster? Unlikely. I think it was the master from the Bloodied Garment Tower who taught Xiao Bieli that stepped in. The following day, this shocking news spread like wildfire through the martial world. The Thunder Sword hero Dongfang Yang, the Four Directions Sword Zhuo Yuan, Eastern Bureau Commander Chan Qianfu, the Jade Blade Song Jia, and others all met their end in Zhuyang City. The identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, but the manner of death was eerily similar to the case of Yuan Uxianzi, and her group days prior. Each victim was split in two with a single blow. This inevitably drew connections to the splitting blade technique Xiao Bieli had demonstrated publicly not long ago. However, the notion that a young man could kill two grandmasters was almost impossible to believe. Inside Zhenwu Hall, heavy footsteps echoed, growing louder as they approached. Eastern Bureau Commander Lu Jin and the Flame Province Zhenwu Hall Master, Sima Yuan, led a team directly to the area where the bodies were kept. Sima Yuan, a peak-level grandmaster, had previously avoided involvement in the Yuan sword sect's affairs due to his neutral stance in the 6th Prince's factional struggles. However, the severity of this tragedy left him no choice but to intervene. Lu Jin, wearing specially designed thin gloves, meticulously examined the bodies before standing up. Most of them died from poisoning. Only 4 4th-rank masters and Chan Qianfu, along with Dongfang Yang, died by the blade. He pointed to the corpse of a short, elderly man on the ground and added, "This one died slightly later, also from poisoning, though I can't determine what kind of poison it was yet." Split cleanly in two, Sima Yuan furrowed his brow. The one behind this must have reached the no-blade realm. Their cultivation is at least at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Could it really be Xiao Bieli? I'm not sure, Lu Jin replied, shaking his head. If it truly is Hema Grandmaster under the age of 18, then the court is bound to be shaken to its core. The news quickly spread across all 24 provinces of the Great Qin Dynasty, leaving the nation in shock. Most people leaned towards the theory that the true killer was a master from the Bloodied Garment Tower, who practiced the same blade technique as Xiao Bieli. Meanwhile, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted from the back mountain of Yuan sword sect, shaking the entire sect to its foundation. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances. It's coming from the Grand Elder's secluded cultivation chamber. He must have received news of senior brother Zhua and uncle Master Dongfang's deaths. Countless disciples turned their gazes toward the back mountain with heavy hearts. At the same time, a surge of frustration boiled within their hearts. Over the years, Yuan sword sect's status among the 9 sects and 6 clans had steadily risen, becoming an unspoken leader. All the major forces in the martial world treated them with utmost respect. However, in just half a year, the sudden rise of Xiao Bieli shattered this tranquility. First, senior brother Shuizhou was brutally killed by him, and now even the sect's top disciple, senior brother Zhua, had met his untimely demise. Such a grave humiliation was impossible to swallow. In a secluded area of the back mountain, the figure of Yuan Songhai, the sect master of Yuan sword sect, appeared at the retreat of the Grand Elder, Dong Yuan. The elder guarding the entrance immediately bowed upon seeing him. Sect master senior brother. It was Yuan Songhai's leadership that had propelled Yuan sword sect to the forefront of the 9 sects and 6 clans. You may leave, Yuan Songhai commanded with a wave of his sleeve, and the others promptly retreated. Dong Yuan emerged slowly from the small courtyard, his long white hair flowing in the breeze, emanating an aura of sharp sword intent. His voice was cold as he spoke. The Blood Garment Tower killed my disciple. Sect Master, are you here to stop me from descending the mountain? Though Dong Yuan had disapproved of Dongfang Yang aligning too early with the 6th prince, he had not interfered. As long as the sect master remained neutral, it didn't count as the sect taking sides. But now that his disciple had been tragically killed, a blood debt must be paid with blood. Yuan Songhai shook his head and said, I have no intention of stopping you, Uncle Master. However, I've received word that 5 core assassins of the Blood Garment Tower are still alive, including the demonic monk Bukong. At the mention of the name Bukong, the killing intent radiating from Dong Yuan dissipated instantly. As a celestial master who had lived for over 2 centuries, he was well aware of Bukong's terrifying reputation. This demonic monk, once a member of the Rotten Ku Temple, had joined the Blood Garment Tower due to ideological differences. 90 years ago, during a siege, even a first-rank master had fallen to his hands. If Bukong was indeed still alive, descending the mountain now would be ill-advised. Let's wait for the imperial court to act first, Dong Yuan finally said. Meanwhile, in the 6th prince's residence in Jingzhou, smash! A delicate vase was swept to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. The 6th prince, dressed in a python-patterned robe, sat at the head seat, exuding an icy aura that made it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. So many people died trying to kill Xiao Bieli, and yet he's still alive. The Eastern Depot and Songyuan Sword sect utter incompetence, all of them. The officials and attendants below dared not utter a word, their silence as cold as the air in the room. They had hoped to curry favor with the emperor by capitalizing on his displeasure with the resurgence of the Blood Garment Tower. Instead, they had not only failed to achieve any merit, but had also suffered significant losses. First came the news that the patriarch of the Ouyang family had been injured by the demonic monk Bukong, and now reports arrived that the team sent by Songyuan Sword sect and the Eastern Depot to Yin State had been wiped out entirely. No information on Xiao Bieli's whereabouts? The 6th prince asked coldly. The commander of the prince's guards, Ma Hong, bowed and replied, Eagle King Shiman Qing has already arrived in Yin State but has found no trace of Xiao Bieli. Even the Blood Garment Tower's base in Yin State vanished overnight, seemingly retreating. The patriarch of the Shiman family has traveled to Tai State to investigate the demonic monk. The Shiman family suggests Your Highness visit the Directorate of Astronomy. If the experts from the Heavenly Secrets Valley, known for their prophetic calculations, can be invited, they might deduce Xiao Bieli's location. After a long silence, the 6th prince finally spoke. In that case, I shall make a trip to the Directorate of Astronomy myself. Xiao Bieli paid little attention to the world around him. At this moment, he had entered the borders of the ancient Yu County in Jiangnan Prefecture. The small town, shrouded in a light drizzle, appeared especially tranquil. With winter approaching, the willow trees along the roadside had shed their leaves, leaving only bare branches hanging low, far removed from the lush scene of spring. The sudden rain prompted pedestrians to quicken their steps, seeking shelter. Xiao Bieli was sitting in an unremarkable little tavern, which could barely be called an inn. It was a single-story establishment with a dozen or so simple wooden tables, serving as a resting spot for passing merchants and wandering martial artists. From Yin Prefecture to here, he had traveled in just 10 days. Because of the unexpected rain, the tavern was nearly full, with only 2 empty tables left. Groups of diners huddled together, chatting about the latest happenings in the martial world. Recently, there's been a ruthless figure making waves in our Yu County's martial world. In just 3 days, they killed over a dozen skilled fighters of the giant spirit gang, including 2 6th-ranked experts. A conversation at a nearby table caught Xiao Bieli's attention. The giant spirit gang, one of the 9 sects and 6 gangs, had already pledged allegiance to the 6th prince and had once assisted in dealing with Blood Garment Tower, only to have their deputy leader, Cui Hao, killed by the very same Blood Garment Tower. Are you talking about Yi Yunqing? Someone chimed in. That kid is vicious. To master the Xian Yin sword technique, a skill only eunuchs can cultivate, he willingly castrated himself. The Yi family only had him as their sole heir. Now their lineage is as good as ended. And what choice did he have? Without that sword technique, he wouldn't have been able to evade the giant spirit gang's pursuers. That Xianyin sword technique is indeed powerful, thus it only took him a few months to advance from 7th rank to the point where he could kill latest-stage 6th rank experts. A wandering martial artist, wearing a felt hat with a long blade resting on the table, scoffed and interjected, Yi Yunqing? Ruthless? You clearly haven't heard of Xiao Bieli. Now that's a real ruthless man. In Yin Prefecture, he not only killed Shiman Qi, who was ranked 2nd on the Dragon and Tiger list, but also killed Zhuo Qingyun, the top disciple of the Songyuan Sword sect, and reportedly even brought down 2 grandmasters with him. Due to the great distance between Jiangnan Prefecture and Yin Prefecture, and the fact that the events had occurred only 10 days ago, most ordinary martial artists had only heard scattered rumors, except for those from major factions. Xiao Bieli downed the wine in his bowl in one gulp and set it down gently. The discussions in the tavern grew even livelier. Is that true? I heard it was because Zhuo Qingyun had a romantic entanglement with Xiao Bieli's fiancée. You don't know anything. The story goes that Zhuo Qingyun and Lin Qingyuan were deeply in love and wanted to call off the engagement, but Xiao Bieli wouldn't agree. If you ask me, the 3 of them could have just found a way to make it work together. As the chatter reached a fever pitch, 5 young martial artists, 3 men and 2 women entered the tavern, stepping lightly through the drizzle. The atmosphere in the tavern shifted abruptly. A group of young men dressed in yellow brocade robes, each bearing the same emblem embroidered on their chests, entered the room. Though they appear to be in their early 20s, the leader already possessed the strength of a 7th-rank peak martial artist. Members of the Lingshu sword sect, someone murmured under their breath. Although the Lingshu sword sect hadn't made it into the ranks of the 9 sects and 6 clans, it was widely renowned in Jiangnan Prefecture. Its sect leader, Ding Yuanshan, was a 3rd-rank grandmaster whose swordsmanship was unparalleled. Even though these were merely young disciples, the martial artists present were reluctant to provoke them and lowered their voices. This cursed rain. The older woman among them, senior sister Huang, frowned as she looked at a fellow disciple beside her, whose face was slightly pale. The town's physician couldn't identify what poison junior brother Zhong was afflicted with. It'll take over an hour to reach the city of Guyu Prefecture. If the poison spreads to his internal organs... Don't worry, senior sister, junior brother Zhong forced a smile. Aside from feeling cold, I'm fine. Nearby, a delicate-looking young woman named Ding Mian whispered, "It's strange. I clearly struck that thief with my sword, but he was completely unharmed." Indeed, junior brother Zhong agreed. "I saw you land the hit and thought I could finish him off, but he grabbed me. Even his hands were poisoned. Doesn't he fear poisoning himself?" "It might not be poison," senior sister Huang shook her head. "It could be some kind of toxic martial art. Do you think that thief was wearing inner armor?" At that moment, a bearded martial artist spoke up. "You must been to Huanglu village, right? Recently, 6 or 7 people have died there. My friend Shenjiao, from the Jinwu Hall, was investigating the case. He got scratched and didn't even make it back to Guyu Prefecture before he died." "That's right," senior sister Huang nodded. "We were ambushed on the official road 3 miles outside Huanglu village. Seeing someone murdering passers-by, we tried to apprehend him, but we ended up injured instead." Hearing this, junior brother Zhong's expression changed. He hurriedly tore open his sleeve, revealing a claw wound on his arm. The area around the injury had already begun to fester, and his entire arm had turned a dark, bluish-black. A collective gasp escaped the martial artists in the tavern. The bearded man sighed. "It's the same type of wound. Jinwu Hall suspects it's the work of the corpse refining sect. The martial world is in chaos, and all sorts of monsters and demons are crawling out of the woodwork." At the mention of the corpse refining sect, Xiao Bieli's eyes sharpened. As a disciple of the Blood Cloak Tower, he was no stranger to the name. The corpse refining sect originated from the 8 demonic paths, specifically the corpse driving sect, which had split 300 years ago due to ideological differences. Unlike the corpse driving sect, which focused on turning the corpses of martial experts into weapons, the corpse refining sect sought to refine their own bodies through secret techniques in pursuit of immortality. However, this path was fraught with risks, and practitioners often became bloodthirsty, ultimately transforming into monsters that relied on the blood of martial artists to survive. Only a few succeeded, and even then, they became living corpses with powerful bodies but weak souls. A campaign 170 years ago had nearly wiped out the sect, yet here it was again, rearing its head in Jiangnan Prefecture. "Let's go." Senior sister Huang suddenly stood up. "We must hurry back to Guyu Prefecture." "Wait a moment." Xiao Bieli approached junior brother Zhong and lightly pressed the wound on his arm. With a tearing sound, he ripped away a piece of decayed flesh. "Corpse poison. At this rate, by the time you reach Guyu Prefecture, you'll all be corpses." He ran his fingers along junior brother Zhong's arm, channeling his inner energy to force out the blackened blood. "Shopkeeper, may I borrow some paper and a brush?" Xiao Bieli quickly jotted down a list of medicinal ingredients and handed the paper to senior sister Huang. "These are all common herbs. You can find them in this town. Have him take the medicine, excise the decayed flesh, and apply the herbs externally. That should do the trick." The bluish-black tint on junior brother Zhong's arm gradually faded, and Huang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed respectfully to Xiao Bieli and said, "Thank you, young hero, for your assistance." "It was nothing," Xiao Bieli replied with a faint smile, then asked, "Could someone guide me to the spot where the disciples of the corpse refining sect appeared? While Huanglu village isn't hard to find, there might be some clues at the site where you were attacked." The bearded man frowned at his words. "Young hero, are you planning to go alone? Those people are not to be underestimated. Even my friend, a 6th-grade expert, lost his life there. Normally, this matter would be handled by the experts of the Jinwu Hall, but officials from the capital recently arrived in Jiangnan Prefecture, so they're short-staffed for the time being. If you wait a few days, the Jinwu Hall will certainly send someone." "It's indeed too dangerous," Huang Yu agreed. Then he turned to his companion. "Lu Shidi, ride back to the mountain and request Uncle Bai to come." He turned back to Xiao Bieli and explained, "Our Lingxiao sword sect is nearby. It's only a 2-day trip there and back. Why not wait for a bit, young hero?" Xiao Bieli frowned slightly. "Then could you at least mark the location of the attack on a map?" As Huang Yu was about to persuade him further, Ding Mian suddenly spoke up, "Young hero, am willing to guide you." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Traveling alongside such a skilled fighter was a rare opportunity for growth. If Junior's sister goes, then he'll go too. Subin quickly chimed in, his handsome face full of eagerness. The bearded man shook his head quietly to himself. This young man was clearly showing off for the sake of the girl, oblivious to the true danger of the notorious corpse refining sect. Junior's sister, don't act recklessly. Huang Yu scolded sternly. Ding Mian pouted with a look of grievance. Seeing this, Xiao Bieli smiled and said, no need to trouble yourselves. Just mark it on the map. Huang Yu gave an apologetic smile, took out a map of the Guyu County, marked the location, and handed it to Xiao Bieli. The latter placed a silver ingot on the table, turned, and strode into the rain. It's still raining out there. Ding Mian called after him. The bearded man, however, was startled despite walking in the rain. The young man's clothes remained completely dry. Such a feat could only be achieved by the protective energy of a 5th-grade expert or higher. No wonder he dared to go after the corpse refining sect alone. After a moment of hesitation, the bearded man donned a rain cloak and chased after the figure disappearing into the rain. Outside the small town, Xiao Bieli stopped and turned to look at the approaching bearded man. Senior. The bearded man cupped his hands respectfully. I would like to accompany you. I won't hide it from you. I've already been to Huanglu village twice before, the bearded son who explained in a lowered voice. I've known Qinjiu for 20 years, and he's looked out for me a lot. But with a family to care for, I didn't dare dive too deep into the investigation. Still, I'm familiar with the terrain there. So maybe I can be of some help to you, senior. As a 6th-grade blade heir, son who knew well that the young man before him possessed far greater martial prowess. In the world of martial arts, strength earns respect, and calling him senior was no loss of pride. Xiao Bieli gave a slight nod. You can follow me, but this time, you're not allowed to make a move. Understood. I'll follow your instructions to the letter, Sun Hu quickly promised. The two traveled along the official road. After covering a dozen or so miles, they first examined the location marked by Huang Yu. Though the rain had washed away the bloodstains, the tree trunks still bore clear marks of sword strikes. Let's examine the bodies, Xiao Bieli said succinctly. Sun Hu led the way. The villagers believe these people were killed by some malevolent force. Aside from the first 2 bodies that were buried, the rest are still in the village's mortuary at the entrance. Pushing open the mortuary doors, the stench of decay hit them, causing Sun Hu to wrinkle his nose in discomfort. But for Xiao Bieli, who had reached the 2nd-grade Heavenman realm, such things were merely mundane. He carefully inspected the newly deceased bodies, noticing distinct bite marks and significant blood loss within. As expected, this is the work of the Lianshi sect, Xiao Bieli said, covering the corpse with the white cloth again, his brows furrowed. Where could they be hiding? From what I've observed, the only likely hiding place is on Wohu Mountain, Sun Hu said, his tone heavy with concern. The Lianshi sect has been lying low for years, but now they've suddenly exposed themselves. I can't tell if it's just one person or a group. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves came closer and closer. The mortuary doors were suddenly flung open as a group of people barged in. Leading them was a young man dressed in a purple brocade robe. Though he appeared no older than 28 or 29, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th grade. He was flanked by 200 household officers and 7 agents from the Eastern Depot, with a 5th-grade peak expert standing guard outside. The manager from the Zhengwu Hall frowned upon seeing Sun Hu. Sun Hu, what are you doing here? Chengjiu was killed by the Lianshi sect's demonic practitioners. I came to search for clues. Sun Hu quickly bowed and explained. The purple-robed young man sneered, snapping his folding fan shut. Searching for clues? I think you're here to destroy them. Why else would you show up right when I'm investigating this case? Clearly, you're an accomplice of the Lianshi sect. The Zhenwu Hall manager opened his mouth to speak, but the young man in purple cut him off sharply. You want to plead for him, do you? Are you involved with the Lianshi sect as well? Terrified, the manager dropped to his knees. Your Highness, please judge wisely. I, too, find Sun Hu's actions suspicious. Xiao Bieli's gaze grew sharp as he fixed his eyes on the purple-robed young man. You just mentioned under whose orders are you conducting this investigation in Guyu County? What? Xiao Bieli's words left everyone in the mortuary stunned. The Baihu of the Eastern Depot, standing next to the young man in purple, let out a cold laugh, his face full of arrogance. Who doesn't know that young Master Zhang is favored by the 6th prince? We're here in Jiangnan on the orders of the 6th prince to eliminate the blood-clad tower bandits. Could it be that you're a member of the giant spirit gang? Zhang Yao studied Xiao Bieli with interest. This young man, 7 or 8 years his junior, carried a peculiar box on his back, likely containing some sort of weapon. With his extraordinary demeanor, it was clear he wasn't from a humble background. Zhang Yao speculated that perhaps this person was also part of the 6th prince's network of martial forces. He needed to figure this out to avoid a situation where allies clashed unknowingly. I'm not part of the giant spirit gang, Xiao Bieli said, shaking his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, I do have some grudges with the sixth prince. The moment he said this, the room erupted in whispers. Sun Hu began trembling uncontrollably, his face pale as a sheet. He knew all too well the ruthless ways of the Eastern Depot. Not only was his own life at risk, but now his family might be dragged into this as well. Grudges? The Baihu of the Eastern Depot was the first to recover, shouting angrily, "Who do you think you are to claim to have grudges with the sixth prince?" Before he could finish, a sharp strike of finger force pierced his head. With a loud bang, blood splattered everywhere, and his headless body collapsed to the ground. Experience 2000. Zhang Yao's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror. The arrogance he had displayed earlier had completely vanished. As a direct descendant of the Zheng family, one of the 5 great families of the Zhenwu Hall, he had always enjoyed a life of prestige in the capital. 2 Baihu from the Eastern Depot, both peak grade 6 experts, had accompanied him on this mission. Yet, one of them was now dead, and he hadn't even seen how the opponent had made their move. "Don't do anything rash," Zhang Yao stammered, trying to sound stern but betraying his fear. "I'm from the Zheng family of Zhenwu Hall. If you kill me, my family will never let you go. Once you're on Zhenwu Hall's bounty list, you'll have no peace for the rest of your life." Before he could finish, a large hand gripped his throat. Just as the situation seemed dire, the sound of shattering glass rang out. The window of the mortuary broke as a figure burst through, sword aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's throat. This was a 5th-grade expert who had been secretly protecting Zhang Yao. However, in front of Xiao Bieli, a mere 5th-grade martial artist was no match at all. Xiao Bieli casually extended 2 jade-like fingers and effortlessly caught the sword's tip. Clang! With a gentle twist of his fingers, the sword tip snapped off. With a whoosh, the broken blade shot out like lightning, piercing through the expert's body, leaving a hole in the mortuary wall, and finally embedding itself deeply into a tree dozens of meters away. Experience 4000. From the moment the expert attacked to his death, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone from Zhenwu Hall and the Eastern Depot stood frozen in shock. "That's Lin Gongsu." The last remaining Baihu's voice trembled as he recognized the corpse on the ground. That was a peak-level 5th-rank expert, and yet they couldn't withstand even a single move from this man? This realization sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. This person can't possibly be as young as he looks. She must be some ageless monster. "Run!" The steward of the Zhenwatang Hall screamed hoarsely, taking the lead as he channeled his energy and darted toward the door of the mortuary. It wasn't out of goodwill, but rather the knowledge that escaping alone would make him an easier target. If they could just get outside and mount their horses, there might still be a slim chance of survival. The others snapped out of their shock and fled in a panic. Xiao Bieli let out a cold snort and flicked the broken sword of the deceased 5th-rank expert with his toe. The blade whistled through the air, and with several muffled thuds, the few who had just made it to the doorway were instantly pierced through. Their momentum carried their bodies several feet forward before they crashed heavily to the ground. A few managed to escape, but Xiao Bieli, holding onto Zhang Yao with one hand, casually raised the other. A few pebbles fell into his palm. The sound of the stones slicing through the air was followed by an eerie silence inside and outside the mortuary. Only the intensifying rain outside seemed to recount the events that had just unfolded. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Experience 2000. Sun Hu was too stunned to speak. In just a few dozen breaths, so many lives had been lost, including the steward of Zhenwatang Hall and the operatives from the Eastern Depot. Zhang Yao, who was firmly gripped in Xiao Bieli's hand, looked ashen-faced, trembling uncontrollably, and had long since lost his sanity from fear. Xiao Bieli casually tossed him to the ground. Zhang Yao collapsed, and a foul stench wafted up from where he lay. Xiao Bieli frowned slightly, stepping back as he coldly demanded, "Why did the 6th prince send you to Jiangnan province? What's the situation with the Blood Garment Tower in Jiangnan?" Zhang Yao didn't answer, prompting Xiao Bieli to slap him across the face, sending him flying. Zhang Yao spat out blood mixed with broken teeth, but the slap seemed to snap him back to his senses. Ignoring the stinging pain on his face, he immediately knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy as he spilled everything about the 6th prince's plan with the giant spirit gang to attack a branch of the Blood Garment Tower. Xiao Bieli's frown deepened as he listened. The Blood Garment Tower was riddled with vulnerabilities. Though its strength had greatly diminished after the battle 90 years ago, how many Imperial forces were truly entangled in this? Upon learning that Zhang Yao knew nothing about the Blood Garment Tower's exact locations, Xiao Bieli pointed a finger and shattered his brow. Staring at the lifeless body slumped on the ground, Xiao Bieli remarked indifferently, "You know nothing and are of no use. Why keep you alive?" Seeing this, Sun Hu dropped to his knees and slid forward, pleading, "Spare me, senior. I swear I won't say a word." Xiao Bieli didn't even glance at him. Instead, he looked toward the entrance of the mortuary and said calmly, "You've been watching for quite a while. Why not come out? A spine-chilling laugh echoed as a disheveled, shadowy figure appeared at the mortuary door like a ghost. The person stared at Xiao Bieli and spoke in a strange voice. You have a grudge against the sixth prince? We were paid to deal with the giant spirit gang as well. Kid, you're strong, and your methods are even more ruthless than mine. Why not team up against the giant spirit gang? Xiao Bieli shook his head. There's no need for cooperation. After all, I'm only here for the experience. Looking for experience? The shadowy figure frowned deeply. The words from this young man sounded so strange to him. Before he could ponder further, Xiao Bieli's figure flickered like a ghost, appearing suddenly at his side. This scene sent a shock through the shadows. Here the prided himself on being unmatched in agility among fourth-grade martial masters, so much so that even peak-level masters might struggle to catch him. It was this confidence that emboldened him to approach a young man who seemed to be a master himself. Yet now, this young man's agility had clearly surpassed his own. Must retreat, or I'll be doomed. The thought barely crossed his mind before he gathered his energy and slid backward. But it was too late. A tremendous force slammed him into the muddy ground. His internal organs felt displaced, and countless bones in his body fractured. Amid the rain, Xiao Bieli stared at the figure embedded in the dirt and frowned. Didn't they say people from the corpse refining sect are tough? Ugh. The shadowy figure coughed up a mouthful of blood and hastily explained, Senior, I am not from the corpse refining sect. Then what are you doing here? I'm Bao Ming, a hired blade from Jiangnan province, the shadow said urgently. Both the corpse refining sect and I were hired to stop the sixth prince's forces from wiping out the Bloody Garments Tower in Jiangnan province. We originally planned to deal with the giant spirit gang, but those corpse refining sect maniacs couldn't restrain their bloodlust and attacked the villagers of Huanglu village, even leaving survivors. I came to check if they left any clues that might attract the giant spirit gang's attention. At this moment, Sun Hu walked up to Xiao Bieli and whispered, This is Bao Ming, known as Ghost Shadow, famous for his agility among the hired blades in Jiangnan province. But I've never seen him in person. Xiao Bieli remained indifferent and directly asked, Do you know where the corpse refining sect is? Bao Ming nodded with difficulty. I do. They're on the mountain behind us. Xiao Bieli grabbed him and pulled him out of the dirt effortlessly, saying coldly, Lead the way. Then he turned to Sun Hu and added, You can leave now. I've avenged your friend for you. You should know what to say and what not to say. Sun Hu nodded repeatedly. Senior, I was never in Huanglu village today. He understood perfectly getting involved in this kind of affair was a death sentence. Neither this mysterious expert, nor the Zhenwu Hall or Eastern Depot were people he could afford to provoke. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. In the rain-soaked night, Xiao Bieli carried Bao Ming forward. He had already altered his appearance and avoided using his signature martial arts techniques earlier. Even if experts from the Eastern Depot came, they wouldn't recognize him. It wouldn't matter if Sun Hu talked. More importantly, Xiao Bieli urgently needed experience points. If a few moderately skilled pursuers came after him, it would be even better. Harvesting a few waves of experience would prepare him to properly face off against the Great Qin Dynasty's court. Senior, after we find the corpse refining sect, will you let me go? Bao Ming asked weakly, blood still at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this man was targeting the corpse refining sect. It was their terrible reputation that had dragged him into this mess. In the rain, Xiao Bieli suddenly stopped in his tracks and casually tossed Gue Yingzi to the ground. His face remained expressionless as he said, You deliberately led me around in circles on Wohu Mountain just to negotiate terms with me? I won't even bother lying to you, he continued. Letting a tiger return to the mountain? Ha, you're not even worthy of being called a tiger. But the experience points I've gained? I won't be giving those up. Gue Yingzi's face turned red with anger as he sneered. Wohu Mountain is massive. Even if you searched all day, you wouldn't find the hidden lair of the corpse refining sect. Only I can lead you there. Xiao Bieli shook his head disdainfully. You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. The stench of blood here is so strong that even a cultivator at the second-grade realm could sense it. If I couldn't, my cultivation would be a waste. What? Second grade? Gue Yingzi's eyes widened in shock, but before he could finish his sentence, a blood hole appeared in the center of his forehead. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Experience points 8,000. Xiao Bieli paid no attention to Gue Yingzi's corpse. This was the heart of Wohu Mountain, a place where even woodcutters and hunters rarely ventured due to the abundance of tigers, leopards, and wolves. The body would soon be devoured. Leaping onto the treetops, Xiao Bieli surveyed the area below. Scattered among the dense forest were dozens of wooden huts encircling a cave. What caught his attention most was the presence of a grandmaster hidden within the cave. This is likely not a temporary base but a refuge for the remnants of the corpse refining sect after their defeat, Xiao Bieli mused. They've already captured numerous martial artists and imprisoned them here. Why would they risk descending the mountain to commit more crimes? Aren't they afraid the Zhenwu Hall will track them down? His gaze swept over the dozens of individuals practicing the corpse refining sect's martial arts. The air reeks of blood, today perfect for a massacre and harvesting more experience points. Like a great bird, Xiao Bieli dove from the treetops, landing near the closest sentry post in an instant. With two sharp cracks, two seventh-grade disciples of the corpse refining sect fell, each with a blood hole in their foreheads. Experience points 2,000. Next, he faced two formidable disciples whose bodies were as hard as steel, so tough that even fifth-grade masters struggled to harm them. Yet before Xiao Bieli, they met the same fate, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Experience points 8,000. In just a few breaths, over 30 disciples of the corpse refining sect had perished. Though most were novices unable to suppress their bloodthirsty instincts, the accumulated experience points had surged Xiao Bieli's total to over 80,000. A few more kills, and he would be ready to advance his cultivation once again. Damn it, the sentries are down. An expert has infiltrated. Notify the Grand Elder immediately. A fifth-grade disciple shouted in panic, only for the surroundings to fall into an eerie silence moments later. Who dares to cause trouble in the corpse refining sect? Courting death. A towering figure emerged from the cave. Unlike the other disciples, he lacked the sect's characteristic stench, and his glowing forehead indicated he was a fourth-grade master. When his eyes fell on Xiao Bieli's youthful face, he was momentarily taken aback. Are you with the imperial court? No, Xiao Bieli replied calmly. I'm here to kill you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the so-called Lord Corpse General, a fourth-grade master, lay motionless on the ground, a blood hole in his forehead. Experience points 8,000. Lord Corpse General. The remaining fifth-grade disciple was utterly stunned. Lord Corpse General, second only to the Grand Elder, and the only one to cultivate an indestructible golden body, had fallen without even a single exchange of blows? Just how powerful was this intruder? Are you from the imperial court? An aged voice echoed from within the cave. Grand Elder. The remaining fifth-rank disciple of the corpse refining sect trembled at the sound, a wave of relief washing over him. This third-rank master, who had survived the combined assault of Zhenwu Hall and various martial factions, was not only profoundly skilled but had also tempered his body to an indestructible state, impervious to physical harm and external energy. Though he usually remained in deep slumber, he had finally awakened at this crucial moment. A withered figure slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. Initially, his movements were stiff, but they soon became fluid and natural. His arms were unusually long, and his fingernails glimmered with an eerie green light. A faint, decaying aura lingered around him. Xiao Bieli fixed his gaze on the Grand Elder of the corpse refining sect, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. These practitioners had transformed their own bodies to a zombie-like state while cultivating their spiritual essence. However, their spiritual essence was already on the verge of decay. Ordinary grandmasters rarely lived past 150 years, yet this old man had clearly surpassed a century. No wonder they had turned themselves into such grotesque creatures, neither fully human nor ghost. The Grand Elder's expression shifted upon seeing Xiao Bieli. I thought old enemies had come to settle their scores, but it's just a young man. We have no quarrel with you. We've retreated to these remote mountains. Why must you hunt us down? His copper-hardened body, immune to poison and fire, was highly attuned to the vitality of others. Though young, the man before him radiated an overwhelming life force, clearly at the peak of his strength. Xiao Bieli let out a cold chuckle. You capture people in these mountains. How is that any different from wreaking havoc beyond them? Some of our disciples struggle to control their bloodthirsty urges during cultivation, leading them to capture a few people. Compared to the past, we've restrained ourselves significantly. Why must you push us so relentlessly? The Grand Elder shook his head slowly. You see them as mere blood sacrifices. I see you as resources for my own growth. Fair enough, don't you think? Xiao Bieli's tone was calm. But I'm not here to play the hero. I'm just here to gain experience. If you're willing to tell me who hired you to stir up trouble in Jiangnan province, I promise to give you a quick death. Arrogant brat. The Grand Elder roared in fury. He had once survived the imperial court's coalition with the martial world against the corpse refining sect, and now this mere junior, barely stepping into the third rank, dared to spout such insolence? No matter how prodigious this youth's talent, it could not compare to the Grand Elder's 2 centuries of accumulated strength at the third rank. Before his words had fully dissipated, the Grand Elder's figure blurred, transforming into a fleeting shadow that closed the distance to Xiao Bieli in an instant. His green-tinged fingertips aimed directly at Xiao Bieli's heart, exuding a pungent odor that assaulted the senses and threatened to plunge the spirit into hallucinations. Interesting. This corpse refinement sect not only turns bodies into these grotesque forms, but has also achieved something remarkable with the primordial spirit. Xiao Bieli stood expressionless on the rooftop, letting the sharp claws strike his body. At the same time, His right hand moved like lightning to strike the opponent's chest. Clang. Thud. Two heavy impact sounds echoed in succession. Xiao Bieli remained motionless, with only a large tear in his clothing revealing his bronze, iron-like physique. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder was sent flying like a broken kite. His chest caved in. Strangely, not a single drop of blood spilled. A flash of shock crossed the Grand Elder's eyes. Using the force, he twisted midair and sped toward the depths of Wohu Mountain. That full-force strike on Xiao Bieli's chest moments ago felt like hitting celestial meteorite iron. It had not harmed him in the slightest, but nearly shattered the Grand Elder's prized iron claws instead. Grand Elder, watch out! The last remaining fifth-rank expert of the corpse refinement sect barely got the words out before seeing Xiao Bieli appear ghost-like beside the Grand Elder. Bang! Before the Grand Elder could react, a powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing into the ground like a cannonball. The impact left a massive crater 2 to 3 meters deep. The remaining experts of the corpse refinement sect were torn apart by the sheer force of the punch. Cough cough, a fit of coughing came from the bottom of the pit. Xiao Bieli stood at the edge, his voice cold. Tell me what you know, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, not only will your body endure torment, but your primordial spirit will suffer too. Before he finished speaking, a primordial spirit identical to Xiao Bieli's physical form emerged from his brow chakra, looking down at the battered Grand Elder in the pit. You're a Tine Ren level expert? The Grand Elder stared at the primordial spirit in disbelief, suddenly recalling a painting in his own dwelling. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, Xiao Bieli, weren't you a third-rank Grandmaster? How have you become a second-rank Tianren? Xiao Bieli's brow furrowed slightly, and the Grand Elder's heart quivered. He hurriedly said, Young Master Xiao, we are also enemies of the sixth prince. If you spare my life, I can introduce you to the Crown Prince. Once the Crown Prince ascends the throne, he will surely stop targeting the Blood-Robe sect. Before he could finish, Xiao Bieli shattered the Grand Elder's skull with a single punch, erasing his primordial spirit in the process. A system notification followed. Experience 16,000. AO Han 6 Techniques 1. Whoa, a 40-meter blade has appeared. Xiao Bieli's heart stirred as he recalled the awe-inspiring scene from years ago, watching a television show where a single slash unleashed a 40-meter blade aura. Now, it was finally his turn. Once he mastered the AO Han 6 techniques to their peak, his enemies would likely need to retreat at least 13 meters just to stand a chance. He shook his head slightly, weighing his options. While the AO Han 6 techniques originated from Feng Yuan and could be considered a top-tier martial art, it was still not the pinnacle. If he could acquire the demonic blade technique of the first evil emperor, it might better suit his temperament. However, even this current technique would greatly enhance his understanding of the way of the blade. Though it might not directly elevate him to the heavenly blade realm, it could still significantly advance his blade mastery. He carefully searched the corpse of the Grand Elder and found two manuals: corpse refinement technique and soul stunning art. After skimming through a few pages, he frowned. One technique would turn its practitioner into something neither human nor ghost, while the other required the heart's blood of martial artists as a catalyst. With the longevity technique that could lead him to achieve the pinnacle of martial arts, these methods were simply beneath him. With a flash of blade aura, the two manuals were reduced to dust. Continuing his search of the cave, he uncovered tens of thousands of silver notes and a chest of gold. What use could these outlaws hiding deep in the mountains possibly have for so much wealth? He took the gold but left the few thousand taels of loose silver behind with disdain. The system displayed. Host: Xiao Bieli. Cultivation: early stage of second rank celestial realm. Martial arts: longevity technique 61100, indestructible Vajra divine skill 5100, 7 killing blade 18100, etc. Experience points: 103,640. Redeem AO Han 6 techniques. As his words fell, the cultivation method for the AO Han 6 techniques surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Moments later, he softly recited, Cold blood seals the heaven's secrets. The blade hidden in the sleeve strikes unexpectedly. He immediately began enhancing his techniques. Consuming 90,000 experience points, he elevated the longevity technique, and a surge of pure energy flowed from his dantian throughout his body. The longevity technique reached 70100, and his cultivation advanced to the midstage of the second-rank celestial realm. The remaining experience points were entirely allocated to enhancing the dragon demon golden body, bringing it to 12,100. As terrifying vitality surged through him, the sound of his bones grinding against each other echoed from his body. After a long moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured to himself, Indeed, cultivating both the physical body and divine soul is the true path. The next day, in Huanglu village, a grand procession from the Zhengwu Hall arrived in force. Commander Zhang, who stood amidst the carnage in the mortuary, his face dark and grim. He had once shown favor to the Zheng family's Zheng Yao, but due to accompanying Commander Zhou of the Eastern Depot on an assignment in Nan County, he had been unable to personally handle the case of the corpse refinement sect in Huanglu village. Now, upon his return, he discovered that Zheng Yao, who had been sent to investigate, had disappeared without a trace. This weighed heavily on his heart. He realized that something might have gone wrong and rushed to Huanglu village without even stopping for a meal. The scene before him made Zhang Hu's heart sink, and his expression turned grim. Damn it! Damn it! Why did it have to happen on my turf? An experienced expert from the Zenwatang carefully examined all the corpses, pausing especially in front of the body of the fifth-rank master who had been protecting Zheng Yao. No signs of struggle, killed in one strike. The perpetrator must be at least at the peak of the fifth rank, or possibly even a fourth-rank master who has unlocked the ancestral aperture between the brows. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from Zenwatang present drew a sharp breath. Although the Zenwatang of Guyu County was no pushover, even Commander Zhang was only at the peak of the fifth rank. Who would dare investigate further if the opponent was a fourth-rank master? The expert then pointed to a humanoid depression in the ground and continued, apart from the deceased, someone else had been involved in the fight. Judging by the traces, the force was significant. But whether the person who was slammed into the ground is still alive remains unknown. Could it be the work of the corpse refining sect? Zhang Hu asked in a deep voice. That's hard to tell. However, the blood in those corpses at the morgue has almost been completely drained, which is typical of the corpse refining sect, the expert replied. This matter is beyond our capabilities. Would better take the bodies back. Zhang Hu cursed loudly. Damn it. Getting involved in this mess puts my position as commander on the line. Zheng Yao, that useless fool. Couldn't he just stick with Zhou Qianhu and take credit alongside him? Now look at this, harming himself and others. Well, Zhou Qianhu is returning to Guyu County tomorrow anyway. Let's just hand this over to him. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli had already boarded a boat heading toward Minghua County. Feng Xinyang had once told him how to locate the Blood Garment Towers branch within Jiangnan province. This was one of the most prosperous regions in Daqian, home to the Chunyang sect, the giant spirit gang, and the Danai family. Experts gathered here, far surpassing the likes of Manzhou and Yenzhou. After traveling downstream for over 2 hours, the city walls of Minghua County came into view. The boatman, noticing Xiao Bieli standing at the bow, grinned and asked, Young master, want to visit the flower boats? The flower boats of Minghua County are famous. This river flows directly to Luhua Lake in the city. The young master was generous, tipping 10 taels of silver in one ga more than the boatman usually earned in days of ferrying passengers. Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement. He was headed to the area near Luhua Lake to search for clues about the Blood Garment Towers branch. Although the branch might have already relocated, there would likely still be some means of contact left behind. Feng Xinyang had treated him well, and now that trouble had arisen at this branch, he couldn't just stand by. By dusk, the boat entered the waterways of Minghua County. Both sides of the river were lined with lavishly decorated pleasure boats, and brightly dressed women called out from time to time, Young master, care to join us? Oh, such a refined gentleman. Won't you come and keep me company? We have fine wine and a warm embrace waiting for you. Seeing this, Xiao Bieli couldn't help but sigh. Ah, those youthful days-light spring robes, horseback rides leaning against the slanted bridge, and red-sleeved beauties waving from the windows. If my resolve weren't so strong, even I might find it hard to resist. The boatman looked at Xiao Bieli and gave a meaningful smile. Young master, while the scenery here is nice and the ladies are beautiful, they pale in comparison to the ones on the stationary boat in the center of Luhua Lake. I only caught a glimpse from afar once, but even the maids on that boat are more stunning than the top courtesans in the city. The only trouble is, getting on board isn't easy. Xiao Bieli's interest was piqued. Are they really that beautiful? Do they actually check your credentials to board? He was reminded of those high-end venues in his previous life where access often required proof of wealth. The boatman nodded. Renowned figures of the martial world don't need to spend money, they get invited. But for those without fame, you have to buy an invitation token. He lowered his voice. 4 years ago, Xiao Hong, a direct disciple of the Lingshu sword sect, tried to board using his reputation alone but was thrown into the lake instead. He hasn't dared to show his face in Jiangnan Prefecture since. This intrigued Xiao Bieli even more. In that case, why not take a look? He recalled Feng Xinyang once mentioning that the Jiangnan Prefecture's contact point was on Luhua Lake, and that marked boats served as temporary meeting spots. However, he didn't see any such markings on the waterway at the moment. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, the boatman pointed ahead. Young master, we've arrived. What came into view wasn't an ordinary boat but a massive, ship-shaped structure on the water, with docks at both ends and small boats shuttling back and forth. Xiao Bieli squinted and noticed the Blood Garment Tower's contact mark on the third lantern from the left. Interesting, Xiao Bieli thought to himself. Could this be the target of the Imperial Court and the giant spirit gang's raid? If this is owned by the Blood Garment Tower, they certainly know how to do business. Running a flower boat must be far more lucrative than being assassins. He casually tossed the boatman 10 taels of silver and leaped lightly onto the dock of the large ship. A tall, robust middle-aged man immediately approached with a warm smile and greeted him respectfully. "Young master, do you have an invitation token to board?" Xiao Bieli noticed that, despite his appearance as an ordinary servant, this man was actually a fifth-rank martial arts expert at his peak. "Didn't they say you could just buy one?" Xiao Bieli handed over a silver banknote worth 1,000 taels. After verifying its authenticity, the man warmly said, "Please come in, young master. You seem unfamiliar. This must be your first visit?" "That's right. I'm from Yunzhou." "Ah, Yunzhou truly produces remarkable talents," the man said with a smile. "Young master, are you here for the pleasures of the flower boat? Or do you have other intentions?" Xiao Bieli feigned surprise. "Is there more to this place than just the pleasures?" "Whatever you desire, our flower boat can provide," the man said, handing him a small booklet. "But judging by your age, I'd say you're most suited to enjoy the warm comforts we offer. Inside, you'll find details about our top courtesans, many of whom are among the finest beauties on Jiangnan Prefecture's list of celebrated women. The price, however." The middle-aged man flashed a meaningful smile as he handed a delicate booklet to Xiao Bieli. "These were painted by the most renowned artists in Jiangnan Prefecture. While it captures only about 80% of their charm, I assure you, the real person is even more stunning than the image." Xiao Bieli took the booklet, recalling the boatman's mention of the Jiangnan Prefecture beauty list. This list wasn't officially created by the Xinwu Hall, but was instead a grassroots ranking of beauties formed by the locals. As he unfolded the booklet, his eyes were met with lifelike portraits of various women, some voluptuous, some delicate, each with their unique allure. Beneath each portrait, a specific price was clearly marked. One portrait stood out in particular: Chun Jingshu, the second-ranked beauty on the list, with a staggering price of 5,000 taels of silver for a single night. The booklet detailed her background. Once the cherished daughter of a fourth-rank grandmaster, she had ended up on a flower boat after her father's passing. The exorbitant price reminded Xiao Bieli of news stories from his previous life about outrageously expensive celebrities. He couldn't help but suspect that this beauty list was a scheme orchestrated by the flower boat's hidden powers to inflate their value. Returning the booklet to the middle-aged man, Xiao Bieli got straight to the point. "If I wanted to buy the life of a fourth-rank grandmaster, is that possible?" If the flower boat was indeed connected to the Blood Garment Tower, then assassination would likely be their true trade. The middle-aged man squinted at Xiao Bieli, sizing him up, and replied in a low voice, "A fourth-rank grandmaster. Even the weakest would cost no less than tens of thousands of taels. If they're on the grandmaster ranking, then the price would be astronomical." Xiao Bieli reached into his robe and produced a stack of silver notes, including two worth 10,000 taels each, with the rest in denominations of 1,500 taels. The middle-aged man only needed a glance to estimate a total of no less than 50,000 taels. His smile immediately grew warmer. "Honored guest, please follow me." The flower boat had 5 levels, its interior spacious and grand. Though it wasn't yet the busiest time of the evening, the place was already bustling with voices. The first and second levels were the most crowded. While the women may not have matched the boatman's exaggerated claims of unparalleled beauty, their appearances under the dim, romantic lighting were still quite impressive. By the standards of Xiao Bieli's previous life, these women could easily rival the hostesses of high-end establishments. As they ascended to the upper levels, Xiao Bieli keenly sensed dozens of experts concealed in the shadows. The weakest among them were at the 7th rank, and there were even 2 fourth-rank grandmasters stationed as guardians. The middle-aged man explained, "The first 2 levels are for common entertainers. The real treasures are on the 3rd floor and above." Upon reaching the 5th level, a maid led Xiao Bieli to the end of a corridor. She opened the door to the innermost room, revealing an elderly man with white hair and beard, his hands tinged with a faint greenish-black hue, seated calmly inside one of the flower boat's 2 fourth-rank grandmasters. The old man rose to his feet, cupped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Ji Ming, the steward of this flower boat. I hear you're looking to purchase the life of a 4th-rank grandmaster." Xiao Bieli scanned the room, his sharp gaze meticulously searching every corner. It didn't take long for him to spot the distinctive mark of the bloodied clothes tower. He nodded slightly, a trace of satisfaction flashing across his face. "How much for a 4th-rank latest-stage target?" he asked directly, wasting no time. Ji Ming responded without hesitation, "For a 4th-rank latest-stage target, it's at least 50,000 taels of silver. If the target has significant backing, or if the assassination is particularly challenging, the price increases." Without another word, Xiao Bieli slapped a stack of silver banknotes, obtained from the corpse refining sect, onto the table. "The target is Zhou Hong, 1,000 households commander of the Eastern Depot. He's currently in the county of Guyu." "The Eastern Depot?" Ji Ming frowned deeply, his tone cautious. "What kind of grudge do you have with the Eastern Depot?" A cold smile tugged at the corner of Xiao Bieli's lips. What's this? Does the bloodied clothes tower now interrogate its clients about their grudges? I thought you only cared about silver, not the person behind it. Hearing this, Jiming suddenly broke into a wide grin. What connection do you have with the bloodied clothes tower, young hero? Don't concern yourself with my connection to the bloodied clothes tower, Xiao Bieli replied flatly. I'm only asking, will you take the job or not? Jiming let out a soft sigh and shook his head. It's not that we won't take it. It's just that jobs involving the imperial court have become far too troublesome lately. Besides, how did you figure out the connection between our pleasure boat and the bloodied clothes tower? A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Xiao Bieli's eyes. The marks on the lanterns outside, the ones in the corridor, and even the marks in this room, it's impossible not to notice. These marks are so conspicuous, they seem deliberately placed to attract attention. His tone grew sharper. It seems you've captured a core member of the bloodied clothes tower and are trying to lure others out. Feng Xinyang once told me that only the most trusted members of the bloodied clothes tower regional branch leaders, core assassins, and the 12 Zodiac killers know about these special marks. There's something big going on here. Ha ha ha. Jiming laughed heartily. We've been waiting for ages, hoping to bait someone from the Jiangnan branch of the bloodied clothes tower. Who would have thought a young man like you would walk into our trap? Knowing it's a trap, why would you willingly step into it? Because I have confidence in my martial arts, Xiao Bieli replied matter-of-factly. Before his words had fully landed, Jiming made his move. With 2 fingers pressed together, his strike was as swift and sharp as a thunderbolt, aiming directly for Xiao Bieli's chest. But Xiao Bieli was even faster. With an almost casual motion, he caught Jiming's fingers between his own. A crisp crack echoed through the room, the sound of bone breaking. Jiming attempted to pull his fingers back, but they remained immobile. Though his forehead was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, he bit his lip and didn't let out a single sound. You know when to be sensible, Xiao Bieli remarked calmly as he released Jiming's hand. Had you cried out, I would have had no choice but to kill you first before dealing with the others rushing in. Jiming shook his head, a strange smile playing on his lips. If you knew who the owner of the flower boat is, you wouldn't think this way. Kill me, and you won't make it out alive today either. The only difference is, I'll die a little earlier. Oh. Xiao Bieli's interest was piqued, and he chuckled softly. The Juling gang? He immediately dismissed the thought. No, that can't be. Though the Juling gang operates in Jiangnan Prefecture, their main base isn't in Minghua County. Could it be the Dantai family? Exactly, the Danai family. Jiming nodded in admission. The flower boat is a joint venture between the Danai family and the Eastern Bureau. Over the years, no one has dared cause trouble on the boat. This time, the setup was orchestrated by the Eastern Bureau and has little to do with the Danai family. Back then, your Zuela comrades were indeed on the boat, but after being captured, they took poison and died, except for one branch master who escaped. The Danai family has no intention of becoming enemies with Zuela. Their previous actions against you were merely to give face to the Eastern Bureau. Young hero, if you leave now, I can pretend I've never seen you. Xiao Bieli raised a hand, cutting him off. I just want to know what exactly happened in Jiangnan Prefecture, and who told the Eastern Bureau about this mark. He recalled that before he set out, Feng Xinyang hadn't yet received any news about the downfall of the Jiangnan branch, which meant the upheaval must have happened while he was en route. Please, young hero, don't make this difficult for me. Jiming's voice was laced with fear. There are things I truly don't know, and even if I did, I couldn't say. Xiao Bieli said no more. He extended 2 fingers and pressed them against Jiming's right hand. A series of cracking sounds echoed as bones shattered, and Jiming let out a piercing scream. His right hand was already crippled, and if this continued, his entire arm would be destroyed. What terrified him even more was the eerie silence outside. Had the guards all been dealt with without a sound? I really don't know the details. Jiming slumped to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. All I know is that the order came from Eunuch Wei. There's a master from the Eastern Bureau on the boat named Miao Fenghe, one of Eunuch Wei's trusted aides. He must know who betrayed Zuela. Bring him here, Xiao Bieli said calmly. It turned out he had already used his celestial energy to seal the room, which explained why Jiming's screams hadn't been heard outside. Jiming hurriedly called out, Xiao He, summon Master Miao. Moments later, a thin and wiry figure pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Jiming's miserable state, Miao Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly launched hidden weapons from his sleeves. However, before he could react further, an immense force struck him squarely. Ugh! Miao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground beside Jiming. Only then did he recognize the figure before him. It was none other than Xiao Bieli from the wanted posters. Realizing he'd fallen into a trap, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Speak. Who betrayed Zuela? Xiao Bieli asked, now standing in his true form, towering over them. Seeing Jiming's blood-soaked, mangled arm, Miao Feng dared not hesitate any longer. It was the jade-faced judge, Zhang Xianming, impossible. Jiming blurted out, his voice full of disbelief. In his understanding, Zhang Xianming, the jade-faced arbiter, was a highly respected grandmaster in Jiangnan Prefecture. He had made it onto the Dragon Tiger rankings at a young age, renowned not only for his exceptional martial arts skills, but also for his charitable deeds. Major factions like the Lingxiao Sword Sect and the Xin family treated him with great respect, and even powerful groups such as the Giant Spirit Gang, the Pure Yang Sect, and the Danhai family showed him courtesy. Yet Miao Feng was now claiming that this esteemed grandmaster was actually a mole for the Blood Garb Tower? Xiao Bieli, intrigued by Jiming's reaction, asked, "Why is that impossible?" Jiming quickly explained, Senior Zhang hails from a prominent family in Jiangnan Prefecture and was ranked on the heavenly rankings at just 26 years old. He lacks neither wealth nor martial arts skills. There's no reason for him to become an assassin. Besides, the day after tomorrow is his retirement ceremony, and no one has ever found evidence linking him to the Blood Garb Tower. Why would he expose their secrets now of all times? Xiao Bieli turned his gaze to Miao Feng, waiting for his explanation. Shaking his head, Miao Feng replied, I personally witnessed Zhang Xianming meeting with Eunuch Wei. As for why he joined the Blood Garb Tower, it might be tied to events from decades ago involving the Zhang family. Back then, the family's only fourth-rank grandmaster died unexpectedly. A family acquaintance avenged him and protected the Zhang family afterward. This left Jiming momentarily speechless. Although he was the same age as Zhang Xianming, their vast difference in status meant they had only met a few times. As an outsider to Jiangnan, Jiming knew little about the Zhang family's past. Still, he understood that human nature is complex. Those who appear righteous on the surface might have hidden sides. How many members of the Blood Garb Tower are still alive in Jiangnan Prefecture? Xiao Bieli asked again. Wasn't it said that the Giant Spirit Gang had already located them and was preparing an assault? That information came from people in Taizhou, Miao Feng replied. The 6th Prince's men have been tracking them. They originally intended to rendezvous with the Blood Garb Tower in Jiangnan Prefecture, but 10 days ago, the Jiangnan branch was almost completely wiped out, something Taizhou didn't anticipate. This time, the court is determined to eradicate the Blood Garb Tower, even deploying experts from the Directorate of Astronomers. Apart from the core members of the Blood Garb Tower, it's unlikely anyone else will escape. If you surrender now, there might still be a slim chance for survival. Xiao Bieli smiled faintly. I've killed members of the Yuan Sword Sect, the Shiman family, and even people from your Eastern Depot. Do you think I still have a chance to reform? Miao Feng was at a loss for words. What he had just said was mere rhetoric. As a core member of the Blood Garb Tower with countless lives on his hands, Xiao Bieli would face resistance from the court, not to mention the vengeance of the Yuan Sword Sect and the Shiman family. Trust was out of the question. So you also think I have no way out? Xiao Bieli said, shaking his head. Then finish telling me what you know. They'll make your deaths quick. Miao Feng and Jiming exchanged glances, both catching the unwillingness reflected in each other's eyes. Almost simultaneously, they launched a deadly attack on Xiao Bieli from opposite sides, their moves sharp and merciless, holding nothing back. Even though they knew Xiao Bieli could easily kill a grandmaster, and that their attacks might not even withstand a single strike from him, they had no time for hesitation. Xiao Bieli brought his fingers together and struck out with lightning speed. With 2 faint sounds, blood blossomed from the center of Miao Feng and Jiming's foreheads, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A system notification promptly appeared. Experience 8,000. Experience 8,000. Snow Drinking Blade 1. Another weapon? Xiao Bieli thought to himself. The appearance of the Snow Drinking Blade seemed to suggest that the demonic blade might not be compatible with the Ao Han 6 techniques, though he hadn't started allocating points yet. Fortunately, the demonic blade remained hidden in his sleeve, as its distinctive appearance was far too conspicuous, and those coveting his life were all familiar with the infamous spring rain heard on a sleepless night. Without hesitation, he extracted the snow-drinking blade. A long blade, emanating an icy aura, materialized in his hand. This was none other than the legendary snow-drinking Mad Blade, renowned in the martial world for its chilling aura that congealed the blood of its victims. Xiao Bieli immediately decided to invest all his experience points into upgrading the Ao Han 6 techniques. Initially, he had intended to focus on the longevity technique and the Dragon Demon Golden Body, but with the snow-drinking blade in his possession, the timing felt right. 16,000 experience points were poured in at once, raising the Ao Han 6 techniques to 21,100. Strapping the snow-drinking blade onto his back, Xiao Bieli stretched his limbs, the faint sound of joints cracking echoing softly. He resumed his traveling posture, though now with a menacing, icy blade glinting on his back. In the following moments, Xiao Bieli moved like a phantom through the flower boat, silently reaping the lives of one martial expert after another. It wasn't until he slipped away unnoticed that, after the span of an incense stick's time, the servant girl who had guided him finally discovered the bodies on the 5th floor. Chaos instantly erupted throughout the flower boat. Another incense sticks time later. A tall and imposing middle-aged figure appeared on the flower boat. Patriarch, the steward of the boat, knelt and bowed deeply. The newcomer was none other than Tantai Xiong, the head of the Tantai family and a formidable Tier 2 celestial being whom no one in Jiangnan Prefecture dared to provoke. What happened? Tantai Xiong asked in a low voice. This establishment, which had been a gold mine for decades, was now facing trouble for the first time, and it clearly displeased him. The steward, trembling, explained. A young man came, claiming he wanted to buy the life of a fourth-rank grandmaster, so I led him to the 5th floor. But I never expected that the experts on both the 4th and 5th floors would be killed silently, and even Mr. G seems to have fallen without being able to withstand a single strike. Tantai Xiong ascended to the 5th floor to inspect the scene, his brow furrowed deeply. The deceased had clearly been killed by someone far beyond their level, and the scene was spotless, devoid of any signs of struggle, as though each victim had been slain in a single blow. Could it be someone from the blood-clad tower? He murmured to himself. Behind Huanglu village, deep within Wohu Mountain, when Eunuch Wei from the Eastern Depot arrived with his elite squad, the scene before them was shocking. Scattered across the ground lay several corpses, all remnants of the Lianshi sect. Zhang Yong, the leader of Jiangnan Prefecture's Zhenwu Hall, crouched down, carefully inspecting each body. Each corpse bears the same fist mark, Zhang Yong said, looking up. Whoever did this either possesses an extraordinary mastery of external martial arts, or has honed a powerful and aggressive fist technique to perfection. To kill these physically formidable experts of the Lianshi sect with a single punch, this individual's strength is no small matter. Eunuch Wei, with his orchid fingers raised, let out a cold laugh. The crown prince has long been colluding with the Lianshi sect. Even after his majesty's decree, he dares to let these abominations act? He's courting death. Could it be the assassins from the Blood Garment Tower? Zhang Yong ventured cautiously. After all, the culprit who murdered the Eastern Depot's men has yet to be captured. Eunuch Wei scoffed disdainfully. When has the Blood Garment Tower ever acted for the good of the people? Zhang Yao's death is nothing to mourn. Once the remnants of the Blood Garment Tower in Jiangnan and Taizhou are eradicated, you'll have your chance to enter the capital. Who knows? You might even climb higher then. Zhang Yong nodded silently. Aligning himself with the 6th prince was all about securing a future in the capital. Given his current aptitude, further breakthroughs in the 3rd-rank Grandmaster realm seemed unlikely. However, the imperial court possessed countless miraculous elixirs. If he could earn the 6th prince's favor, reaching the later stages of the Grandmaster realm, or even its peak, was not out of the question. As for the even loftier celestial realm, that was a dream he dared not entertain. Meanwhile, the Baun Manor in Jiangnan Prefecture was bustling with activity. This sprawling estate, built into the mountains and spanning 1,000 feet, was particularly crowded today because its master, the jade-handed judge Zhang Xianming, was hosting a golden basin hand-washing ceremony. The event drew an array of notable figures. Not only were local elites from Jiangnan Prefecture in attendance, but prominent figures from other regions had also come to witness the occasion. Among the most striking attendees were Grandmaster Lin Fuhu, ranked 11th, and Eunuch Wei, the Eastern Depot's chief scribe. Although the younger generation of martial artists was present in large numbers, most were relegated to the periphery, waiting for the official ceremony to begin, when they might catch a glimpse of the various masters. Among the crowd were Huang Yu and Ding Mian, disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect, who had previously appeared in the small town. They now followed their senior brother, Xiao Hong, a true disciple who had reached the early 5th rank. This swordsman in his 30s had clearly come to participate in this grand event. The humiliation of being thrown into the water on the pleasure boat back then was still fresh in his memory. Now, having stepped into the 5th realm, he finally felt a sliver of confidence. Though he couldn't compare to the prodigies on the Dragon Tiger rankings, he could still rank among the top 20 of the younger generation in Jiangnan Prefecture. This newfound strength gave him the courage to attend the Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony. Senior Zhang's connections are truly vast. Ding Mian exclaimed excitedly, her gaze darting around. All these important figures we rarely see have shown up today. I heard there are over a dozen 4th realm masters alone. As she spoke, a familiar figure caught her eye. Look, senior sister. The young hero who saved junior brother is here too. Following Ding Mian's gaze, Huang Yu saw a man dressed in black, Xiao Bieli, walking in from outside. Compared to their first meeting, he now carried a blade on his back, and his demeanor had grown sharper and more imposing. I thought back then that this young hero must come from a powerful background, and it seems I was right. Before Huang Yu could finish her thought, Ding Mian had already hurried over. Young hero, we meet again. As the 19th ranked beauty on Jiangnan Prefecture's beauties list, Ding Mian's actions immediately drew attention from those around her. Who's that guy? Ding Mian seems to know him well. Never seen him before. He doesn't look like he's from Minghua County. Damn it, Ding Mian usually only associates with disciples from Lingxiao sword sect. How did she get to know this pretty boy? Xiao Bieli ignored the murmurs and simply nodded politely toward Ding Mian. Miss Ding. Ding Mian's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly. Young hero, may I know your name? I wanted to ask you that day, but you left so quickly. It's a good thing you didn't go to Huanglu village. There was a major incident there that day. I heard a fifth realm master lost their life. Seeing Ding Mian's girlish demeanor, many young heroes in the crowd looked disheartened. Even Xiao Hong furrowed his brow and turned to Huang Yu. Huang Yu? Who was that guy? Is he close to junior sister Ding? Although he was 13 years older than Ding Mian, such an age gap was insignificant in the martial world. Besides, Ding Mian was the only daughter of senior Ding, and marrying her would undoubtedly elevate his status in the Lingxiao sword sect. Huang Yu lowered her voice and replied, "That's the young hero who cured junior brother Zhong of corpse poison in town." But junior sister Ding barely spoke with him that day. Although she disapproved of Xiao Hong's intentions to pursue someone much younger, his exceptional talent and potential to become a fourth realm master and possibly a sect elder made her wary of offending him. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Miss Ding, being too close to me will do you no good. As for my name, we were merely passing acquaintances. If fate allows us to meet again, they'll tell you then. Though Ding Mian was undeniably beautiful, Xiao Bieli had come here today with the intent to kill. While he hadn't yet located the members of the Bloodclad Tower, their betrayal by Jade Hand Arbiter Zhang Xianming would surely attract their attention to this event. When the time came, he only needed to don his mask, and the Bloodclad Tower would undoubtedly come looking for him. In the pavilion of the Zhang residence's rear courtyard, Lin Fuhu, ranked 11th on the Grandmaster list, stood solemnly alongside Wei Gonggong, the senior eunuch of the Eastern Depot, and Zhang Xianming. Both Wei Gonggong and Zhang Xianming wore grim expressions. There had been no leads regarding the brutal massacre aboard the flower boat 3 days ago, where members of the Danai family and the Eastern Depot were all murdered. Have the representatives from the Danai family, the Giant Spirit Sect, and the Pure Yang Sect arrived yet? Wei Gonggong turned to the white-haired Zhang Xianming and asked. Although it was almost certain that the Blood Garment Tower was behind the attack on the flower boat, the identity of the expert involved was still a cause for concern. If it were one of the core assassins from 90 years ago returning, the situation would be even more dire. Zhang Xianming shook his head and replied, "The Pure Yang Sect only sent a direct disciple, and the Danai family hasn't sent anyone. However, the mighty Vajra Elder Zhang from the Giant Spirit Sect has already arrived in Menghua County. He is currently at the Dantai residence and should be here shortly." Hearing this, Wei Gonggong's expression eased slightly. Mighty Vajra Zhang Yi, one of the 2 second-rank transcendent experts of the Giant Spirit Sect, was renowned throughout the martial world. With him present, as long as the demonic monk Bukong didn't show up, today's golden basin hand-washing ceremony should proceed without major issues. Wei Gonggong snorted coldly. The Dantai family, emboldened by their possession of a first-rank expert, dares to defy the imperial decree. Even with the Blood Garment Tower at the end of its rope, they refused to act after the flower boat attack. Zhang Xianming sighed lightly. With a first-rank expert backing them, the Danai family knows that even if the 6th prince ascends the throne in the future, they won't be easily dealt with. A first-rank expert determined to cause trouble is a headache for anyone. He recalled the brutal campaign against the Blood Garment Tower years ago. The tower had been severely weakened, but the imperial court had paid a heavy price as well. While the Blood Garment Tower lost 2 first-rank experts, the imperial court and martial world lost 3. However, over the years, the imperial court had regained its strength and was now ready to strike again. This time, the Blood Garment Tower might not escape destruction. Wei Gonggong, if the Danai family refuses to cooperate at a time like this, they might as well give up their flower boat business. Lin Fuhu glanced at Wei Gonggong, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. If not for his friendship with Zhang Xianming, he wouldn't have wanted to share the same space with this eunuch. Threaten the Danai family? If he were in their shoes, he'd kill this old eunuch first and then go into hiding. He didn't believe the imperial court would mobilize the divination bureau just for one eunuch. Lin Fuhu glanced at the sky and said, "The time for the Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony is near. Let's head out." Meanwhile, Ding Mian felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing Xiao Bieli's words. She thought back to the moment she first met the young hero in a small tavern, drawn to his unique aura. She had just mustered the courage to speak to him, only to leave without even learning his name. As Xiao Bieli brushed past her, he had barely taken a few steps before Xiao Hong stepped in to block his path. Xiao Hong fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli and said in a calm tone, "Junior sister Ding merely wanted to know your name. Brother, isn't treating a young lady like this a bit excessive?" Seeing this, Ding Mian quickly stepped forward and gently urged, "Senior brother Xiao, please don't cause trouble." Although she was displeased, she didn't want to see Xiao Hong and Xiao Bieli clash. The surrounding martial artists began whispering among themselves, "That's Xiao Hong. It's been years since anyone saw him, and now he's come down the mountain. Back then, he made a complete fool of himself on the flower boat. Who would have thought we'd see him again today?" Some younger martial artists from other regions did not recognize Xiao Hong. After hearing an explanation, they learned about the humiliating incident when Xiao Hong was thrown into the water from the flower boat. Known for his arrogance, Xiao Hong had a poor reputation in Jiangnan's martial arts circles, and the murmurs around him were anything but kind. Xiao Bieli suddenly understood and curled his lips into a mocking smile. So it's the drowning man. A good dog doesn't block the way. This remark completely enraged Xiao Hong. His face turned bright red, and his eyes burned with fury. While he could ignore the gossip of bystanders, being insulted face-to-face was intolerable. Ding Mian quickly stepped in front of Xiao Bieli. Senior brother Xiao, this young hero meant no harm. Today is the day Senior Zhang retires from the martial world. Please don't cause trouble here. Junior sister Ding. This man has insulted me so brazenly, and you still defend him? Xiao Hong replied coldly. Even though Ding Mian's father was a 4th-grade master of the Lingxiao sword sect, Xiao Hong couldn't let such public humiliation slide. Otherwise, what was the point of his 5th-grade cultivation? A sharp and menacing sword aura erupted from Xiao Hong. Stop this nonsense. A gentle yet commanding voice suddenly interrupted. Xiao Hong turned his head to see Ning Daoxian, a true disciple of the Chunyang sect, looking at him intently. Senior brother Zhang. Xiao Hong quickly bowed in respect. Chunyang sect, as one of the 9 sects and 6 clans, was overseen by a 2nd-grade celestial master. Although both Xiao Hong and Ning Daoxian were true disciples, Ning's status as a 4th-grade master placed him far above Xiao Hong. Ning Daoxian shook his head and said, "Settle your grudges outside of the Zhang residence. Today is Senior Zhang's retirement ceremony. If you fight here, aren't you disrespecting him?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Spilling blood at Zhang Xuanming's farewell to the martial world would indeed be inappropriate. Ding Mian, seeing Ning Daoxian intervene, breathed a sigh of relief. She whispered to Xiao Bieli, "Young hero, it's best not to provoke senior brother Xiao. He holds grudges." Xiao Bieli, however, merely chuckled nonchalantly. "Today, I'll deal with Zhang Xinming first. As for this drowning dog, if he dares to bark again, I'll crush him with ease." At that moment, a loud announcement came from the entrance. "Master Zhang from the Giant Spirit Gang has arrived. Even Master Zhang is here. Zhang Xinming really has influence. With a celestial master like him witnessing today's ceremony, no one will dare trouble Senior Zhang Xinming in the future." The crowd surged toward the entrance. Divine Strength King Kong Zhangyi, a 2nd-grade celestial master, was rarely seen. Even Ding Mian craned her neck to catch a glimpse. A glimmer of interest flashed in Xiao Bieli's eyes. "So it's Divine Strength King Kong. Master Zhang? I didn't expect him to come. Now this is getting interesting." Zhang Xinming and Wei Gonggong, along with their entourage, walked leisurely from the inner residence toward the main gate. "Elder Zhang, brother Zhang." They greeted Zhang Yi with cupped hands. Zhang Yi, not one to put on airs, returned the gesture with a smile and said, "Apologies for being late. Just in time for the Golden Basin ceremony." "Perfect timing," Zhang Xinming replied. "It's about time to begin." Lin Fuhu chimed in. "Now that Elder Zhang is here, the Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony can officially start." Zhang Yi smiled meaningfully. "Indeed. After today, brother Zhang, you'll be free from the burdens of the martial world and can enjoy your later years in peace. Unlike us, still licking blood off the blade's edge. With Elder Zhang's status and reputation, who in the martial world would dare provoke you?" Wei Gonggong flattered him with a laugh. Standing silently to the side, Xiao Bieli observed the group carefully. 3 grandmasters, the mighty Zhang Yi with his unparalleled strength, and the elite fighters of the Eastern Bureau and the Zhang household. He calculated inwardly if anyone was foolish enough to stir trouble today, it could be a lucrative opportunity for him. The group proceeded toward the courtyard gates, with others following closely behind. Outside the Zhang residence, a tall platform had already been set up, surrounded by a crowd of martial artists who hadn't been invited into the estate. Zhang Xinming gestured politely to his companions before stepping onto the platform. He raised his voice and declared, "Fellow heroes of the martial world, dear friends, it is my honor to have you here today to witness my Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony. 60 years I've walked the paths of the Jianghu, making countless friends along the way. Though I may have wronged some, most grudges have been resolved. From this day forward, I, Zhang Xinming, officially retire from the martial world and will no longer involve myself in its affairs." With that, he bowed deeply. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the estate. "Isn't that the monks from Han Temple? What are they doing here? Look at what they're carrying. Is that the great temple bell from Han Temple? Have they lost their minds, bringing a bell here today?" The murmurs of astonishment spread quickly through the crowd. Zhang Xuanming's expression darkened as he looked into the distance. 8 warrior monks from Han Temple were slowly approaching, carrying a massive bell. His face grew grim, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Zhang Yi also frowned in contemplation. Han Temple's abbot was only a 4th-rank master. Even if he weren't present today, The monks wouldn't dare provoke Zhang Xianming without reason. Wei Gonggong leapt into the air, glaring at the monks. "You bald fools! Are you courting death?" he shouted angrily. The lead monk, a fifth-rank martial artist, gestured for his companions to set the bell down. With a bitter smile, he explained, "We mean no disrespect on Elder Zhang's special day. Last night, a stranger infiltrated our temple, subdued all the monks, and forced us to ingest poison. He gave us the antidote but demanded that we deliver this bell here today. If we failed, the lives of hundreds of monks in the temple would be at stake." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhang Xianming, known as the Jade-Faced Judge, held immense influence in Jiangnan. As he had mentioned earlier, while he had offended some in his past, those grudges had supposedly been resolved, though how they were resolved remained a mystery to outsiders. It seems this grudge wasn't resolved cleanly. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose this moment to cause trouble. Wei Gonggong's voice was as cold as ice. "Who is it?" His sharp gaze swept across the surroundings. "Let's see if it's someone from Zuela daring enough to make a move now." The martial monk from Hanshan Temple shook his head and replied, "I don't know who it is, but I do know he is very young and carries a blade." "Very young? Carrying a blade?" The crowd exchanged glances, each searching their memory for a skilled individual matching this description. Lin Fuhu fixed his eyes on the monk, his tone calm. "Is that person here?" After putting on such a grand show, he surely wouldn't miss watching it unfold. The monk's gaze scanned the crowd before he lowered his head. "There's no need to ask further. We came here today knowing we wouldn't leave alive. All we ask is that you spare the other monks of Hanshan Temple." Boom. A terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Wei Gonggong, his spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave through the crowd. "Zuela scoundrels, if you're bold enough to stir trouble, why not show yourselves?" Suddenly, Wei Gonggong's expression shifted. In a flash, his figure shot out like lightning, targeting an elderly man on the edge of the crowd. The man's face turned pale as he hastily retreated, but as a mere fourth-rank master, how could he possibly match Wei Gonggong's speed? Just as the old man struck out with a palm, Wei Gonggong's hand blurred past, landing heavily on the man's chest. Ugh! The elder spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was thrown back. At that moment, a figure darted out from the crowd, catching the elder with one hand while precisely intercepting Wei Gonggong's follow-up strike with the other. Xiao Bieli landed gracefully, while Wei Gonggong staggered back, coughing up blood. He retreated over 10 steps, leaving deep imprints on the ground before stabilizing himself. His eyes were filled with shock, though he hadn't used his full strength. The opponent's hurried counter had left him with significant internal injuries. "A young hero?" Ding Mian exclaimed. Only then did the crowd realize that the one who intervened was the very same young man who earlier refused to reveal his name to Ding Mian. The crowd burst into murmurs. Ding Mian finally understood why this young hero had kept his identity hidden earlier. It was to protect her. Huang Yu silently felt relieved that this man hadn't displayed any familiarity with Lingxiao's sword sect. Otherwise, they might have been implicated, especially with the senior from Juling Gang present. Zhang Xianming fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli. "Friend, we've no enmity between us. Why disrupt my retirement ceremony? I'm old now, with only a few years left to live. Must you push me so hard?" "Huh." Xiao Bieli let out a cold laugh. "What an amusing statement. Not long ago, you betrayed Zuela and defected to the Eastern Bureau, and now you want to retire from the martial world? You may look ugly, but you sure have some pretty dreams. Where there are people, there's the martial world. Because of you, so many from Zuela are dead. But once you're gone, the rights and wrongs of the martial world will no longer concern you, will they?" Wow. As soon as Xiao Bieli finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. All eyes turned sharply toward Zhang Xianming, filled with disbelief. Zhang Xianming, known as the Jade-Faced Arbiter, had earned a reputation in his youth for upholding justice across Jiangnan Prefecture. His connections with the younger generation of various factions had solidified the Zhang family's position in the region. Yet now, this young man was accusing Zhang Xianming of being associated with the Bloodied Garment Pavilion? Impossible. Utter nonsense. The Zhang family disciples were the first to lose their composure. Today was their uncle's ceremonial retirement from the martial world, a grand occasion. Such an accusation was tantamount to a slap across the Zhang family's face. If this disgrace were proven true, not only would the disciples be stripped of their martial skills, but they would also be expelled from their sects. The gathered martial artists whispered among themselves, but Zhang Xianming remained unfazed. He gazed at Xiao Bieli with a faint smile. "We have no enmity between us. We tarnish my name? Today marks my departure from the martial world. If you leave now, I can ensure that Brother Zhang and Eunuch Wei won't pursue your earlier offenses." Senior Zhang truly intends to leave the martial world behind. Even when faced with such slander, he refuses to shed more blood. The crowd suddenly understood and began to praise Zhang Zuanming's composure and magnanimity. Xiao Hong glared at Xiao Bieli, shouting angrily, A traitor of the bloodied garment pavilion deserves to die. Silence. The leading master from the Lingxiao sword sect appeared beside Ding Mian, cutting him off coldly. Neither the bloodied garment pavilion, the Eastern Bureau, nor the giant spirit gang were foes the Lingxiao sword sect could afford to provoke. The master secretly cursed Xiao Hong's recklessness. Such a declaration would not only yield no benefit, but could also draw the bloodied garment pavilion's ire. Meanwhile, the elderly man whom Xiao Bieli had saved transmitted a message in secret. Young man, you've been implicated because of me. I don't know which esteemed figure of the bloodied garment pavilion you are, but with divine strength Vajrajong ye present today, it's a lost cause. Don't concern yourself with me, just leave. It turned out the Jiangnan branch of the bloodied garment pavilion had suffered catastrophic losses, with even the branch master gravely injured and missing. This elite assassin had learned from the branch master's cries that the traitor was none other than Zhang Xianming. He had come to investigate, but was detected the moment he revealed a hint of his killing intent. Though he had managed to force Zhang Xianming back with a single palm strike earlier, with divine strength Vajra present, assassinating Zhang Xianming was utterly impossible. Xiao Bieli stared coldly at Zhang Xianming, letting out a disdainful laugh. You certainly excel at pretending to be righteous. When it comes to thick skin, I admit defeat. But today, I'm not here to reason with you. I've come to seek justice for the fallen disciples of my blood garment tower. Exterminating your entire Zhang family will serve as a warning to anyone harboring thoughts of challenging us. Before the last word had fully left his mouth, Xiao Bieli's figure flashed like lightning, appearing within 5 zhang of Zhang Xianming. He launched a seemingly ordinary punch, but its subtle force sent a chilling sense of danger surging through Zhang Xianming. Huh! Zhang Xianming roared, and in an instant, his entire demeanor transformed. His once white hair turned jet black, his frail frame swelled with power, and a judge's pin materialized in his hand. With a mere stroke through the air, the atmosphere seemed to rupture, a thick wave of energy surging straight toward Xiao Bieli's fist. At the same time, Wei Gonggong leaped into action, his body soaring through the air with practiced ease. In just 2 bounds, he appeared to Xiao Bieli's flank, his 10 fingers moving like a pipa, unleashing dozens of razor-sharp streams of energy that tore through the air. The 2 grandmasters, working seamlessly in unison, drew a nod of approval from even Lin Fuhu, ranked 11th on the grandmaster list. Unstoppable sweep. Xiao Bieli roared, unsheathing his snow drinker blade and executing the glacial glimpse, one of the 6 techniques of the proud winter arts. Instantly, a massive arc of blue blade energy, tens of meters long, cleaved through the air. Lin Fuhu and Zhang Ye's expressions shifted drastically at the sight. Zhang Yi, in particular, leapt into the air, punching downward in an attempt to counter, but the distance was too great to stop the attack in time. The blue blade energy carved through everything in its path, shattering Zhang Xianming and Wei Gonggong's defensive energy before piercing Zhang Zuaming's body. The high platform splintered apart, leaving behind a terrifying gash in the ground tens of meters long and a meter deep. Zhang Xianming spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground with an expression of bitter regret. Zhang Yi charged forward immediately, throwing a punch that cracked like spring thunder, the deafening force leaving the crowd's ears ringing. Those closest to the impact bled from their ears. Facing the devastating strike of this second-rank, heaven-ranked expert, Xiao Bieli's expression remained calm. He turned and unleashed the 3-foot freeze, conjuring a wall of blue blade energy before him. Boom! Fist met blade, and the resulting shockwave wreaked havoc on the Zhang family's courtyard, leaving it in ruins. Several bystanders who failed to retreat in time perished on the spot. Zhang Yi glared at Xiao Bieli, his voice tinged with astonishment. Impressive. Truly impressive. A second-rank heaven-ranked expert at such a young age. Among the Blood Garment Tower's second-rank masters, I've never heard of anyone like you. Xiao Bieli stood calmly, blade in hand, and replied indifferently, there's much you don't know. The depths of Blood Garment Tower's strength aren't something your giant spirit gang could possibly fathom. Inwardly, he thought, it's all thanks to the peak level of my turtle's breath technique, combined with the unique properties of the longevity art. Without revealing myself intentionally, not even a second-rank heaven-ranked expert could discern my true power. Heavenly Realm. This man is actually a second-tier Heavenly Realm master. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Only then did the onlookers realize why this young expert, wielding a single blade, dared to act so recklessly in the presence of the mighty Vajra Zhang Yi. Xiao Hong felt his legs go weak, cold sweat pouring down his back just moments ago. He had unknowingly provoked a second-tier Heavenly Realm powerhouse. If it weren't for the fact that the man's target was Zhang Xianming, Xiao Hong feared he might have already met his end. The disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect instinctively distanced themselves from Xiao Hong, wary of being implicated. The sect master's face darkened, his gaze occasionally flickering toward Xiao Hong this time. Xiao Hong had truly brought disaster upon their sect. The elder from the Blood Garb Tower was utterly stunned. As a veteran assassin of the Blood Garb Tower, he was well aware that the organization was no longer the force it once was, to the point where they no longer accepted missions involving second-tier experts. Yet the fact that the headquarters had dispatched someone of this caliber after the Jiangnan branch fell into trouble clearly demonstrated the depth of the organization's hidden strength. After all, following the infamous demon blade Xiao Bieli, another heavenly realm master had now appeared. Oomph! Zhang Yi let out a cold snort. Second tier? So what? Even the demon monk Bukong couldn't save the Taizhou branch of the Bloodgarb Tower. Do you think you can protect the Jiangnan branch? Xiao Bieli's tone was calm. You are not the ancestor of the Ouyang family, and I am not the demon monk Bukong. Whether he could save the Taizhou branch is irrelevant to me. But today you will die here. With a light tap of his finger on the blade of his snow-drinking saber, a sharp clang rang out, followed by dozens of blade energies tearing through the air, all aimed at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sneered and casually threw a punch, shattering all the incoming blade energies in an instant. The two heavenly realm masters locked eyes midair, each searching for a weakness in the other. Yet their auras had become one with heaven and earth, making it nearly impossible to find an opening without engaging in combat. The air around them began to boil, and their figures blurred in the eyes of the spectators. Lin Fuhu knew this was a clash of wills between two heavenly realm experts, but judging from the stalemate, the real battle was about to begin. Sure enough, Zhang Yi let out another cold snort, his entire body emitting a series of crackling sounds as his bones shifted and his stature grew taller by several inches. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Zhang Yi launched a punch, sending a terrifying wave of energy hurtling across dozens of feet straight toward Xiao Bieli. The fight had begun. At Zhang Xuanming's ceremonial washing of the Golden Bowl event, the clash between two masters of heavenly martial arts left everyone present holding their breath. Zhang Yi, a renowned expert of celestial combat, faced off against a mysterious assassin from the infamous Blood Garment Tower, instantly becoming the center of attention. Most of the spectators supported the Giant Spirit Gang, one of the 9 sects and 6 clans, and naturally harbored no goodwill toward the notorious Blood Garment Tower. However, Lin Fuhu, an expert in such matters, sensed something unusual within the invisible clash of divine intent. Zhang Yi seemed to be at a disadvantage, forcing him to make the first move. How could an assassin from Blood Garment Tower gain the upper hand against the divine strength Vajra, Zhang Yi? Blades shimmered as the Xuan blade was unleashed again. The 6 frost techniques. Fleeing elegance. A blade aura spanning dozens of meters tore through the air, colliding Hedon with Zhang Ye's terrifying fist force. With a deafening boom, waves of violent energy shot out in all directions, carving deep trenches into the ground. The experienced onlookers had already retreated to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the aftermath of a clash between heavenly masters. All they could see were flashes of blade aura and fist force intertwining in midair, as the figures of Xiao Bieli and Zhang Yi moved like lightning, exchanging dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The gates of the Zhang estate were reduced to ruins amidst the intense battle, and the Zhang family members grew increasingly unsettled as Zhang Yi failed to subdue Xiao Bieli. Senior Lin, will Senior Zhang Yi be able to defeat this villain? Zhang Han, the Zhang family's last remaining 4th-rank master, asked anxiously. Lin Fuhu shook his head and replied, when heavenly masters clash, anything is possible. How could I predict the outcome? The battle grew fiercer as Xiao Bieli entered a state of complete harmony with his blade, unleashing a devastating strike. A pale blue blade aura, nearly 100 meters long, roared forth like a raging tide. Zhang Yi let out a furious roar, raising his arms high as his body transformed into a golden deity, erecting an oval-shaped shield of energy. The blue blade aura collided with the golden shield, producing an endless cacophony of explosions. Though the golden shield shattered, the remaining blade energy only forced Zhang Yi to stagger back a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. On the ground, a 100-meter-long blade mark was etched clearly into the earth. Xiao Bieli assessed silently. His mastery of body cultivation surpasses mine. The divine strength Vajra indeed lives up to his reputation. This intense battle had also pushed his proficiency in the 6 frost techniques up by 6%, but he had reached his limit. It was time to go all out. Xiao Bieli became one with the Xuan blade, as countless blade auras surged toward Zhang Yi like an unstoppable tide. Faced with this lethal assault, Zhang Yi dared not hold back, unleashing his dominating fist. 6 frost techniques. Cold blade, icy heart. Xiao Bieli executed the ultimate strike of the 6 frost techniques. In an instant, dozens of 100-meter-long blade beams converged into a blinding radiance. The 100-meter fist force shattered on impact, and Zhang Ye's golden energy shield exploded in turn. In the end, the earth-shattering strike sent Zhang Yi flying, blood scattering through the air. Xiao Bieli gained 32,000 experience points, and his Heavenly Blade 8 forms advanced by 1 level. The 8 forms of the Heavenly Blade? Another blade technique? Xiao Bieli furrowed his brows, silently calculating his insufficient experience points. At that moment, the formidable warrior Zhang Yi from the giant spirit gang was struck by a single slash and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. The scene caused everyone's expressions to change drastically, and panic swept through the Zhang residence. Some people collapsed to the floor in terror, their eyes wide with fear. Even the renowned Zhang Yi of the giant spirit gang had fallen to the assassin from the Blood Garment Tower, his life or death uncertain. What hope was left? It's over. It's all over. Xiao Hong stood frozen, muttering to himself. Just moments ago, he had been hopeful that Zhang Yi could subdue the Blood Garment Tower assassin. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. Everyone else stared in stunned silence at Zhang Ye's unmoving body. That terrifying strike had clearly claimed his life. Xiao Bieli ignored the fear-stricken crowd, leaping lightly to the side of the elder from the Blood Garment Tower. His voice was calm and indifferent as he asked, which forces were involved in attacking the Jiangnan branch of the Blood Garment Tower? The tension in the air grew heavier with his words. Back when the Eastern Depot had launched a campaign against the Blood Garment Tower's Jiangnan branch, many present had joined in the pursuit to curry favor with the Eastern Depot. The elder from the Blood Garment Tower finally recovered, his voice deep as he replied, "The Giant Spirit Gang, the Eagle Gang, the Tiger Subduing Escort Agency, and the Blue Flower Pavilion." As these names were spoken, Lin Fuhu of the Tiger Subduing Escort Agency was the first to step forward. Bowing respectfully to Xiao Bieli, he explained, "Our escort agency did not act of our own accord. The Giant Spirit Gang pressured us, and without complying, we would have been unable to survive in Jiangnan. Moreover, during the pursuit, we were careful not to go too far." Zhuangnan, the leader of the Eagle Gang, quickly chimed in, "Exactly. The Giant Spirit Gang holds unmatched influence in Jiangnan. How could we dare to defy them? Now that you've already killed Zhang Xinming and Master Zhang Yi, your revenge has been taken. Why push things further?" Chen Qinghua, the master of the Blue Flower Pavilion, went so far as to kneel and plead, "Elder, it was my Blue Flower Pavilion's mistake. If you are willing to spare us, I am prepared to offer half of our assets as an apology." The other sects, including the Lingxiao Sword Sect, secretly breathed sighs of relief, especially Lingxiao Sword Sect. Their elders had initially wanted to join the pursuit, but fortunately, their leader had stopped them in time. Otherwise, they too would be facing dire consequences today. Xiao Bieli rose into the air, a cold smile on his face. "I didn't come here to reason with you. Were you afraid of the Giant Spirit Gang but not of the Blood Garment Tower? In the martial world, it's always been kill or be killed. As a guild of assassins, it's only natural for us to face attacks. But since you made a move, you must pay the price." Before his words had fully settled, he flicked his finger against the blade. With a resonant series of clang, 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 dozens of blade energies tore through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blades of energy ripped through the air like lightning, piercing the bodies of Zhuang Nan, the leader of the Xiongyan Gang, and Chen Qinghua, the master of Qinghua Tower, along with several others. They didn't even have time to react before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Experience points kept flashing. 8,000, 8,000, 4,000. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen lives were extinguished. Only Lin Fuhu, ranked 11th on the Grandmaster list, managed to shatter the incoming blade energy with a powerful palm strike, his profound martial skills saving him momentarily. His figure flickered, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he fled at full speed. Yet, even though the blade energy hadn't directly targeted him, it caused his internal energy to churn violently, leaving his organs severely shaken. Trying to escape now? Isn't it a bit too late? Xiao Bieli's cold voice reached Lin Fu's ears. Lin's heart sank as he desperately pushed his speed to the limit. In the next instant, excruciating pain erupted from his waist, looked down to find his body neatly severed in two. His lower half lay several meters away, blood spurting everywhere. Experience points, 16,000. Xiao Bieli retracted his gaze and surveyed the scene. No one dared to meet his eyes. Everyone kept their heads lowered. Finally, his eyes landed on the elder from the blood-robed tower. "You're a killer from Jiangnan Prefecture. You must know which factions these people belong to, right?" The elder nodded repeatedly, his trembling finger pointing at a fourth-ranked master from the crowd. A flash of the blade later, the head of the Qinghua Tower master fell to the ground. Chaos erupted as several figures attempted to flee, but they barely made it 10 meters before being pierced by blade energy and collapsing. Experience points kept rising, 2,000, 1,000. As the blood-robe elder identified more targets, Xiao Bieli continued his merciless slaughter. In mere breaths, dozens of lives were claimed by his blade. A hot-blooded young hero couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, shouting, "Killing so many without hesitation, aren't you afraid of retribution someday?" Before he could finish speaking, blade energy struck him, sending him flying. Experience points, 1,000. The remaining crowd fell silent, paralyzed with fear, terrified that any movement might be mistaken for an escape attempt. Many young martial artists, who had come merely to broaden their horizons, now stood pale-faced, witnessing the massacre unfold. Even disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect, such as Ding Mian and Huang Yu, who had previous dealings with Xiao Bieli, trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli turned to Xiao Hong, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Ah, I almost forgot about you." Xiao Hong collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Spare me, senior. Please spare me." Bang! Xiao Hong's headless corpse flew high into the air. "Is the Zhang family wiped out?" Xiao Bieli asked. The blood-robe elder nodded repeatedly. "There's no one left outside. But there are still members of the Zhang family in some sects across Jiangnan Prefecture. No rush for them," Xiao Bieli replied, then asked, "Among the factions that targeted the blood-robe tower, which one is closest?" "The Qinghua Tower, in Menghua County." The elder quickly answered. "Then let's head to Qinghua Tower," Xiao Bieli said indifferently. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.